Jiang Chen, having been reborn, once again enters the realm of the gods. A game that seamlessly intertwines with reality. This time, he has chosen the support class, Priest. However, he soon discovers that his priestly abilities differ significantly from those of others. His healing skills can be transformed into damaging skills. His blessings can morph into curses. And when he invokes the resurrection spell, the entire world gasps in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Is this what you call support? Chapter 1. Entering the Gods. Asterisk, asterisk. This place is prostrate before his computer desk. Jiang Chen painfully rubbed his temples, blinking his bleary eyes and looking around in confusion. As he took in his surroundings, a jolt of realization struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. This was his residence from when he had just graduated. I was just challenging the ascension to godhood in the gods, Jiang Chen murmured. As a groundbreaking online game, the gods sparked a frenzy upon its release in 2050, boasting an incredibly immersive experience that even integrated player attributes into reality. The ascension to godhood, a path to divine status, was open to all players. However, failure in this challenge would result in the forfeiture of one's real life. Success, on the other hand, would grant divine status, transforming one into a true deity. In the final battle of the Ascension, Jiang Chen sacrificed the legendary artifact, the Yin-Yang Wheel, to vanquish his opponent, Asmodeus, one of the 72 pillars of demonkind that ate the moment the Yin-Yang Wheel shattered. An infinite radiance erupted, consuming the demon's life in an instant. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's own life force was entirely expended, his consciousness disintegrating. He did not witness the peculiar shard of the wheel, which transformed into a shooting star and embedded itself within him as he collapsed. At the end of the ascension, Jiang Chen, who had been lying lifeless, vanished from his spot. Mutual destruction. How melodramatic. Reflecting on the final battle, Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff. The game, The Gods, opens at 8 p.m. Is there any handsome guy joining the livestream? Wow. Thank you, brother you, for the rocket. Muah, love you. A sweet, high-pitched voice suddenly emanated from the computer, snapping Jiang Chen back to reality. Only then did he notice that the computer was still on. Gazing at the screen, his memories from 5 years prior began to sharpen into clarity. This was just hours before the launch of the gods, when he was idly watching a live stream. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally confirmed that he had indeed been reborn. On the computer screen was a live stream page that in the frame was a girl with exquisite makeup and a sweet demeanor. She wore a short maid outfit, adorned with cat ears, and her slender legs were clad in lace-trimmed white stockings. A fluffy tail swayed behind her. The girl occasionally raised her tiny fists in an adorable manner, playfully thanking her audience as a cat. Goodness, how impressive. I used to enjoy this sort of thing. Jiang Chen's expression turned peculiar. What once seemed innocuous now felt oddly unsettling. He had no aversion to cat-eared, beast girl Lolis, but this girl seemed a tad too juvenile. Indeed, how embarrassing for me. Jiang Chen chuckled at himself, though his eyes remained glued to the screen. Just one more glance. Creak. The door to the room suddenly creaked open. Jiang Chen jolted, turning to look at. In the entrance stood a graceful figure who stepped inside. She wore a snug camisole that accentuated her impressive curves, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist. Below, she sported short shorts that showcased her long, flawless legs. Not only was her figure enchanting, but her features were striking as well. In her mid-20s, she resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Can't you knock before entering? Jiang Chen remarked with a hint of irritation, looking at the woman. Her name was Xia, his neighbor and a junior supervisor at a trading company. She was also Jiang Chen's superior. Just over a month ago, the freshly graduated Jiang Chen had secured an internship at a company. The world is vast, yet small. Jiang Chen discovered that his boss, lived next door. She often visited, leading to a budding familiarity between them. However, just a few days prior, Jiang Chen had resigned from his job. The sales-oriented position was ill-suited for a homebody like him. Moreover, the gods was about to launch. The door was wide open. Was I not just waiting for you to come in? Xia approached Jiang Chen, placing a box the size of a large head next to the computer. Here, your package. Upon seeing the box, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. Emblazoned with the characters for the gods, the box bore a line of small print beneath. Game helmet. Xia was correct. He had indeed been waiting for her. To be precise, he was awaiting her delivery of the game helmet that connected to the gods. This helmet, which he had asked her to purchase, cost 2,000. It wasn't that Jiang Chen couldn't afford it. He simply was too lazy to step outside. Indeed, it was pure laziness. Alas, as a blossoming youth of this great nation, the dream of 900 million girls in the gods, how could he afford to be this idle? He truly felt a twinge of shame for his former self. After silently berating himself, Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, However, Xiaorui's attention remained fixated on the computer screen. Gazing at the live stream, she smacked her lips. TSK. Little lowly in white stockings, Jiang Chen. So this is your type? Ah, Jiang Chen quickly waved his hands. No way. Ruer, what do you take me for? As if I wouldn't like a mature lady in black stockings. Xia, Ruer, ah. Teasing her was quite enjoyable. Jiang Chen felt a strange delight as he observed Xiao'er, who had intended to poke fun at him, momentarily at a loss for words. But this joy was fleeting. Xiao'er suddenly leaned in close to Jiang Chen's ear, speaking in a sultry tone. Then am I the kind of mature lady you like? Oh, Jiang Chen shivered, casting a suspicious glance at Xiao'er. She smiled slightly, her expression seemingly saying, You think you can outwit me? This woman is truly formidable. Jiang Chen resolved to shift the topic. The gods is about to launch. Xiao'er seized the opportunity. It's only 7:30. There's still half an hour. Would you like me to wear black stockings for you now? Woman, you're playing with fire. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Xiao'er's long, exquisite legs. If paired with black stockings, TSK. Who could resist that? Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. No, that's genuinely harmful to your health, Xiao'er. Jiang Chen, sister, I have things to attend to. How about we explore this later? Dream on, little brother. Xiao'er rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and turned to leave. I'm off to eat. Ha. Women. Jiang Chen shook his head, withdrawing his gaze and glancing at the time on the computer. July 15th, 2050.7:35 p.m. 25 minutes until launch. Jiang Chen shut down the computer and opened the box on the desk. As he gazed at the familiar game helmet within, he sat in silence for a moment. As the clock struck 8 p.m., Jiang Chen donned the game helmet and murmured, Log into the game. Ding. Player information detected. Logging into the game. Login successful. Welcome to the world of the gods. Accompanied by an ethereal voice, Jiang Chen's surroundings abruptly transformed, revealing a magnificent hall before him. Awakening players' talents. Every player entering the gods would randomly receive a unique talent. The grades of innate talents are categorized as follows. Gray, ordinary, green, excellent, blue, rare, purple, superior, and orange, perfect. That as for the level of talent one may acquire, is dictated by fate. During his last endeavor, Jiang Chen attained a blue rare talent. He pondered what this time would yield. Would it be the same, or would it be a variation? A mix of anxiety and excitement coursed through him. Ding. Special energy detected. Talent awakening interrupted. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chen was taken aback. What could this possibly mean? Before he could gather his thoughts, the game's notification chimed once more. Analyzing special energy. Analysis successful. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a special talent. Yin-Yang Reversal. Chapter 2. Talent. Yin-Yang Reversal. Talent. Yin-Yang Reversal. Unique. Rank. Effect. Allows the application of the talent Yin-Yang Reversal to existing skills, altering their characteristics and granting opposite effects, with the potency scaling with the player's level. Staring at his talent panel, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of gods, the rank and color of a player's talent corresponded with one another, categorized into 5 distinct hues: gray, green, blue, purple, and orange. However, the talent, Yin-Yang Reversal, displayed a mesmerizing interplay of black and white. At that moment, Jiang Chen's mind was akin to the rank column, filled with a colossal question mark. I cannot comprehend this, yet I am profoundly astonished. This talent grants skills the ability to yield opposite effects. Jiang Chen gazed at the talent description, and after a moment of calm contemplation, murmured, Does the opposite effect imply that my damaging skill could transform into a healing skill? Upon this realization, Jiang Chen felt a wave of disquiet wash over him. What kind of absurd talent is this? Is it designed to toy with one's psyche? No, wait. If my classes... Jiang Chen appeared to have an epiphany. His eyes brightened, and a smile blossomed upon his face. At that moment, a game notification chimed. Ding. Please select your initial class. There are 7 initial classes available. Warrior, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Assassin, Archer, Knight, Priest. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen chose the Healer class. The talent, Yin-Yang Reversal, could enable skills to attain opposite effects, meaning healing could transform into damage. Moreover, the healing capabilities of the Priest are indisputable, making it an essential role for any team. Additionally, Jiang Chen had devised a contingency plan. The Priest possesses 2 advancement paths, ensuring that even if the talent's effects differ from his understanding, he could later transition into a formidable damage-dealing judicator. Ding. Class selection successful. Please name your character. Fan Chen. Jiang Chen opted to retain his previous game ID. Ding. Name confirmed. Would the player like to adjust their appearance? Up to a maximum adjustment of 110. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had not altered his appearance. It was only later that he discovered attributes in the game could proportionally translate to reality. Furthermore, one's appearance could also be selected for transformation. This meant that enhancing one's appearance in the game could result in an increase in attractiveness in real life. Many who did not adjust their looks felt a deep sense of regret. This time, Jiang Chen would not let the opportunity pass. Adjust appearance by 10. Apologies. The system assesses your appearance threshold as too high and cannot accommodate an adjustment of 10. Based on the assessment, you may adjust by a maximum of 205. Would you like to proceed? What does that imply? Is it targeting the exceptionally handsome? Jiang Chen grimaced. Fine, I'll adjust it. Something is better than nothing. Ding. Adjustment complete. Esteemed player Fan Chen, you are now being transported to Novice Village number 10001. May your name resonate throughout the realm of gods. As the ethereal voice faded, a flash of white light enveloped Jiang Chen, accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, as he vanished from his original location. Moments later, Jiang Chen found himself in the village square of Novice Village. The area was bustling with activity, with bursts of white light appearing intermittently, signaling the arrival of new players. The newcomers were clad in the most basic attire, devoid of any attributes, serving merely to cover themselves. What a remarkably realistic world. The tactile and visual sensations are indistinguishable from reality, and I can even smell the fragrance of flowers. I have randomly acquired a rare blue talent. Am I about to take off? Is anyone interested in teaming up to hunt monsters? I can hardly contain the primal power surging within me. It's clear that these are novices, unaware that they should first seek out NPCs to check for available quests. Each player entering the game was brimming with excitement. Jiang Chen casually surveyed his surroundings, maintaining an expression of tranquility as he opened his inventory, which contained 2 novice items. Novice robe, plain defense 1. Novice wooden staff, plain attack 1. After equipping his novice gear, Jiang Chen accessed his character panel. Player, Fan Chen. Talent, Yin Yang Reversal, Unique. Class, Priest. Level 1. Health, 100, Constitution 10. Mana, 100, Intelligence 10. Spell power, 20, Intelligence 2. Attack power, 6, Strength 0, 5. Defense, 6, Constitution 0, 5. Constitution, 10, Strength, 10, Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Each player's initial 4 core attributes were set at 10 points, though the scaling varied by class. For instance, the warrior lacks spell power bonuses but boasts an attack power of 15 and a defense of 1 in Constitution. Conversely, the assassin and archer benefit from agility attributes that enhance attack power. After closing the panel, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the skill bar. Each class possesses its own initial skills. The priest's initial skill is Healing Spell, 1 star restores 20, 100 spell power, health points to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Costs 5 mana. Note, the talent Yin Yang Reversal can be applied to this skill, granting it opposite effects. Note, this effect currently enhances by 50. After reaching level 10, this effect will increase by 100. Observing the prompt above the skill, Jiang Chen wasted no time and activated his talent on Healing Spell. I hope it doesn't disappoint me, he whispered to himself. Suddenly, the healing spell glowed with intertwined black and white hues. Consequently, the skill's effect was altered. Healing Spell, 1 star, reversed reduces the target's health by 30, 150 spell power points. Cooldown 5 seconds, costs 5 mana. Gulp. Jiang Chen gazed at his skill, swallowing hard. Is this reasonable? The priest initially lacked damaging skills, relying solely on his wooden staff to strike enemies, necessitating teamwork for efficient leveling. Naturally, the priest was never short of groups to join, often regarded as a prized asset. With astonishing healing capabilities, he could restore 40 health points at level 1, with a cooldown of only 5 seconds and a mana cost of just 5 points. Moreover, intelligence-based classes automatically replenish mana equal to their level each second. Thus, a level 1 priest regenerates 1 mana per second, while at level 2, it increases to 2 mana per second, allowing him to disregard mana costs while solely employing healing spells. He was practically a mobile health bank. In comparison to the intelligence-based mage renowned for damage, the priest's healing output was not inferior to the mage's damage. Aside from the lack of damage, the priest excelled in every other aspect. And now, Jiang Chen's healing spell had not only transformed into a damaging skill, but it also increased in effectiveness by 50. This healing attack would bring tears to a mage's eyes. The mere enhancement of the skill's effect by 50 far surpassed his previous rare talent. What's more, this enhancement could grow. Jiang Chen marveled internally. This talent is undoubtedly on par with perfection, far exceeding his expectations. Next, it's time to hunt the red sheep. Jiang Chen recalled that shortly after the game launched, an NPC would appear in a dilapidated temple south of Novice Village, where players could collect sheep horns dropped by the red sheep to receive beneficial buffs from the NPC. The more horns collected, the greater the rewards. However, this NPC only appeared for 1 hour before departing. This fleeting special quest is often referred to by players as the greatest boon of Novice Village. If memory serves, the NPC would appear 2 hours after the server opened, around 10 p.m. I must hurry. With a brief recollection, Jiang Chen made his way directly outside the village. Chapter 3. The Great Sheep Hunt. Jiang Chen swiftly exited Novice Village, arriving at the verdant plains beyond. The vast expanse of grassland was teeming with players. Teaming up to level up, looking for an MT, Efficiency squad of 3 equals 1. Professional carry for girls, young ladies, please message me. In the realm of beauty studios, where companionship and conversation flourish, a solitary position awaits a patron. A humble assassin seeks a team amidst the bustling village square. Would you like to team up, young sir? A maiden approaches Jiang Chen, her face alight with anticipation. Not interested, he replies, shaking his head, and after confirming his direction, he strides away. After nearly 20 minutes, Jiang Chen arrives at a grassy expanse on the eastern side of the plain, devoid of any players. Crimson Ram, LV1. On the verdant lawn ahead, crimson-horned rams meander leisurely. You shall do, Jiang Chen declares, casting a healing spell upon the nearest ram. 60. A radiant beam descends upon the creature, inflicting a loss of 30 health points. Is this damage truly maximized? Jiang Chen muses, astonished to find that his skill seemingly bypasses defenses. What an unexpected delight. At this moment, the crimson ram charges toward him. Jiang Chen, recognizing the futility of evading at such an early stage without gear and sufficient speed, prepares for the inevitable encounter. As the ram approaches, he nonchalantly strikes with his wooden staff. 2. Indeed, a mere 2 points of damage. With only 6 attack points, combined with the ram's defenses, the damage is laughably low. Bah! The ram lowers its head, its sharp red horn aimed at Jiang Chen, ready to thrust. He deftly sidesteps the attack. The ram's assault is sluggish. Missing its mark, it prepares to charge again. Jiang Chen strikes once more, continuing to evade. Simultaneously, the cooldown for his healing spell has expired. 60. The ram's health diminishes significantly. In a flawless solo endeavor, Jiang Chen, employing his deft skills, manages to inflict only 2 basic attacks within the 5-second skill cooldown. Other classes at level 1 do not fare much better, and none possess Jiang Chen's high skill damage. Thus, for ordinary players, soloing is a formidable challenge. Soon, after 2 more rounds of healing spells, the ram collapses to the ground. It takes me 4 healing spells to slay a single crimson ram. Jiang Chen reflects, satisfied with his progress. Without delay, he swiftly loots the corpse, acquiring a ram horn, a fixed drop. Crimson ram horn, the unique horn of a crimson ram. Legend has it that the citizens of the ancient Guma Empire used it to offer sacrifices to deities. Now, it seems to serve little purpose aside from aesthetics. Non-tradable. Gazing into his inventory, Jiang Chen casts another healing spell at a nearby ram, initiating a new round of farming. The 30th ram falls. After 10 minutes. With another healing spell, he vanquishes the 30th crimson ram. Your level has increased to level 2. You have gained 1 point in all attributes, along with 4 free attribute points to allocate as you wish. All points allocated to intelligence. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen invests the 4 free points into intelligence. Constitution, 11-1. Strength, 11-1. Agility, 11-1. Intelligence, 15-5. With each level gained, players receive 1 point in all attributes, plus an additional 4 free points. Now, Jiang Chen's spell power has risen to 30. Come forth, Ram brother, grant me your strength. Jiang Chen casts a healing spell on the ram. 75. A radiant light envelopes the creature, causing it to lose nearly 40 health points. Now, with 3 healing spells, he can dispatch a ram. Witnessing this damage, Jiang Chen is invigorated, eagerly casting healing spells. The rams can only mournfully succumb to his overwhelming healing prowess. 15 minutes later, another 60 rams fall beneath Jiang Chen's potent spells. He ascends to level 3. As before, he allocates all 4 free points to intelligence, boosting his spell power to 40. Now, a single healing spell can inflict 90 points of damage. The NPC in the dilapidated temple arrives at 10 p.m. and departs around 11 p.m. The current time is 8:40 p.m., leaving him approximately 2 hours to hand over the ram horn before the NPC departs. Jiang Chen notes the time. The game time mirrors reality. With a mere 2-hour nighttime span from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the rest of the day basking in daylight. Thus, Jiang Chen resumes his quest of rams. At 10:15 p.m., now level 5, he tirelessly continues to farm crimson rams. At last, I've arrived at the place of ram spawning, Jiang Chen exclaims, surprised by his fortune in encountering this limited-time quest so swiftly. He notices a 4-person team approaching, their faces bright with excitement. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, their smiles fade, replaced by expressions of astonishment. After exchanging glances, one of the warriors strides forward, smiling. Brother, how long have you been farming? Just arrived, Jiang Chen replies casually, gathering the spoils from the ground. May I ask, are you selling that ram horn? The warrior inquires. Jiang Chen, knowing their intentions, responds calmly. The ram horn cannot be traded. As he speaks, he notices several figures hastening from behind the 4 players. It seems it's time to leave. Jiang Chen realizes he cannot afford to linger. The influx of players will only increase, leading to a scramble for kills. He has already gathered enough. Peering at his inventory, stacked with 705 crimson ram horns, he heads toward the novice village. As Jiang Chen departs, the 4-person team exchanges puzzled glances. Why is he leaving? Just then, they notice the approaching players, and their expressions shift to concern. Incoming. Quickly, gather the monsters. On his way back, Jiang Chen observes players converging from all directions. The closer he gets to the novice village, the more players he encounters. After nearly 20 minutes, he arrives at his destination, a crumbling temple in the southern region of the novice village. Surprisingly, the number of players here is scarce. The temple, constructed of stone, features 8 crumbling columns at its entrance, exuding an aura of ancient history. Upon entering, he finds various decrepit statues, all sharing a common trait: indistinct visages. Some statues are even missing their upper halves. In a corner of the temple stands an elderly man clad in a gray robe. A few players engage him in conversation before hastily departing. Jiang Chen approaches. Adventurer from another realm, your arrival is fortuitous. The gods should guide you here. Yet alas, this temple is lost, and the light of the statues dims, making it difficult to receive divine blessings. The elderly man croaks. What must I do? Jiang Chen inquires. Cooperating with the old man's dialogue. The horns of the crimson rams can communicate with the divine. Seek them out. The more you possess, the easier it is for the blessings of the gods to be conveyed. I shall not linger here for long. Do not be greedy. The gray-robed elder slowly articulates. Limited quest. Collect the crimson ram horns and present them to the gray-robed elder for a divine blessing as a reward. Note: 1. The gray-robed elder will depart shortly. 2. The greater the number of horns, the higher the reward. Upon reading the game prompt, Jiang Chen sheepishly scratches his head. Well, how fortunate. I happen to possess a few crimson ram horns. Chapter 4. The Blessing of the Love God. You have amassed such a quantity of crimson ram horns. It seems the gods are indeed favoring you, the gray-robed elder exclaims, astonished upon receiving Jiang Chen's offerings. Soon, his expression returns to its usual calm demeanor. He clasps his hands together, closing his eyes as he murmurs a couple of arcane incantations. Suddenly, a crimson light enveloped Jiang Chen. The elderly man in a gray robe spoke. Adventurer, this is a divine medium condensed from the horn of the red sheep. Next, you must earnestly pray before the statue, and the gods shall hear your voice. You have acquired a special effect, divine medium. Tip: standing before the statue and waiting may grant you the blessing of the divine. What kind of buff might I receive? Jiang Chen pondered as he approached the center of the dilapidated temple, gazing at the shattered statues before him, lost in thought. In his recollection, the so-called divine blessings typically manifested as beneficial buffs, each unique to the individual. Most players who completed this task possessed only a few sheep horns, thus receiving only the most rudimentary buffs, such as a 1 increase in loot drop rate while in a party, a 1 increase in monster experience when playing solo, a 1 boost to movement speed during combat, or a 1 health regeneration while standing still. These buffs were conditional in nature. However, a select few players managed to turn in a dozen or even dozens of horns, significantly enhancing their buffs. In his previous life, Jiang Chen heard that the player who contributed the most horns was Qixia, the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild, who turned in 100 horns. His buff allowed for a 30 increase in movement speed and attack speed when health fell below 50, perfectly complementing his assassin class. To a large extent, Qixia's rapid ascent to the top 10 of the assassin rankings was fueled by this enhancement. Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation regarding this divine blessing, especially since he had turned in 705 sheep horns. Why was it taking so long? Must I truly engage in fervent prayer? He stood before the statue. Having already waited for nearly half a minute, players continued to come and go within the ruined temple, yet only Jiang Chen awaited the blessing. Hello there. I see you've noticed the limited time quest. Would you like to team up? A female player caught sight of Jiang Chen, her eyes lighting up as she approached, eager to invite him to join her. No time, Jiang Chen replied curtly. Disheartened, the female player walked away. Soon, 3 more players approached him with similar invitations. All of them women. Despite merely standing in silence, Jiang Chen's striking appearance made it difficult for him to go unnoticed. Hello, may I join your team? Another knightly maiden, equipped with a sword and shield, approached him. She appeared to be around 20, possessing a strikingly beautiful and sweet demeanor. No time, Jiang Chen replied without even glancing at her, dismissively. The knight stood to the side, blinking her large eyes as she gazed at Jiang Chen. When will you be free? Jiang Chen remained silent. How about we add each other as friends? When you have time, we can play together. She continued. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm quite capable and won't let you down. Why aren't you speaking? The girl continued to chatter. Jiang Chen turned to the player named Qing Ying and replied helplessly. I'm not saying you're a burden. I simply prefer not to team up with girls. Ah, the knight, Qing Ying, gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Are you a male gay? The term nearly sent Jiang Chen into a frenzy. What kind of thought process was that? Suppressing his urge to lash out, he took a deep breath and calmly responded, yes, I am. Jiang Chen's reasoning was simple. A male gay was a male gay. He just wanted to be left alone. Furthermore, being gay wasn't inherently negative. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Then I'll go do my quest first. Qing Ying's shocked expression was tinged with disappointment. She hadn't expected to find a boy she liked, only to discover he was gay. Before departing, she glanced back at Jiang Chen. Regrettably, at that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the statue, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the blessing. How long would this divine blessing take? Could something have gone awry? It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Chen felt a growing sense of urgency. Suddenly, a statue emitted a faint glow, visible only to Jiang Chen. The illuminated, dilapidated statue was indistinct, yet its form was harmonious and elegant, nearly perfect. Concurrently, a melodious voice akin to celestial music resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. Child from another realm. May you forever believe in love. You have acquired a hidden buff, blessing of the god of love. Finally, it has arrived. Jiang Chen felt a surge of exhilaration as he began to examine the effects of this buff. Blessing of the god of love, when teamed with the opposite sex. Gain the following benefits. 50 reduction in skill cooldowns. 50 reduction in mana consumption. Item quality increased by 1. Each time intimacy with an opposite sex partner reaches maximum, one team requirement is lifted. When intimacy with 3 opposite sex partners reaches maximum, all team requirements are lifted. Upon reading the detailed description of this buff, Jiang Chen was left speechless. Just as he had expressed his reluctance to team up with girls, he was now compelled to do so. How could he refuse such an astonishing buff? Regardless of his prior sentiments, he had no choice but to team up. Moreover, as long as he achieved maximum intimacy with 3 girls, he would have no further team requirements. Wasn't it simply a matter of building that intimacy? Yet, why must it specifically involve teaming up with girls? Jiang Chen was perplexed. At that moment, the angelic voice resonated once more. Go forth, child. You should seek to love girls and find true affection. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Was this the voice of the god of love? To love girls? Had the god of love heard his earlier words? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. This was all a misunderstanding. I am not gay. Indeed. The divine beings watch over us. One must be cautious in speech and conduct. I praise the god of love. I cherish the god of love. Jiang Chen fervently declared. Whether sincerely or not was another matter. At least he appeared earnest. After all, he suspected he could communicate with the divine. He was curious if he could garner further blessings. The essence of this statement could be interpreted as, could I receive more? Chapter 5. Is a priest not a support class? Unfortunately, the god of love did not respond. Jiang Chen, not surprised, began to survey the temple. He needed to find someone to team up with. However, while many players entered and exited the dilapidated temple, there were few females. And those that were present seemed to already have formed teams. How utterly frustrating. When he didn't need assistance, female players would approach him, yet when he did, he found none available. It was akin to waiting for a bus. They never arrived when you needed them, yet were abundant when you didn't. Jiang Chen decided to head toward the village entrance, where players congregated. Just as he exited the decrepit temple, a slender figure wielding a sword and shield caught his eye. It was none other than the knightly maiden, Qingying. Shall we team up? He thought. It is essential to do so. You have sent a party invitation to player Qingying. Invitation failed. Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen fell silent. Alas, he had just found her bothersome. And now teaming up was proving difficult. Qingying, on her end, also received a notification. Player Fanxian has invited you to join their party. You are currently in a party and cannot accept the invitation. Qingying was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Fanxian the handsome boy from earlier? He had invited her to join his team? Where was he? Qingying's gaze scanned the area until it landed on Jiang Chen, who stood not far away. And she promptly prepared to approach him. Just then, a mage strolled over and addressed Qingying. The party is full. Let us set off. Accompanying him were an archer and a warrior. 3 burly gentlemen gazed at Qingying, their eyes transfixed. A stunning beauty had joined their ranks. And it was indeed a fortuitous encounter. The archer chuckled, exuding delight. With a lovely lady present, even monster hunting felt invigorating. The warriors in the team wore broad smiles, their faces blooming like chrysanthemums. This marked Qingying's recent addition to the group. Now, the young priest had once again extended an invitation to her, which left Qingying feeling somewhat troubled. She cast a glance at Jiang Chen, who was preparing to depart. Resolutely, she made her decision, apologizing, I'm sorry, but perhaps you could form another group. With that, she exited her original party and sent a request to join Jiang Chen's team. Player Qingying has requested to join the team. Do you accept? Jiang Chen received the prompt and, naturally, chose to agree. Player Qingying has joined the team. You have activated the blessing of the god of love. Skill cooldown reduced by 50. Mana consumption decreased by 50. Item drop quality increased by 1. Wait for me. Big brother. Qingying shouted into the team voice chat before hastily chasing after him. Why did she leave? The team leader, a mage, was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is she playing us? Another warrior's expression darkened. She must be seeking that priest. Observing Qingying racing toward the priest, the archer fumed, for that priest appeared rather handsome too. They had already been envious of Qingying, and now, with her departure, their frustration turned to indignation. Yet, they were powerless to act. This was a safe zone. Their anger had to be suppressed. However, the thought of such a beautiful girl, who had just been their teammate, now off to hunt monsters with someone else, was indeed disheartening. They had hoped to showcase their skills and perhaps win her heart, but in the blink of an eye, she was gone. They could only watch as the two departed. Aren't we going to hunt the redhorn sheep? Jiang Chen walked ahead when Qingying suddenly inquired. It's too late to go now, we shouldn't waste time. The NPC in the dilapidated temple will only wait for another 20 to 30 minutes before leaving. By the time we travel to hunt the red-horned sheep, we won't have enough time to make the round trip, Jiang Chen explained succinctly. Most players pursuing the red-horned sheep were merely squandering their time. Is that so? Qingying paused, recalling that the old man in the gray robe had indeed mentioned he wouldn't linger long. Without further thought, she asked, then where are we going now, big brother? To level up. Just follow me. And please, stop calling me big brother, use my name instead. Jiang Chen replied tersely, continuing forward. Alright, Fanchen. Qingying obediently trailed behind him. After nearly 20 minutes, they stopped far from the novice village. This was a desolate area on the western edge of the Cyan Plains. The sky had darkened, and a bright moon ascended. Night had fallen. So it really gets dark, Qingying murmured. In the lonely wilderness under the night sky, a twinge of anxiety stirred within her. Fortunately, the bright moon illuminated the surroundings sufficiently, revealing several upright wolf monsters, strutting about with their legs splayed outward, not far ahead. Wolfling, LV5, a level 5 creature. Boasting 1,000 health, 5 times that of the red-horned sheep, with significantly increased defense. At this stage, the majority of players struggled to tackle monsters of such caliber, as they proved too resilient to even breach defenses. However, for Jiang Chen, it was rather straightforward. Now at level 5, with 60 points in spell power, his healing spell's damage output was quite formidable. Most importantly, this healing spell ignored defenses. Big brother Fanchen, I'm only level 3. Are we really going to fight level 5 monsters? Qingying couldn't help but ask. She glanced at Jiang Chen's level, while he too was level 5. He was merely a priest. It seemed their team lacked damage. Did they intend to whittle down the monsters slowly? If she could withstand the onslaught, it might not be impossible. After all, Fanchen could heal her. A vivid image formed in her mind of herself wielding a shield while battling monsters, with her big brother supporting her from behind. How romantic under the moonlight. But why did he have to be gay? The thought dampened Qingying's earlier excitement. Observing the girl beside him, who alternated between silly grins and sullen expressions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Such a beautiful girl. Yet she seemed rather dim-witted. Sigh. Whatever, she was merely a tool to trigger buffs. As long as she didn't cause chaos, that was enough. Stay to the side and enjoy the scenery. Don't get too close, don't aggro any monsters, and don't disrupt my rhythm. With that, Jiang Chen approached the nearest wolfling. Qingying was taken aback. Enjoy the scenery? Was he really going to solo it? How could a priest solo? Did she hear him incorrectly? Before she could voice her question, Jiang Chen had already positioned himself at the maximum range of his skill and cast a healing spell. 120. Seeing the damage number float above the wolfling's head, Qingying's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mind swirled with confusion. How could a skill deal such high damage? She had witnessed mages casting spells before. A fireball typically dealt around 30 or 40 points of damage. But now a single skill had exceeded 100? And it was a priest? Aren't priests supposed to be support characters? Chapter 6, Godly Maneuvers. Can this game be hacked? The thought crossed Qingying's mind. But she quickly shook her head. The Gods was a game released by a company called Creator, which had an astonishingly large background, established through joint investment by major countries around the globe. This meant it was a game backed by various national interests. Want to hack it? It would be more practical to dream of cracking the payment systems. Perhaps it was due to innate talent, but even with a perfect talent, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? As Qingying continued to ponder, the wolfling, having taken damage, angrily charged at Jiang Chen. The wolfling's speed was not particularly swift. Before it could close the distance, Jiang Chen's skill cooldown had already reset, under the effect of Blessing of the God of Love. His healing spell now had a cooldown of only 25 seconds. Another white light descended. 120. Having endured 2 doses of damage, the wolfling finally reached Jiang Chen. Howling in rage, it raised its sturdy claws and lunged forward. Whoosh! With a rush of wind, the claw strike missed entirely. As soon as it lifted its paw, Jiang Chen had already begun to sidestep, evading the attack's range. Failing to hit, the wolfling swung its claws again. To Qingying's astonishment, Jiang Chen seemed to predict its movements, deftly dodging once more. Each time, the claws brushed perilously close to Jiang Chen, but his expression remained calm as water. His movements as casual as a stroll in the park, revealing no hint of danger. This maneuvering resembled a well-programmed sequence, perfectly executed, neither too much nor too little. Everything was just right. It was nothing short of a picturesque display. Qingying recalled a saying, mastery of technique transcends into art. Simultaneously, the frequency at which Jiang Chen released his skills was astonishingly rapid. White light continuously enveloped the wolfling. His artistic dodging and impeccable timing in skill execution captivated Qingying, rendering her utterly entranced. In less than 20 seconds, the wolfling lay defeated on the ground, having never once landed a hit on Jiang Chen. Stunning. Astonishing. Qingying was not a novice in gaming. She had played numerous games and encountered various skilled players before. Yet never has anyone made her feel as though she were kneeling before them, as this person does now. Only this individual, whose striking appearance pierces her heart and whose skills are impeccable. Qing Ying gazes at Jiang Chen, her heart fluttering, and cannot help but lightly lick her lips. At this moment, a singular thought occupies her mind. She must surely straighten this young man out. With a look of infatuation, she excitedly asks, "Brother Fanchen, your gameplay is the most impressive I have ever witnessed. How do you achieve such feats? Such maneuvers are rather commonplace. The elite players of the first tier should be capable of performing them." Jiang Chen casually replies, his gaze ever fixed on the surrounding wargs. In the latter stages of the game, as players continue to hone their skills, the elite players of the first tier exhibit remarkable prowess. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen undoubtedly stands as the foremost player in the gods. He must strive to maintain this advantage. Commonplace maneuvers. Qing Ying gazes at Jiang Chen with fervor, pondering. If this is considered common, then 99 of players must possess the skills of the inept. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remains focused on dispatching monsters, casting another healing spell. Before long, the 10th ward collapses with a whimper. Beneath its corpse, a faint glow emerges. Have I struck gold? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpens as he quickly examines the body. You have acquired the decaying wooden staff, bronze grade. Typically, such minor monsters only drop common gear, given their low drop rate. Yet here lies a bronze weapon. Jiang Chen promptly inspects the equipment's attributes. Decaying wooden staff, bronze grade spell power 20. Additional attribute, intelligence 5. Suitable for mages, priests, summoners. Required level 5. Fortune smiles upon me. Jiang Chen is acutely aware of the low drop rates in this game, especially for minor foes. It is a rare occurrence to find a weapon suitable for one's class. Equipping the decaying wooden staff raises his spell power from 60 to 90. Without delay, Jiang Chen resumes monster hunting. Just as he casts another healing spell, he notices Qing Ying standing not far off, a ward materializing behind her and lunging towards her. At that moment, she remains utterly captivated by Jiang Chen. Behind you, Jiang Chen calls out. Huh. Qing Ying is momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. She spins around, raising her shield, which glows with a pale golden light. Simultaneously, the ward's claws swipe down. Clang. A shower of sparks erupts as the claws strike her shield. That was close. Qing Ying is startled, but her quick reflexes allow her to activate the knight's divine skill, Shield Block, immunizing her from this damage. Before she has time to catch her breath, the ward swiftly raises its claws once more. 48. That hurts. Qing Ying's complexion pales. Such damage is excessive. Even as a knight with 180 health points, she cannot withstand many more hits. The shield block has a 7-second cooldown, and this is with her talent effect, which reduces the cooldown of defensive skills by 30. The normal cooldown for shield block is 10 seconds. With no other option, Qing Ying swings her novice sword to strike. 1 point of damage. Qing Ying realizes that due to her low attack power, compounded by level suppression, she cannot break through the ward's defenses. She can only choose to retreat. The ward quickly pursues her, claws slashing once more. 49. Qing Ying's health dwindles to 85 points. At this rate, she cannot withstand a second hit. Frustration wells within Qing Ying as she wonders why she cannot evade the ward's attacks. It is deeply disheartening. Will she perish here? As she contemplates this, a beam of white light suddenly descends. 165. A number appears above the ward's head. The very ward that had intended to attack Qing Ying pivots and charges towards Jiang Chen instead. At this moment, another ward stands before Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen draw the aggro of the minor monsters, Qing Ying is momentarily bewildered. Brother Fanchen, are you planning to draw 2 monsters? What else? Shall I allow you to perish here? If you die, what will happen to my buffs? Jiang Chen feels a tinge of exasperation. If a teammate dies, they will be removed from the party and must respawn in the novice village before rejoining their companions. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression is one of utmost concentration. Drawing 2 minor monsters simultaneously is indeed fraught with risk. However, compared to letting Qing Ying face one alone and inevitably perish, Jiang Chen believes it is better for him to handle both. My apologies, I will stand a bit farther away. Qing Ying feels a pang of guilt. She observes Jiang Chen maneuvering to avoid the ward before him, while the other ward closes in rapidly. Just as the 2 wards are about to encircle Jiang Chen, an astonishing scene unfolds. The second ward, in its charge, becomes entangled with the first ward. The positioning of Jiang Chen and the 2 wards forms a straight line. Remarkably, no matter whether the second ward attempts to circumvent the first ward to the left or right, Jiang Chen maintains synchronization, ensuring the formation remains aligned, rendering it unable to strike. Simultaneously, he continues to evade the first ward's attacks. It appears as though Jiang Chen is manipulating a pair of marionettes, orchestrating their every movement. How is this possible? Qing Ying watches in awe, her hair standing on end, her scalp tingling. Jiang Chen's prior maneuvers seemed like a breathtaking work of art, though striking. They were at least achievable by a human. But now, this is beyond human capability. Chapter 7, Bronze Grade Boss. Jiang Chen's feats appear daunting. In reality, executing them is even more challenging. It requires him to simultaneously guide the attack direction of the first minor monster and the movement rhythm of the second, ensuring both monsters remain in sync. Only then can he evade their attacks while maintaining a cohesive formation. Such an extreme operation is not guaranteed success, yet he has accomplished it. In a series of intricate maneuvers, he dispatches the first warg. The second finally draws near, but it poses no threat. It soon falls to Jiang Chen's lethal prowess. If only the movement speed were higher, I could kite them without such complication, Jiang Chen muses. Brother Fanchen, I've reached level 4. Qing Ying exclaims with joy from a distance. Good job, Jiang Chen replies casually as he charges towards a new warg. Qing Ying's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she mutters, I can't even assist. What am I cheering for? 15 minutes later, Jiang Chen ascends to level 6. As per usual, he allocates his free attribute points, bringing his spell power to 100. Simultaneously, he notices a prompt beneath his stats. Current intimacy with Qing Ying, 571-0000. If memory serves, that 57 corresponds to the number of minor monsters I just defeated. It seems that as long as we are in a party, each monster killed grants 1 point of intimacy. However, that 10,000 points is no small figure. Seeing this intimacy value, Jiang Chen feels compelled to exert even greater effort. Just as he prepares to continue his endeavors, a ferocious howl suddenly echoes from ahead. There, in the distance, a warg howls at the moon, its head raised high. In an instant, its eyes turn crimson, and its size increases by half. Mutated warg, bronze grade boss LV5. Pounce. For every 10 health points lost, it will swiftly lunge at the target, delivering a powerful bite that inflicts 500 damage. A boss has emerged. At this stage, few can contend with level 5 minor monsters. Even if someone encounters this level 5 bronze grade boss, defeating it is an unlikely feat. If it were possible to eliminate it, it would likely be a first kill. Jiang Chen gazed at the mutated wolfman, his mouth watering with anticipation. After all, as a bronze-level boss, it would guarantee at least one piece of bronze-level equipment. With the buff for drop quality at 1, this would equate to a silver-level item. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that for every first kill of a boss, the player who delivers the final blow will receive an additional piece of equipment suited to their class. The allure of this was undeniably significant for Jiang Chen. However, observing the boss's skills, he regained his composure and refrained from acting rashly. The mutated wolfman's bite was a charging skill, and at his current speed, evasion through mere movement was impossible. Once struck with Jiang Chen's physique, he would be instantly eliminated, with no chance of survival. He needed to devise a strategy. After a moment of calm contemplation, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Qing Ying. A knight. Shield block. Fortunately, he was teamed with a knight. A smile spread across his face. Noticing Jiang Chen's beaming expression directed at her, Qing Ying was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her delicate face. What on earth? Jiang Chen thought in disbelief, then promptly spoke. In a moment, I will draw the boss's attention. Remain still and follow my commands. When I instruct you to activate your shield block, do so immediately. Do you understand, Qing Ying? Seeing her silence, he reiterated his request. Qing Ying, of course, understood. But she was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that Jiang Chen intended to engage the boss. Could he really do it? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. But it quickly dissipated, as she recalled Jiang Chen's extraordinary skills. In that case, she would simply watch him perform. Yes, I understand. Qing Ying nodded in agreement, then asked, do I need to do anything else? No, just stay put and don't move, Jiang Chen replied as he approached the boss. He positioned himself at the maximum effective range and cast a healing spell. A value of 180 appeared above the boss's head, but its health bar barely budged, showing it still had 982 out of 10,000 health. Jiang Chen understood immediately and retreated. The damaged boss swiftly advanced towards him, raising a claw larger than that of a regular wolfman, ready to strike. Jiang Chen evaded, his movements appearing as if he was dancing from side to side. Yet subtly inching closer to Qing Ying, the boss relentlessly pursued him. Feeling the pressure as the boss drew nearer, Qing Ying grew anxious. Soon, Jiang Chen had maneuvered the boss to a position just beside Qing Ying, maintaining a mere body's length between them. He ceased his retreat and began to dodge in small, lateral movements. Jiang Chen continuously cast healing spells, releasing them as soon as their cooldowns expired. 15 seconds later, the boss's health dropped below 90. Roar. It suddenly halted its attacks, releasing a ferocious roar. Here it comes. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he immediately retreated. In the next moment, the boss lunged forward. Just half a second before it leapt, Jiang Chen shouted, shield block. At the same time, he pivoted and positioned himself behind Qing Ying. Startled, Qing Ying quickly raised her shield, which glimmered with golden light. Clang! The lunging boss bit down onto her shield, sending sparks flying. She was astonished that it had actually been blocked. Overwhelmed with joy, her face lit up with excitement. It turned out that this boss was indeed beatable, truly remarkable. In admiration of Jiang Chen's audacious maneuvers, Qing Ying couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Once again, with the boss's attention focused on him, Jiang Chen expertly pulled the boss back to a position just one body length away from Qing Ying. He resumed his evasive maneuvers. After the boss's health dropped by another 10, Jiang Chen repeated his earlier tactic, perfectly timing his movements to once again neutralize the boss's bite skill. Meanwhile, Qing Ying remained steadfast in her position, awaiting the command to activate her shield block. She dared not move an inch, fearing it would disrupt Jiang Chen's rhythm and positioning. 3 minutes later, the boss collapsed with a resounding thud. You have defeated the outdoor boss, Mutated Wolfman, bronze level, achieving a first kill. Your level has increased to level 7. You have gained 1 point in your attributes, along with 4 points in free attributes. Your current intimacy with Qing Ying is 6,710,000. Jiang Chen allocated his attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 16,1. Strength, 16,1. Agility, 16,1. Intelligence, 45,5. Brother Fanshun, I leveled up again. Qing Ying exclaimed with delight, having reached level 5 and just a hair's breadth from level 6. Jiang Chen's victory over the boss had propelled him directly to the next level, while Qing Ying was nearly 2 levels up. Observing the faint glow beneath the corpse, Jiang Chen hurriedly gathered the loot. You have obtained the Flowing Cloud Robe, silver level. First kill final blow reward. You have acquired the Sharp Dagger, silver level. You have received the Sealed Skill Book, 2 stars. Chapter 8, Enthusiastic Player. Sharp Dagger, silver level attack power 35. Additional, strength 10, attack speed 5. Suitable for assassins. Required level 5. Flowing Cloud Robe, silver level health 180. Additional, intelligence 10, mana regeneration 1 per second. Suitable for mages, priests, summoners. Required level 5. Sealed Skill Book, 2 stars unsealed, effect unknown, cannot be learned. To find not only 2 pieces of silver equipment, but also a sealed skill book of 2 stars was beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. He was elated. The drop quality at 1 was simply divine. More importantly, this skill book. In Gods, the drop rate for skill books is significantly lower than that for equipment, making it difficult even for bosses to yield them. Moreover, sealed skill books can be unsealed by relevant NPCs to obtain class-specific skills. Once his excitement subsided, Jiang Chen donned the Flowing Cloud Robe. Intelligence, 55, 10. Spell power, 130, 20. Health, 340, 180. Mana, 550, 100. Jiang Chen's attributes had significantly improved. Furthermore, due to the equipment effects and his class's innate mana regeneration, he could now recover 2 mana per second, equating to 11 points of mana. Coupled with the Blessing Buff's effect of reducing mana consumption by 50, Jiang Chen would essentially never run out of mana during the early to mid-game. The dagger was also quite impressive, with its percentage-based attack speed, promising a good price. Jiang Chen intended to sell the dagger. At this stage, most players were equipped with basic gear, and those possessing bronze-level equipment were rare. This sharp dagger would be the first silver-level item available for sale. Jiang Chen resolved to return to the novice village. The sooner he sold the dagger, the higher the price would be. Additionally, he needed to return to unseal the skill book. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. I need to head back to the novice village first. Jiang Chen began, but before he could finish, Qing Ying interjected, I happen to have a quest to turn in, so I'll go with you. She had unexpectedly received a quest in the novice village to eliminate 50 random wild monsters, which she had just completed. All right, Jiang Chen nodded, not questioning further, and they set off toward the novice village. 10 minutes later, the two passed through a thicket in the central region of the Cyan Plain, not far from the novice village. Within the thicket, a small team of 3 was engaged in monster farming. Having just vanquished a level 3 enchanted turkey, the group soon spotted Jiang Chen and Qing Ying passing by not far away. Is that the female knight who withdrew from the team? Yes, indeed, it is her. Damn it. And the rest, that priest. Just seeing his face makes me furious. A mage, a warrior, and an archer. This was precisely the party from which Qing Ying had previously departed. Just a pretty boy, but here, strength reigns supreme, whether out of jealousy or envy. The archer, feeling extremely aggrieved, suddenly drew his bow and loosed an arrow at Jiang Chen. Whoosh! The arrow flew out at an alarming speed. Jiang Chen had noticed the presence of others hunting monsters upon his arrival, but he never anticipated that someone would aim at him. At the very instant the arrow was fired, Jiang Chen instinctively pivoted, making a slight sidestep. The arrow grazed his clothing, missing him entirely. Brother Fanshun, Qing Ying exclaimed in shock, glancing towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Emerging from the bushes were 3 silhouettes. What's your luck to have dodged that? One of the archers cursed, clearly dissatisfied with his missed shot. It's you. Why did you attack us? Qing Ying recognized the group. They were members of her former party. She couldn't help but wonder if her departure had angered them. Do you think our team is a public restroom? Come and go as you please? The archer sneered. Indeed, Qing Ying found herself speechless. These individuals were more narrow-minded than she had imagined. Let us escort you back to the novice village. I'll take you there, spoke the square-jawed warrior, his expression brimming with confidence. Already viewing Jiang Chen and Qing Ying as mere prey. In his eyes, a priest and a knight posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, the three of them were already level 4. Although they could not see the exact levels and health points of their opponents in a peaceful state, he was certain that his party's levels were significantly higher. More importantly, they had all invested coins to purchase equipment at the trading post to enhance their leveling efficiency. Although it was all basic gear, it was level 3 equipment. For instance, the exquisite iron sword he held had cost over 200 coins and boasted 4 additional attack points compared to a novice longsword. This made him stronger than most players. "Let us attack and send them back," commanded the team leader, the mage, as he raised his staff, launching a fireball. Upon seeing this, Qing Ying immediately lifted her shield, which glimmered with a faint golden light. Shield block. The fireball struck her shield, exploding into a cloud of sparks. Simultaneously, the archer who had been preparing to attack suddenly found himself enveloped in a radiant white light. 225. The archer collapsed, lifeless. The damage numbers hovering above him left his 2 remaining teammates momentarily stunned. They both turned to Jiang Chen, realizing that this seemingly harmless priest was the one who had dealt the blow. What kind of monstrous damage is this? Especially the square-jawed warrior, who stood there dumbfounded. He was the bulkiest in the party, boasting a health point total of 190, but could he withstand such damage? The expression of the team leader, the mage, froze. He couldn't comprehend how a priest could possess offensive abilities. Just as his fireball spell was halfway through its 5-second cooldown, another beam of white light descended. 225. The same damage wiped his health bar clean, sending him back to the resurrection point. "There's still one left," Jiang Chen remarked, eyeing the last square-jawed warrior. This was far less taxing than battling wild monsters. "Please, spare me, leave me a way out, and we can meet again in the future." The warrior cried out in desperation. He was terrified. Player deaths resulted in a complete attribute loss of 1. Moreover, the attacking party would forcefully drop their best quality equipment. The stakes were too high. He truly did not wish to die. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was utterly indifferent to his pleas. As soon as the healing spell's cooldown concluded, he cast it without hesitation. A beam of pure, seemingly sacred light fell upon the square-jawed warrior. 225. Instant kill. 3 pieces of equipment lay on the ground. Jiang Chen approached and collected them all, discovering they were all level 3 basic gear. Not bad. These items were indeed in high demand. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised that, on his way back, he encountered generous players offering equipment. It was genuinely heartwarming. Chapter 9. Healing More Lives. Upon returning to the novice village, the surroundings were ablaze with light. "Brother Fanchen, I'll go turn in the quest first. I'll come find you afterward," Qing Ying said through the team voice chat, simultaneously sending Jiang Chen a friend request. "All right, I'll contact you later." Jiang Chen accepted her friend request. He watched as Qing Ying happily turned and vanished from view. Shortly thereafter, he noticed the group buff had disappeared. Teammates would disband after straying a certain distance apart. He needed to quickly build up their intimacy. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen accessed the game's trading post. In towns and villages, players could directly enter the trading post. The trading post offered 2 modes, a fixed price mode and an auction mode. The former charged a 1 transaction fee upon completion, while the latter charged 2. Transactions could be conducted using in-game gold or real currency. Currently, most of the equipment for sale at the trading post consisted of basic gear and a scant few bronze-grade items. Jiang Chen reviewed the trading records for level 3 basic equipment. In the past half hour, the transaction prices ranged between 2 gold 90 silver and 3 gold 40 silver, with 1 gold equaling 100 silver. There were also options for real currency transactions, with prices ranging from 220 to 255 yuan. It was evident that the current ratio of gold to real currency was approximately 1 gold to 75 Chinese yuan. This ratio was quite low. Before long, the consumption of gold would surge, and prices could soar to an elevated ratio of 1 to 1200. Then, there would be a slight drop, stabilizing around 1100, which equated to 1 gold for 100 yuan. Jiang Chen opted for the fixed price mode, placing the 3 pieces of basic equipment on the trading post, each priced at 3 gold. This was nearly the lowest price available. The reason for the low sale price was that unsealing skill books required expenditure of gold, and he did not wish to waste time. Within mere seconds of posting, Jiang Chen received game notifications. "Your exquisite longsword, basic, has been sold for 2 gold 97 silver. Your exquisite longbow, basic, has been sold for 2 gold 97 silver. Your peachwood staff, basic, has been sold for 2 gold 97 silver. A total of 8 gold 91 silver." This was sufficient to cover the cost of unsealing the skill book. The dagger could be placed in auction mode for the highest bidder. Jiang Chen listed the shimmering dagger, silver grade, for auction, setting the starting price at 100 gold and a bidding time limit of 4 hours. He then exited the trading post. Crossing the novice village square, Jiang Chen arrived at a 2-story white domed building. This was known as the village mansion, a symbolic structure within the novice village. Here, the village chief, the guard captain, clergy, and other NPCs could be found. Likewise, all the profession mentors Jiang Chen sought were also within. Entering the mansion, he approached the room of the novice priest mentor. The door bore an emblem of their profession, a sword of judgment adorned with a pair of magnificent wings instead of a crossguard. The cross sword symbolized the judgment path of the priest's advancement. The design, reminiscent of a guardian angel's wings, represented the ultimate ability of the priest's alternate path, resurrection. Resurrection. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with uncontainable desire. He stepped into the room. Inside, the pristine white marble floor gleamed under the light, complemented by the immaculate white plaster ceiling, and the tables and chairs radiated an aura of sanctity. The atmosphere was soft and luminous. However, when Jiang Chen laid eyes upon the individual seated at the long white table, the scene took an unexpected turn. It was a muscular man clad in a form-fitting tank top, flexing his arms and admiring his prominently bulging biceps. While his grand chest was so exaggerated it seemed capable of holding a cup of water. Goodness, was this muscular priest mentor truly so wild? Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. It was his first encounter with a junior priest mentor. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen interrupted the self-absorbed muscular man. Adventurer, welcome to my soul-healing sanctuary. I am the junior priest mentor, Roth. The muscle-bound Roth flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and inquired, how may I assist you? Hello, Mentor Roth. I wish to unseal a skill book. Jiang Chen got straight to the point, stepping forward to present the sealed skill book, 2 stars. Roth's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2-star skill book. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling deeply, and with an expression of sheer ecstasy, he remarked, ah, it exudes a marvelous fragrance. What a philosophical mentor this was. Jiang Chen felt a bit perplexed. Roth continued, adventurer, as you may know, unsealing a skill book requires expending my vitality. Expend vitality? Isn't that just a way of saying it costs money? Jiang Chen scoffed, unable to restrain himself from teasing. I wasn't aware. This caught Roth off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. How was this young man not adhering to the norms? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Roth replied earnestly, the vitality expended requires nutritional replenishment for recovery. To unseal a 2-star skill book, a nutritional fee of 5 gold coins is required. Nutritional fee. Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he suppressed his urge to retort, promptly paying the 5 gold coins. Upon receiving the coins, Roth's hand swept over the skill book, and a faint glow shimmered upon it. All done. Roth smiled gently as he returned the skill book to Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen eagerly examined the skill book. Healing Ray. 2 stars releases a healing ray that restores 100 spell power points of health per second to targets within 20 meters, connecting up to 3 targets over a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 100. Priest skill. Each player initially has 4 skill slots, meaning they can learn a maximum of 4 skills. Upon reaching a certain level, players may spend gold to increase their skill slots or choose to forget previously learned skills. In the early stages, the selection of skills requires careful consideration. One cannot simply learn every skill available. Healing Ray is an essential skill for priests in the early game. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen learned the skill and activated his innate talent, Yin-Yang Reversal. Healing Ray, 2 stars. Reversed releases a healing ray that reduces the target's health by 150 spell power points per second within 20 meters, connecting up to 3 targets over a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 100. With my current spell power at 130, I can reduce the target's health by 195 points per second, totaling 975 health over 5 seconds. Plus, with the blessing buff, the skill cooldown is reduced to 10 seconds. How incredibly powerful. I absolutely adore this. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Chen's face as he felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. The smile of a healer is always the warmest. May you heal many lives. Roth, standing nearby, seemed to be touched by Jiang Chen's joy and couldn't help but express. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded enthusiastically. Isn't that the goal, to heal more lives? Chapter 10, The World's Greatest Summoner. After finalizing his skills, Jiang Chen departed from the village residence. Only then did he notice a message from a friend. Qing, Brother Fanchen, I've completed my quest. Where are you? At the village entrance. Jiang Chen replied via voice message as he made his way there. A few minutes later, the two reunited. It's almost midnight. How late can you play? Jiang Chen inquired. At least until 2 or 3. Qing answered thoughtfully. All right, let us go. The two walked side by side, exiting the village and passing through a novice area bustling with players hunting monsters or simply testing their skills. The so-called novice area is a beginner leveling zone where only level 1 monsters reside, slightly weaker than the level 1 monsters found outside, and consequently, the experience gained is also lesser. Moreover, the monsters here do not drop any loot, so many players merely come to try their hand before moving on. The only advantage is that players cannot attack one another here, making it a safe zone for monster hunting. Suddenly, a frail figure in the novice area caught Jiang Chen's attention. It was a summoner clad in a novice robe, wielding a wooden staff, appearing no older than 17 or 18, with long bangs nearly obscuring half of her face. At that moment, this delicate figure was intently focused ahead. Before her sat a large yellow dog, engaged in a tussle with a level 1 monster, the Doodoo Rabbit. The yellow dog still had a decent amount of health, while the doo-doo rabbit was nearly defeated. Just as the doo-doo rabbit was about to be vanquished, a fireball suddenly soared through the air, striking the doo-doo rabbit. 26. The doo-doo rabbit fell. Seemingly enraged by the theft of its prey, the yellow dog barked furiously in the direction of the fireball. The frail figure turned, momentarily startled, to see a female mage standing nearby, a smirk on her lips, clearly pleased with herself. What are you barking for? If you keep it up, I'll roast you. Beast. The female mage taunted, casting a disdainful glance at the frail figure, as if her words were directed at her. Without responding, the frail figure merely pouted, lowering her head as she turned to walk away, her eyes filled with grievance. This was already the 8th time her prey had been snatched away. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen called out. Do you need something? The frail girl, named Tao Xiaoyao, hesitated, her voice timid. Would you like to form a party? Jiang Chen asked directly. He contemplated that if he could gather 2 or even 3 girls together, they could each gain a bit of intimacy by defeating a monster. Since one must seek companions to enhance intimacy, why not choose someone with a pleasant disposition and immense potential? Teaming up? Tao Xiaoyao widened her eyes, staring blankly at Jiang Chen, instinctively nodding her head. Yet, she immediately shook it. Jiang Chen was left in a state of confusion. What does this mean? Are we teaming up or not? Nodding and shaking her head. Is she trying to dance with me? Noticing Jiang Chen's puzzled expression, Tao Xiaoyao lowered her head and murmured, I cannot leave the novice area. Jiang Chen was even more perplexed. Why? Tao Xiaoyao softly replied. There might be trouble coming my way, and I don't want to affect others. Is that all? Jiang Chen nonchalantly remarked. What? Tao Xiaoyao was taken aback. It's fine. I'm quite adept at handling various troubles. As he spoke, Jiang Chen sent a party invitation to Tao Xiaoyao, completely unconcerned about who might cause trouble. In PvP, he had never feared anyone. His goal was to ascend to divinity. Player Fanshin invites you to join the party. After receiving the notification, Tao Xiaoyao instinctively considered declining. However, upon seeing the carefree and confident expression on Jiang Chen's face, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief that she hadn't experienced in ages. It was as if the troubles that had suffocated her were merely trifles. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. Tao Xiaoyao decided to accept. Player Tao Xiaoyao has joined the party. Let us go. Destination: Black Mist Canyon. Upon seeing the notification, Jiang Chen immediately spoke into the party channel and set off toward Black Mist Canyon. Once in the party, Tao Xiaoyao noticed that the teammate list included not only Fan Shun, but also someone with the ID Qing Yang. One was level 7, the other level 5, while she herself was merely at level 2. Why was she selected? Tao Xiaoyao was baffled. Qing Ying shared her confusion, although she supported Jiang Chen in whatever he did. Adding another member meant sharing experience points. Naturally, her mood was bound to fluctuate. Furthermore, the newcomer, though slight in stature with hair obscuring half her face, had delicate and harmonious features that marked her as a rare beauty. Thus, Qing Ying instinctively felt a tinge of resentment toward this pretty girl who would claim a share of their experience. As for Jiang Chen, his intention in bringing along the girls was solely to increase intimacy. He didn't mind losing a little experience as long as the loot was his. Therefore, from the outset, Jiang Chen set the loot distribution to personal pickup, meaning only he could see the specific drops and their attributes. Subsequently, he led the 2 girls through the plains to their destination. This was the level 610 monster zone, Black Mist Canyon. Chapter 11. Are you Wang Yuyan? Within the Black Mist Canyon, chilling roars echoed, and grotesque zombie creatures wandered about. Moreover, it was still night. Although the moonlight was bright, everything appeared eerie and terrifying. In the realm of gods, all of this felt astonishingly real, making it difficult for most to adapt. However, the 2 girls surprisingly maintained their composure. Tao Xiaoyao was calm, which Jiang Chen felt hinted at her latent potential. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached such heights later on. On the other hand, Qing Ying caught Jiang Chen's attention. Her psychological resilience seemed better than he had anticipated. Chain Zombie, LV7. A zombie creature approached. Though labeled a zombie, it resembled more of a ghoul. Its body decomposed and twisted as it walked, with a severed iron chain wrapped around its hands. Jiang Chen swiftly cast a healing spell. 225. A beam of white light descended, reducing the creature's health by 45 points. Immediately after, another white beam gathered in front of Jiang Chen, connecting to the creature's body. 195. 195. This was Jiang Chen's healing ray. It decreased the opponent's health by 195 points per second for a duration of 5 seconds. At this moment, the creature reached Jiang Chen and raised its putrid hand, bringing down the iron chain in a vicious slap. Like a whip, the chain lashed out swiftly. Jiang Chen had seemingly predicted the attack's trajectory, evading the blow with ease. Meanwhile, he continued to cast healing spells, under the blessing buff effect. The healing spell had a cooldown of only 25 seconds, while the healing ray had a cooldown of nearly 10 seconds, and his mana consumption was halved. Jiang Chen's mana regeneration allowed him to unleash skills without restraint. By the time he cast his 5th healing spell, the cooldown for the healing ray had already reset. However, he didn't need to use a second healing ray. The creature had already collapsed to the ground. Current intimacy with Qing Ying, 681,000. Current intimacy with Tao Xiaoyao, 110,000. After glancing at the intimacy levels, Jiang Chen felt relieved and moved toward the next monster. Not far off. Tao Xiaoyao's mouth hung open, her expression one of shock, mirroring that of Qing Ying's. The damage and execution exceeded her imagination. Simultaneously, Tao Xiaoyao realized she had encountered a true master, a top-tier one at that. On the side, Qing Ying had become somewhat desensitized to Jiang Chen's various maneuvers. The only thing that surprised her was Jiang Chen's usage of a new skill. The same holy white light, the same terrifying damage. Fan Shen, what skill are you using? Qing Ying could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked. Healing spell, Jiang Chen casually replied, then hurled another healing spell at the creature. Healing spell? Qing Ying was taken aback. This is no healing spell, it's a health bar disappearance spell. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continued to battle the monsters. And the two girls had begun their own whispered conversation. Tao Xiaoyao specially added Qing Ying as a friend and typed, Sister Qing Ying, are you and Master Fan Shen dating? Upon seeing the message, Qing Ying's cheeks flushed, and she felt a bit giddy inside. This little girl certainly knew how to flatter. She replied, not yet, we just met. The use of not yet was quite clever. Tao Xiaoyao, do you know why Master Fan Shen brought us along? It seems there's no benefit for him. I'm not sure either, Qing Ying admitted. Pondering the same question, could it be that Master Fan Shen has certain intentions? Tao Xiaoyao typed, her face growing red. What kind of intentions? Qing Ying inquired. You know, the kind that boys have toward girls, those flirtatious thoughts. As Tao Xiaoyao sent this message, her small face turned crimson. Qing Ying suddenly found this little girl quite endearing. Seeing her shy demeanor made Qing Ying chuckle. Flirtatious thoughts? Isn't that just perfect? She knew it was definitely not the case. After thinking seriously for a moment, her eyes widened. Could it be to conceal his identity as a male homosexual, he intentionally grouped with two females? Qing Ying felt she had stumbled upon the truth and became even more determined to set Jiang Chen straight. Noticing Tao Xiaoyao still blushing, Qing Ying teased. Are you afraid he'll take advantage of you? I'm not. Tao Xiaoyao's face turned even redder. Qing Ying laughed even more joyfully, as if she had found a source of amusement. If Jiang Chen were to discover the truth that Qing Ying had concocted in her mind, he would probably be compelled to cast her a pure healing spell. What concealment of a male homosexual identity? Jiang Chen merely sought to quickly enhance intimacy and lift the team restrictions. Half an hour later, the night in the game had passed and the sky brightened. Jiang Chen's experience had risen to level 795. Meanwhile, Qing Ying had reached level 6. As for Tao Xiaoyao, she ascended 3 levels, reaching level 5. Both sisters experienced a significant enhancement in their attributes. They observed Jiang Chen's maneuvers, unable to suppress their eagerness to try their hand at monster hunting. After a brief discussion, they resolved to commence their practice. Soon, they settled on a target. Corrupted zombie, LV6, the weakest creature in the Black Mist Canyon. Qing Ying approached, brandishing her longsword, and struck it. A gratifying number appeared above the creature's head. Concurrently, Tao Xiaoyao employed a basic summoning spell, conjuring a large yellow dog that lunged at the zombie and bit it. Another commendable number floated upwards. The injured creature swiftly raised its arm and struck at Qing Ying, who attempted to evade the attack by mimicking Jiang Chen's movements. Unfortunately, she still suffered damage. A staggering 49 points. Did that little tap really count? Qing Ying couldn't help but voice her frustration. Her health had plummeted by nearly 20 points. She promptly consumed a basic life potion, which restored 5 health points per second for a duration of 5 seconds. She had purchased it when she returned to complete her quest. Yet, even with the potion, if she couldn't dodge the creature's assaults, she would inevitably falter. Of course, she wouldn't actually die, for before they began their monster hunting, Tao Xiaoyao had proposed a strategy. If Qing Ying ceased her attacks to allow the yellow dog to draw aggro, she could retreat to a safe distance. Although this meant sacrificing the dog. However, as a basic summon, it could be resummoned once the cooldown elapsed. At this moment, Qing Ying's health was still in good standing. She intended to continue her attempts. She struck the zombie again, inflicting 6 points of damage. The corrupted zombie immediately retaliated. Qing Ying hurriedly maneuvered. Yet she was struck again, 50 points. Feeling somewhat defeated, she lamented how Jiang Chen seemed so effortless in his movements while she could not evade at all. Was she destined to give up? A sense of frustration welled up within her. Sister Qing Ying, try stepping back half a step and then move to the left of the monster. Tao Xiaoyao's voice suddenly rang out, emphasizing, just half a step. Huh. Step back half a step and then move left of the monster? Qing Ying, feeling a surge of determination, instinctively complied. The monster's hand came crashing down, barely grazing the edge of Qing Ying's clothing. Did she evade it? To her astonishment, she had successfully dodged the creature's attack for the first time. She couldn't help but ask why. The monster had raised its right hand to attack, its range extending from the upper right to the lower left in a curved diagonal. This diagonal was shortest on the left side. As long as she stepped back half a step and moved left, she would be safe, Tao Xiaoyao explained. Following her instructions, Qingying dodged the monster's attack once more, feeling a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. "Oh my goodness, you're amazing. How did you know that?" "I just observed," Tao Xiaoyao replied modestly. "But if it were me executing the maneuvers, I might not have succeeded. You're the one who accomplished it effortlessly. Are you the Wang Yuyin of this world?" Qingying teased. Chapter 12. Encountering dreamlike fairies, new gear arrives. The two girls officially commenced their monster hunting. Occasionally, Qingying would misstep and incur some damage, but it was entirely manageable. With the assistance of the yellow dog's damage, Qingying unleashed her final strike, ultimately vanquishing the level 6 creature. The endeavor took a total of 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already dispatched 5 level 8 creatures and 3 level 9 creatures. In total, he had defeated 115 monsters. Your level has increased to level 8. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. Jiang Chen ascended to level 8, and after allocating his free attribute points, his stats saw an enhancement. Constitution, 17, 1. Strength, 17, 1. Agility, 17, 1. Intelligence, 60, 5. Magic power, 140, 10. However, Jiang Chen soon encountered an unfortunate realization. Despite having eliminated 115 creatures, he had not acquired a single piece of equipment. The drop rate for monsters is truly abysmal. Jiang Chen sighed. Suddenly, his attention was captured by Qingying's exclamation, "Xiaoyao, we got equipment." He had been keeping an eye on them while they were hunting monsters and was aware they had defeated one. Yet, he anticipated they would actually receive gear. Is this what they call luck? Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment wryly. It was a level 6 longsword, and upon inquiry, he discovered its value ranged from 5 to 6 gold coins. "Xiaoyao, I'll transfer you 225 yuan directly for this sword. What do you think?" Qingying proposed, as she was in need of it, and 225 yuan could purchase 3 gold coins now. Huh. Tao Xiaoyao was taken aback and quickly replied, "No need to transfer money. Just give me your gear next time we get something." "All right." Qingying, unhesitating, equipped the white-quality longsword, which added 7 points to her attack. Do not underestimate this 7 points of attack. If she faced the corrupted zombies again, her damage would double from 7 to 14 points. Efficiency would soar. Announcement: Player Qianxing Tianxia has reached level 10 first, and the level leaderboard is now open for players to view. Suddenly, the server issued an announcement. At 1:05 a.m., Jiang Chen glanced at the time. Just like in his previous life, Qianxing Tianxia had also reached level 10 around this hour. Jiang Chen even knew how he achieved it. In his past life, he and Qianxing Tianxia had been in the same novice village. Qianxing Tianxia was the president of the guild, Jing Chengguei Zhou, true to his name. He had lavishly spent money to hire others to help him farm monsters, only dealing the final blow himself. It was said that he spent no less than 1 million just to reach level 10. He paid for monster hunting, paid for clearing out areas, even paid to buy gear for those assisting him. He paved his way entirely with money. Jiang Chen had earned a few hundred from him back then, helping to weaken monsters for him to finish off. The first player to reach level 10 would merely receive a reward of 100 gold coins. Qianxing Tianxia even posted a screenshot in the official forum, angrily claiming the reward was akin to a beggar's compensation. Truly a case of a fool with too much money. Jiang Chen felt a sense of déjà vu, echoing his previous sentiments. "Brother Fan Chen, you've made it to the level leaderboard," Qingying exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback before swiftly checking the leaderboard. Top 10 level leaderboard. Higher experience at the same level ranks first place. Qianxing Tianxia, Warrior, level 10, second place. Xixia Fae, Mage, level 9. Third place. Xian Duan Yushi Ting, Archer, level 9. Ninth place. Jian Qi Hing Qiu, Warrior, level 8. 10th place. Fan Shun, Priest, level 8. Jiang Chen was the only priest among them to make the list. Even the great ones dragging us along can make the list. If they hadn't would they be first now? Tao Xiaoyao said with a hint of guilt. Not a chance. Jiang Chen shook his head, fully aware that the experience required to level up nearly doubled with each level. He had just reached level 8, and even if he received the experience from the two sisters, he still wouldn't reach level 10. However, not being first now does not preclude the possibility of it in the future. If a boss were to spawn, Jiang Chen was lost in thought when suddenly, "Look over there." Tao Xiaoyao's astonished voice broke his reverie. Jiang Chen followed her gaze. In the distance, within the crevice of a cliff, a diminutive figure radiating a soft glow flitted in and out of sight. Its form resembled that of a young girl, yet it was no larger than the size of a palm, complete with delicate, translucent wings. Soon after, it nestled within the fissure of the stone, its luminescence gradually fading, blending seamlessly with its surroundings, making it difficult to discern without a keen eye. Dreamy fairy, beginner, a spirit-type pet that can be tamed. A pet. Qingying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she mused. What purpose does a spirit-type pet serve? It's a dreamy fairy. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his gaze, unable to conceal his delight. He hadn't anticipated encountering a spirit-type pet, a dreamy fairy, in such a place. As the name suggests, spirit-type pets can attach themselves to players. bestowing various abilities such as speed enhancement, improved recovery, defense, and even invisibility. Jiang Chen recalled that the dreamy fairy possessed the ability of flickering. It could instantly teleport. Do you know how to tame this pet, great god? Tao Xiao Yao inquired curiously upon noticing Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen nodded. The two women immediately cast him awestruck looks, as if he were capable of anything. Is Brother Fan Chen going to tame a pet? This will be enlightening, Qing Ying said, her face tinged with excitement. Tao Xiao Yao also wore an expectant expression, eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's actions. You probably can't see. Jiang Chen began, but suddenly his expression shifted, sensing movement in the distance. Someone is approaching. Is there anyone? Qing Ying looked startled. Tao Xiao Yao swiftly scanned the surroundings. Soon, she spotted 4 figures faintly visible at the entrance of the Black Mist Canyon. They were stealthily approaching, utilizing a cluster of scattered rocks for cover. The distance was too great for information to be displayed. Over there, Tao Xiao Yao pointed in the direction for Qing Ying. As if sensing Jiang Chen and the others' gaze, the 4 figures ceased their concealment and stepped into view. Their information quickly emerged. At the forefront stood a female mage with the ID of July Fireworks. The other 3 were a warrior, an assassin, and a priest, each with distinctive IDs. The warrior was named Sky Shattering Strike, the assassin was called Sky Piercing Stab, and the priest was known as Sky Breaking Milk. Upon seeing the female mage, Tao Xiao Yao froze, her mind blank. Jiang Chen discerned that Tao Xiao Yao was visibly anxious and uneasy. Simultaneously, he recognized that the mage named July Fireworks was indeed the one who had previously stolen the monsters from Tao Xiao Yao in the novice area. Yes, she is here to cause me trouble, Tao Xiao Yao whispered, her complexion paling. What trouble could there be? Jiang Chen shook his head, reflecting. She is merely a well-meaning player delivering equipment. Chapter 13. This female knight is terrifying. The 4 approached, and the female mage known as July Fireworks cast a sharp glance at Jiang Chen and his companions. After lingering on Jiang Chen's face for a couple of seconds, she turned to Tao Xiao Yao and coldly remarked, I warned you, unless you remain in the safe zone forever, every time you step out, I shall kill you. Just as she finished speaking, she received several messages from her team, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Sky Breaking Milk, Fireworks Boss. Look at the ID of the priest over there. He is on the level leaderboard. Sky Shattering Strike. Indeed, Fireworks Sister. How is your nemesis with someone from the leaderboard? Sky Piercing Stab. So what if he is on the leaderboard? He is just a priest. What is there to fear? Sky Breaking Milk. A priest is not frightening, but if he can reach level 8, it's safe to assume there are powerful players in his team. Sky Shattering Strike. Didn't Fireworks Sister say her nemesis, Tao Xiao Yao, is only 2 or 3 levels max? So, does that mean this female knight is formidable? July Fireworks. Are you going to do this or not? If not, I'll find someone else. After July Fireworks sent that message, there was an immediate silence in the team. Jiang Chen noticed that the 4 opponents had suddenly fallen silent, their expressions wavering. He surmised they must be typing a conversation. This is incredibly unprofessional. Why are they resorting to text chat? Can't they use their microphones to communicate? Cough. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, and all 4 of them turned their gazes toward him. I only seek her. July Fireworks maintained her composure, pointing at Tao Xiao Yao. Then, she turned to Jiang Chen and Qing Ying, her voice cold. This has nothing to do with you two. I have no intention of entangling with you. So please step aside. You can't just say step aside and expect us to comply. Who do you think you are? Qing Ying, upon learning that the others sought to trouble Tao Xiao Yao, was immediately displeased and retorted vehemently. You. July Fireworks was momentarily rendered speechless by her anger. Sister Qing Ying. Tao Xiao Yao gazed at Qing Ying, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Tao Xiao Yao, stand behind me, Jiang Chen commanded, beckoning her with authority. Huh. Tao Xiao Yao was taken aback for a moment. Then her cheeks flushed crimson. Bowing her head, she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, MHM. Observing Jiang Chen's actions, Qing Ying's lips curled into a broad smile, thinking to herself, Brother Fan Chen is truly manly. It seems he is the one attacking. An attacker should find it easier to straighten out. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the 3 brothers of the sky, Jiang Chen's actions appeared ostentatious. What use is a priest standing behind you? They thought, incredulous at his audacity. Just as they were about to scoff, the next moment left them dumbfounded. Tao Xiao Yao stepped toward Jiang Chen, who then led her to stand behind Qing Ying. You stay behind me. I will stand behind Qing Ying. Don't reveal yourselves. Jiang Chen instructed Tao Xiao Yao, and then turned to the opposing team, stating loudly, if you wish to fight, do so quickly, do not waste time. This maneuver not only bewildered the opponents, but also momentarily stunned Qing Ying. So he really is an attacker? She pondered. Shortly thereafter, she noticed a team message. Fan Shen, let us open the shield and block. Meanwhile, the Sky brothers stood agape at the scene unfolding before them. You hide behind someone else and still have the audacity to provoke? Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's actions confirmed their suspicions. The strongest among them was indeed that female knight. At that moment, July Fireworks wore an icy expression, her face dark with fury. She immediately sent a message in the team chat. July Fireworks, The previously agreed price is now doubled. If you're going to do it fast. If not, then scram. Sky-piercing stab. We're in. Sky-breaking milk. Let us go. Sky-shattering strike. I don't believe a single knight can take us all on. The Sky brothers quickly reached a consensus and advanced toward Jiang Chen and his companions. July Fireworks was the first to launch a fireball spell. Qing Ying promptly raised her shield, which glimmered with a faint golden light. This was the invulnerable radiant shield. Boom. The fist-sized fireball struck the shield and exploded. Finally, the battle had commenced. Jiang Chen smiled. A beam of white light descended upon Sky-shattering strike, while another white line connected to July Fireworks. This line did not halt. It swiftly traversed from her to the remaining two members. 240, 210, 210, 210. For individuals, for damage outputs. The health of July Fireworks and the Sky brothers plummeted simultaneously, crashing to the ground before they could comprehend what had transpired. Instant kill. Holy cow, amazing. It took Qing Ying a full 3 seconds to regain her senses before she excitedly exclaimed, "They're all dead." Tao Xiaoyao was equally stunned into silence. Jiang Chen, too, did not anticipate that his healing beam would eliminate several adversaries before even unleashing its secondary damage. Players cannot see each other's levels or specific health points when no damage is inflicted. Thus, it was only after Jiang Chen cast his skill that he discerned the levels of his opponents, 3 at level 6 and 1 at level 4. Qing Ying, a knight, was also at level 6 but had a mere 250 health points. These individuals, lacking in health-boosting equipment, were indeed insufficient to withstand Jiang Chen's onslaught. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen gazed upon the scattered shards of shimmering light on the ground, a smile of contentment gracing his features. These were the items dropped upon the death of the 4 players. The actively attacking side, if slain, would relinquish their best quality item. Moreover, if any member of a team engaged another player, the entire team would be deemed the aggressors, colloquially referred to as opening red. This was precisely why Jiang Chen refrained from striking first. He wished to avoid being struck himself, for without knowing the attributes of his opponents, who could say whether he might be eliminated in an instant? Thus, he opted to have Qing Ying take the lead, shielding him with her presence. In swift succession, Jiang Chen advanced to collect the 4 pieces of equipment lying on the ground, 3 level 5 white items and 1 level 3 white item, all weapons. Monsters typically do not drop equipment, but the thrill of defeating players was exhilarating, albeit the items dropped could not exceed quality 1. Jiang Chen sighed in contemplation before turning towards the cliffside. As he approached, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was still there. Thankfully, the elusive dream fairy remained. Nestled within the crevices of the cliff, Jiang Chen understood that the earlier incident was merely a prelude. The main event was yet to unfold. At this moment, at a resurrection point in the novice village, 4 figures emerged. They were the July Fireworks and the 3 brothers of the Azure Sky. The group was still in a state of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The only certainty was that they had been swiftly eliminated. The last image etched in their minds was of a fireball striking the knight's shield, followed by a sudden darkness as they were sent back to the resurrection point. A bunch of useless fools. July Fireworks cursed angrily before turning to depart. The 3 brothers were equally distressed and confused. What had happened? They had not even seen who had struck. Was it that night? It seemed to them that a white line had appeared from her, though they could not be sure if it was merely an illusion. It must have been her. The other 2 were cowering behind her. This female knight was terrifying beyond measure. After much discussion, the Azure Sky brothers reached a consensus. The knight named Qing Ying was formidable and should never be provoked. Chapter 14, Talent Skill, Blink. In the Black Mist Canyon, Jiang Chen stood before the cliff, gazing at the dream fairy nestled within the rocky crevice, preparing to capture it. The process of taming pets and mounts typically involves 2 methods, utilizing special items for capture or relying on one's combat prowess or skill to complete a challenge. The challenges vary greatly depending on the type of pet. Messenger-type pets, for instance, require a greater degree of skill compared to combat-type pets. Xiaoyao. If any monsters spawn nearby, or if players approach, remember to attack me once, Jiang Chen instructed suddenly. Tao Xiaoyao looked puzzled but nodded, albeit somewhat vacantly. Qing Ying also regarded Jiang Chen with a look of confusion. Subsequently, Jiang Chen cast a healing spell upon the dream fairy. A resonant hum reverberated in his mind. And soon, hundreds of dream fairies appeared, whirling through the air. The entire Black Mist Canyon was left with only Jiang Chen. His skills and staff had vanished, replaced by a javelin in his grasp. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's health began to diminish at a rate of 1 point per second. In other words, his life would be extinguished in 100 seconds. Such an abrupt turn of events would likely leave other players bewildered. But Jiang Chen understood that this was merely an illusion, or what could be termed a dream challenge, from the perspective of Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. After Jiang Chen unleashed a skill toward the dream fairy, it vanished instantly. Jiang Chen stood motionless, eyes closed, as if in slumber. At this moment, he had plunged into the dream fairy's illusionary challenge. The only way to awaken him from the external world was to inflict damage upon him. Otherwise, He would remain trapped until he either succeeded in the challenge or his health was fully depleted within the illusion, which would signify failure. To ensure his safety, Jiang Chen had instructed Tao Xiaoyao to attack him if any players or monsters approached, thereby forcibly rousing him. Within the illusion, Jiang Chen gripped the javelin. Gazing skyward at the multitude of swirling dream fairies, he recognized that these were mere phantoms, and he needed to identify the true entity among them. However, he had only 100 seconds before his health would be entirely depleted. As long as he could locate the true body and strike it with the javelin, he would succeed in the challenge. For most players, this would be an exceedingly difficult task, as all the dream fairies appeared nearly identical, making it nearly impossible to seek them out individually. Yet, Jiang Chen was different. He possessed a strategy. Though these dream fairies seemed to flit about aimlessly, all the illusions were confined to a fixed range, while the true entity would dart about chaotically, traversing every corner. Despite the overwhelming number of illusions, even knowing the true body would wander, finding it remained a formidable challenge. However, the ingenuity of players knows no bounds. By focusing on an area of conspicuous emptiness and watching intently, if a dream fairy were to stray into that space, it would reveal itself as the true entity. This simple yet effective tactic, distilled from the wisdom of many strategy connoisseurs from Jiang Chen's past life, boasted a success rate of 90. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on a vacant area, patiently biding his time. After a full minute, amidst the throng of dream fairies, one finally appeared in that very space, captured by Jiang Chen's watchful eyes. At last, I have found you. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. Locking onto his target, he hurled the javelin, striking true. Congratulations. You have captured the pet dream fairy, beginner. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, Jiang Chen emerged from the illusion. You're awake, came Qing Ying's voice. Jiang Chen saw that both she and Tao Xiaoyao were gazing at him with expressions of astonishment and curiosity. Brother Chen, what just happened? It seemed as though you were asleep, Qing Ying inquired. Capturing a pet can lead to entering an illusion. I was just engaged in a challenge within it. Jiang Chen replied succinctly. Did you succeed in the capture? Qing Ying's face radiated curiosity. Yes, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a small figure materialized in the air. A dream fairy, no larger than a palm and adorned with transparent wings, fluttered around Jiang Chen twice before settling on his shoulder. Wow, it's so adorable, Qing Ying exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. Tao Xiaoyao, too, widened her eyes, curiously observing the petite figure with a feminine form and features. It seemed that girls were particularly susceptible to the charm of such delicate and beautiful little beings. What concerned Jiang Chen most, however, was the dream fairy's innate ability. Blink. Blink. Beginner instantly teleport to any location within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown, 5 minutes, no cost. Note, upon attachment, it can be used on the player themselves. Attachment. Jiang Chen whispered to himself. The dream fairy perched on his shoulder transformed into a streak of light, merging into his brow. A glowing blue crescent-shaped rune appeared on his forehead, casting his eyes in a soft blue hue. As the luminous runes gradually faded, the scene appeared nothing short of enchanting. Particularly when paired with Jiang Chen's striking appearance, it exuded an inexplicable allure. Both women were left in a state of entrancement. At this moment, Jiang Chen's attention was entirely fixated on his skill bar, which now displayed a new talent skill that did not occupy a slot. Blink. Novice instantly teleport to any location within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown time, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, no cost. What bliss! Gazing at the skill description, Jiang Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Initially, upon seeing the 5-minute cooldown, he had assumed that the blessing from the goddess of love would not apply to his pet's talent skills. To his astonishment, after the possession, the cooldown for Blink had been reduced by 50. Currently, the dreamy fairy was merely at the novice level, but he anticipated that as it matured, the level of Blink would also rise. Jiang Chen thought with exhilaration. Simultaneously, he noticed Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, both of whom were staring at him in awe. Why are you both looking at me? Can't you farm monsters? Go level up. I'm not offering any experience, he remarked, stepping forward toward the distant wild monsters. Only then did the two women snap back to reality. So captivating, Qing Ying murmured, admiring Jiang Chen's retreating figure. Indeed, Tao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Her cheeks slightly flushed. What a pity he is not straight, Qing Ying added. Tao Xiaoyao gasped. Subsequently, the two women engaged in a private conversation about how to straighten things out while they began farming small monsters. After more than 10 minutes, success finally came. Jiang Chen gazed at the faint glimmer beneath the corpse of the small monster, nearly moved to tears. He swiftly collected the dropped item. You have obtained the bone longbow, bronze grade. Bone longbow, bronze grade attack power 16. Additional, agility 7. Required level, 7, suitable for archers. Unfortunately, it wasn't suited for him. It should fetch around 40 to 50 gold. Jiang Chen mused. Suddenly, he caught sight of a massive zombie in the distance, glowing red and wielding a scythe, slowly making its way toward him. Decayed Reaper, Silver Grade Boss LV9. A Silver Grade Boss. If defeated, it would undoubtedly be a first kill, guaranteed to drop 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment, and with a quality level of 1. It could yield 2 pieces of gold-grade equipment. Jiang Chen's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the boss. Chapter 15, The Decayed Reaper. Decayed Reaper, silver-grade boss, LV9. Corrosive slime. Secretes a large amount of slime that spreads across the ground, covering a 4-meter radius. Dealing 300 poison damage per second and slowing by 30. Lasts for 30 seconds. Flying Scythe Reaper. For every 10 decrease in health, or if the target moves beyond 5 meters, it will rapidly throw its scythe, pulling the target back in front of it. Deals 200 damage and applies a 3-second stun. If the target dies, Flying Scythe Reaper resets. It truly is a silver-grade boss. Qing Ying exclaimed, witnessing Jiang Chen's fervent gaze fixed on the boss. Are you going to fight it? She asked. How can we possibly contend with that? Tao Xiaoyao questioned, incredulous. In her view, without sufficient player equipment strength, this boss would be impossible to defeat. Undoubtedly, this was not a boss that players at their current stage could handle. The corrosive slime alone made it impossible for anyone to withstand the damage, effectively crippling melee fighters. Furthermore, with the Flying Scythe Reaper, any ranged class would be pulled in if they exceeded a distance of 5 meters. Even if one tried to maintain a distance of 45 meters, once the boss's health dropped by 10, the same fate awaited them. Being pulled in would likely result in instant death, followed by the reset of the Flying Scythe Reaper. Such a combination of skills would make it exceedingly difficult to defeat the boss, even with a swarm tactic. Yet, Jiang Chen still approached the boss. Is he really going to fight it? As Jiang Chen made his decision, Qing Ying contemplated briefly before a spark of determination lit her eyes. Could I use my shield to block the Flying Scythe Reaper like last time? With this thought, Qing Ying quickly asked, Brother Fanchen, do you need my help? I can activate my shield. No need for assistance, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. He understood what Qing Ying was considering. The knight's shield could only mitigate damage but wouldn't prevent control effects, meaning she would still be pulled in. What then? Qing Ying's question hung in the air as Jiang Chen reached the boss's side, positioning himself at the 5-meter mark and casting a healing spell. Simultaneously, the healing beam swiftly connected with the boss. 240, 210. Damage numbers floated above the boss's head, yet its health bar remained unchanged. With a roar, the boss stood still, rapidly secreting a large amount of black slime that soon covered the ground within a 4-meter radius. The boss then swung its scythe, creating a whooshing sound as it aimed directly at Jiang Chen. This was its basic attack, with a range of 5 meters. However, Jiang Chen had anticipated this, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the strike. He then unleashed another healing spell, coupled with the ongoing damage from the healing beam. In just 10 seconds, the boss had lost approximately 2,000 health points. At that moment, its health bar showed 99 remaining. This indicated its total health exceeded 200,000. Jiang Chen continued to operate with precision, casting skills, maintaining distance, maneuvering, and evading basic attacks. The boss's basic attack could not even graze him. The prowess of his skills was truly awe-inspiring. Tao Xiaoyao remarked, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. He can evade the basic attacks. But what about the Flying Scythe Reaper? A minute and a half later, the Decayed Reaper had lost 10 of its health. It raised its scythe, swirling it in the air as purple-black energy coalesced around it. The Flying Scythe Reaper was about to be unleashed. In that moment, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao's eyes widened, their hearts pounding with anxiety and trepidation. The boss suddenly hurled its scythe, the hooked blade racing toward Jiang Chen with blinding speed, imbued with the purple-black glow. Such velocity rendered evasion impossible, which was precisely why the skill description had emphasized its swiftness. Just as the scythe was about to make contact with him, a glowing crescent-shaped blue rune illuminated Jiang Chen's forehead. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind only a crescent-shaped blue silhouette. The scythe whiffed. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's figure reappeared 5 meters away from the boss. Teleportation. Upon witnessing this, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao gasped in astonishment, simultaneously recognizing the crescent-shaped rune. They surmised that Jiang Chen's teleportation skill must be related to the Dreamy Fairy. Indeed, Jiang Chen had employed the Dreamy Fairy's talent skill, Blink. This was also the reason he felt confident enough to confront this boss. More importantly, his skill could bypass defenses. Otherwise, given his current attributes, even defending would be a challenge, let alone attacking. It was for these reasons that Jiang Chen found a way to tackle this boss. However, Blink had a cooldown of 2.5 minutes. Jiang Chen needed to manage the boss's health carefully, ensuring it did not lose health too rapidly or use its skills too frequently. Otherwise, he would run out of uses for Blink. Of course, this was relatively simple for Jiang Chen. It merely required a bit more time. Thus began Jiang Chen's prolonged battle against the boss. After an intense 25 minutes of flawless execution, the Decayed Reaper finally collapsed to the ground, its health reduced to 0. Remarkable. Tao Xiaoyao could not help but express her admiration. She had grown weary from watching, while Jiang Chen remained meticulously focused throughout. Such perseverance is not something the average person can achieve. Brother Fanchen, you are incredible, Qing Ying exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as still water. He did not perceive any greatness in the feat, considering it merely the most ordinary of bosses among the gods. In terms of difficulty, he regarded it as a novice-level challenge. You have defeated the outdoor boss, the Decayed Soul Reaper, silver level, achieving the first kill. Your level has increased to level 9. You have gained 1 point in all attributes and received 4 points of free attributes. Current intimacy with Qingying, 29. 310,000. Current intimacy with Tao Xiaoyao, 22. 510,000. Eliminating a silver-level boss had granted him a whopping 50 points of intimacy. Jiang Chen had also ascended to level 9. He allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 18-1. Strength, 18-1. Agility, 18-1. Intelligence, 65-5. The defeat of the silver-level boss had bestowed immense experience upon the trio. Not only did Jiang Chen level up, but Tao Xiaoyao and Qingying also advanced to levels 7 and 8, respectively, ignoring the astonishment and joy of the two women at their rapid level gains. Jiang Chen swiftly collected the boss's loot. You have obtained the Frost Staff, golden level. First kill, final blow reward. You have obtained the Phantom Boots, golden level. You have obtained the Blood-Tide Great Blade, golden level. You have obtained the blueprint for the Moonlight Skirt, rare. Chapter 16, Powerful Additional Effects, Fashion Blueprint. Frost Staff, golden level spell power 70. Additional, Intelligence 15. Each skill damage inflicts 20 slow, lasting 3 seconds. Suitable for mages, priests, summoners, requires level 9. Phantom Boots, golden level defense 25. Additional, movement speed 10, generates a phantom when attacked, immune to a single instance of damage, fixed cooldown of 3 minutes. Suitable for all classes, requires level 9. Blood-Tide Great Blade, golden level attack power 55. Additional, strength 15, lifesteal 10, armor penetration 10. Suitable for warriors. Requires level 9. Of the 3 pieces of equipment, 2 were usable. Moreover, the additional effects were quite impressive. One skill slowed enemies, while the other generated a phantom. Showcasing the strength of golden level gear, Jiang Chen promptly replaced his withered wooden staff, equipping the Frost Staff and Phantom Boots. Intelligence, 75, 10. Spell power, 220, 70. Defense, 34, 25. The 2 pieces of golden level equipment significantly enhanced Jiang Chen's attributes. Yet, the most crucial aspect remained those 2 additional effects. The skill damage slow proved extremely effective while kiting, and generating a phantom that could absorb single target damage was a lifesaver. Likewise, the Blood-Tide Great Blade was also an exceptional item, boasting outstanding additional effects. Lifesteal speaks for itself, while armor penetration proved particularly effective when battling bosses. The Blood-Tide Great Blade could be listed for auction, allowing others to bid. As for its potential sale price, Jiang Chen could only speculate. Beyond the equipment, the boss had also dropped another item. Blueprint for the Moonlight Skirt. Rare. Upon learning this blueprint, one can craft the rare clothing Moonlight Skirt. Limited to tailors. This was a fashion blueprint. Jiang Chen smirked. Fashion merely altered one's appearance without providing any combat bonuses. To him, its sole advantage lay in enhancing hidden attributes, charm, which could facilitate gaining NPC favor. However, the effect was rather limited. Thus, Jiang Chen felt a lack of enthusiasm for this item. Of course, this was not to say that fashion had no value. On the contrary, within the gods, fashion items remained perpetually in demand, whether in the early stages or the mid to late game, with many willing to pay a high price for them. Jiang Chen had never quite understood why a mere aesthetic item, devoid of combat attributes, could fetch hundreds or even thousands of coins. Yet, the demand was immense. Some particularly rare garments even commanded prices in the tens of thousands. They remained timeless. However, regardless of his lack of understanding, Jiang Chen recognized that this item held monetary worth. At this stage, however, the blueprint lacked value, as it required a crafting profession, specifically tailoring, which could only be accessed after reaching level 10. Players willing to invest time in crafting professions typically did not level up rapidly. Jiang Chen estimated that it would take at least half a month before a substantial influx of crafting players would emerge. Only then would the fashion blueprint hold value. As for the idea of becoming a tailor himself to utilize the blueprint, Jiang Chen had never entertained the thought. Even if tailoring could yield significant profits, it required talent. One had to possess design skills to create clothing blueprints, not merely rely on discovering them. Moreover, his objective was to ascend to divinity, leaving all else unconsidered. At this moment, it was past 2 in the morning. Qingying yawned beside him. Jiang Chen turned to the 2 women. Will you be online during the day? Qingying replied. It's the weekend. I want to be working, so I should be around. Tao Xiaoyao added. I will be online all day during summer vacation. All right. Then let us rest for now. See you during the day. With that, Jiang Chen turned and headed in the direction of the novice village. Okay. See you in the daytime. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao also returned to the novice village, each attending to their tasks before logging off to rest. Jiang Chen, however, opened the auction house. He noticed that his sharp dagger, silver level, had already reached 225 gold in bidding, with over an hour remaining until the auction concluded. This was not the final price. True wealth often revealed itself at the last moment. Jiang Chen was confident that the final bid would bring him a delightful surprise. Next, he checked the market prices for white and bronze level equipment. He listed the 4 white items gifted by enthusiastic players, the bronze level longbow, dropped by minor monsters, along with his replaced withered wooden staff in the auction house, setting all to a fixed price. Level 3 white gear, 2 gold. Level 5 white gear, for gold. Level 5 bronze level staff, 50 gold. Level 7 bronze level longbow, 60 gold. After sorting out these minor items, Jiang Chen switched to the auction mode, listing the blood-tied great blade, golden level, with a starting price of 1,000 gold and an auction duration of 12 hours. This time frame seemed appropriate, as the first-tier players had yet to reach level 10. Waiting would likely yield a higher selling price. In his previous life, the first golden level equipment in the auction house had only appeared 3 days after the server launched, a golden level helmet that had sold for 7 figures in Huaxia currency. Moreover, that helmet's attributes were nowhere near comparable to the blood-tied great blade. Jiang Chen was confident that many would vie fiercely for the blood-tied great blade. Having completed the listing, he chose to log off and rest. Rather than staying up late, he preferred to rise early, as it would leave him more energized. After exiting the game, Jiang Chen removed his gaming helmet, prepared instant noodles for a late-night snack, and quickly showered afterward. Then, he lay down on his bed. Not immediately falling asleep, he scrolled through his phone and noticed that the top 5 trending topics on Weibo were all related to gods. Number 1. Today, gods launched globally and simultaneously. On the inaugural day of gods, the global number of concurrent players soared beyond 100 million. The creator company has announced that the gaming pods have entered mass production, with a limited release expected worldwide within a week. Celebrities and stars are flocking to gods. Have you encountered your idol within the game? Not only on Weibo, but other social and entertainment apps are inundated with trending topics about gods. It's nearly 3 p.m. Jiang Chen glanced at the time and swiftly turned off his phone. He set an alarm for 9 a.m. and then succumbed to a deep slumber. Morning arrived. Knock, knock. Jiang Chen, still lost in dreams, was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Groggily, he reached for his phone and noted the time, precisely 8 a.m. Jiang Chen, rise and shine, called a sultry voice from outside. How could I have forgotten about her? Recognizing the voice instantly, Jiang Chen rubbed his bleary eyes, hastily donned a pair of pants, and stumbled out of bed. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the strikingly attractive Xiao Ruer. Clad in a white athletic tee and a sporty skirt, her long, immaculate legs were encased in running shoes, glistening with perspiration, evidently just back from a run. In her hands, she held a cup of soy milk and a bag of soup dumplings. Sister Ruer, Jiang Chen exclaimed. I just finished my morning run and brought you breakfast, Xiao Ruer said, handing him the soy milk and dumplings. Her gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Chen, who was still shirtless. Although his physique lacked explosive muscles, it bore no excess fat, presenting a well-proportioned and defined silhouette. Xiao Ruer squinted, a smile creeping onto her lips. Wait a minute, Sister Ruer. We agreed to split the cost. No favors, Jiang Chen said, taking the breakfast with a serious demeanor. Xiao Ruer rolled her eyes at him. You really know how to talk, don't you? What class did you choose in gods? Of course, I chose the warrior. A real man leads the charge. At that moment, 2 young individuals passed by in the corridor, animatedly discussing the game. It felt as if the world had transformed overnight. Everywhere he looked, on television and mobile phones, gods dominated the discourse among people. After observing the passers-by, Xiao Ruer sighed and turned to Jiang Chen. By the way, which newbie village are you in? 10001, he replied. What a pity, we're not in the same newbie village. I can barely defeat the low-level monsters and was hoping you, as a full-time expert, could guide me. Jiang Chen recalled that Xiao Ruer had purchased a gaming helmet, but her skill level was rather basic. She was just an ordinary player. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly asked, Sister Ruer, didn't you mention that you studied fashion design? Yes, why do you ask? Xiao Ruer replied, puzzled. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He realized who could benefit from his fashion design sketches. Chapter 17, Newbie Village Task Strategy, Rush to Level 10. Players who reach Level 10 can learn a life profession. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Ruer earnestly. I believe there is a profession that would suit you perfectly. What profession? She inquired. A tailor. A tailor? Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. Explaining, a tailor can create various outfits to sell to players. It is undoubtedly one of the most lucrative side professions in gods. Producing outfits? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruer's eyes sparkled. Fashion design had long been a modest dream of hers. Yet, after graduation, she had reluctantly abandoned that path for the sake of a livelihood, burying her aspirations deep within her heart. She was also aware that in-game outfits were exceptionally profitable, whether in dress-up games like Love Nikki or skins in MOBA games. The profits were staggering, especially in a game as popular as Gods. The more she thought about it, the more she felt compelled to give it a try. What if she succeeded? Xiao Ruer's face illuminated with hope. I want to learn tailoring. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, by the way, what level are you now? Her previously high spirits plummeted at the question, and she disheartenedly replied, level 3. Wow, level 3. Not only that, but you're also in a different newbie village. Right now, there's no way I can assist you. Different newbie villages had no means of teleportation. Only upon reaching the level 10 main city could players access the corresponding teleportation array. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Don't you think the low-level monsters in gods are excessively difficult? They take forever to defeat and inflict absurd amounts of damage. Seeing Jiang Chen at a loss for words, Xia Ruer expressed her helplessness. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment before saying, I'll send you a newbie village task strategy shortly. Just follow it. Strategy? Xia Ruer perked up at the mention, eagerly nodding. Okay, I'll go take a shower, then wait for your strategy to log into the game. With that, she cheerfully dashed back to her room. Jiang Chen turned and returned to his own quarters. After a quick wash, he booted up his computer, munching on the breakfast Xia Ruer had brought him while typing up the strategy. In the newbie village, players didn't necessarily have to grind monsters to level up. Many errands, albeit tedious, also yielded considerable experience. Of course, the leveling pace couldn't compare to that of top-tier players grinding monsters. However, by optimizing task allocation, one could progress significantly faster than average players. After around 20 minutes, Jiang Chen completed a task strategy for running errands in the newbie village. Although he had forgotten many task details, he meticulously outlined the general task flow, the order of finding and completing tasks, and the overall approach. Most first-tier players reached level 10 within 8 to 10 hours. Jiang Chen's strategy could enable players to reach level 10 in about 20 hours. A far superior outcome compared to ordinary players who often found themselves stuck in the newbie village for 2 or 3 days. The primary advantage of this strategy was that it required no technical skills. Anyone could follow it. The only downside was its excessive complexity and monotony. After sending the strategy to Xia Ruer, Jiang Chen donned his gaming helmet and entered the game. At 8:30 a.m., Jiang Chen appeared in the newbie village square. He noticed 2 unread messages. Pete Xiaoyao, Master, I'm online. Pete Xiaoyao, Master, call me when you log in. Just as he was about to reply, another message arrived. Pete Xiaoyao, Master. Knowing she had been waiting for him, Jiang Chen promptly sent a voice message. Gather at the village entrance. He then accessed the trading post. For pieces of white gear and 2 bronze items were sold, and that glimmering dagger, silver grade, had also been purchased. The final transaction price, 1,250 gold. After deducting the transaction fee, Jiang Chen netted 1125 gold. At the current exchange rate, that amounted to nearly 100,000 yuan. Is it expensive? Not particularly. Although 3 or 4 silver grade items were already being auctioned in the trading post when Jiang Chen sold that dagger. It was still the first silver grade item on the national server. If not for the fact that the equipment was only level 5 and had slightly inferior base attributes, Jiang Chen felt the price could have been even higher. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with this amount. Moreover, the dagger was not the main attraction. Equipment, blood-tied great blade, gold grade. Current bid, 2,000 gold. Time remaining for auction, 6 hours, 55 minutes, 31 seconds. This golden grade great blade was truly the centerpiece. With nearly 7 hours left, that would be when the wealthy would truly begin to bid. For this, Jiang Chen could hardly contain his anticipation. Exiting the trading post, Jiang Chen made his way out of the newbie village while checking the level leaderboard. First place, the mage, level 11. Second place, Qianxing Tian Xia, warrior, level 11. Third place, Xian Duan Yushi Ting, archer, level 10. 10th place, Jianqi Hengqiu, warrior, level 10. As anticipated, he was no longer among the top 10. Those striving for the leaderboard were valiant souls unafraid of sudden demise. Jiang Chen sighed, traversing the square until he arrived at the entrance of the novice village. The petite Tao Xiao Yao stood beneath a statue at the village gate, her head slightly bowed, politely declining the occasional party invitations from those nearby. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, a gentle smile graced her face as she hastened over. God, her voice was soft and melodious. Let us go. Jiang Chen sent a party invitation and strode purposefully towards the direction of the Black Mist Canyon. Are we not waiting for Sister Qingying? Tao Xiao Yao inquired, trailing behind him. I am unaware of when she will log in. We shall proceed first. She can join us when she arrives. All right. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Black Mist Canyon. With the player's level increases, the area around the canyon's entrance had seen a surge in monsters. They delved deeper into the canyon, ultimately discovering a vacant area surrounded by level 10 creatures. Players had largely ceased to venture here. Armored zombie, LV-10, in the distance. A horde of zombies clad in black armor wandered aimlessly. Healing spell. A beam of white light descended upon one of the creatures. 360. With a magical strength of 220 points, Jiang Chen's healing spell now dealt considerable damage. Immediately, a white beam of light coalesced before Jiang Chen, connecting with the aforementioned creature. The light then darted forth, making 2 sharp turns at a 90-degree angle, ultimately linking to 3 zombies in total. 330, 330, 330. Damage numbers floated up. Concurrently, a layer of frost enveloped the 3 zombies, slowing their movements. This was the additional effect of the frost staff. reducing the target's movement speed by 20. Coupled with the movement speed bonus from the Phantom Boots 10, Jiang Chen could attract multiple monsters while ensuring they could not close the distance. As he retreated, casting spells, the 3 armored zombies pursued him but could not catch up. Is this the joy of ranged combat? Jiang Chen chuckled, realizing that kite flying was indeed the essence of ranged play. His monster-slaying efficiency had surged to 3 times its previous rate. He was on the fast track to level 10. Chapter 18, The Ancient and Mysterious Realm. At 9:30 a.m., after battling in the Black Mist Canyon for over half an hour, Jiang Chen had gained nearly 30 experience points, reaching level 9, 35. Meanwhile, Tao Xiao Yao had ascended from level 7 to level 8. God. Sister Qing Ying said she is almost here. Just as Tao Xiao Yao finished speaking, she spotted Qing Ying in the distance, rushing over with a sword and shield in hand, joining their party. Good morning. Qing Ying greeted them. Why are you here so early? It's still over 2 hours until lunch, Jiang Chen remarked while continuing to slay monsters. Qing Ying felt a bit embarrassed upon detecting the teasing tone in Jiang Chen's voice. I only fell asleep at 3 last night, and when I woke up this morning, I read the forum for a while. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Tao Xiao Yao stifled a laugh beside her. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Qing Ying quickly added, Did you know? Those top players who stayed up all night grinding to reach level 10 are now stuck before the Ancient and Mysterious Realm. The Ancient and Mysterious Realm? Tao Xiao Yao's interest was piqued. Indeed, players reaching level 10 can access the main city. But someone must clear the Ancient and Mysterious Realm first to unlock the path to the main city. Consequently, the pioneers from various guilds and those elite players who raced to level 10 overnight are now trapped here, leading to a commotion on the official forum. Qing Ying said with a hint of schadenfreude. The Ancient and Mysterious Realm is the gateway dungeon for the level 10 main city. Jiang Chen interjected, fully aware that players needed to conquer this dungeon to gain access to the main city. In his previous life, the first successful completion of this dungeon occurred around midnight. This meant that it would take another 14 hours for players who reached level 10 to enter the main city. However, this time, they would be ahead of schedule. Jiang Chen mused and promptly resumed slaying monsters. Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao were not idle either. Their coordination had significantly improved. While it was still challenging to defeat the level 10 monsters, they could at least assist in attracting them. As soon as one of the monsters in front of Jiang Chen fell, the two would pull over another to fill the gaps, enhancing their efficiency. An hour and a half later, 3 armored zombies fell before Jiang Chen in succession. He had finally leveled up. Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao had also reached level 9. Your level has risen to level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 1 point. And you have gained 4 points of free attributes. After distributing his points, Jiang Chen's attributes had seen an improvement. Constitution, 19:1, Strength, 19:1, Agility, 19:1, Intelligence, 85, Spell Power, 230:10. Most importantly, he noticed alterations in his skills. The healing spell, which previously stated, reduces the target's life by 30, 150 spell power, now transformed to, reduces the target's life by 40, 200 spell power. Similarly, the effect of the healing ray, reduces the target's life by 150 spell power points per second, had now become, reduces the target's life by 200 spell power points per second. Beneath the skill description, a line of small text elaborated. Under the yin-yang reversal effect, current skill strength increased by 100. After the player reaches level 20, skill strength will increase by 150. Previously, it was a boost of 50. Now at level 10, it had increased to 100, with further enhancements possible. Marvelous. Jiang Chen was elated. With 230 points of spell power, a single healing spell could now inflict 500 points of damage. How much experience do you both have at level 9? Jiang Chen inquired, glancing at Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao. Qing Ying, 9 level 15. Tao Xiao Yao, 9 level 21. With about 2 hours left, you should both reach level 10. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then decisively stated, let us attract some monsters. Once you both reach level 10, we will venture into the Ancient and Mysterious Realm. With that, he made his way toward the nearby monsters. To the Ancient and Mysterious Realm? Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao were momentarily taken aback, taking a few seconds to regain their composure. Especially Qing Ying, who, amidst her surprise, felt a surge of excitement. She rushed off to assist in attracting monsters. The damage from the god has increased significantly. Tao Xiao Yao marveled as she watched Jiang Chen diligently slaying monsters. Just an hour and a half later, both Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao had reached level 10. Jiang Chen glanced at the intimacy level with both women. Current intimacy with Qing Ying, 823100000. Current intimacy with Tao Xiao Yao, 836100000. Jiang Chen had defeated over 500 monsters. Simultaneously, these monsters had dropped 2 pieces of level 10 bronze equipment for him. The drop rate was lamentable yet astonishing. Brother Fan Chun, shall we head to the Ancient and Mysterious Realm now? I read on the forum that this dungeon is not far west of the Black Mist Canyon. Qing Ying inquired. It is indeed close, but we need to return to the village chief to accept the quest. Otherwise, we cannot enter the dungeon. Jiang Chen contemplated before saying, why don't you make a quick trip? Go back and accept the quest. I will give you the party leader position. If the leader accepts the quest, all members can enter the dungeon as well. Upon hearing this, Qing Ying pouted slightly and murmured, all right, I will go run the errand. Tao Xiaoyao, I shall accompany you as well. Only one can venture forth, while the other must remain behind to gain experience. Jiang Chen shook his head. If all of you go, the blessing of the god of love will be lost. As to who should go, he was indifferent. Subsequently, Qing Ying returned to the novice village to accept a quest. Jiang Chen continued leveling up in the Black Mist Canyon with Tao Xiaoyao. 40 minutes later, Qing Ying returned after completing her task. It's already 1:30. Is anyone feeling hungry? You may go ahead for lunch, Jiang Chen remarked, glancing at the time. The two girls simultaneously shook their heads. They were both in a heightened state of excitement and had no appetite for food. All right, let us set forth to the ancient mysterious realm. Qing Ying added, by the way, Brother Fanchen. The village chief mentioned that we need 4 people to unlock the entrance to the ancient mysterious realm. Her voice rang out as she inquired, should we recruit another member? No need, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head as he strode towards the ancient mysterious realm. Understood, Qing Ying said, refraining from further questioning. And she and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. Meanwhile, to the west of the Black Mist Canyon, in a clearing within a forest, stood a grayish-white vortex gate on the ground. This portal, seemingly leading to another world, attracted a considerable number of players. This was indeed the entrance to the ancient mysterious realm. Most of these players had come merely to witness the spectacle. However, a small faction of level 10 players aspired to conquer the dungeon. Yet, they stood apprehensively before the vortex gate, hesitant to enter, as several teams had already perished within. Our novice village lacks elite guild members. It seems we cannot pass. We shall wait for others from different novice villages to clear it, a player lamented. This dungeon had stymied players for half a day. Has anyone heard from the major guilds like King's Realm, Immortal Myth, Dynasty, or Heaven Escort? What progress have they made? Latest news. The 7th team of the Dynasty Guild has been wiped out, another player replied. Suddenly, a burly warrior exclaimed. Isn't that the pretty boy priest over there? His gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure approaching in the distance. This imposing warrior went by the ID of Jean Patsong-cheong. The two individuals beside him also turned their attention towards the newcomer, one named C.I. Patsong-cheong and the other Nai Patsong-cheong, collectively known as the Tsong-cheong brothers. They were the same trio who had been instantaneously defeated by Jiang Chen the previous day. Is he here to enter the dungeon? Nai Patsong-cheong mused. Observing Jiang Chen intently, should we go and deal with him? C.I. Patsong-cheong narrowed his eyes, making a slicing gesture across his throat. Stop! Jean Patsong-cheong hissed, pointing towards Jiang Chen's rear. Look behind him. It's her, the female knight. Upon recognition of Qing Ying in the vicinity, Nai Patsong-cheong and C.I. Patsong-cheong froze, their faces paling. Memories of their previous defeat still haunted them. Soon after, Jiang Chen arrived before the vortex gate, attracting the attention of nearly all present players. When Qing Ying approached, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Let us enter. Qing Ying stepped boldly into the vortex, followed closely by Jiang Chen and Tao Xiaoyao. What is the meaning of this? What use is 3 people entering? Someone questioned skeptically. Are they novices? That can't be. Can it? Have you seen any novice reach level 10? What is their background to be so audacious? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. I tell you, that female knight is terrifying, Jean Patsong-cheong declared. Is this beautiful knight truly formidable? A male knight inquired, intrigued. More than formidable. I dare say few in the entire national server can rival her, Jean Patsong-cheong asserted confidently. Beside him, Nai Patsong-cheong and C.I. Patsong-cheong nodded solemnly in agreement. Is there such a powerhouse in Novice Village 10001? Brother, could you elaborate? The male knight, along with others, showed great interest. Did you see the priest who entered with her? Jean Patsong-cheong asked, clearing his throat to command the crowd's attention. The handsome one? What of him? Someone inquired. That priest was on the level leaderboard, Jean Patsong-cheong proclaimed. Now that you mention it, I do recall a priest named Fanchen being on the leaderboard when it was first released, a player confirmed. The crowd exchanged thoughtful glances. What does this have to do with the female knight? Someone questioned, puzzled. Can you guess why this priest made it onto the leaderboard? He has partied with that female knight. I suspect this priest is riding her coattails, Jean Patsong-cheong elaborated, wearing an expression of profound insight. Are you suggesting that this female knight is keeping a pretty boy and has elevated him to the leaderboard? An inquisitive onlooker asked, astonished. At this revelation, many nodded in understanding, their expressions shifting to one of realization. I want to say more. Those who understand will understand. Jean Patsong-cheong smiled enigmatically, refusing to elaborate further despite the inquiries. His mood was buoyed, and not just his. The other two Tsong-cheong brothers felt a strange sense of relief. It seemed somewhat justifiable that they had been defeated earlier. After all, being slain by someone of the highest caliber could be a source of consolation. This was why Jean Patsong-cheong extolled Qing Ying. It provided him with a means to rationalize his prior defeat. Within the vortex gate, Jiang Chen and his companions had just stepped inside when they received a system notification. You have entered the dungeon. Ancient Mysterious Realm, bronze level. Indeed, the Ancient Mysterious Realm was a bronze level dungeon, the first that players would encounter. Jiang Chen and the two girls stood upon a dark expanse of land, facing a transparent door composed of special energy. Behind this door lay a chaotic graveyard shrouded in shadows, a stark contrast to their current surroundings. As if a portal separated two worlds. What is happening? Why are there no monsters? Qingying queried, perplexed. Observe the surroundings. There are 4 raised stone discs. We simply need to stand upon them, Jiang Chen replied, moving towards the nearest stone disc. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao soon noticed the protruding circular platforms and hurried to stand upon them. What about the last one? Qingying asked, noticing one disc still unoccupied. Isn't there a summoned beast? Jiang Chen reminded her. Oh, Tao Xiaoyao quickly summoned her large yellow dog to stand on the remaining disc. Gradually, the 4 stone discs descended, aligning with the ground, while the transparent door before them slowly opened. Is this really possible? Qingying exclaimed in astonishment. Before long, the ground behind the door in the chaotic graveyard began to crack, and skeletal monsters emerged from the earth. Skeleton Warrior, LV-10, Skeleton Knight, LV-10, Skeleton Mage, LV-10, Skeleton Sorcerer, LV-10, Skeleton Assassin, LV-10, Skeleton Archer, LV-10, Skeleton Hound, LV-10, a total of 7 skeletal monsters appeared, each wielding weapons corresponding to their respective classes. The Skeleton Warrior brandished a massive bone sword, while the Skeleton Knight bore a bone sword and shield. In the skeletal realm, the Skeletal Mage and the Skeletal Warlock wielded bone staffs, while the Skeletal Archer and the Skeletal Assassin brandished their bone daggers and longbows, respectively. These skeletal creatures corresponded to the 7 principal classes of the players. Qingying's eyes widened in astonishment. Why does the summoner correspond to a skeletal hound? She murmured quietly, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing her petite face. Indeed, these minor monsters align with the various player classes, each possessing the fundamental abilities of their respective professions, Jiang Chen explained. Does the knight's shield block as well? Qingying exclaimed. Not only that, but their attributes, such as attack, defense, and health, are akin to those of a level 10 player. Jiang Chen continued, striding towards the graveyard. Attributes comparable to those of players? This implies. Tao Xiaoyao pondered, her expression contemplative. Qingying turned to her. Does it mean they're formidable? No, Tao Xiaoyao shook her head. It means that a master can eliminate them in an instant. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Chen had already approached the minions, calculating the distance before unleashing a healing ray. The white beam of healing connected with the farthest skeletal warlock, swiftly coursing through it, and almost instantaneously returning to strike the skeletal mage and the skeletal archer beside it. 460, 460, 460. 3 damage numbers appeared, and all 3 fragile ranged enemies collapsed to the ground. The remaining 4 melee foes fell one after the other under Jiang Chen's healing spells, which he cast every 25 seconds, with the exception of the skeletal knight, who managed to block 1 instance of damage with its shield. The other 3 skeletal creatures met their demise with a single blow each. This is utterly absurd, although they knew Jiang Chen could dispatch enemies swiftly. Witnessing it firsthand left Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao with an almost surreal sensation. This is far too effortless. In truth, only Jiang Chen could achieve such ease. Other players lacked the damage output to accomplish the same. If they failed to eliminate the skeletal creatures, particularly the skeletal warlock, before it could cast its healing spell, they would face considerable difficulty. More importantly, while these skeletal monsters had attributes similar to level 10 players, they also possessed a passive aura, skeletal constitution, 50 damage resistance. At this stage, such resistance was lethal to other players. However, this resistance held no sway over Jiang Chen. My healing spells deal true damage, and aside from invulnerable skills, everything else can be disregarded. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen gazed at the ground, a bright smile illuminating his face, for beneath the corpses of several skeletal creatures, a faint glow beckoned. The drop rate for dungeon minions far surpassed that of wild monsters. Out of the 7 skeletal creatures, 3 pieces of equipment had emerged. He swiftly collected the spoils, 3 pieces of bronze-level gear. Moments later, the ground split once more, and another wave of skeletal creatures clawed their way out. This second wave consisted of 14 skeletal monsters. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, these creatures were not mere beasts, but rather treasures waiting to be claimed. Without waiting for the entire wave to emerge, he eliminated the frontmost few, even those partially buried in the earth, in a heartbeat. After dispatching them all, his inventory swelled with an additional 6 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Soon after, the third wave of minions arrived, totaling 21 skeletal creatures emerging from the soil. Once again, he eradicated the entire wave, his face radiating joy as he gathered the equipment. In this world, few things could compare to the sheer pleasure of collecting loot. Jiang Chen mused. Suddenly, a conspicuous message floated across the screen. Money talks. Which brother possesses the blood-tied great blade listed in the trading hall? Please private message me. I will purchase it at a high price, ensuring your satisfaction. Jiang Chen paused, taken aback. This message was broadcasted to the entire server and could only be sent using a special item, of which there were likely no more than 2 in the entire national server at this moment. The message sent ripples through the community. More messages quickly followed. Dominant Madman. I am purchasing the blood-tied Great Blade from the trading hall, regardless of which brother owns it. If you are willing to sell, you will always be a friend of the Wangzhe Tiantang Guild. Blade of Justice. Brother, sell it to our Heavenly Court Guild. Feel free to propose any terms, and we will not refuse. Moonlight in my embrace. The brother who listed the blood-tied Great Blade. Please private message me. I am sincerely looking to purchase it. Gazing at these messages, Jiang Chen noted the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. There was still over an hour until the auction for the blood-tied Great Blade concluded. Why the urgency to buy now? His brow furrowed as he contemplated, muttering to himself, could it be for the first clear of the ancient abyss secret realm? It seems this dungeon must be cleared slowly. I should wait until the auction for the blood-tied Great Blade concludes before attempting it. Let these fellows scramble for it. Chapter 20. Ancient Abyss Boss. After collecting the loot from the third wave of minions, Jiang Chen's backpack contained a total of 18 pieces of bronze-level equipment. This yield was vastly superior to what could be obtained from hunting wild monsters, an entirely different realm. However, due to the high drop rates in the ancient abyss secret realm, the market value of common gear was rapidly declining. Although players were currently unable to clear the dungeon, they could still defeat several waves of minions, significantly impacting the prices of common gear. Consequently, bronze-level equipment experienced a slight depreciation, but the effect was minimal. Presently, a level 10 common item was priced around 1 gold, while a level 10 bronze item fetched approximately 50 gold. Soon after, the fourth wave of skeletal monsters appeared within the ancient abyss secret realm's graveyard. Yet this time, they were not mere minions. This wave comprised elite monsters, where most players found themselves stymied. Ancient Abyss Guardian, LV10 Bronze Elite. Stealth, upon receiving fatal damage. Enters an invulnerable stealth state, increasing movement speed by 20, attacks will break stealth. Unlike the preceding skeletal monsters, these elite foes boasted 10,000 health points, and possessed a unique skill. 4 ancient Abyss Guardians approached Jiang Chen, each brandishing a long, pointed bone spear. Healing spell, 500. A beam of white light descended, dealing 5 damage to one of the elite monsters. Simultaneously, a layer of white frost enveloped it, slowing its movements. Following this, a white ray coalesced, connecting with the remaining 3 elite creatures. For 160, damage numbers floated above their heads, and similar frost coated them, further hindering their movement speed. For Jiang Chen, these 4 elite monsters were no different from ordinary minions in the initial stages. He merely had to kite them. However, when their health dipped below 10, Jiang Chen's demeanor grew considerably more serious. If they sustained fatal damage, they would become invulnerable and accelerate. At that point, players could neither inflict damage nor discern their locations, forcing them into a defensive stance. More frustratingly, even if one possessed sufficient speed to escape, if they continued to evade, these elite monsters would remain in a stealth state indefinitely. It was imperative to provoke them into attacking. Once they initiated their assault, they would be in close proximity, poised to strike. This meant players would have to endure the damage to break their stealth. Attacks delivered in close range could not be evaded solely through positioning. But I have Blink. Jiang Chen remained clear-headed, knowing he could utilize Blink to evade their next attack. However, the challenge lay in the fact that there were 4 elite monsters, while Blink had a cooldown of 2.5 minutes. Thus, what Jiang Chen needed to do was meticulously manage the health and positioning of the 4 elite monsters. When their health dwindled to approximately 4, he ceased his attacks and began to reposition himself, ensuring that the 4 elite monsters remained equidistant from him. Subsequently, he unleashed both healing spells simultaneously. 0, 0, 0, 0. To his astonishment, all 4 elite monsters displayed a simultaneous 0 damage on their heads, and Jiang Chen's healing light dissipated. They activated their skill, Shadowy Veil, entering an invulnerable state, while their forms vanished from sight. Observing this scene from outside the mass grave, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao felt their heart rates accelerate. Both women were visibly tense, their breaths quickened. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen maintained an unusually calm demeanor, standing motionless, for everything had been meticulously prepared. In the next instant, 4 razor-sharp, white bone spikes abruptly appeared just a finger's breadth away from him. The silhouettes of the 4 elite monsters re-emerged from invisibility, encircling him. It had arrived. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This was the moment he had awaited. All his prior maneuvering and health management had been aimed at ensuring the 4 ancient specters would strike simultaneously once they became visible. The emphasis lay on the simultaneous strike. Blink. A crescent-shaped blue rune ignited on Jiang Chen's forehead. In an instant, his figure vanished, and all 4 bone spikes struck nothing but air. In his place remained a shimmering blue rune remnant. Simultaneously, behind the 4 elite monsters, Jiang Chen materialized. The outcome was without suspense. The 4 ancient specters, now revealed, collapsed without resistance. Upon one of the corpses, a faint glow emerged. Loot acquired. A smile graced Jiang Chen's face. Bronze-tier elite monsters had a probability of dropping bronze-tier equipment. He swiftly looted the body. You have obtained the White Jadebone Shield, Silver Tier. White Jadebone Shield, Silver Tier Defense 30. Additional, Constitution 10, Damage Reduction 10. Suitable for knights, requires level 10. Quite satisfactory, a fine piece indeed. Jiang Chen promptly stowed it away in his backpack, intending to sell it upon returning to the novice village. As for the beautiful knight and his party, who would be perfectly suited for this equipment, apologies, but there was no way he would part with it without her contribution. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed throughout the ancient specter realm, causing Jiang Chen to nearly lose his footing. In the center of the mass grave, the ground rapidly moved, and a white bony hand emerged from the fissure. Soon, a figure clawed its way out. It was a gigantic skeleton nearly 3 meters tall, its pristine white skeletal frame draped in a gray cloak. 2 ghostly purple flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. In its left hand, it cradled a glowing purple crystal sphere, casting a pale violet hue across half of its body. Necromancer Skeleton Guyu, LV-10, Bronze Tier Boss. Mana Burn, fires a tracking beam at the furthest target, causing that target's mana to decrease by 10 per second for 10 seconds. Soul Confusion, for every 10 health lost. It will launch a soul attack at the target with the highest damage, dealing 100 true damage. Furthermore, the target will enter a state of consciousness confusion, attacking allies for 10 seconds. 2 skills. 1. Mana Burn, aimed at ranged intelligence-based professions. The other, Soul Confusion, targeted at the party's main attacker. Jiang Chen comprehended the boss's skills at a glance. Either one was aimed squarely at him. "You vile interloper, wretched ant, dare to desecrate my tomb," bellowed the necromancer Skeleton Guyu, its ghostly purple flames dancing furiously. An enraged voice resonated in Jiang Chen and his companions' minds. Even as a skeleton, it still had such melodramatic flair. Jiang Chen gazed at the boss, smirking as he couldn't help but retort. He then addressed his team. "This boss is quite simple. I will initiate the attack, draw its aggro, and then both of you can strike once, afterwards stand behind me." Jiang Chen needed Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao to absorb the mana burn debuff for him, while he could handle the soul confusion himself. Moreover, if memory served correctly, the first kill would drop a unique item, the purple crystal sphere it held. This was indeed a prized artifact. Chapter 21, A Frenzied Auction, First Clear of the Dungeon. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao were momentarily taken aback. They could finally join the fray. Both women appeared excited as they stepped into the mass grave. At that moment, the furious voice echoed once more. "Lowly beings, dare to trespass here. I shall ensure your souls are scattered, leaving no resting place." It was the voice of the necromancer Skeleton Guyu. The sound seemed to possess a three-dimensional quality, reverberating in their ears, deafening. Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao froze, instinctively taking a step back, their expressions awestruck as they gazed at the boss before them. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. So frightening, Qing Ying stammered. "What an obnoxious monologue. If only I had learned the skill of gathering, I would boil your bones for soup." Jiang Chen grumbled under his breath, then addressed his team. "Get ready to move in, but don't stand too close to me." With that, he launched his attack. The healing spell descended. 500. The boss Guyu lost 0.5 of its health. It raised its right hand, conjuring a purple fireball that swiftly hurtled toward Jiang Chen, who effortlessly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Ying stepped forward to deliver a slash, while Tao Xiao Yao commanded her large yellow dog to take a bite. 15. 8. 2 paltry damage numbers appeared. However, this was sufficient. The purpose of their strikes was merely to ensure that when the boss activated its skills, the 2 women would be designated as the furthest targets. The 2 promptly retreated to a safe position behind Jiang Chen. They watched as he maneuvered and attacked. 20 seconds later, Guyu's health diminished by 5. It halted, raising the purple crystal sphere in its left hand, which began to radiate brilliantly. A purple beam shot forth, directly striking the furthest target, Tao Xiao Yao. Her mana swiftly dwindled at a rate of 10 per second. This was Guyu's skill, Mana Burn. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continued to evade the purple fireballs while relentlessly casting spells. Soon, Guyu's health reached 90. "Chaos be upon you. Your soul shall be exiled." Guyu's frenzied voice echoed throughout the mass grave. Concurrently, an unusual aura began to emanate from the purple crystal sphere. This time, there was no dazzling light, nor any tangible form. A transparent ripple silently surged, directly impacting Jiang Chen's mind. Boom. 1,500. A terrifying number floated above Jiang Chen's head. His form slowly collapsed. An eerie silence fell across the field. He was killed in one hit. Qing Ying stared at this scene, her mind buzzing. Tao Xiao Yao was also in shock. However, she soon discerned the anomaly. The color of that damage number was an abnormal gray. What did that signify? She pondered. At that moment, Jiang Chen lay on the ground, reduced to a pile of fragments. Yet, in his place, another Jiang Chen remained. The one who had just fallen was merely his illusion. This was the additional effect of the phantom boots. When attacked, they automatically generate an illusion, granting immunity to a single instance of damage. The chaos of the boss's soul can be devoured by the phantasm, albeit with a rather lengthy cooldown. The phantasm has a fixed cooldown period of 3 minutes, and any reduction in cooldown is ineffective, leaving Jiang Chen rather helpless in this regard. Brother Fanchen is fine. Upon seeing Jiang Chen unscathed, Qingying's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found peace. With a look of astonishment, she inquired, "What kind of skill is this? How extraordinary? Is it akin to an assassin's substitution technique?" Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoyao pondered aloud. Do priests possess such abilities as well? These concepts were far beyond her comprehension. At this moment, Jiang Chen continued to engage the boss. For him, the ancient spectre posed little challenge. The sole aspect to be cautious of was not to strike too rapidly, as he had to wait for the phantasm's cooldown to expire. Half an hour later, after the ancient spectre exhausted its final soul chaos, its health plummeted below 10. At this juncture, Jiang Chen also moderated his pace of attack. He glanced at the clock, 3:10 p.m. The auction for the blood-tied Great Blade had approximately 20 minutes left before concluding. It was time to exercise some patience. Jiang Chen skillfully dodged the specter's purple fireballs while occasionally casting healing spells, managing to keep its health at around 1. Simultaneously, at the novice village's trading hall, an invisible storm of blood and fury was brewing. Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the trading hall, specifically on the auction for the blood-tied Great Blade. With only 20 minutes remaining until the auction's end, numerous wealthy players and guilds were frantically amassing gold coins. This was the final moment. Within a villa in the Moon Lake mansion of Magic City, the guild leader received a report from a stunningly dressed assistant clad in alluring black stockings. The player auctioning the blood-tied Great Blade has not contacted our guild. However, it appears this player has not reached out to others either, as the item remains on the auction block. The man, adorned with a gaming headset, was Ouyang Jun, the leader of the Wangzhe Tianxia Guild, known by the ID, Dominant Madman. He was currently leading the guild's elite in conquering the ancient specter's secret realm. Damn it, the 8th team has also been annihilated. What did you just say? Dominant Madman communicated with his assistant through the headset's external function. The blood-tied Great Blade remains on the auction block. The bidding will conclude in 16 minutes, the assistant replied. Huh, it seems this fellow is determined to force us to compete for it in the trading hall. Dominant Madman sneered and asked, Xiaolei, how's the gold acquisition going? We've swept up all coins under 80 gold, currently totaling 12,000 gold coins. Not enough. Dominant Madman shook his head. The previous silver tier dagger sold for 250 gold. Isn't 12,000 gold insufficient for this first golden tier weapon? The assistant inquired, perplexed. It's different. The blood-tied Great Blade pertains to the first clear of the ancient specter's secret realm. Whosoever obtains it will essentially have conquered the dungeon. After a moment of contemplation, Dominant Madman commanded, continue collecting gold. We must amass at least 30,000 gold. No, 50,000. We must secure this item at all costs. Understood. Regarding the 50,000 gold, the assistant nodded, secretly astounded. 50,000 gold means at least 4 to 5 million Chinese yuan. Can it truly reach such a price? The price of the blood-tied Great Blade continued to soar. In the final 3 minutes before the auction's conclusion, the competition for the blood-tied Great Blade reached a fever pitch, with the bid exceeding 30,000 gold. At that moment, the fluctuating price paused briefly. 2 minutes later, it surged again, reaching 40,000 gold before stalling once more. In the last 20 seconds, the price began to climb rapidly, hitting 50,000 gold. After another brief pause, it shot up to 56,000. Let's see who dares to compete. Dominant Madman gritted his teeth and declared fiercely. This 56,000 gold bid was essentially a gamble. He needed to ensure a foolproof victory. However, in the final 3 seconds, a shocking bid of 60,000 appeared before all the bidders. Damn it! Dominant Madman uttered a curse, his face flushed with rage. On the other side, in Novice Village 10999, a warrior player exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed at the colossal blade he had secured. His ID was Raise the Blade to slay Yin Luo, and he was the leader of the Tianting Guild. President, we spent nearly 6.5 million just to acquire this 10-level golden equipment for 60,000 gold. Is it truly worth it? A nearby mage questioned, perplexed. Absolutely. With this blood-tied Great Blade, I am confident we will conquer the ancient specter's secret realm. Raise the Blade to slay Yin Luo responded, slightly agitated. Let us hurry to the ancient specter's secret realm. This time, we will surely succeed. As soon as his words fell, a server-wide announcement echoed. Congratulations to players Qingying, Fanchen, and Tao Xiaoyao for clearing the ancient specter's secret realm, achieving the first kill, and unlocking the main city passage. Upon the announcement's release, the first tier of players was left utterly dumbfounded. So soon? Did they complete the first kill right after acquiring the equipment? Dominant Madman was momentarily at a loss, his expression one of disbelief. However, he quickly shook his head. No, It cannot be that the individuals who secured the equipment achieved the first kill. Who exactly are these people? Staring at the three names on the announcement, Dominant Madman found it hard to believe. He was not alone. Other powerful guilds capable of challenging the dungeon, as well as top-tier players, were equally incredulous. This announcement conveyed a direct message. The team that achieved the first kill comprised only 3 individuals, not 4. It is worth noting that although they were merely 1 player short, the difficulty of the dungeon would increase exponentially. At this moment, the most incensed was the guild leader of the Tianting Guild, raised the blade to slay Yin Luo, who had just secured the blood-tied Great Blade. He fixated on the announcement, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. The core members of the guild stood in tense silence, none daring to speak. They understood that their leader was on the brink of an explosive rage. Find out who they are, regardless of which guild these 3 belong to. Daring to steal my first kill, they shall pay the price. Raise the blade to slay Yin Luo shouted in anger. These individuals who could conquer the ancient specter's secret realm were undoubtedly formidable. Provoking them recklessly was unwise. Many understood this logic, yet none dared voice it. Should they create a formidable enemy or endure their leader's current wrath? The guild members tacitly opted for the former. In the ancient specter's secret realm, as the auction time elapsed, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly dispatched the boss, the ancient specter. Its massive skeletal form collapsed to the ground, glowing faintly. You have slain the bronze-tier dungeon boss, the undead skeleton ancient specter, achieving the first kill, first clear, accomplishment, and earning the title of Pathfinder. Your level has increased to level 11. You have gained 1 point in all 4 basic attributes, along with 4 points of free attributes. All points allocated to intelligence, Constitution, 21, Strength, 21, Agility, 21, Intelligence, 85, 5, Spell Power, 240, 10. After distributing the points, Jiang Chen promptly examined the newly acquired title. Pathfinder, 50 drop rate increase. Goodness, this is quite remarkable. Jiang Chen's delight was evident. Moreover, he had leveled up and received the title. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao echoed their astonishment as they too ascended to level 11, likewise earning the Pathfinder title. Ignoring the 2 women's shock, Jiang Chen swiftly gathered the boss's loot. Ancient Specter's Magic Crystal, Silver Tier, available for growth, Intelligence 20. Additional, Double Casting, a 20 chance for active skills to trigger double effects. Growth value 0, 300. Any equipment can be fused to gain growth value. Once the growth value is full, the item's grade increases. Suitable for mages, priests, and summoners. Required level, LV 10. Unique drop from the first kill. Vitality Necklace, Silver Grade Health 100. Additional, can be activated to restore health when out of combat, recovering 2 of maximum health per second for 25 seconds. With a fixed cooldown of 1 minute. Suitable for all classes. Required level, LV 10. Frenzied Battle Ring, Silver Grade Attack 20. Additional, critical rate 5, critical damage 5. Suitable for warriors, assassins, and archers. Among these 3 pieces of equipment, 2 are usable by Jiang Chen. He equipped them directly. Ancient Phantom's Crystal Ball is a secondary equipment. Upon wearing it, a purple crystal orb revolves around Jiang Chen, soon transforming into an illusory form and vanishing from sight. Intelligence, 105, 20. Spell Power, 280, 40. Health, 480, 100. Jiang Chen's spell power and health have received a substantial boost. Moreover, Ancient Phantom's Crystal Ball is a growth-type equipment. Its inherent double casting, once triggered, delivers devastating damage. Lastly, the Frenzied Battle Ring is a critical strike-oriented piece of equipment, enhancing physical class burst damage. In addition to the equipment, the boss also dropped the skill book. Sealed skill book, 3 stars unsealed, effect unknown, cannot be learned. The probability of the Ancient Phantom boss dropping skill books is relatively high, but generally, they are 1 star. It is quite rare to obtain a 2-star skill book. So Jiang Chen considers himself fortunate. He realizes that this 3-star skill book must have emerged due to the drop of a 2-star skill book, combined with the quality of the dropped items being 1, achieving a 3-star rating. This dungeon run yielded 18 bronze items from minor monsters, 1 silver item from an elite monster. The boss dropped 3 silver items, one of which is a growth-type equipment, and a 3-star skill book. A bountiful harvest indeed. The trading post has a daily limit on listings, so Jiang Chen decided not to sell the bronze-grade equipment, opting instead to fuse it into the Ancient Phantom's Crystal Ball. You have fused the Bone Dagger, bronze grade. Ancient Phantom's Crystal Ball growth value 10. You have fused the Gale Longbow, bronze grade. Ancient Phantom's Crystal Ball growth value 10. In total, he fused 14 pieces of equipment, raising the Crystal Ball's growth value to 140,300. Truly a gold mine. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Nevertheless, he was in high spirits at this moment. I've prepared 2 pieces of equipment for each of you. Take them for now. Jiang Chen left a shield and a leather armor for Qing Ying, and a staff and a robe for Tao Xiaoyao. Although they were bronze grade, their attributes were quite decent. At least at this stage, they belonged to the first tier of equipment. After all, The silver-grade equipment available in the trading post could be counted on 2 hands. After trading the equipment, Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao exchanged glances, astonished, their faces flushing with a hint of embarrassment. They had hardly done anything, yet not only did they gain experience, but they also received the first kill reward, along with such valuable equipment. Both felt a bit sheepish. However, Jiang Chen saw it differently. Although it seemed as if they had done nothing, he realized that without these 2 supporters, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the boss alone. Moreover, 2 pieces of bronze equipment were inconsequential to him. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 women. Stop dawdling. Let us head to the main city. Chapter 23. The first night of the national server arrives at Jilu City. After defeating the boss Ancient Phantom, Jiang Chen departed the Ancient Phantom secret realm alongside Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao. Upon reaching the entrance of the dungeon, they saw a crowd gathered by the White Vortex Gate. Look, it's the great Qing Ying. The 3 managed to achieve the first kill. So many major guilds have been stuck here, yet the great Qing Ying has cleared it. That's impressive. Our team can't even get past the minor monsters. The gap between players is indeed sometimes wider than that between humans and dogs. Surrounding players buzzed with discussions. One night player even approached Qing Ying, fervently asking, Great Qing Ying, may I add you as a friend? With one person taking the lead, many others quickly followed suit, some attempting to strike up conversations, others offering compliments, and some wanting to add her as a friend. Qing Ying. She understood that completing the dungeon's first kill would attract attention. But why was all this focus on her? She was filled with questions. Seeing Jiang Chen and Tao Xiao Yao moving ahead, she hurriedly said, Excuse me, please make way. As she spoke, she swiftly navigated through the crowd to catch up with Jiang Chen, leaving the scene. I envy that priest. Having such a powerful beauty to lead them is just too delightful. Why can't I have a powerful beauty in my party? Maybe you should take a look in the mirror first? While nearby players continued their lively discussions, the Tsang Qiong trio, who had been lingering in the crowd, quickly emerged after Jiang Chen and the others departed. I told you, this female knight is a super genius, Zhang Patsang Qiong declared loudly. As the architect who elevated Qing Ying to the pedestal of fame, he couldn't resist boasting a bit at this moment. Surrounding players echoed his sentiments. Unbeknownst to Qing Ying, a title of the first night of the national server was being bestowed upon her amidst the chatter. Moreover, as Jiang Chen and his companions exited the dungeon, a player activated the game's built-in recording feature. Jiang Chen, Qing Ying, and Tao Xiao Yao's journey from the dungeon exit to their departure was captured on video. Notably, the majority of the footage featured Qing Ying. Soon, a new video appeared on the official game forum, titled, Shocking. The first night of the national server makes her first appearance after defeating the boss, and she's a stunning beauty. Once the video was released, its view count skyrocketed, quickly trending. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned to the novice village. He opened the trading post and set the white jadebone shield, silver grade, and the frenzied battle ring, silver grade, for auction. He also noticed the gold from the sale of the blood-tied great blade, golden grade, had been credited to him. The final transaction price was 60,000 gold coins. After deducting fees, he received 58,800 gold coins. That was significantly more than he had anticipated. Jiang Chen had initially thought the sale would yield around 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins, but due to players being stuck in the dungeon, the final price was much higher. He also noted that the price of gold had risen considerably, reaching a ratio of 1 to 100. This was nearly a week earlier than in his previous life. Exiting the trading post, Jiang Chen turned to Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao. Do you have any other matters to attend to in the novice village? If not, we should set out for the main city now. Once we reach the main city, it will be challenging to return to the novice village, and doing so will require a hefty price. No, they both shook their heads. Subsequently, the 3 of them made their way to the village mansion. In the central hall on the first floor, a teleportation array had appeared. All players who reached level 10 could enter the teleportation array to go to the corresponding main city. Would you like to teleport to Jilu City? As Jiang Chen stepped onto the teleportation array, the system prompted him. Yes, Jiang Chen silently affirmed. Accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. You have been teleported to Jilu City. The figure of Jiang Chen materialized within the teleportation array of Jilu City, an expansive construct spanning several hundred square meters. Beside him, 2 beams of white light flared to life, heralding the appearances of Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao in succession. Concurrently, from various other locations within the teleportation array, occasional flickers of white light signaled the arrival of other players. Wow, how magnificent! Qing Ying remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings, where grandiose edifices loomed before her. Tao Xiao Yao's eyes widened in awe, captivated by the splendor of the scene, not to mention the architecture. Even the cobblestone street stretching before them was an astonishing breadth of several dozen meters, extending straight ahead to an almost imperceptible vanishing point. Players visiting the main city for the first time invariably experienced a profound visual shock due to this monumental spectacle. Jiang Chen was acutely aware that this was merely a secondary main city, of which the national server boasted a total of 32. Above it, There existed 8 primary main cities, currently inaccessible to players. Upon departing the novice village, all players would find themselves in their corresponding main city, with the ability for teleportation between these cities. At last, the game was truly set to commence. A flicker of long-forgotten excitement ignited within Jiang Chen's usually tranquil gaze. Let us first proceed to the city hall to accept some quests. With this, Jiang Chen led Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao toward the heart of the main city. Upon reaching the city square, a 7-story edifice, sprawling nearly 1,000 square meters and reminiscent of a grand palace, unfolded before their eyes. Inside, one could find not only the city lord and various officials, but also mentors of all professions, alongside an array of shops. Brother Fan Shun, what quest shall we accept? Qing Ying inquired as they stepped into the hall. We shall accept any monster hunting quests available. You too can explore and see if you stumble upon any hidden tasks. Jiang Chen instructed before making his way alone to the finance department on the 2nd floor of the hall. The finance department oversaw the land, shops, taxes, and treasury of the main city. Upon entering the office, Jiang Chen encountered a short, portly middle-aged man clad in official robes, lounging comfortably in a chair draped with soft animal pelts. He had his feet propped casually on a long desk in front of him, exuding an air of ease. Adventurer, I am Jean Tay, an official of the finance department. How may I assist you? The official inquired in a professional tone upon noticing Jiang Chen's arrival. I wish to lease some shops, Jiang Chen stated, intending to rent several establishments. As the trade market had a daily limit on the number of items that could be listed, by renting shops, he could sell any surplus equipment or items he acquired. Furthermore, once Xia Re mastered the crafting profession of tailoring, a store would be necessary to sell her creations. Would you prefer a shop within the hall or one on the street outside? The official straightened in his seat, sensing a potential business transaction. Within the hall, Jiang Chen replied directly, acknowledging that while the rent for an interior shop would be higher, the foot traffic would undoubtedly surpass that of the street shops. This is the layout of the available shops within the hall, complete with pricing. Simply indicate your selections, the official said, presenting a blueprint. Jiang Chen accepted the document, which detailed the entire layout of the city hall and indicated the locations of the shops. Currently, all shops were available for lease, having not yet been rented by any players. Jiang Chen promptly selected 6 shops situated in the central area of the hall, with a rental price of 1,000 gold per month each. Converted to Huaxia currency, that equated to 100,000 yuan monthly, not an insignificant sum. However, Jiang Chen understood that Jilu City would soon host millions of players, and with only 30 to 40 shops available within the hall, these establishments would undoubtedly fetch several times their current rental price once they were subleased. 6 shops, totaling 6,000 gold per month, the official noted. Could the annual rental rate be reduced? Jiang Chen inquired. Annual rental. The official was momentarily taken aback. For annual leases, each shop is 10,000 gold per year. Are you certain? Absolutely, Jiang Chen affirmed without hesitation. Were it not for the limited amount of gold he currently possessed, he would have sought to lease all of the available shops. You have paid 60,000 gold and leased 6 shops in the Jilu City Hall for a duration of 1 year. Well, my coin purse is nearly empty now, Jiang Chen sighed softly. After securing the shops, Jiang Chen ascended to the 3rd floor of the hall. A broad corridor led before him, flanked by 7 neatly arranged rooms. These were the quarters of the 7 primary profession mentors, each adorned with the emblem of its corresponding profession. Jiang Chen located the room marked with the emblem of the priest profession and pushed the door open. Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped him. So bright, so radiant. Jiang Chen instinctively shielded his eyes. After a couple of seconds, his vision adjusted to the brilliance. The room was resplendent, adorned with jewels and gold. Above, a golden dome and ornate chandelier gleamed. The walls were embellished with vibrant canvases, each intricately set with precious gems and diamonds. Most astonishingly, at the room's forefront stood a circular desk of transparent glass, embedded with vividly colored agate stones. Seated before it on a chair adorned with gold and jade was a strikingly beautiful mature woman with golden hair and azure eyes. Her skin was alabaster, and her figure exuded grace. Dressed in a form-fitting, slit gown, she possessed an exceptionally alluring physique, particularly her prominent bosom, which evoked an irresistible urge to bury one's face within. Truly, she embodied the archetype of a priest mentor, radiating an overwhelming abundance of healing potential. Jiang Chen recognized her as the intermediate mentor for priests. Adventurer, welcome. I am the intermediate priest mentor, Eveline. The enchanting Eveline greeted him with a smile. How may I assist you? I wish to unseal a skill book, Jiang Chen replied, producing his sealed skill book, 3 stars. This is. Eveline's eyes sparkled with interest as she approached him. With each step, her bosom swayed enticingly, momentarily dizzying Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. This was no mere priest. She was a veritable succubus. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head, regaining his composure. A 3-star skill book. Quite impressive, Eveline remarked as she examined the sealed skill book. Unsealing will require 50 gold. Do you wish to proceed? Certainly, Jiang Chen affirmed, retrieving 50 gold from his bag, which now contained less than 100 gold. Eveline waved her hand over the skill book, and a faint glow emanated from it. Done, she announced, returning the unsealed skill book to Jiang Chen. With focused intensity, he swiftly reviewed its contents. Minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. 3 stars creates a hexagram array with a 20-meter radius, restoring 100 points of health per second to all allied targets within the array for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Mana cost, 100 points. Priest skill. To think it would be this skill? Jiang Chen momentarily stood dumbfounded before a wave of elation surged within him. He was acutely aware of just how formidable this skill was. The Minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array was impressive, but if the word minor were to be omitted, this skill would become truly extraordinary, though that was not an option. Jiang Chen recalled vividly that priests possessed a team-oriented, insurmountable skill known as the Holy Light Apocalypse Array, which was a 5-star skill. During a national war, he had been thoroughly vexed by the healing capabilities of this array. Although his skill was merely the Minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array, it would undoubtedly serve as a superlative skill during the mid-game. With a clap of his hands, the skill book radiated light and merged into his being. Upon mastering the skill, he immediately activated his talent, yin-yang reversal. Subsequently, the effects of the skill underwent a transformation. The Radiant Apocalypse Array, 3 stars. Reverse unleashes a hexagram magic array with a radius of 20 meters, inflicting a reduction of 200 points of magical strength as health damage to all enemy targets within the array every second for a duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 20 seconds, with a mana cost of 50 points. A priest skill. Under the enhancement of yin-yang reversal, the effects of the skill are inverted, and its potency is increased by 100. Under the effect of Blessing of the God of Love, cooldown time is reduced by 50, and mana consumption is diminished by 50. I currently possess 280 points of magical strength, causing 560 points of damage per second, resulting in a total of 5,600 points of damage over 10 seconds. Moreover, it is a skill that covers a 20-meter radius. Jiang Chen could already envision that once his magic array was activated, the only 2 words within the domain would be invincible, especially in PvP. He could essentially disregard mass tactics. Once the domain was established, anyone who approached would meet their demise. As Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and prepared to depart, he received a message. Qing Ying, Brother Fanchen, I have encountered an infinite challenge quest. Should we accept it? Infinite challenge? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Such fortune? To stumble upon a random quest like this. He promptly sent a voice message inquiring, is it an experience-based infinite challenge or an equipment-based one? I'm not sure. Qing Ying replied in a voice message. The NPC issuing the quest mentioned that the difficulty is quite high, and if the challenge fails, players will not only drop an item of equipment, but also lose a portion of their experience points. A comprehensive infinite challenge? Jiang Chen focused, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, let us accept it. All right. In Manhwa City, the main city mansion, a group of players had just accepted the quest and were exiting the mansion. Guild leader. WeVE identified the 3 individuals who achieved the first kill of the ancient phantom boss, said a white-haired mage to the leader. Speak. The leader paused his steps and said in a deep voice, he is the leader of the Heavenly Court Guild, Blade of Yama. Among the 3, there is a female knight, a male priest, and a female summoner, all from Novice Village number 10001, which corresponds to the main city of Jilu City. The white-haired mage hesitated for a moment and said, however, what? Blade of Yama shot a cold glance at the white-haired mage. The mage's heart raced, and he hurriedly added, that female knight is said to be the number 1 knight in the national server. The number 1 knight in the national server? Blade of Yama lowered his eyes, asking darkly, which guild does she belong to? It seems she has no guild. No guild? A flicker of surprise crossed Blade of Yama's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smile. Gather our forces, we're heading to Jilu City. Guild leader. Most of our members are in Manhwa City. It will cost each person 5 gold coins to teleport to Jilu City. The white-haired mage inquired, how many people do you think we should gather? Without a moment's hesitation, Blade of Yama declared, 300. 300? The white-haired mage was startled. Gathering so many? It should be noted that while the guild had a considerable number of members, less than 1/10 had reached level 10, totaling about 400 to 500. This 300 would essentially deplete their ranks. Is it really necessary? The white-haired mage questioned. Since she is the number 1 knight in the national server, we must present a grand gesture. Do you think I would engage in a battle without confidence? Blade of Yama retorted. Guild leader. 300 people will cost 1,500 gold coins for teleportation. I've already spent 60,000 gold. Do you think I care about 1,500? Blade of Yama's expression was resolute, leaving no room for debate. This is our first battle in the realm of gods, and the opponent is the number 1 knight in the national server. This battle must showcase the strength of our heavenly court. Chapter 25. Challenge the abyss of the demon realm. Assemble the forces. In Jilu City, the main city mansion, after finishing their voice conversation, Jiang Chen and Qing Ying stepped out of the room of their class mentor, Yiflan, and received a system notification. The team has accepted the Infinite Challenge quest. Challenge the Abyss of the Demon Realm, LV-10A tier. Challenge the Abyss of the Demon Realm, LV-10A tier. A rift to the Demon Realm has appeared in the nightmarish forest west of Julu City. Please proceed to the rift and challenge the monsters that dwell within. Note: Infinite Challenge quests cannot be abandoned midway. If the challenge fails, all rewards will be nullified, and players will be forced to drop any one piece of equipped gear, as well as lose all experience points at their current level. A level 10A tier Infinite Challenge. Jiang Chen smiled as he glanced at the notification and quickly made his way to the first floor of the mansion. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were waiting for him. Brother Fanchen. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Qing Ying hurried over and asked, I accepted the Infinite Challenge quest, but I didn't TC any rewards for completing the task. Is that alright? The rewards for an Infinite Challenge are the loot from the monsters and experience points. Jiang Chen replied succinctly. All rewards from an Infinite Challenge and the penalties for failure are interrelated. If the penalty for failure is the loss of equipment, then the monsters in the Infinite Challenge will drop equipment. If the penalty for failure is the deduction of experience, then the monsters in the Infinite Challenge will yield a large amount of experience. Players generally refer to the former as equipment-based Infinite Challenges and the latter as experience-based Infinite Challenges. If both are present, it is a comprehensive Infinite Challenge, and the difficulty will be even higher. Shall we proceed to tackle this quest now? Qing Ying looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was now level 11, and with the 2 bronze pieces of equipment Jiang Chen provided, she had already accumulated 550 health points and 75 defense. Eager to engage monsters and experience the thrill, the city's apothecary sells mid-level health potions. Go purchase some, as you will need to tank the monsters later. As he spoke, Jiang Chen directly traded 10 gold coins to Qing Ying from his inventory. Huh. Qing Ying was taken aback. You need me to tank the monsters? Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded. Okay. Then she dashed off to buy potions. I can't be of any help. Tao Xiaoyao muttered softly, her head bowed, her expression somewhat forlorn. It's all right. It will get better. You will grow strong. Jiang Chen comforted her upon noticing her demeanor. He understood that her inability to contribute stemmed from the fact that early-stage summoners lacked distinctive characteristics. Their offense and defense were quite average. This was determined by the nature of their summoned beasts. Summoners would only gradually become formidable after reaching level 20 and transitioning to either a dimensional summoner or a contract summoner. I 1T let the great god down. Tao Xiaoyao replied earnestly, nodding her head. Shortly after, Qing Ying returned from purchasing the potions, and the 3 exited the mansion, heading towards the main city square to depart for the nightmarish forest. Given that the main city was vast, it would take 2 to 3 hours to traverse it at a normal pace. Hence there were 4 free teleportation arrays in the square, corresponding to the eastern, southern, western, and northern city gates. The nightmarish forest was located to the west of Julu City. Jiang Chen led the 2 girls to the teleportation array leading to the western city gate. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from their location, reappearing at the western city gate. Without pausing, they swiftly exited the city gate and set off towards their destination. After nearly half an hour, Jiang Chen and his companions finally arrived at the nightmarish forest. It was an expansive forest, filled with towering trees that pierced the sky, shrouded in an eerie darkness where not a single ray of sunlight penetrated. Weavey arrived. After advancing a few more minutes, they reached the location marked for the quest. The Rift to the Demon Realm. The rifts to the Demon Realm were randomly generated, and players could only enter after accepting the quest. Jiang Chen was the first to approach a distorted space among several large trees. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. Traversing through the distorted fabric of space, Jiang Chen found himself in a peculiar realm. A swirling, warped crimson sky enveloped him, casting an eerie ambience all around. Before him, a black crystalline structure, shaped like a diamond and standing 2 to 3 meters tall, hovered above the ground. You have entered the Demon Realm Rift, LV-10A. The Infinite Challenge quest has officially commenced. Endure for 10 minutes to complete the challenge. Upon receiving this notification, the black crystal emitted a haunting glow. Suddenly, a humanoid demon, entirely clad in red, with a tail, 2 horns atop its head, and wielding a trident, emerged from within. Demon Soldier, LV-10. Demonic blood. Contains a trace of demon lineage, possessing formidable self-healing abilities. Recovering 5 health points per second. The demon had a total of 3,000 health points, automatically regenerating 150 points every second. If the damage dealt was insufficient, even its healing would remain intact. However, Jiang Chen was not lacking in damage. Qing Ying, draw the enemy away a bit, he instructed, fully aware of Qing Ying's high defense, rendering her impervious to this minor foe. Understood. Qing Ying promptly charged forward. The demon's attack merely inflicted over 30 points of damage upon her. You need not concern yourself with inflicting damage. Focus on evasion and maintaining your health, as many more enemies will soon emerge, Jiang Chen advised. Mere seconds later, a second demon materialized from the black crystal. 10 seconds passed, and yet another demon appeared. Soon, The onslaught of demons became relentless, with new ones manifesting at an increasingly rapid pace. Nearly 20 demon soldiers had emerged from the rift, with 7 or 8 now confronting Qing Ying, leaving her with little room to maneuver. She continuously consumed health potions. Sister Qing Ying seems to be on the verge of collapsing, Tao Xiaoyao remarked, her concern growing as she observed Qing Ying's health plummeting to a third of its total. She glanced anxiously at Jiang Chen. Why hasn't the god made his move yet? After a few more seconds, Jiang Chen finally advanced a few steps. With a flick of his wrist, his staff glowed brightly, and a hexagram formation appeared beneath his feet, radiating a pure white light. This is the minor holy light apocalypse array. Simultaneously, a purple crystal ball materialized beside Jiang Chen. The white light emanating from the hexagram intensified instantly. 1120, 1120, 1120. All 20 demons present bore the ominous damage figures above their heads, as Jiang Chen unexpectedly triggered the double casting effect of the magic crystal ball, which had only a 20 probability. The afflicted demon soldiers immediately turned their attention towards Jiang Chen. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, all those mid-approach demons collapsed to the ground, leaving behind 20 lifeless bodies, each glowing faintly beneath them. The black crystal, however, continued to spawn demons relentlessly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the bustling city of Julu, a massive teleportation array connecting to the main city erupted with beams of light. Over 100 players emerged simultaneously from the luminous shafts. Following this, another 100 beams lit up, heralding yet another wave of players arriving at the teleportation array. Soon, a third batch of players appeared, totaling over 300 individuals, assembling in Julu City, their presence imposing and grand. Bystander players gazed in astonishment at this large throng. Is something amiss? Many players seemed to sense an unusual occurrence, promptly activating their game recordings. In the spirit of curiosity, some swiftly uploaded the footage to the forums. Chapter 26, Movements from All Sides. In SC City, on the 18th floor of the Longting building, the prestigious gaming club, Xiongtu Club, was situated. Previously, Xiongtu Club had established professional teams in several popular games and had seen considerable success. However, upon the launch of Gods, the club boldly shut down its other gaming projects to fully immerse itself in Gods. In the training room, a long row of computers was occupied by players. Although the computers were powered on, most screens were dark, as the majority of players wore gaming helmets. Among them, a core member named Wang Xiao was perusing the forums for useful information. Suddenly, he called out to his captain beside him, "Feng team, take a look at this video on the official forum." "Just a moment, let me finish off this monster," replied their captain, Xiong Tulung Feng, who was leading the team in leveling up. Afterward, he partially exited the game state and turned to Wang Xiao. "What is it? Check this out." Wang Xiao opened a video on the forum titled, "Hundreds of Players Teleporting to Julu City, a Force to be Reckoned with." Xiong Tulung Feng focused intently on the screen, where a large teleportation array displayed a massive throng of players emerging. Among them, a familiar name caught his attention. Fei Daozhan Yanluo. Why has their Heavenly Court Guild come to Julu City? Xiong Tulung Feng furrowed his brow, as he had been keeping a close watch on established guilds like the Heavenly Court, noting their guild leaders' ID and movements. Moreover, their core team was currently engaged in monster hunting in Julu City. The teleportation fees alone for this considerable gathering must amount to tens of thousands. What could prompt such a visit? This thought made Xiong Tulung Feng feel slightly uneasy. "Feng team, I just inquired. The Heavenly Court Guild is here in Julu City to deal with a few individuals," Wang Xiao swiftly replied. "Who are these individuals?" Xiong Tulung Feng asked, puzzled. "It seems they aim to confront the team that achieved the first kill of the ancient phantom boss," Wang Xiao informed him. "The trio that is claimed to have the nation's top knight?" Xiong Tulung Feng was taken aback, as he was well aware of the trio that accomplished the first kill. The moment the server announcement was made, they had promptly researched the IDs of Qing Ying, Fan Shun, and Tao Xiaoyao. He had even watched the video of Qing Ying and her companions exiting the dungeon. He recognized the assertion that Qing Ying was the top knight in the nation, as it was indisputable that they had achieved the first kill of the ancient phantom boss. However, why would the Heavenly Court Guild have a conflict with the first kill team? Xiong Tulung Feng queried. "Do you know the reason?" "It appears the Heavenly Court Guild was preparing for the first kill of the boss, but the other party got there first, inciting their leader's wrath and desire for revenge," Wang Xiao divulged, a hint of disdain crossing his face. "Do you think the leader of the Heavenly Court has lost his mind, recklessly establishing a powerful enemy? Your thinking is overly simplistic. Although Fei Daozhan Yen Luo acts arrogantly, he is not as foolish as you presume," Xiong Tulung Feng analyzed. "There is a high probability he is attempting to flex his muscles to attract players and bolster his guild." "Attract players?" Wang Xiao inquired, confused. "The Heavenly Court Guild wishes to convey a message. Whether it be the top knight or any other top profession, they can annihilate their opponents, which is immensely appealing to other players." As he spoke, Xiong Tulung Feng took a sip of water and stretched lazily. "Is that so?" Wang Xiao pondered, then asked, "What if the Heavenly Court Guild faces defeat? 200 to 300 individuals against 3 people? Do you find that amusing?" Xiong Tu Lungfeng scoffed, continuing, nonetheless. We might be able to intervene in this matter. Stirring up trouble? Wang Xiao was taken aback. That first kill team has been thoroughly investigated. They are indeed guildless and clubless. Perhaps we could recruit them. Xiong Tu Lungfeng stroked his chin, already formulating a plan in his mind. Aid them. Wang Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Wouldn't that offend the Heavenly Court Guild? Now that we have collided, the future development of the club may be adversely affected, wouldn't it? Who urged you to be so blatant, and we need not confront them head on. Xiong Tu Lungfeng swiftly made arrangements. You must immediately ascertain the current location of the team that secured the first kill. Our people are all in Julu City, which still provides us with a modicum of advantage. Understood. The Nightmare Forest, the Demon Realm Rift. Jiang Chen is still here dispatching the demon soldiers. Each time Qing Ying gathers 20 monsters, Jiang Chen promptly unleashes Minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array, annihilating them all with remarkable efficiency. Moreover, upon clearing each batch of monsters, a plethora of equipment drops to the ground. This is the reward for the infinite challenge. Taking advantage of the time, Qing Ying gathers more monsters. Jiang Chen swiftly collects the spoils scattered on the ground. All the equipment is of bronze level. The drop rate is even higher than that of the Guyu Secret Realm Dungeon. I had not anticipated such a high drop rate. It must be attributed to the Pathfinder title, which offers a 50 drop rate. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen encountered an awkward situation. His backpack was full. The 50-slot backpack was completely packed. Time to feed the magic crystal ball. Jiang Chen quickly fused the bronze equipment in his backpack into the Guyu's magic crystal ball. You have fused tough leather armor, bronze level. Guyu's magic crystal ball growth value 10. You have fused swift boots, bronze level. Guyu's magic crystal ball growth value 10. After fusing 16 pieces of equipment. Hint. Guyu's magic crystal ball growth value is full, 300, and has been upgraded to gold level. Jiang Chen observed that the quality of his magic crystal ball had improved. Guyu's magic crystal ball, gold level, can grow. Intelligence 40. Additional, double casting. There is a 40 chance for your active skills to trigger double effects. Growth value, 03000. Any equipment can be fused to gain growth value. Upon reaching full growth value, the equipment's quality will be enhanced. Simultaneously, his stats panel underwent a transformation. Intelligence, 125, 20. Spell power, 320, 40. Goodness gracious. What an extraordinary turn of events. Jiang Chen exclaimed. His greatest delight was not merely the increase in intelligence, but rather the triggering probability of double casting, which had risen to 40. Chapter 27, Abundant Harvest, Return to City. Jiang Chen continued to fuse 3 more bronze-level pieces of equipment. The growth value of Guyu's magic crystal ball, gold level, became 303000. He discovered that to elevate the magic crystal ball from silver level to gold level required only 300 growth points, while ascending from gold level to platinum level necessitated a staggering 3,000 growth points. To further enhance its quality, 300 bronze-level pieces of equipment would be required, rendering forced feeding impractical. Currently, bronze-level equipment remains a mainstream choice, although the avenues for acquiring bronze-level equipment have increased following the opening of the main city. Resulting in a slight decrease in transaction prices at the marketplace, they still maintain a price range of around 20 to 30 gold pieces each. Jiang Chen concluded that it would be prudent to sell them now, and wait a couple of days for the price of bronze-level equipment to decline before using them to nourish the magic crystal ball. Brother Fanshin, I can't hold on any longer. Qing Ying, still gathering monsters, called out. Over 20 demon soldiers had amassed behind her, relentlessly pursuing, while dodging and consuming potions. Qing Ying's health was perilously low. Big Huang, Tao Xiaoyao, witnessing this, quickly summoned her large yellow dog and commanded it to charge forward. Although the large yellow dog managed to draw away a few monsters, its positioning, defense, and health paled in comparison to Qing Ying's. It was soon overwhelmed by the demon soldiers and fell to the ground. Come to me, Jiang Chen shouted, simultaneously releasing the Minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. A brilliant light emanated from his frost staff, illuminating a 20-meter radius hexagram magic array beneath his feet. Instantly, all the demon soldiers that Qing Ying had gathered were marked with identical damage numbers above their heads. 640. Furthermore, those creatures that entered the magic array were enveloped in a layer of pristine frost, their movement speed significantly hampered. That was close. I almost perished. Qing Ying seized the opportunity to escape the pursuers, her heart still racing as she patted her chest. Mere seconds later, this batch of monsters collapsed. The ground appeared to be sprinkled with starlight, littered with loot. Jiang Chen swiftly gathered the items, only to find his backpack full once again. A few pieces of loot remained scattered on the ground. Xiaoyao, my backpack is full. Please collect the equipment. Qing Ying, return after you've healed. After issuing his orders, Jiang Chen made his way toward the black crystal. Monsters were still spawning in this area. Using healing and healing rays, he swiftly dispatched 4 demon soldiers. After which Qing Ying had consumed enough potions to restore her health and rapidly returned to the battlefield to continue gathering monsters. Subsequently, 2 more batches of creatures fell before them. Jiang Chen leveled up. Your level has increased to level 12. Your 4 attributes have increased by 1 point. And you gain 4 points to distribute freely. All allocated to intelligence. Constitution, 21-1. Strength, 21-1. Agility, 21-1. Intelligence, 130-5. Spell power, 330-10. The monsters in the Demon Realm Rift yield exceptional experience points. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were not far from leveling up as well. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoyao completed collecting the loot on the ground, and her backpack was nearly full. Is bronze equipment becoming as common as cabbage? This drop rate is outrageous. She gazed incredulously at her backpack overflowing with bronze-level gear. At this moment, the trio had only been in the Demon Realm Rift for a mere 10 minutes. Infinite Challenge task completed. You may freely exit this Demon Realm Rift, LV-10A rank. A system prompt appeared. Simultaneously, a distorted portal manifested before the three of them. We can leave now. Qing Ying exclaimed joyfully. Not so fast. Jiang Chen restrained Qing Ying. The two girls paused, still puzzled when suddenly, from the center of the rift, the black crystal shattered, and a grotesque, crimson creature emerged, wielding a trident, adorned with horns, and sporting a pair of blood-red bat wings that flapped incessantly as it hovered mid-air. Winged Demon LV-10, Silver Level Elite. Bloodthirsty Charge, leaps towards the target, using its weapon to perform a thrust, inflicting 300 damage and causing the target to bleed, reducing their health by 100 points per second for 5 seconds. As a silver-level elite monster, the probability of dropping silver equipment in the rift was exceptionally high, coupled with the Pathfinder's 50 drop rate. Silver-level equipment was nearly assured. Another golden-level piece of equipment awaited. Jiang Chen had already sentenced this elite monster to its doom in his mind. As for the elite monster's skill, Bloodthirsty Charge, Jiang Chen was not overly concerned. With a 20 skill slowdown and a 10 increase in speed from his boots, he was confident he could avoid its attack through agile positioning. Without delay, Jiang Chen activated the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Healing and Healing Rays were unleashed almost simultaneously. Before the elite monster could make a move, 3 damage numbers appeared above its head. 1,320, 1,400, 660. The minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array and Healing triggered the magic crystal ball's double casting. The elite monster instantly lost 3,380 health points. Simultaneously, the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array and Healing Rays continued to drain its health. During this time, Jiang Chen easily evaded the elite monster's attacks through adept positioning. After 30 seconds, the cooldown of the second Holy Light Apocalypse Array was complete, and Jiang Chen unleashed the array once more. This silver-level elite monster, with 30,000 health points, collapsed to the ground as expected. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, a faint glow radiated from its corpse. Jiang Chen quickly fed several bronze-level pieces of equipment from his backpack to the magic crystal ball. Then, he collected the loot from the elite monster. Demon Blood Battle Armor, Gold Level Defense 50. Addition, Constitution 15, Strength 15. When attacked, there is a 20 chance to trigger a healing effect, restoring 10 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Suitable for warriors and knights, requires level 10. Sundrop Fringed Skirt Blueprint, exquisite after learning the blueprint. One can craft an exquisite quality sundrop fringed skirt. Only tailors may learn this. This armor's healing effect is equivalent to 2 lives, truly a tank's divine equipment. Moreover, an exquisite quality fashion blueprint has emerged. 2 bags filled with bronze-level gear, 1 piece of golden-level equipment, and an exquisite quality blueprint. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased with this quest. Let us proceed. Jiang Chen was the first to stride towards the distorted spatial door. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. The trio arrived at the nightmarish forest. Brother Fan Chen, what shall we do next? Qing Ying inquired. First, we must return to Jilu City to sort out our equipment, Jiang Chen replied, making his way towards Jilu City. 20 minutes later, the grand silhouette of Jilu City loomed before them. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, arrived at the western city gate. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from the city gate, advancing directly towards Jiang Chen and his companions. Eager players? Jiang Chen frowned slightly at the sight of them. Chapter 28, Joining the Fray. 12 players in total emerged from the western city gate. Each of their ID prefixes bore the characters Xiong Tuesday. This band approached Jiang Chen and his companions. Were the Xiong Tu club members seeking trouble? Jiang Chen pondered. To his surprise, the group did not linger but rather passed by them. Be careful, the Heavenly Court Guild is looking for you, the leader, Xiong Tu Lungfeng, whispered as they brushed past. Jiang Chen halted, turning back in confusion, only to see the Xiong Tu members already making their way out of the city. Were they addressing us just now? Qing Ying shared the same bewilderment. It seems so, Tao Xiaoyao responded uncertainly. The Heavenly Court is searching for us. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, discerning that the Xiong Tu members had deliberately awaited them at the western city gate. This indicated that they had investigated their whereabouts. Otherwise, such a coincidence would be impossible. To come specifically to convey this information, could they truly be well-meaning players? Jiang Chen couldn't help but jest. Regardless of whether the Xiong Tu members were genuinely acting out of goodwill, he remained unconcerned. He had anticipated that trouble would find him. After deliberately waiting for the bidding of the blood-tied Great Blade, golden level, to conclude, he had slain the Guyu boss, fully prepared for potential ire. Could it be that the Heavenly Court's leader, knife-raising Yin Luo, purchased the blood-tied Great Blade? Jiang Chen speculated. After all, he had no connections with these major guilds, and they did not know him. Thus, there could be no other conflicts. The only plausible reason was that his first kill of the boss might have displeased some individuals. Undoubtedly, the most incensed would be the one who acquired the blood-tied Great Blade, as they had the greatest confidence in overcoming the Guyu boss. Let us head to the main city residence, Jiang Chen concluded after piecing together the events. He proceeded directly to the teleportation array at the city gate, with Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao following closely behind. With a whoosh, Jiang Chen was transported to the central square of the main city. Directly ahead stood the main residence of Jilu City. Xiaoyao, you can directly trade the equipment you just picked up to Qing Ying, Jiang Chen instructed. Although he had slain all the monsters within the abyssal rift, Qing Ying had indeed contributed by drawing aggro. He was not one to be stingy with rewards. I understand. Tao Xiaoyao nodded and promptly began trading with Qing Ying. So much equipment? My bag cannot hold it all. Qing Ying stared in astonishment at the gear that had been traded over, momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyao, you should take a full set of summoner gear. Huh, no way. I didn't do anything. It's fine. No need to be courteous. Having the gear will help. After some back and forth of polite refusals, Tao Xiaoyao finally relented and agreed to select a few pieces of summoner gear. Jiang Chen then made his way to the first floor of the residence, entering his purchase shop. As soon as he stepped into a shop, the system prompted him. The shop you rented, Jilu City number 003, has not yet been named. Please name it. Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Chen knew that a simple name would spread more easily and gain greater recognition. Treasure Pavilion, named successfully. A sign bearing the 3 characters Treasure Pavilion appeared above the shop's entrance. The Treasure Pavilion was approximately 20 square meters in size, containing only a long shelf with 500 slots. Jiang Chen placed all 40-plus pieces of bronze-level equipment from his bag onto the shelf, pricing each at 20 gold. This was cheaper than the trading hall. As for this armor, Jiang Chen glanced at his blood magic armor, golden level, and, after a brief hesitation, also placed it on the shelf. Although listing it in the trading hall would surely facilitate its sale and yield a higher price, he needed to establish the reputation of the Treasure Pavilion, and nothing was more suitable than a piece of golden level equipment. Selling item, blood magic armor, golden level. Price, negotiable. Subsequently, Jiang Chen set up a promotional message in the Treasure Pavilion. Grand opening, golden level equipment on sale, at a discount. This message was inscribed on the wall of the main entrance, visible to every passerby. After organizing these details, Jiang Chen took several screenshots of the front of the Treasure Pavilion and the equipment for sale inside, carefully ensuring he was not included in the images. He then posted the screenshots on the official game forum, titling it, Jilu City Residence Shop, Golden Level Equipment for Sale. Qingfeng City. Players emerged from the main city residence. Boss, I came across an interesting piece of news. An assassin player with the ID Wang Zhelang, who said to the leader. What news? The leader turned to look. He was none other than the president of the Wang Zhetian Xia Guild, the dominant madman. The Heavenly Court's president led around 300 members to Jilu City, reportedly seeking trouble with the team that achieved the first kill of the Guyu boss. A playful smile danced on Wang Zhelang's face. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the dominant madman's eyes. Had they begun stirring up trouble so soon? After the blood-tied Great Blade had been auctioned off, the dominant madman had immediately dispatched someone to investigate the identity of the bidder. He quickly learned that the one who acquired the blood-tied Great Blade was the president of the Heavenly Court Guild, knife-raising Yin Luo. However, since the Guyu boss had already been first killed, the dominant madman's ire had dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of schadenfreude towards knife-raising Yin Luo. The latter had spent so much money only to lose the first kill, which greatly pleased the dominant madman. Now, hearing that knife-raising Yin Luo intended to confront the first kill team was within his expectations. Boss, shall we intervene? Wang Zhelang inquired with a sly grin. With the blood-tied Great Blade on one side and the rewards from the first kill of the Guyu boss on the other, whichever side fell would surely yield substantial spoils. After a brief contemplation, the dominant madman waved his hand and commanded, take 20 core brothers and head to Jilu City to join the fray. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, many major guilds, as competitors, were keeping an eye on the movements of others, particularly the actions of the Heavenly Court Guild, which were known not only to the Wangzhe Guild. Similarly, there are numerous individuals who perceive potential profits or fame to be garnered. Renowned guilds such as the Dynasty, the Unyielding Myth, and the Supreme Alliance, each harboring their own ambitions, have predominantly dispatched their members to the city of Jilu. Chapter 29, Digging a Small Pit. Jilu City Mansion. After arranging matters concerning the marketplace, Jiang Chen ascended directly towards the 5th floor of the mansion, hoping for a greater influx of visitors. With the confirmation that the Celestial Court would be seeking to trouble them, Jiang Chen resolved to craft a subtle scheme, intending to take advantage of these individuals. However, prior to this, he still needed to ensure the safety of Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. You two should remain inside the mansion and refrain from venturing out. I have some matters to attend to, and I shall return shortly. Jiang Chen conveyed a voice message in the team channel. Unlike the novice village, the main city is not uniformly a sanctuary. Only the vicinity of the inner city square and within the buildings are deemed truly safe zones. On the streets of the main city and elsewhere, players can be forcibly marked as hostile. However, engaging in combat within the city would summon the wrath of the city guards, resulting in a death penalty, which players are currently ill-equipped to confront. Thus, Jiang Chen would not initiate a confrontation within the city, though he could not rule out the possibility of an adversary losing their senses and seeking a life-for-life exchange. Keeping Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao within the mansion was the most prudent course of action. Subsequently, Jiang Chen arrived at the 5th floor of the mansion. Standing before a closed door, he rapped on it. Knock, knock, knock. After a few seconds, the door creaked open. A strikingly beautiful housekeeper stood at the threshold, regarding Jiang Chen with an air of indifference. May I help you? She inquired coldly. I wish to see the city lord, Jiang Chen stated plainly. At this juncture, no players had been granted an audience with the city lord, and no one knew of his whereabouts. Jiang Chen, however, was aware of how to seek him out. Moreover, once he located the city lord, he would trigger a city-exclusive quest. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. I regret to inform you that the city lord is unavailable. The housekeeper replied with an icy demeanor. Where might the city lord be? Jiang Chen, unfazed by her frigid attitude, inquired steadily. The city lord is not in the mansion. I must request you to leave, the housekeeper firmly commanded. I have matters of utmost importance to convey to the city lord. Please tell me where he is, otherwise I shall not depart. Jiang Chen's resolve was unwavering. Even if you are an adventurer, such insolence is unwarranted. The housekeeper retorted, her brow furrowing as she raised her voice. At that moment, 4 armored guards emerged from within the room, creating a tense atmosphere. Yet Jiang Chen remained undeterred, calmly stating, this pertains to the abyss. Should I be denied the opportunity to report to the city lord, I doubt anyone would wish to bear the consequences. The abyss? The housekeeper's expression shifted in surprise. And after a brief moment of contemplation, she responded, perhaps you might find the city lord at a small tavern in the southern part of the city, in the Qingshi alley. Thank you, Jiang Chen said with a smile, swiftly departing from the mansion. As for the mention of the abyss, it was merely a ploy. While an invasion from the abyss would indeed occur later, it was not imminent. After descending and exiting the mansion, Jiang Chen traversed through the main city square and arrived in the southern area. After a brief period, he finally discovered a secluded alley, Qingshi alley. A modest tavern presented itself before him. Upon entering, he found a few tables and chairs haphazardly arranged in the small establishment, occupied by only 2 individuals, the tavern owner, who was slumped over the counter in slumber, and another man, a middle-aged figure, who lay beneath a table, inebriated with a jug of wine in hand. City lord, Jiang Chen approached, calling out to the middle-aged man indulging in his drink beneath the table. Upon hearing the call, the middle-aged man jolted awake, his eyes clearing as he turned to face Jiang Chen, astonishment etched on his features. How did you know I was here? A guess, Jiang Chen replied casually. Interesting. I didn't expect you to find me so swiftly. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, the remnants of drunkenness fading, and his demeanor transformed dramatically. Adventurer from another realm, greetings. I am Lu Silly, the city lord of Julu. Greetings, city lord Lu, Jiang Chen replied courteously. Since you have located me, let us dispense with pleasantries. By divine decree, we are obliged to provide guidance and assistance to adventurers newly arrived in the main city. However, the sheer number of adventurers makes it impossible to extend aid to each individual. Therefore, I shall issue a city lord quest. Only those adventurers who complete the task will be eligible for rewards, the city lord stated succinctly. What is the nature of the quest? Jiang Chen inquired, feigning curiosity. The flamestone beasts located in the Ashen Lands outside the city possess hearts that can unlock potential. Please procure as many flamestone hearts as possible, as they will greatly aid your future endeavors. Be warned, however, to avoid provoking the Flame King dwelling deep within the Ashen Lands. This task is time-limited to 3 hours, and I shall inform other adventurers in 10 minutes. The city lord announced, initiating the quest, granting an advantage to the first player to find him. Limited quest. Journey to the Ashen Lands north of Julu City, acquire the hearts dropped by the Flamestone beasts, and present them to City Lord Lu Silly. Reward, light of the main city. Notice, 1. The more Flamestone hearts collected, the greater the reward. 2. Task duration is 3 hours. Upon receiving the system notification, Jiang Chen did not rush to the outskirts. The 10-minute advantage was not what he sought. After departing the tavern, he took nearly 10 minutes to return to the main city mansion. Meanwhile, at the task bulletin board in the main city square, a new quest appeared, precisely the limited quest Jiang Chen had just triggered. Players passing through the square noticed the sudden emergence of this announcement. Many recalled the limited quest from the novice village, the blessing of the deity, fully aware of its significance. Before long, news of the limited quest spread. drawing an increasing number of players to the main city square to confirm the details. The major guilds that had gathered in Jilu City for the Celestial Court and the first kill team also received this news. Originally drawn by the prospect of confrontation, they were now met with the unexpected surprise of a limited quest. However, whether this was a delightful surprise or a cause for alarm, only Jiang Chen truly understood. The stage had been set. The next step was to dig a small pit. A radiant smile adorned Jiang Chen's face, exuding warmth and sunlight. Chapter 30. Journey to the Ashen Lands, King of Flame Stones. Main City Square. With a group in tow, the player known as Raise the Blade to Slay Yama arrived at the square, immediately spotting the task information on the bulletin board in the distance. It truly is a limited quest, he exclaimed, joy flooding his countenance, surprised by such fortuitous circumstances in Jilu City. At this moment, a white-haired mage named All Laws returned to one approached. President, I've stationed our brothers at the large teleportation array and the 4 city gates. Forget that. Everyone should head to the northern Ashen Lands. Raise the Blade to Slay Yama shook his head and swiftly commanded. Clearly, the limited quest held far greater value than ambushing the first kill team. Besides, they could always engage in ambushes later, but a limited quest would vanish if missed. With that, Raise the Blade to Slay Yama led his core team into the teleportation array in the square, promptly transporting themselves to the northern city gate. Just a short distance beyond the city gate, a group of more than 10 individuals emerged into view. Among them, one particular ID stood out conspicuously, the dominant madman. The player known as Knife-Drawn Yinlu furrowed his brow. This assembly comprised the president of the King's Guild and his guild members. Likewise, they had taken note of Knife-Drawn Yinlu and his companions. Brother Knife, are you not engaged with the top knight of the national server? Why have you ventured outside the city? The dominant madman halted his steps, casting a glance over. Dominant madman, why does your King's Guild abandon the tranquil Feng City to seek development in Jilu City? Knife-Drawn Yinlu responded with a frigid gaze. Just jesting. Isn't there a limited time quest available? It would be remiss to miss out on it. The dominant madman wore a smile that lacked warmth. The reason for their presence in Jilu City was well understood among them, yet it would remain unspoken. Some seek to profit from the chaos. Let them not become the prey themselves. Knife-Drawn Yinlu retorted coldly. Then there's no need for Brother Knife to worry. By the way, are you still accustomed to wielding the blood-tied great blade? After all, it was quite an investment, and we wouldn't want it to go to waste. The dominant madman teased, waving his hand dismissively. All right, off we go, best not to delay the quest. With that, he turned his back and headed toward the Ashen Lands to the north. Knife-Drawn Yinlu watched the retreating figures with a somber expression. President, there are only a dozen of them. Our main force will arrive shortly. Shall we deal with the King's Guild members? A white-haired mage, known as 10,000 Laws returning to Origin, spoke fiercely beside him. There's no need. Prioritize the limited time quest. We can address other matters once it's completed. Knife-Drawn Yinlu suppressed the rising anger within him and regained his composure, fully aware that engaging in conflict now would only squander precious time. After speaking, he strode toward the Ashen Lands. The Ashen Lands, located to the north of Jilu City, would typically require about half an hour to traverse on foot. Thus, a round trip would take nearly an hour, meaning the time allotted for the quest would not exceed 2 hours. After half an hour, numerous players, including members from major guilds, had arrived at the quest location. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, Qing Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao remained at the estate in Jilu City. Everyone has gone to undertake the quest. We should set off as well. Jiang Chen left the estate, making his way to the city's teleportation array in the square. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao hurriedly followed. Brother Fanchen, why aren't we rushing there immediately? Qing Ying queried, somewhat puzzled, as limited-time quests typically required urgency. After all, the rewards and quantity of items obtained were contingent upon speed. It is safe to depart now, Jiang Chen replied casually as he stepped into the teleportation array, directly arriving at the northern city gate. Brother Fanchen is so formidable. Does he still perceive danger? Qing Ying, remaining in the square, cast a bewildered glance at Tao Xiaoyao. He probably thinks the two of us might be unsafe. Let us hurry and catch up with the expert, Tao Xiaoyao remarked, swiftly entering the teleportation array. Qing Ying quickly followed suit, and together they arrived at the northern city gate. Jiang Chen led Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao out of the city gates, hastening toward the Ashen Lands. 20 minutes later, is this the Ashen Lands ahead? Qing Ying exclaimed in astonishment as she felt waves of heat emanating from the front. Before them lay an expansive expanse of white terrain, the ground blanketed in a layer of white ash. This thick layer of ash was composed entirely of molten rock. Human-shaped stone monsters roamed above. Flamestone Beast, LV-10. Likewise, groups of players were scattered throughout, farming the Flamestone Beasts. Although there were numerous players, the area was vast enough to avoid any competition for kills. Let us take a detour. Jiang Chen did not proceed directly forward, but instead veered toward the right front. Though Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao found it strange, they asked no further questions and obediently followed behind. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Chen navigated deeper into the Ashen Lands from the right side. The temperature here had noticeably risen. The ground's ash emitted a faint red glow. as though still smoldering. How realistic. I'm sweating from the heat. Qing Ying wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, inquired, Brother Fanchen, what are we doing here? I don't see any flamestone beasts around. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Chen stepped onto the glowing ash and ventured deeper. Soon, a small hill flowing with lava came into view. Who dares disturb my slumber? The hill suddenly emitted a deep voice. Immediately following, a rumbling sound accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground ensued. The small hill began to rise slowly. Before them stood an enormous flamestone beast. Its gray-black rocky body coursing with veins of magma. Level 15 silver boss, king of flamestones. Gazing at this flamestone boss, Jiang Chen smiled. I am the Lord of Rocks. I am the King of Fire. Wretched humans, I shall turn you into magma and reduce you to ashes. The boss's furious voice echoed around. Meanwhile, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao awaited Jiang Chen's return. Suddenly, a series of violent crashing sounds reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. What is happening? It seems something is approaching. As Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged bewildered glances, Jiang Chen's figure rapidly appeared within their sight. Instead of approaching the two, he dashed toward the outskirts of the Ashen Lands. In his wake, a colossal rock beast, towering 3 to 4 stories high, pursued him relentlessly. Each step of the beast sent tremors through the ground, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Seeing this, the two girls exchanged glances, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 31, A Windfall from the Heavens. King of Flamestones, LV 15, Silver Boss. Rock Spike. When health declines by 10, it will strike the ground, causing rocks within a 30-meter radius to erupt, forming numerous stone spikes that inflict 300 points of damage to the target. Lava Rain. When health declines by 20, it unleashes a torrent of lava, inflicting 500 points of fire damage to the target, with an additional burn effect that deals 100 points of burn damage per second for 10 seconds. Life Force Furnace. Each time a target is killed, it absorbs the target's life energy to enhance itself. Jiang Chen led the King of Flamestones toward the outer edge of the Ashen Lands. Meanwhile, he sent a voice message in the team channel. Qing Ying, Xiao Yao, head to the spot I just visited and find a stone pit. A stone pit? Qing Ying paused momentarily, unsure of Jiang Chen's intentions, yet she replied in the team chat, understood. Immediately, she and Tao Xiaoyao set off deeper into the Ashen Lands. Soon, the two girls arrived at the location where the King of Flamestones had recently slumbered. There lay a circular pit several meters long, with pools of lava flowing within. Brother Fanchen, we found the stone pit. Qing Ying announced in the team channel. Smash the crystal at the center of the pit. Jiang Chen instructed. Upon hearing this, Qing Ying's eyes lit up as she realized this was the mechanism to weaken the boss. She quickly navigated around the flowing lava and approached the center of the pit, striking the crystal with a normal attack from her sword. In the Ashen Lands, numerous players continued to arrive at this location, with thousands now distributed across the vast outer area. A quartet of adventurers, having arrived late, found themselves compelled to venture deeper into the recesses of the area in search of a vacant space to engage in monster hunting. They stumbled upon a relatively deserted locale. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the ground, accompanied by the fierce crash of impact. The team looked up, instantly struck dumb by the sight before them. A colossal creature, the lava beast, its form coursing with molten rock, was advancing towards them. It was a level 15 silver tier boss. One of the knights in the group paled at the sight. There were players ahead. It was he who had lured the boss. Nearby, a female priest pointed towards a seemingly diminutive figure in front of the creature. Stay calm. Focus on the boss's head. The mage captain maintained his composure, aware that only frontline players could reach the main city at this time, and their gaming prowess was commendable. Hearing this, the other 3 teammates turned their gazes in unison. They quickly noticed that the boss's name had 2 additional characters appended. Weakened. This boss is in a weakened state. The female priest exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, in a weakened state. The mage captain nodded, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. Shall we engage? The knight and the archer were fixated on the boss, unable to suppress a lick of their lips. We can give it a try? Upon the mage captain's command, a fireball spell was hurled towards the boss, striking it squarely. 35. The Lava King, having sustained damage, promptly disregarded Jiang Chen and advanced towards the mage. Observing this, Jiang Chen wore a faint smile and withdrew from the boss's vicinity. The priest has retreated. The knight in the team remarked, his expression laced with confusion. Forget her. She's likely a lone wolf player who can't do anything even against a weakened boss on her own. The mage captain swiftly replied. Everyone, attack the boss. Be mindful of your positioning and try not to get hit. Understood. The team surged towards the boss, while Jiang Chen had already distanced himself, watching from the sidelines. Their positioning was commendable. The boss's regular attacks were failing to connect. However, the team's damage output was rather meager, with the Lava King boasting 300,000 health points. They could only chip away slowly. Fortunately, the weakened state of the Lava King not only reduced its movement and attack speed, but also imposed a critical flaw. It could not unleash any skills. Even with their low damage, as long as time permitted, they could eventually whittle the boss down. This instilled a sense of hope within the team. 20 minutes later, the boss's health had diminished by 15. Is this area still too deep? Why haven't any other players arrived? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He stretched languidly, preparing to head to the outskirts to inform other players about the boss. Just as he took a few steps, he noticed several players approaching from the distance. They're coming. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and halted. Soon, these players also caught sight of the boss. Jiang Chen knew all too well that once other players laid eyes on this weakened boss, the news would surely spread like wildfire. As he had anticipated, within a minute or two, players began to arrive in succession. Before long, a crowd of 20 to 30 individuals had gathered around the boss. Meanwhile, players hunting lesser monsters elsewhere were also informed that a weakened silver-tier boss lurked deep within the Ashen Lands. On the periphery of the Ashen Lands, the Heavenly Court Guild had claimed a relatively expansive territory where they were engaged in slaying lava beasts. Guildmaster, it's been reported that a boss has appeared ahead. Many have already gone. Should we head over? The white-haired mage Wan Fa Gui Zhong inquired of his companion, Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo. Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo dispatched a nearly defeated lava beast, collected the dropped heart of the lava stone, and asked, what level is the boss? A level 15 silver-tier boss. Huh, a level 15 silver-tier boss? Who could possibly take that on now? Wouldn't that be akin to courting death? Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo swiftly dispatched another low-health monster, hastily gathering the spoils. This boss is in a weakened state, its skills restricted. Its health seems to have already dropped by a third, Wan Fa Gui Zhong said quickly. What? Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo was momentarily taken aback and snapped. Why didn't you say so sooner? Wan Fa Gui Zhong grimaced, explaining, Guildmaster, I only just learned of it myself. No time for excuses. Gather the team and let's move. Yes. This scene unfolded across various guilds within the Ashen Lands. Everyone, follow me to slay the boss. On the side of the King's Guild, the news reached the boisterous Ba Chi Kuang Run, who also led his followers deeper into the Ashen Lands. A weakened boss has appeared? Our luck just keeps rolling in. Meanwhile, on another front, the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild, Qi Sha, wore an expression of surprise. He had come to Jilu City merely to observe the Heavenly Court Guild's attempts to hinder the first kill team, hoping to reap some benefits. Little did he expect that not only would a limited-time quest emerge, but now a weakened silver-tier boss had appeared. This venture was akin to fortune falling from the heavens. Almost every guild that had come to Jilu City felt as though they had struck gold. Chapter 32. Those who offend me shall meet their demise. Lava King LV-15, silver-tier boss, remaining health, 65. Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo, leading his team, had just arrived at the inner depths of the Ashen Lands when they encountered the massive boss. A throng of over 100 players had already gathered. His arrival drew the attention of all, particularly due to the throng of 200 to 300 members of the Heavenly Court Guild that followed him. How can the Heavenly Court Guild's numbers possibly rival ours? Are we to engage in fruitless combat over this boss? A player who had arrived earlier remarked, frowning. While boss encounters are determined by skill, can he really clear the area? Another player scoffed dismissively. Look over there, the King's Guild has arrived too. Someone suddenly shouted. In another direction, a party of nearly 20 approached, led by the King's Guild president, Ba Chi Kuang Ren. That is the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild. Another pointed out. There, 3 groups of 4 players were advancing in a triangular formation, led by an individual named Qi Sha. The Heavenly Court Guild, the King's Guild, the Immortal Myth Guild. None of these major guilds were from Jilu City, yet they had all come. Moreover, to my knowledge, the Dynasty and Supreme Alliance have also dispatched members, though their higher-ups have yet to arrive. More than half of the top 10 well-established guilds had representatives here. Players murmured amongst themselves. Within the Heavenly Court Guild, the white-haired mage Wan Fa Gui Zhong surveyed the surroundings and quickly asked his leader, Boss, shall we clear the area? We hold a decisive numerical advantage. Although numerous major guilds were present, most had sent only a handful of players, with the maximum number being just 20, together with other players. The total was still less than 200. In contrast, the Heavenly Court Guild boasted a total of 300 members, clearly possessing a substantial numerical edge. Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo understood this logic and hesitated over whether to take action. While he was confident he could seize control of the area, provoking so many guilds at once would inevitably lead to considerable complications. However, upon laying eyes on the level 15 silver-tier boss, his heart began to race with excitement. Just as he steeled himself, preparing to speak, another group of players approached. A silver-tier boss has appeared. No wonder it's so lively here. The leader of this new group was none other than Xiong Tu Lung Feng from the Xiong Tu Club. Beside him stood a dozen individuals, each bearing the illustrious prefix of Xiong Tuesday. Given that this was a wild boss encounter, it seemed prudent for everyone to join forces and collaborate, did it not? Xiong Tu's voice, clear and invigorating, resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, other players readily concurred, their agreement palpable. The spoils from a wild boss were allocated according to damage dealt, with the player inflicting the most harm granted the privilege to claim the loot. Naturally, should a player fall, their damage would reset to 0. This system was undoubtedly fair to all participants. Moreover, The player who delivered the final blow to each type of boss would receive an additional reward. Thus, many players, even those aware that their damage output paled in comparison to the more formidable players, would still strive for that coveted last hit. After all, that final strike was often subject to a degree of fortune. Consequently, for the average player, the opportunity to collectively vanquish a wild boss presented no drawbacks. As for the player known as Raise the Blade to slay Yama, his ambition was unequivocally to claim it all for himself. However, with Xiongtu's declaration, the dynamics of the scene subtly shifted. Moreover, players continued to arrive in droves. After a brief moment of contemplation, Raise the Blade to slay Yama's rationality ultimately triumphed over his desires, and he relinquished the notion of clearing the field. "Let us slay the boss," he proclaimed, charging towards the Flamestone King. Not just the Heavenly Court Guild, but members from other guilds also joined the fray against the boss. At this juncture, the Flamestone King was completely encircled. Many melee players found themselves unable to approach the boss, including Raise the Blade to slay Yama himself. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Court Guild had evidently anticipated this scenario. Juan Guizong and several ranged specialists unleashed a barrage of fireballs and arrows, clearing a path by dispatching the players obstructing Raise the Blade to slay Yama's advance. While this action incited discontent among the players in front, they were powerless to counter it. Everyone understood that the Heavenly Court Guild, with its overwhelming numbers, would not be denied entry for Raise the Blade to slay Yama. As the various guilds entered the fray, the boss's health rapidly diminished, soon dropping below half. Even as players continued to fall before the colossal fists of the Flamestone King, a steady stream of newcomers replenished their ranks. The tactic of overwhelming numbers proved highly effective when the boss's abilities were constrained. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen observed the unfolding scene in silence. Beside him, Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao had also arrived. "Brother Fanchen, are we not going to fight the boss?" Qing Ying inquired, her confusion evident regarding Jiang Chen's actions since his arrival. "Have you been paying attention to the boss's skills?" Jiang Chen suddenly asked. "The boss's skills?" Qing Ying pondered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. Tao Xiao Yao seemed to have an inkling. "Is it the skill Life Furnace?" "Precisely, the Life Furnace. A skill that continually enhances the boss," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "The period of weakness should be approaching soon." Before long, the Flamestone King's health dwindled to 30. Almost everyone failed to notice that the displayed weakened state above the boss's head had quietly dissipated. At that moment, the Flamestone King's thunderous voice boomed. "I am the Lord of Stone and Rock. Those who offend me shall perish." Raising a fist taller than a man, it struck the ground with tremendous force. "Watch out! Retreat! Quickly dodge!" Some players, recognizing the impending danger, shouted in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Boom! The Flamestone King's formidable fist crashed into the ground, producing a deafening sound. Simultaneously, sharp, needle-like stones erupted from the earth within a 20-meter radius. This was the Flamestone King's skill, Rock Spike. In an instant, a significant portion of the melee players beneath it fell. Many knights did not even have time to raise their shields. Only a fortunate few with quick reflexes managed to hide in the gaps between the rock spikes, evading this devastating attack. Even ranged players were not spared, as many fell victim to the emerging spikes, struck down in an instant. However, the most terrifying aspect was that the Flamestone King's health surged upwards. Each fallen player released a wisp of white essence that flowed toward the Flamestone King's body. "It's the Life Furnace," a player exclaimed in horror. Chapter 33, The True Effect of the Life Furnace. After this wave, the Flamestone King's remaining health escalated from 30 to 40 before it ceased its upward trajectory. The boss had escaped its weakened state. How perilous! Raise the Blade to slay Yama narrowly evaded a rock spike beneath him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. More than half of the players surrounding the Flamestone King had been obliterated. Consequently, members from various guilds were now able to join the fray. Particularly, the Heavenly Court Guild, with 300 members, found that only ranged players and a few melee fighters could initially engage the boss. Now, with space opening up, melee characters could swiftly advance into attack range. "President, our members now occupy nearly half the area," Juan Guizong proclaimed within the team. "The boss's skill has inadvertently aided us." Raise the Blade to slay Yama's expression brightened, and he quickly commanded, "Everyone, be mindful of your positioning. Those who lack skill should retreat far. We must not afford any fatalities." Similarly, other guilds seized the opportunity to claim additional space. Newly arrived players continued their assault on the Flamestone King. At this point, the gathering players were predominantly from the various guilds. In comparison to the relatively disorganized average teams, the guild teams exhibited a markedly higher level of competence. The Flamestone King's health was depleting at an accelerated rate. Before long, the boss's health neared 30 once more. The boss is about to unleash a skill. Those unsure of their positioning should retreat immediately. Do not be greedy for damage. A player urgently shouted. Nearly all players promptly retreated. As the boss's health reached 30, it swiftly raised its hardened fist. Boom. The fist slammed down onto the ground, accompanied by a violent rumble, as spikes erupted from the earth with alarming speed. This time, the The players' evasive maneuvers were notably improved compared to before, although many still perished. With wisps of white essence flowing toward the Flamestone King, its health only restored to 34. We have a chance to defeat it, a player shouted in exhilaration. As if hope had materialized. Not far away, Jiang Chen merely glanced at the positioning of the players on the battlefield, slowly shook his head, and softly remarked, "This is futile." Just as Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao remained puzzled about the meaning of his words, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The Flamestone King raised its arms high, and the majestic limbs forged of stone became veins through which molten lava coursed rapidly. It then crossed its arms and waved. Countless streams of lava erupted from its arms, as if the sky itself were unleashing a torrential downpour. However, this rain was none other than a deluge of molten lava. This was the Flamestone King's second skill, Lava Rain. Anyone struck by the lava rain was essentially annihilated in an instant. Even knights who had raised their shields found themselves helpless, for the shield could only absorb a single attack. In one location, multiple torrents of lava could descend in quick succession, leaving those caught beneath them vulnerable to damage. Even players with robust defenses who survived the initial impact would be left in a severely weakened state. Moreover, the lava rain inflicted lingering burn damage, ensuring that almost no one standing before the Flamestone King escaped unscathed. Even ranged players succumbed to the onslaught, for the coverage of the lava rain extended far beyond 20 meters. However, the area where the magma fire rain descends is fan-shaped. Players positioned behind the King of Flamestone are spared from harm. Nonetheless, over a third of the players have been sent back to their resurrection points. A vast expanse of white essence surged into the body of the King of Flamestone, restoring its health to 42. I can't believe it. The blade-wielding Grim Reaper erupted in a torrent of curses, having just stood directly in front of the boss and suffered the same fate from the falling magma. Were it not for his silver-grade armor, he would have been eliminated in an instant. At this moment, beams of healing light showered upon him, thanks to the guild's priests. They managed to revive him from the brink of death under the burning status effect. Ordinary players struck by the magma are not afforded such treatment, succumbing to the persistent damage from the flames. Other guilds fared no better, each experiencing varying degrees of casualties. The King of Kings Guild lost nearly 8 out of 20 members. Fortunately, a few priests remained alive, and the health of the fierce berserker was restored through healing spells. Knowing the range and damage of the skills made things easier, the fierce berserker swiftly declared, "As long as the boss's health recovers by less than 10 each time, we can defeat it." Everyone understood the importance of staying alive. On the side of the Xiongtu Club, Xiongtu Lungfeng also shouted loudly, "We understood the boss's skills. When it's time to dodge, don't be greedy. Let us strike hard and take it down." After a round of encouragement, the players continued their relentless assault on the boss. The spaces left by fallen players were quickly filled by members of the Heavenly Court Guild and some latecomers. The health of the King of Flamestone began to plummet once more. Observing the battlefield, Jiang Chen remained extraordinarily calm. He had no concerns about the boss being defeated. Suddenly, Tao Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. The boss's attack speed seems to have increased. Hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. You noticed that? The boss's attack speed has indeed quickened, though the change is subtle, no more than a 5 increase. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by Tao Xiaoyao's keen observation, but it was also within reason. After all, he was well aware of how brilliant this young lady had become as she matured. Yes, I noticed it slightly faster, and its attack range seems to have broadened a bit. The boss's body appears to have grown a fraction, Tao Xiaoyao asserted with certainty. Her clear eyes focused intently on the boss. Really? Qingying looked at Tao Xiaoyao, puzzled, as she had not noticed any differences in the boss. However, she quickly caught sight of the rare smile of appreciation that graced Jiang Chen's face. In an instant, she understood that Tao Xiaoyao was indeed correct. Wait, are you implying that I'm the only ordinary person in this team? Qingying felt a wave of frustration wash over her. The boss's life furnace not only restores health, in fact, healing is merely a secondary effect. The true essence of this skill is enhancement. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly, aware that the boss's skill enhancement effects had yet to fully manifest. However, once it has eliminated a sufficient number of players, a qualitative change would inevitably occur. To what extent can the boss be enhanced? Tao Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. From silver grade, it can evolve into gold grade. Jiang Chen replied slowly, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Gold grade? Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. At the same time, a shocking and incredible thought surged forth in their minds. Everything he has done from the beginning until now has been to facilitate the boss's evolution into a gold grade being? Chapter 34. It's our turn to strike. Under the relentless assault of the players, the King of Flamestone's health rapidly declined again, dropping from 42 to 32. The boss is about to unleash a skill. This time it's rock spikes. Be sure to evade. Damn it, who blocked my movement? Get out of the way. The crowd shouted as they swiftly retreated. Particularly, the melee classes mostly abandoned their attacks in favor of distancing themselves from the boss. Die all of you. The King of Flamestone raised its fist and slammed it into the ground. A thunderous boom resonated as numerous rock spikes erupted from the earth, claiming lives. Thanks to previous experiences, this time, far fewer players were struck. Although some still fell, wisps of white essence flowed toward the King of Flamestone. Yet, its health only restored to 35. Everyone understood that as long as the health restored remained below 10, the boss could be defeated. Once more, they organized their offensive. Nearby knights, warriors, and assassins swung their melee weapons, while distant mages unleashed fireballs and ice arrows, alongside arrows from archers, relentlessly bombarding the King of Flamestone. Soon, its health decreased by 10. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. The King of Flamestone raised its colossal fist again, striking the earth. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Countless needle-like rocks pierced through the ground. Immediately after, it raised its hands high, crossing them in a sweeping motion. Molten magma erupted from above, cascading down onto the ground. With the combination of rock spikes and magma fire rain, two skills were unleashed. Even though many had prepared, the sheer coverage of the attacks was too extensive, and they were helplessly struck down. After absorbing a multitude of life energies, the King of Flamestone's health restored to 26. Excellent. The boss's health has only recovered by 6. The next skill will be unleashed when its health reaches 16. At this rate, it could be defeated in 3 or 4 more cycles of skills. We are bound to take it down. Everyone was filled with fervor as they launched a new offensive against the boss. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Soon, the King of Flamestone's health reached 16. Unleashing its skill, after harvesting the lives of several players, its health rose to 21. Following this, its health was struck down to 11, prompting yet another skill release. More players fell victim to the absorption of life energy, with only over 1,000 players undertaking the limited quest in the Ashen Lands. This was primarily due to the major guilds sending members to the city of Julu. Otherwise, the number would have been less than 1,000. After all, only a select few players could reach the main city. Not everyone was aware of the limited quest, and many were engaged in other tasks out in the wilderness. Not all would come over. Nonetheless, although there were only slightly over 1,000 players in the Ashen Lands, nearly all had converged upon the King of Flamestone. Approximately 300 players participated in the siege against the boss. At this moment, however, fewer than 300 players remained on the battlefield. The intensity of the battle was nothing short of brutal. After unleashing its skill, the King of Flamestone absorbed player life energy once more, causing its health to rise. When it reached 11, it halted at 15. With at most one more skill release, the boss would meet its end. Charge! Let us bring down the boss. Everyone shouted excitedly, preparing for yet another assault. Suddenly, a blindingly bright red light surged from the King of Flamestone. In an instant, the radiance was so intense that it rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. Soon, the light dimmed, and players' vision began to clear, revealing their astonished expressions. They beheld the King of Flamestone engulfed in raging flames. Moreover, its health had soared to 100. What in the world? Why has the boss's health been fully restored? Players expressed their confusion, voices of indignation rising in a chorus. Look at the boss's information. Someone shouted. King of Flamestone, LV-15 gold grade boss. The crowd finally realized that the boss had undergone an evolution. Its rank had ascended from silver to gold. Moreover, it had acquired an additional skill. Before they could even scrutinize it further, the fiery wrath of the Flamestone King erupted, incinerating all in its path. The creature roared ferociously, and flames erupted from its body, spreading outwards. In an instant, the ground within a 25-meter radius was engulfed in fire, melting away and transforming into a torrent of molten lava. Quick, evade. Contact with that lava means certain death. Panic and despair gripped the remaining players. The events unfolded with such unexpected swiftness that they had no time to escape, all succumbing to the onslaught of lava, collapsing one after another. This area morphed into a sea of magma, devouring all life. Only a handful of ranged players managed to retreat from the lava's reach in time. The rest were swiftly sent back to their resurrection points. In the aftermath, merely 30 souls remained, gazing at the boss in horror, utterly at a loss. Yet, the Flamestone King showed no mercy, striding across the molten terrain towards them. Retreat! A priest exclaimed, turning to flee. The others quickly regained their senses, scattering in all directions to distance themselves from the boss. Generally, if one managed to stay over 50 meters away from the boss, it would lose aggro. In that moment, aside from the Flamestone King and the vast expanse of magma at its feet, nothing else remained in the center of the field. Subsequently, with no target to attack, the boss turned and ventured deeper into the Ashen Lands. In the distance, 3 figures observed the scene. Among them, 2 maidens stood frozen, dumbfounded. They were Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao. The terrifying skill of the boss had instantly obliterated hundreds, the sheer visual impact leaving them in shock. Beside them, Jiang Chen, with an expression of calm, stretched lazily, having found the preceding events rather mundane. It is time for us to make our move, he declared, stepping slowly towards the depths of the Ashen Lands. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao snapped back to reality, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure if they had misheard. Jiang Chen turned to address the two. What do you mean, huh? The boss has retreated to its lair. We must follow. Qingying swallowed hard. Brother Fanchen. Are we really going to slay this Flamestone King? Jiang Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, what else would we do? Why do you think I lured it out and allowed it to evolve into a gold tier? Understanding dawned upon Qingying as she took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's ideas consistently reshaped her comprehension of the world. Tao Xiaoyao gazed at Jiang Chen with admiration and infatuation. Let us hasten, for we still have a time-sensitive quest to complete. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock, noting that there was still an hour before the quest deadline. We still have time. Chapter 35, an even more explosive revelation. The Flamestone King, in fact, belonged to the category of Flamestone beasts, albeit as their sovereign. The heart of the Flamestone, required for the limited-time quest, would also drop from the Flamestone King. What's more, it would yield an even superior flame crystal heart. Furthermore, with the boss evolving into a gold-tier entity, it would certainly drop gold gear. Under the blessings of the Love God, this would equate to platinum equipment. Thus, upon learning that the Heavenly Court Guild intended to stir trouble, Jiang Chen began to devise his strategy. Everything was unfolding according to my script. Once we vanquish the boss, we shall achieve great success. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao, soon arrived at the heart of the Ashen Lands, the lair of the Flamestone King. There, a colossal figure, towering over 10 meters and ablaze with fire, stepped into a grove of stone. From a distance, its upper body was visible, unmistakably that of the Flamestone King. Simultaneously, from another direction, a duo, one male, one female, followed the boss from afar. Both were assassins. Brother gang, this trip has been exceedingly worthwhile. I am glad you stood your ground with the supervisor, the female assassin exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Her ID was Yuangyinru. The Heavenly Court Guild's grand operation, such first-hand news, and capturing on-site footage will surely go viral. How could I possibly spare the 5 gold for the teleportation fee? The male assassin, named Yuan Yanggang, beamed as he asked, by the way, Rojia, have the game recordings been saved? Of course they have. I never anticipated encountering such a spectacle, with several major guilds being completely obliterated by the boss. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Yuan Yinru recalled, a glimmer of excitement still dancing on her face. The two, Yuan Yinru and Yuan Yanggang, were both frontline employees of Yuan, the largest gaming news website in the country. Their duty was to capture the latest and fastest news from within the game, akin to frontline reporters. Upon learning of the Heavenly Court Guild's actions, they specifically requested funds to teleport to Julu City, aiming to record a sensational news event. They had even conceived the title for their coverage. Shocking. The veteran Heavenly Court Guild versus the #1 knight in the national server. However, they found themselves caught in a more explosive occurrence, the various guilds besieging the boss, which then evolved and annihilated everyone. Previously, the duo had stealthily observed from a distance, capturing the entire sequence on film. Rojia, let us record the boss returning to its lair as a conclusion. We can upload the video afterward, and it will surely explode. Yuan Yanggang's face radiated with excitement, as a viral video meant generous bonuses and salaries. Indeed, it will definitely be a hit. Yuan Yinru nodded enthusiastically. The two trailed the Flamestone King, capturing footage of its return to its abode for the video's finale. Suddenly, a trio of players came into view. Hey, someone is approaching. Weren't they all sent back to their resurrection points by the boss? Yuan Yinru remarked, puzzled. Almost all players deep within the Ashen Lands had been wiped out by the Flamestone King. Even those who survived had likely fled to distance themselves from the boss. Not surprising. After all, with hundreds or thousands of players, there will always be some like us, lurking nearby to watch. Yuan Yanggang shrugged dismissively, but as soon as he spoke, his expression changed dramatically. Wait, those are the first kill team. At his words, Yuan Yinru's expression froze. It was only then that she noticed the IDs of the three, Qingying, Fanchen, and Tao Xiaoyao. Indeed, it is the first kill team. Yuan Yinru's gaze fixated on Qingying. Is that the #1 knight in the national server? She is so beautiful. I didn't expect the individuals the Heavenly Court Guild is seeking would be right here. But what are they doing here? Yuan Yanggang pondered aloud. It seems they are also following the boss. Yuan Yinru observed as Jiang Chen and the others made their way into the stone grove. Her curiosity piqued. Let us follow and see. Given her profession, Yuan Yanggang felt certain that something remarkable was about to unfold. Yes, Yuan Yinru nodded. The two immediately followed. But just as they were about to enter the grove, Jiang Chen suddenly paused and turned to look behind him. What is the matter? Qingying inquired, halting beside him, puzzled. Is someone there? Tao Xiaoyao, noticing Jiang Chen's suddenly cold demeanor, quickly turned to look as well. Yet behind them, there was nothing but emptiness, no trace of anyone. Stealth skill, Jiang Chen mused, then called out loudly. If you come any closer, I won't hesitate to send you back to your resurrection point. Earlier, he had sensed two individuals trailing behind them, and when he turned to look, they had engaged the basic assassin skill, stealth. However, as long as a stealthy figure moved within a certain distance in front of the observer, their translucent form would become apparent. Thus, should the opponent dare to make a single move, Jiang Chen would unhesitatingly send them away. Upon hearing this, Qing Ying was also convinced that someone was behind them. She placed her absolute trust in Jiang Chen's judgment and shouted, "Who is lurking about?" As soon as the words left her mouth, both Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yanggang dared not make a sound. Having just followed closely behind, they immediately resorted to stealth upon noticing Jiang Chen halt and turn. Now, upon hearing the exchange between Jiang Chen and Qing Ying, they were paralyzed with fear. Yuang Yinru, is this the first kill team? They are truly terrifying. Can they sense our presence? Yuang Yanggang, just don't approach. Who knows what their temperament is like? One sword strike from them would be quite unpleasant. Yuang Yinru understood. Yuang Yanggang, let us wait here. I have a feeling they are up to something significant. The two of them, unable to voice their thoughts, could only communicate through text messages within their team. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, seeing no further movement, turned and walked into the stone forest. At present, seizing the moment was paramount. Soon, the trio arrived at the heart of the stone forest, surrounded by jagged, towering boulders, with a vast open space in the center. In the clearing stood the Flamestone King, enveloped in flames. Having transformed into a golden tier boss, the Flamestone King's attack, defense, and health had all seen a significant boost. Furthermore, its attack skills included not only Rock Spike and Magma Rain, but also a new skill, Magma Earth. Magma Earth, when health drops by 30, it will engulf the surrounding ground in flames, transforming it into scalding magma within a 25-meter radius. Every second, it inflicts 1,000 fire damage and slows by 20. The magma persists for 30 seconds. Make sure to stand back and be cautious not to be caught in the skills, Jiang Chen cautioned. Qing Ying blinked her large eyes and asked, Brother Fan Chun, are you going to solo this? This boss lacks any special abilities. It's not too difficult. I can handle it alone. To Jiang Chen, the Flamestone King's skills were rather commonplace, merely extensive in range and high in damage, devoid of any strong crowd control or locking abilities, all of which could be evaded. Not too difficult. Qing Ying was left speechless. A golden tier boss that had slaughtered so many players was not difficult? Was this even a reasonable statement? Qing Ying felt her mind was in a whirl. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had approached the boss. Foolish ants, the magma shall surely engulf you, roared the Flamestone King. Little holy light apocalypse array. At that moment, outside the stone forest, Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yanggang simultaneously witnessed the massive form of the Flamestone King suddenly erupt into action, launching an attack, although obscured by the stone forest. Preventing them from seeing the specifics, the upper half of the Flamestone King emerged from the cover of the stones. It was evident that it was swinging its enormous fist. Is someone battling the boss? Yuang Yinru's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it must be that first kill team. Yuang Yanggang was equally astonished and suddenly recalled something, urgently asking, is the recording on? It's been recording all along. An even more explosive piece of news has arrived. Chapter 36, Defeating the Flamestone King. In the center of the stone forest, a six-pointed star magic array illuminated beneath Jiang Chen's feet, while the massive Flamestone King swung its fist down upon him. This single fist was larger than Jiang Chen himself. As the fist descended, Jiang Chen was enveloped in shadow. However, due to the colossal size and overwhelming force of the Flamestone King's fist, it took longer to fall. Utilizing his movements, Jiang Chen effortlessly dodged it. Simultaneously, a holy white light of healing descended upon the Flamestone King, and a white healing beam coalesced before Jiang Chen, striking towards the boss. A purple crystal sphere materialized at that moment. The healing beam triggered dual casting, intensifying the white light. 660, 700, 1320. Dual casting. The boss suffered 3 consecutive hits. Moreover, the healing beam and the little holy light apocalypse array continued to inflict damage. After 20 seconds, all skills were off cooldown. Jiang Chen had already dealt over 20,000 points of damage to the boss. Admittedly, this was not particularly significant in light of its total health of 600,000. Furthermore, bosses of a certain tier possess automatic healing abilities. However, the recovery rate is quite low. Typically, bosses of golden tier and above, barring any special abilities, automatically recover 0. 1 of their health every second. Although this rate is minimal for the Flamestone King with its 600,000 health, that equates to a recovery of 600 health points per second. Nevertheless, even so, Jiang Chen, with his extraordinarily high damage output, managed to reduce the Flamestone King's health by approximately 2 in just 20 seconds. He quickly calculated that he could defeat the boss within 20 minutes. A minute and a half later, the Flamestone King's health had decreased by 10. Die! It roared, suddenly raising its fist, not aimed at Jiang Chen this time, but rather striking the ground. The boss was about to unleash a skill. It's the Rock Spike. Observing from the periphery, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao wore serious expressions, their hearts involuntarily tightening. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated from the center of the battlefield as countless needle-like rocks erupted from the ground. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated the locations of the rock spikes. He deftly shifted his stance, slipping between two of the spikes and easily evading the attack. How does Brother Fan Chen know where the rock spikes will appear? Qing Ying was astonished. The speed of the rock spikes was rapid, and since they erupted from the ground, there was little time to react. She was certain Jiang Chen's evasion was not a matter of luck, yet she could not fathom how he achieved it. Beside her, Tao Xiaoyao casually remarked he saw them. Qing Ying froze. Saw them? Yes. When the rock spikes emerge from the ground, there will be small cracks on the surface. These cracks indicate where the spikes will rise. After patiently explaining, Tao Xiaoyao could not help but exclaim. However, the Master's reflexes are truly remarkable. Even if I saw the cracks, I might not be able to dodge. Qing Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not even noticed any cracks on the ground. Am I truly the weakest in the team? Qing Ying felt utterly demoralized. At that moment, in the center of the arena, Jiang Chen launched his counterattack. The Flamestone King's health steadily diminished. After approximately another minute and a half, its health remained at 80. It unleashed the skill rock spike once more. Jiang Chen evaded using his positioning, swiftly closing in on the boss. The Flamestone King raised its hands high and then crossed them, unleashing torrents of magma. It executed its second skill, Magma Rain. This was a fan-shaped area of effect skill, essentially covering the entire area before it, leaving no ground to stand upon. Jiang Chen had anticipated this, moving closer to the Flamestone King beforehand and swiftly maneuvering behind it. Soon, the Flamestone King's health dropped to 70. As usual, it unleashed Rock Spike again. This time, Jiang Chen did not approach but instead retreated. He knew that when the boss's health fell by 30, it would employ the skill Magma Earth. Sure enough, the Flamestone King bellowed, and the flames engulfing its body spread outward. The ground covered by the flames instantaneously transformed into searing magma. The speed at which the magma surged was astonishing. However, Jiang Chen had already retreated in advance. By the time the molten rock reached his feet, he had already exited the skill range. Immediately, the King of Flame Stones traversed the magma, charging towards Jiang Chen. Outside the stone forest, Yuan Yinru and Yuan Yanggang were fixated on the scene within the stone forest. They could see the King of Flame Stones in the midst of running and attacking. Although they could not discern its health or the presence of others, they understood that the King of Flame Stones was embroiled in a fierce battle. Yuan Yinru exclaimed, Gango, I am truly curious about what is happening inside. Shall we venture in? Yuan Yanggang shook his head. No, entering the stone forest would impair our visibility. Unless we can reach the very center of the action, it would be unwise. They are engaged in battling the boss, and surely they cannot spare attention to their surroundings. If we exercise caution and stealth, we should be able to slip in unnoticed. However, it is better to observe first. After all, we cannot afford to die in vain. Reluctantly, Yuan Yinru nodded. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Within the stone forest, the health of the King of Flame Stones continued to diminish. Under Jiang Chen's deft control, each of its skills was skillfully countered. 15 minutes later, the boss is on the brink of death. Qing Ying shouted excitedly, witnessing the boss reduced to a sliver of health. Moments later, the King of Flame Stones' health hit 0, collapsing to the ground in despair. You have slain the wild boss, King of Flame Stones, Golden Grade, achieving the first kill. Your level has increased to level 15. You have gained 3 points in your 4-dimensional attributes and 12 points in free attributes. Ascending 3 levels in one go, Jiang Chen felt elated. As customary, he allocated all free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 24/3. Strength, 24/3. Agility, 24/3. Intelligence, 155/15. Spell power, 360/30. Simultaneously, Tao Xiaoyao and Qing Ying also reached level 14, nearing the next level. Brother Fan Chen, we have made it onto the level leaderboard. Qing Ying exclaimed with fervor. You are in first place, while Xiaoyao and I occupy the 5th and 6th positions respectively. First place? Jiang Chen was not particularly surprised by this revelation. After all, a golden grade boss was not typically within reach at this stage, and the substantial experience it provided far surpassed their current levels. Platinum grade equipment. Gazing at the boss's carcass on the ground, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he approached to collect the spoils. Outside the stone forest, Yuan Yinru and Yuan Yanggang remained frozen in disbelief for nearly half a minute upon witnessing the demise of the King of Flame Stones. They knew a boss was being fought inside, but they never anticipated that it would actually fall. The boss has fallen? Yuan Yinru's voice trembled. It has. Yuan Yanggang nodded numbly, incredulity etched on his face. How could 3 individuals accomplish this? Do you think anyone would believe it? Yuan Yinru felt a shiver run down her spine. This was utterly absurd. Yuan Yanggang took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Let us go in and see. Regardless of how unbelievable it may seem, the evidence is right before our eyes. The boss has indeed fallen, and we cannot deny it. We must document the corpse. He could hardly fathom the waves of commotion this video would incite once released. Even if it meant facing danger, it would be worth it. Chapter 37, Platinum Grade Equipment. In the heart of the stone forest, Jiang Chen stared in astonishment at the spoils he had collected in his backpack. Heart of the Flame Crystal. The heart of the king of flame stones after evolution, containing energy equivalent to 1,000 flame stone hearts, non-tradable. Devouring Demon Spirit Robe, Platinum Grade Mana, 1,000. Additional effect. Each skill damage inflicts a mana absorption effect of 10 when health is reduced by 50. It automatically triggers the Mana Shield effect. Mana Shield. All damage taken is negated by an equivalent amount of mana. Suitable for mages, priests, and summoners. Required level, 15. First kill final strike reward. Thunderflame Staff, Platinum Grade Spell Power, 120. Additional effect. Intelligence, 40. Each skill damage carries a Thunderflame Paralysis effect. Thunderflame Paralysis reduces target's attack speed and movement speed by 50 for 1 second. Suitable for mages, priests, and summoners. Required level, 15. Skill Godstone, 3 stars used to enhance the star level of 3-star skills. 2 same-level skill Godstones can be combined to form a higher-level skill Godstone. The Heart of the Flame Crystal is to be submitted for a quest. Both pieces of platinum-grade equipment boasted extraordinary effects and were wearable. The Mana Shield of the Devouring Demon Spirit Robe essentially transformed mana into health, and combined with the mana absorption effect, it was undoubtedly more resilient than a tank. The Thunderflame Staff, with its paralysis effect, despite lasting only 1 second, could trigger continuously when paired with sustained damage. At this stage, such equipment was akin to invincibility. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen donned both pieces of equipment, replacing his silver-grade Flowing Cloud Robe and golden-grade Cold Frost Staff. Intelligence, 170, 15. Spell Power, 460, 100. Mana, 2,711.50. Jiang Chen's attributes surged dramatically. He also possessed a 3-star skill stone. The skill god stone could be purchased from the Divine Item Shop once players reach level 20. However, the shop only sold 1-star skill god stones, each priced at 500 gold coins. Of course, 2 1-star skill god stones could be combined to create a 2-star one. While skill god stones could be used to enhance the star level of skills, each skill could only be upgraded 4 times. This means a 1-star skill can reach a maximum of 5 stars, while a 2-star skill can attain up to 6 stars, and so forth. A 3-star skill stone could elevate a 3-star skill to 4 stars. At this stage, it was unlikely anyone would purchase it. Best to use it oneself. Observing his skill Little Holy Light Apocalypse Array, 3 stars, reverse. Jiang Chen promptly utilized the skill godstone on it. Subsequently, the skill's star level and effects underwent transformation. Little Holy Light Apocalypse Array, 4 stars. Reverse casts a hexagram magic array with a radius of 25 meters, reducing the life points of all enemy targets within the array by 250 spell power points per second. The array persists for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds, consuming 50 mana points. Priest skill. The skill's range had increased by 5 meters, and its potency had risen by 50. Jiang Chen was immensely satisfied. Let us return to the main city. He promptly turned and made his way out of the stone forest, needing to submit the Heart of the Flame Crystal to the city lord before the task expired to receive his reward. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. However, after walking a short distance, Jiang Chen suddenly halted. Qingying inquired, "What's wrong?" "Never mind. Let us proceed," Jiang Chen replied, casting a lingering glance at a massive boulder not far away. He said nothing further and walked straight out of the stone forest. He was aware that 2 assassins were lurking beneath that boulder. However, with the boss defeated, he had no interest in engaging with them unless they approached him first. He needed to prioritize submitting the quest. After Jiang Chen and the others exited the stone forest, 2 figures emerged from beneath the boulder, Yuang Yinru and Yuan Yanggang. They exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of fear in the other's eyes. "The priest just glanced at us. It was quite terrifying. It felt as if we were not in stealth at all," Yuang Yinru said, still shaken. "Fortunately, they did not make a move. They likely consider us beneath notice." Yuan Yanggang also let out a sigh of relief. The momentary glance from the priest had caused him to break into a cold sweat. "To the center of the stone forest," he declared, and the 2 hastily made their way to the heart of the stone forest. As they had anticipated, in the clearing at the center lay the colossal form of the king of flame stone's carcass. Although the answer was already clear in their hearts, witnessing it with their own eyes still sent shivers down their spines. Simultaneously, a glimmer of ecstatic joy flickered in their eyes. The trio had successfully vanquished a golden tier boss. The first knight of the national server, a title well-deserved. One could only wonder how the Heavenly Court Guild would react upon learning this news. They hastily began editing the footage, eager to upload it. This time, it was bound to be sensational news. In less than 10 minutes, a new video appeared on the homepage of the country's largest gaming news website, Unet. The title read, "The First Knight Team of the National Server, after achieving the first kill of the ancient ghost boss, once again defeats the golden tier boss, King of Flame and Stone." Prior to this video, another one had surfaced, veteran guild challenging the silver tier boss King of Flame and Stone, only to be met with evolution of the boss, resulting in total annihilation. The footage is utterly shocking. Simultaneously, both videos were shared by Unet's official account across major platforms such as Douyin and Weibo, sparking a whirlwind of comments. Within mere minutes, both videos skyrocketed to trending status. Chapter 38, A Frenzy Across the Internet. The two videos were divided into two parts and published across various platforms. Wow. After evolving, the King of Flame and Stone wiped the screen with a single skill. These major guilds were decimated. What a thrill to watch, haha. And there's a sequel. This King of Flame and Stone was taken down by a trio? Is the sequel for real, or is it edited? After all, the first night of the national server, I believe it's true. Though, without actual footage of the kill, I'm curious how they managed it. The comments were endless. Some debated the authenticity, others discussed the strength involved, while professional gaming teams analyzed the methods employed. However, the majority were mere entertainment seekers. OMG. The first night of the national server is a stunning beauty. Qingying is truly lovely. I think I'm in love. From this day forth, I'm her devoted fan. That priest is so handsome. I'm dying. I want to transform into that staff in his hands and let him play with me. Hey, you up there? Put on some clothes. Am I the only one who finds this girl, Tao Xiaoyao, appealing? Even though her bangs cover half her face, she has that first love vibe. The online discussions were fervent. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, the instigator of this frenzy, was completely oblivious, making his way back to the main city. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao were equally unaware that they had suddenly become internet sensations, with even fan clubs being established in their honor. Soon after, the trio arrived at the northern gate of Giant Deer City. They used the city gate's teleportation array to reach the central square of the main city. As they walked towards the main city mansion, Jiang Chen noticed numerous individuals discreetly observing them. Quickly informed the boss, the first kill team has arrived at the central square. One of them shouted eagerly. Jiang Chen paid no heed and led Tao Xiaoyao and Qingying to the mansion's entrance. By this time, a considerable crowd had trailed behind them. Stop! A voice suddenly called out. Jiang Chen turned to see a warrior at the front of the crowd, wielding a massive sword, fixating his intense gaze upon him. His ID read, Raise Sword to Slay Yama. Heavenly Court Guild. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before calmly inquiring, Is there something you need? Finally found you. Raise Sword to Slay Yama's gaze swept over Jiang Chen and his companions, particularly lingering on Qingying, whom he scrutinized several times before speaking in a deep voice. Are you the first knight of a national server? Qingying, perplexed by his stare, asked, Are you referring to me? What do you think? Raise Sword to Slay Yama's expression darkened. They had just been wiped out and sent back to the city's revival point, all attributes reduced to 1. Even the original limited quest was now impossible to continue due to insufficient time, forcing them to submit it prematurely with significantly diminished rewards. The losses were substantial. Encountering Jiang Chen and his group only exacerbated his foul mood. How would I know who you're talking about? I'm not the first knight of the national server. Qingying retorted with a dismissive pout, finding his demeanor exceptionally irksome, as though she owed him money. Are you mocking me? Raise Sword to Slay Yama's countenance grew increasingly grim. Unbeknownst to him, Qingying was entirely unaware of her newfound title as the first knight of the national server. To her, he seemed to be deliberately provoking her. Who is mocking you? Do we know each other? You appear quite disgruntled. Although she behaved obediently around Jiang Chen, Qingying had a fiery temper and was unafraid to voice her displeasure. Besides, they were in an absolute safe zone. He could do nothing to her. Raise Sword to Slay Yama scoffed coldly, stating vehemently, I don't care how capable you are. The moment you step out of the safe zone, I will slay you back to the revival point. Excuse me, what kind of trash bag are you that can hold so much? Qingying was utterly unfazed by his threat. At the very least, she refused to back down verbally. Very well. Raise Sword to Slay Yama forcefully suppressed his fury and said slowly, I hope your strength matches your boastful tongue when the time comes. Just then, a white-haired mage named Wan Fa Gue Zhong hurried over, his expression frantic, and privately messaged. Guild leader. Yes, they actually killed the King of Flame and Stone. Raise Sword to Slay Yama froze momentarily. Who? Who killed the King of Flame and Stone? Wan Fa Gue Zhong glanced at Jiang Chen's group. It's this knight's team. Are you joking? Who told you this? Raise Sword to Slay Yama's brow furrowed. Wan Fa Gue Zhong replied. The video has spread across all major platforms. Upon hearing this, Raise Sword to Slay Yama's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and disbelief. They had been engrossed in the game and were entirely unaware of this development. I need to check it out. With that, Raise Sword to Slay Yama exited the game state to peruse information online, leaving the members of Heavenly Court Guild exchanging glances, bewildered by what had just transpired. Let us go submit the quest. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the dazed crowd before turning to step into the main city mansion. All right. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao quickly followed suit, and soon the three arrived at the 5th floor of the mansion, standing before a grand door. This was the chamber of the city lord. After posting the quest, the city lord had returned to the mansion. The door was wide open, and Jiang Chen stepped inside. At the far end of the room stood a long wooden table, behind which sat a middle-aged man, Lu Silly, the lord of Giant Deer City. Jiang Chen approached directly, stating plainly, Lord Lu, I am here to submit the quest. It's you? It seems the quest was completed splendidly. Lu Silly smiled. Come, let me see how many flame stone hearts you have gathered. Subsequently, Jiang Chen presented the flame crystal heart from his backpack. This is Lu Silly's gaze sharpened. Disbelief evident in his voice. The flame crystal heart. How is this possible? How did you acquire it? Chapter 39. The mysterious class change scroll. The flame crystal heart was the heart of the king of flame and stone after its evolution. City Lord Lu Silly could never have anticipated that Jiang Chen would submit such a quest item. It is worth noting that a single flame crystal heart was equivalent to 1,000 flame stone hearts. Naturally, it was obtained by defeating the king of flame and stone. Jiang Chen answered Lu Silly's inquiry truthfully. Truly remarkable, an adventurer from another realm. You are far more formidable than I had envisioned. Lu Silly couldn't help but commend him. You flatter me, Lord of the City. Jiang Chen returned the compliment politely. In that case, the ordinary reward is of no use to you. Lu Silly stroked his chin, deep in thought. When he issued this limited quest, he had never considered that someone might acquire the flame crystal heart. Consequently, even the highest tier of rewards seemed insufficient. What should he offer as a reward? Lu Silly furrowed his brows, for he had not prepared a more substantial reward. If the offered reward fell short, it would be an inequitable situation. What was to be done? Observing Lu Silly's troubled expression, Jiang Chen surmised the underlying predicament. With a sunlit smile illuminating his face, he proposed, Lord Lu, I do not seek an extravagant reward. A mysterious class change book for each of us would suffice. A mysterious class change book? Lu Silly was momentarily taken aback, then widened his eyes in astonishment. One for each? The so-called mysterious class change book was an item that allowed players to transition into hidden professions. Within the realm of gods, players could change their class upon reaching level 20. Each foundational profession offered 2 standard pathways to choose from. However, beyond these 2 routes lay a special path, the hidden professions. Yet, hidden professions were exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and thus, they were more often sought than found. Consequently, Jiang Chen's utterance left Lu Silly utterly flabbergasted. The value of a mysterious class change book was immeasurable, let alone asking for one for each individual. What does Lord Lu think? Jiang Chen maintained his radiant smile. There were scarcely 3 mysterious class change books to be found in the entirety of Jilu City. Lu Silly glanced at Jiang Chen, then at Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao beside him, shaking his head with a wry smile. Let us negotiate for something else. 2 of them then. I hope Lord Lu can acquiesce. Jiang Chen's gaze burned with fervor, fixating intently on Lu Silly. He recognized that 3 mysterious class change books would be an unattainable request. Yet it was imperative to aim high. After all, this was a golden opportunity to acquire such a rare item, one that might never present itself again. Well then, Lu Silly hesitated, pondering for a few moments before resolutely stating, I can grant you 1 mysterious class change book at most. Additionally, each of you shall receive a portion of growth water, along with the blessing of the light of the main city. Thank you, Lord Lu. Jiang Chen promptly accepted. For his primary objective was to obtain 1 mysterious class change book. He would be content even without additional rewards. You have received a mysterious class change book. You have received growth water. You have received the title, Light of the Main City. Jiang Chen eagerly examined the rewards he had acquired. Mysterious class change book. After completing specific tasks, one can transition into a hidden profession related to their current class, non-tradable. Growth water grants 100 experience. The effects of this item do not stack and are non-tradable. Light of the Main City. 10 to all attributes. Grants 1 exemption from judgment each day within Jilu City. The 10 to all attributes was immensely valuable to Jiang Chen, as he aspired for maximum output. Focusing solely on intelligence left him lacking in other areas. Now, with the addition of 10 to all attributes, his overall statistics elevated to a new echelon. Constitution, 34-10. Strength, 34-10. Agility, 34-10. Intelligence, 180-10. With 100 experience points and an increase of 10 to all attributes, this was simply extraordinary. Qing Ying, too, wore a look of delight. Both she and Tao Xiaoyao had received the growth water and the light of the main city. What use is an exemption from judgment in the main city? Tao Xiaoyao inquired. In the main city, aside from the absolute safe zones, one can inflict harm upon others in other areas, such as the streets, but this will lead to being hunted by the city guards, Jiang Chen explained. Does the light of the main city exempt one from being hunted? Tao Xiaoyao immediately grasped the concept. Precisely. Jiang Chen nodded, a smile gracing his face. With the title of Light of the Main City, he could act freely within Jilu City. Should the Heavenly Court Guild act unwisely, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to surprise them. By the way, Lord Lu, do you happen to have any other tasks available? Jiang Chen inquired with a beaming smile directed at Lu Silly. Upon witnessing that grin, Lu Silly inexplicably shivered. Good heavens, is he attempting to exploit every opportunity? The audacity of demanding 3 mysterious class change books would intimidate anyone. Lu Silly quickly shook his head. Not at the moment. Then I shall not impose further. Jiang Chen expressed mild disappointment, then turned to Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Why don't you explore each level of the residence and see if you can find any tasks? All right. The two women nodded and exited the room to seek NPCs for quests. Subsequently, Jiang Chen made his way to the first floor of the residence, arriving at his treasure vault within the shop. Previously, he had displayed 47 bronze-level equipment pieces on the shelves, each priced at 20 gold. Almost all had been sold, leaving only 4 pieces unsold due to their inferior attributes. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen set the price for these 4 pieces at 10 gold each. Opening the shop's warehouse, he was greeted by a staggering total of 860 gold coins. This was the payment received from the sale of the equipment. In the shop, once the prices were set, others could directly purchase items without the need for a cashier. Compared to an auction house, this was far more advantageous, as there were no restrictions on the number of items listed, nor were there any transaction fees. More funds at last. Jiang Chen promptly transferred the gold from the warehouse into his backpack. At the same time, he noticed dozens of messages in the shop's mailbox. Monk washing his hair with softener. Boss, how much for the blood magic armor? Jiang Zia in pain. Big shot. Would you sell the blood magic armor for 5,000 gold? Unsurprisingly, all inquiries pertained to the blood magic armor. This golden-level defensive gear had been obtained from defeating the silver-level elite monster wing demon during an infinite challenge quest. Jiang Chen had placed it on the shelf without pricing it, intending to attract customers to his treasure vault, a strategy known as drawing traffic. It appeared to have been somewhat effective, though not as bustling as he had envisioned. However, this was to be expected. Golden-level equipment, despite its potency, was prohibitively expensive, and very few were willing to purchase it. Thus, those who ventured specifically for it were unlikely to be numerous. Having no further use for the frost staff and flowing cloud robe, Jiang Chen decided to sell them as well. He promptly listed the frost staff, golden level, and flowing cloud robe, silver level, in the treasure vault. Frost staff, golden level negotiable. Flowing cloud robe, silver level, 500 gold. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen set up a shop announcement on the wall of the treasure vault. For sale, blood magic armor, golden level. Frost staff, golden level. Interested buyers may submit bids in the mailbox. The highest offer wins. Once everything was in order, Jiang Chen turned and headed outside the residence. Meanwhile, in the central square of the main city, the members of the Heavenly Court Guild had yet to disperse. Chapter 40. The Crystal Bottle of Magic Power. Those who are unreasonable in the main city south residence and central square, as well as within its buildings. PK, player killing, was prohibited. However, in other areas of the city, one could engage in forced attacks, provided they were unafraid of the repercussions. Although the members of the Heavenly Court Guild lingered in the central square, it seemed that Yin Luo, the leader, had logged off. As Jiang Chen stepped onto the square, the surrounding individuals turned their gazes toward him but made no further moves. Naturally, he paid them no mind and walked straight out of the square. The priest from the first kill team has left the square. Should we follow him? Of course, bring some people along. We'll inform the leader when he logs back in. Understood. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's departure, the members of the Heavenly Court Guild quickly organized themselves. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at a commercial street in Jilu City, lined with various shops, blacksmiths, apothecaries, and material stores. The mysterious class change book could initiate hidden class change quests, albeit with significant challenges that required preparation. This was precisely why Jiang Chen had come to the commercial street. He had something to procure. Before long, he found himself at a shop named House of Magical Potions. The shop was modest in size, featuring a counter, and behind the counter, colorful potions were displayed on the wall. A girl, cloaked and adorned with a witch's hat, sat at the counter, holding 2 test tubes, shaking the peculiar liquids within. Her name was Aludi, the proprietor of this establishment. A customer had arrived, and she glanced at Jiang Chen, calmly greeting him before returning her gaze to the test tubes in her hands. Although she appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, her demeanor exuded a remarkable maturity, imparting an uncanny impression. I wish to purchase something that is not displayed on your shelves, Jiang Chen stated directly. Aludi replied, slightly taken aback. She turned her attention to Jiang Chen and inquired, what is it that you seek? The mana crystal bottle. The mana crystal bottle? Aludi's curiosity deepened as she regarded Jiang Chen, perplexed. I have only just finished developing it, and there is but one. How did you know of its existence? Perhaps it was the divine that guided me, Jiang Chen replied casually, allowing a hint of fabrication to slip through. Mentioning the divine could conveniently obscure many inexplicable matters. Please wait a moment. After a brief contemplation, Aludi retrieved a blue crystal bottle from a box in the corner and remarked, I hope the divine has informed you that the mana crystal bottle comes at a considerable price. I'm not short on funds. Jiang Chen responded with a flourish. Fully aware of the cost, the shop sales list now featured an additional item. Mana crystal bottle, 5000 to 5001. Consumes the mana stored within the crystal bottle to restore an equivalent amount of mana. 2. The mana expended from the crystal bottle can be replenished with one's own mana. Price, 500 gold coins. The effect of this mana crystal bottle was straightforward. It replenished mana. It contained 5,000 mana points, which could be provided to the user. Similarly, one could utilize their own mana to refill the crystal bottle. Although I initially had no need for this, as my mana regeneration sufficed for my skill usage. With the addition of the mana shield, this crystal bottle effectively granted me an extra 5,000 health points. Truly a divine artifact. The cost of 500 gold coins was steep, yet Jiang Chen did not hesitate and promptly purchased the mana crystal bottle. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. With a Ludi's farewell, Jiang Chen turned and departed from the potion house. At that moment, in the central plaza of the main city, a serious figure named Dai Daozhan Yanluo had just logged in. He had spent considerable time watching 2 videos online, particularly the one showcasing the fall of the Flamestone King, replaying it multiple times. Though it was hard to believe, the evidence was irrefutable. The Flamestone King had been slain, and it was almost certain that it was done by the first kill team. How had they managed such a feat? Dai Daozhan Yanluo was profoundly perplexed. At that moment, Wan Fa Guizong approached him. President, shall we continue to monitor the first kill team? Dai Daozhan Yanluo, with a rational demeanor, shook his head. No need. We will return to Minghua City and devise a long-term plan. We must first ascertain how they managed to defeat the Flamestone King, or I shall remain uneasy. Understood. Wan Fa Guizong nodded and continued. By the way, President, one of the priests from the first kill team just left the plaza alone. I dispatched a dozen brothers to follow him. Should I call them back now? Alone? A cold smile crept onto Dai Daozhan Yanluo's lips, since he is isolated. Have your brothers eliminate him on the way back. The rest will return with me. I have matters to discuss. An unattended priest, Dai Daozhan Yanluo thought, would make for a convenient target to vent his frustrations. All right, I understand. Wan Fa Guizong affirmed. Subsequently, Dai Daozhan Yanluo and his entourage utilized a large teleportation array to return to their main city, Minghua City. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just exited the potion house and had walked only a short distance down the commercial street when he spotted a group of over a dozen individuals standing at the street corner. PS out. Take him down. One of them shouted. The boss said we'd be compensated if the guards kill him. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the group rushed toward him. What are they thinking? Jiang Chen murmured under his breath as a 6-pointed star magic array illuminated beneath his feet. Chapter 41, Mysterious Class Change Quest, Server-Wide Quest. After upgrading the Lesser Holy Light Apocalypse Array to a 4-star skill, its range expanded to 25 meters. Currently, most ranged classes had an attack range of merely 20 meters, whether it be an archer's arrows, or a mage's fireball, or ice arrow. Thus, all 15 members of the Heavenly Court Guild, including ranged classes, stepped into the range of the Lesser Holy Light Apocalypse Array. In the next moment, identical numbers appeared above each of their heads. 1,200. They were utterly oblivious to what had transpired before collapsing to the ground. The only discernible fact was the radiant white light that enveloped their feet. In an instant, their health points plummeted to 0 beneath this divine glow. The group was sent back to their resurrection point, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and confusion, each harboring the singular feeling of utter absurdity. They couldn't even ascertain whether Jiang Chen had been responsible or if some citywide prohibition had been triggered. At the street corner, after dispatching the members of the Heavenly Court Guild in a single strike, Jiang Chen inadvertently activated the city's alarm system. Within half a minute, a battalion of guards, seemingly emerging from nowhere, approached. A total of 9 armored guards, clad in full regalia, appeared before Jiang Chen in unison. Violence is prohibited within the city. Offenders shall be executed. The captain of the guard bellowed. Swish. The 8 guards behind him raised their long spears in perfect unison, pointing them threateningly at Jiang Chen. Their imposing presence was palpable and intimidating, ready to charge forth. In the next moment, a system notification appeared. The light of the main city is in effect. Would you like to exempt yourself from this judgment? Exempt. Jiang Chen immediately thought to himself. Instantly, a faint golden glow enveloped him. The guard captain's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded, "Stop." He raised his hand to halt his soldiers' advance and approached Jiang Chen respectfully, saying, "Lord Mortal, though you bear the glory of Giant Deer City, please refrain from engaging in combat within the city next time." Jiang Chen nodded. Understood. I apologize for the disturbance. With that, the captain led the guards away from the area. Quite useful, though it's a pity it can only be used once a day. Jiang Chen mused, watching as the golden glow gradually faded from his form. With the mana crystal bottle secured, it was prudent to prepare a teleportation stone as well. Without hesitation, he crossed the street toward a shop titled Worry-Free Grocery. Nestled at the street corner, the shop was modest in size and rather simplistic. There were no patrons. Just a large wooden box left ajar, filled with an array of peculiar items. Lantern, used for illumination in darkness. Range 10 meters, duration 12 hours. Price, 1 gold coin. Cooking pot, used for preparing various ingredients. In the hands of a chef, it can yield even more wondrous effects. Price, 5 gold coins. At the bottom of the sales list, Jiang Chen found what he sought. Basic teleportation stone. Can transport to the nearest safe area. Disappears after 1 round trip. Price, 100 gold coins. I'll take 2. Jiang Chen promptly paid 200 gold coins. You have acquired 2 basic teleportation stones. Although the price of the teleportation stones was steep and they were single use, they could save a life in critical moments. Having gathered these items, Jiang Chen retrieved the mysterious class change book from his backpack and gently opened it. Would you like to initiate the mysterious class change quest? Yes. Jiang Chen silently affirmed. You have initiated the mysterious class change quest, the calamity of Crimson Flame. Quest description. In the ancient land of Crimson Flame, south of Fire City, a massive conspiracy is brewing under the influence of the demon god. Please complete the quest step by step to eliminate the danger. Current quest. Please proceed to the ancient land of Crimson Flame and find the traitor Yi Ding to unlock subsequent tasks. Is this truly the quest? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. His recollection of the Crimson Flame ancient land was profoundly vivid. For a significant event had transpired there. The indigenous inhabitants had erupted into a violent rebellion, sweeping through the city of Lihua and leading to its utter annihilation. Countless players lost their lives, and it was the first time everyone realized that a main city could indeed be obliterated. This turmoil even threatened to spread to other principal cities. Eventually, the system issued a server-wide mission to defend the main city, and only with the influx of countless players was the catastrophe averted. However, Lihua City could never be restored. It became a desolate ruin. To his surprise, he had received a mission to avert this calamity in advance. This indicated that the destruction of Lihua City was not an inevitable occurrence. The system had devised a response. But why had the city still succumbed to destruction? Pondering deeply, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Could it be that someone previously undertook this mission but failed to prevent the disaster? After some contemplation, his expression turned graver. For this suggested that the mission would be exceedingly challenging. At that moment, a system announcement resonated throughout the game. Server-wide announcement. Player Yuxia Du Wu has released the seal on the demon-suppressing crystal of Crimson Flame Mountain. A server-wide mission to repel the invasion of demonic creatures is now activated. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. For Crimson Flame Mountain was situated within the Crimson Flame ancient land. Moreover, the chaos that erupted there was, in certain aspects, related to Crimson Flame Mountain. However, in his previous life, there had been no such server-wide mission to repel the invasion of demonic creatures. This implied that prior to the outbreak of the rebellion, the demon-suppressing seal of Crimson Flame Mountain had not been unsealed, at least not by players. Jiang Chen speculated that perhaps the subsequent tasks of his job change would involve preventing the unsealing of Crimson Flame Mountain. Yet now, the seal had been prematurely lifted by a player, triggering a server-wide mission. What had caused this anomaly? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling an acute sense of frustration. Nevertheless, for other players, this was an immense surprise. The entire national server erupted with excitement, for this was the first ever server-wide mission. 10 minutes earlier, to the south of Lihua City, in the Crimson Flame ancient land, a towering mountain loomed over the crimson earth, its peak lost in the clouds. The slopes were adorned with an array of peculiar trees, each exhibiting a riot of colors. As she traversed a grove, a young female assassin, known by her ID Yuxia Du Wu, stood before an octagonal altar resembling an intricate bagua design. Suspended above the altar was a hexagonal crystal pillar, marred by numerous cracks. The woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, possessed a complexion as fair as snow, with exquisitely defined features and strikingly elongated legs. Her refined silver hair, styled short, lent her an air of valor. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she stepped onto the altar and approached the hexagonal crystal pillar. Damaged demon-suppressing crystal pillar, used to imprison the abyssal creatures sealed within this location. The pillar has suffered the ravages of time, and any external force may shatter it. After a moment's hesitation, Yuxia Du Wu reached out to touch the pillar. Crack! Instantly, the fissures deepened, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Simultaneously, the system issued a warning. Warning, once the demon-suppressing crystal pillar is destroyed, the creatures within will be unleashed. Triggering the server-wide mission, repel the invasion of demonic creatures. Tip 1. Upon triggering the mission, any player who completes it will receive additional rewards, 50 free attribute points. If the mission fails, the trigger will incur a penalty of -50 to all attributes. Tip 2. Following the mission activation, demonic creatures will emerge from this location, including a multitude of ordinary creatures, a few elite creatures, and a rare boss, the highest rank being gold level. Reading through the series of notifications, Yuxia Du Wu swiftly withdrew her hand. This was a server-wide mission, one she could never complete alone. If no one else succeeded either, as the trigger, she would face a deduction of 50 attributes. She couldn't trigger it. Her thoughts were crystal clear, despite the tempting allure of an additional 50 free attribute points. She remained composed. After all, the system's alert explicitly stated that the boss's rank was gold level. At this stage, even silver-level bosses posed a formidable challenge, and employing sheer numbers would scarcely suffice. What chance did she have against a gold-level boss? She estimated that no one could accomplish this server-wide mission at present. Though reluctant, rationality told her that the mission could not be triggered, not at least for now. When would players be able to confront a gold-level boss? Perhaps analyses on the forums could provide insights. After some deliberation, Yuxia Du Wu decided to retreat, intending to check the forums first. Upon opening the official forum, She immediately spotted the hottest post, its title reading. The Great Trio, after their first kill of the ancient ghost boss, have once again slain the gold-level boss. Flamestone King. Defeating a gold-level boss. Yu Xiaodu was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "Has anyone really attained such power already?" A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Minutes later, Yu Xiaodu returned to the game, gazing at the damaged hexagonal crystal pillar with a deep breath. It was at this very moment that Jiang Chen initiated his job change mission. Opportunities are fleeting, one must seize them. With unwavering determination, Yu Xiaodu brandished her dagger and plunged it into the hexagonal crystal pillar. Crack! The pillar shattered with a resounding noise. Above the altar, the fabric of space twisted, revealing a minuscule rift from which tendrils of dark energy seeped forth, accompanied by distant roars. You have destroyed the demon-suppressing crystal pillar, releasing the seal and triggering the server-wide mission. Server-wide announcement. Player Yu Xiaodu has released the seal on the demon-suppressing crystal of Crimson Flame Mountain. A server-wide mission to repel the invasion of demonic creatures is now activated. The moment this announcement appeared, the entire player base erupted with fervor. Only Jiang Chen wore a perplexed and resigned expression. How had someone activated the mission to repel the invasion of demonic creatures? Where had the changes occurred? At that moment, he could not fathom that Yu Xiaodu had triggered this server-wide mission through the courage he had inadvertently provided her. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on that now. He needed to review the mission's details. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and examined the task information. Mission: repel the invasion of demonic creatures. Server-wide mission. Mission description: the demon-suppressing crystal pillar of Crimson Flame Mountain has been destroyed, and the seal will gradually open in 12 hours, fully releasing after 24 hours. Unleashing a multitude of demonic creatures that will corrode the demon-suppressing 9 cauldrons. Mission requirement: please eliminate all demonic creatures before the demon-suppressing 9 cauldrons are completely corrupted. Mission reward: the more creatures eliminated and the higher their ranks, the more substantial the rewards. Tip: if the mission fails, all participating players will incur a penalty of -20 to all attributes. As Jiang Chen continued to scrutinize the mission details, discussions on the official forum had already spiraled into a frenzy. Can anyone guess what rewards await for the Repel the Invasion of Demonic Creatures mission? The penalties are severe, so the rewards must be considerable. Of course, this is a server-wide mission. The rewards will undoubtedly be extraordinary, but I wonder about the difficulty level. The difficulty must be exceptionally high. I doubt anyone can secure the rewards. Hey, I'm still in the newbie village. Do I stand any chance of participating in this mission? What can newbies even contribute? Hurry up and level up. Meanwhile, across the nation, various guilds, clubs, and countless gaming teams convened in unison for urgent meetings. The discussions revolve around the server-wide quest. More than 10 core members of the Heavenly Court Guild are engaged in a remote video conference. The task of repelling the invasion of monsters is on everyone's mind, especially after our previous defeat in Julu City. This time, we must seize the opportunity. Though the rewards remain unspecified, I have an inkling that the guild that excels in this quest will ascend to new heights. I urge all members in the main city to set aside their other affairs and prepare wholeheartedly for this mission. Failure is not an option. The guild leader, with a determination akin to wielding a blade against the King of Hell, expressed his resolve during the video meeting. On the 18th floor of the Longting building in SC City, the manager and 4 captains of the Xiongtu Club are also convening. Our club adopts an elite strategy. While we may lack the numerical tactics of other guilds, each member possesses exceptional professionalism and the capability to stand alone. I hope everyone can maximize their potential in this server-wide quest and secure as many rewards as possible. As everyone has been working late today, take a moment to rest. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see you all in high spirits. The club manager, Wang Gang, rallies the morale of the team. A similar scene unfolds in other gaming teams. After reviewing the quest details, Jiang Chen ponders. No need to overthink it. Anyone who provokes me shall be treated to milk. Chapter 43. Is this serious? After leaving the general store, Jiang Chen received a voice message from Qing Ying. Brother Fan Chen, shall we undertake this server-wide quest? Her tone carries a hint of excitement. Jiang Chen replies, we shall. Qing Ying sends another voice message. Shall we go now? Not in haste. The quest commences officially in 12 hours. According to the details, the seal gate will gradually open after 12 hours and fully unveil after 24 hours. There's no need to rush there now. However, we do need to arrive early. Jiang Chen recalls that the location of the ancient Fireland is not easily accessible, requiring traversal through a level 15 wild area known as the Death Desert. Departing from the nearest city, Lihua, even under optimal conditions, reaching the ancient Fireland will take approximately 2 hours. Jiang Chen glances at the time. It's currently 10:25 p.m. The seal gate will begin to open around 10 a.m. tomorrow, necessitating a departure from Lihua City by 7 a.m. Moreover, Jiang Chen has his mysterious class transfer quest, the Calamity of the Ancient Fire, which also requires him to locate the traitor Yiding, situated in the ancient Fireland. Thus, ample preparation time is crucial. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen sends a voice message to Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Let us rest early tonight. We'll meet at the Jilu City Mansion at 7 a.m. tomorrow. All right. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, great God. They respond before logging off from the main city mansion. Jiang Chen traverses a few streets and the central square, returning to his shop. The Treasure Pavilion, located on the first floor of his mansion. Although the shop's announcement states, selling blood-infused battle armor, golden level, cold frost staff, golden level. Interested buyers please leave offers in the mailbox. The highest bidder wins. The number of inquiries is scant, with only a few bids totaling around 10. 10 cups of wine. Boss, I'll offer 40,000 gold for both the blood-infused battle armor and the cold frost staff. Will you sell? This is the highest bid received, yet it falls short of Jiang Chen's expectations. His previous blood-tied great blade, golden level, was auctioned for 60,000 gold. The total of 40,000 for the two items seems rather low. Clearly, not many are aware of the shop. He needs to devise a marketing strategy. Jiang Chen exits the game briefly and heads to the official forum. Previously, he had posted a thread titled, Jilu City Mansion Shop, golden level equipment for sale. But now, that thread has sunk to the depths of the forum. It has garnered only a few replies, with some even dismissing it as a hoax. Very few have seen the post, as it has been overshadowed. Jiang Chen is indeed lacking in promotional and marketing skills. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's attention is captured by the most popular thread on the forum. The Great God Trio, after their first kill of the ancient ghost boss, have once again slain the golden level boss, the Flamestone King. Opening the thread reveals a video. Jiang Chen realizes that the stealth assassin who had followed them into the stone forest in the Ashenlands was recording the footage. However, the video lacks specific combat scenes, showing only their entry and exit from the stone forest, along with the boss's defeat. Scanning the replies beneath the video, most comments revolve around Qing Yang. No wonder the guild leader referred to her as the #1 knight in the national server. Jiang Chen suddenly comprehends and cannot help but chuckle. It's understandable, after all. The team composition consists of a knight, a priest, and a summoner. To outsiders, it seems the knight is the only one capable of being a main force. Subsequently, Jiang Chen continues browsing the forum. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour slips by, and it is now 11 p.m. He still cannot think of effective advertising methods. Perhaps it's best to leave it for tomorrow. The golden level equipment won't depreciate in value overnight. Considering he must wake up early tomorrow, Jiang Chen removes his gaming headset. Just as he prepares to rise, he suddenly feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. It dawns on him that he has only eaten breakfast today, and his stomach growls in protest. He heads to the living room, opens the refrigerator, and finds it nearly empty. At this point, he wonders if there is still an option for takeout. With a sigh, Jiang Chen takes out his phone, ready to open the food delivery app when a series of knocks sounds at the door. Who could it be? Jiang Chen muses, puzzled by the late-night visitor. Guess who? A sultry voice calls from outside. Recognizing it immediately, Jiang Chen opens the door to find Xia Ru'er standing there, clad in a white tank top and shorts. Her hair still slightly damp, as if she has just bathed. I saw your living room light on while hanging out the laundry, so I thought I'd stop by, she says, a playful smile gracing her lips. What? Can't I come over if there is nothing going on? Jiang Chen shrugs. That's not what I said. He notices her complexion seems a bit off. You look a little pale, Xia Ru'er remarks, frowning slightly as she observes his somewhat wan appearance. You seem like you've been wronged. What happened? She inquires. I'm just hungry, Jiang Chen replies. His pale visage coupled with his helpless demeanor indeed gives the impression of someone who has suffered a slight. Uh-huh. Xia Ru'er blinks in surprise before bursting into laughter, covering her mouth. Stop laughing, Jiang Chen groans, feeling increasingly exasperated. I'm also quite hungry. Come to my place, I'll prepare something for you. Xia Ru'er smiles sweetly, her eyes crescent-shaped. With that, she turns and heads back to her own house to cook noodles. Ru'er, is what you're cooking really appropriate? Jiang Chen trails behind her, adding with a hint of mischief. Xia Ru'er halts momentarily, turning with a playful smile that is both inviting and mischievous. What is it that you desire, the serious or the playful? I'm game for either. With that, she approaches him, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafts through the air. This was a mistake. Why did I have to tease her? Of all the people, why did I provoke her? Jiang Chen's mind races, and he instinctively takes a step back. Regret washes over him for his earlier playful remark. Humph, naughty little brother. Sensing his fluster, Xia Ru'er refrains from pressing further, retreating to her house to prepare noodles. Moments later, in the living room, the two enjoy their meal of noodles together. Eat slowly, it's hot. Xia Ru'er's gaze was fixated on Jiang Chen, who was engrossed in his bowl of noodles, a gentle smile adorning her face. Jiang Chen quickly swallowed a mouthful of noodles and inquired, by the way, Ru'er, what level are you now? Xia Ru'er replied, I'm at level 8. Your task guide is indeed impressive. By tomorrow morning, I'll be able to reach level 10. At that time, you can come directly to Jilu City to learn the profession of tailoring. As Jiang Chen continued to eat, he remarked, I will store 2 fashion blueprints in the shop. Once you finish your secondary profession, head to the first floor of the Jilu City Mansion shop. A shop? Xia Ru'er looked momentarily perplexed. Yes, I've rented a shop in the Jilu City Mansion and registered it under your name, so you can use it. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, "By the way, Roar, what is your ID?" "Just Roar," she replied. After finishing his noodles, Jiang Chun's complexion appeared considerably better. The two then engaged in further discussions about the tailoring profession. "We have to get up at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Roar. I'll head to bed now." With that, Jiang Chen stood up to bid farewell and returned to his residence. He set an alarm for 7 a.m., lay down on his bed, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, the alarm failed to ring, but a knock at the door broke the silence. Jiang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the clock. It was 6:50 a.m. He got up and opened the door. "Breakfast is ready." Xia Ruor stood outside, holding soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. "Thank you, Ruor." Jiang Chen accepted the breakfast without hesitation. At 7:15 a.m., after freshening up and finishing his meal, he donned his gaming helmet and logged in. Upon entering the game, he noticed a throng of players gathered in front of the main city mansion. Among the crowd stood Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, with Qing Ying displaying a rather distressed expression facing the gathering. Chapter 44, The Desert of Death. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood at the spot where he had logged out the previous evening, in front of his shop. He had previously rented 6 shops, naming one the Treasure Pavilion while leaving the other 5 vacant. Each shop allowed for the designation of a manager and staff. He had set the manager's name for the Treasure Pavilion and an adjacent shop to Xia Ruor's ID, Roar. Additionally, he placed the Mingwei skirt blueprint and Shiguang Liusu skirt blueprint into the shop's inventory. After swiftly completing these tasks, he approached Qing Ying, who was surrounded by the crowd. "Brother Fanchen, you're here?" Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Qing Ying's face lit up with joy as she hurried towards him, followed by the crowd. "Who are these people?" Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled. "Members from various guilds. They approached me as soon as I logged in," Qing Ying replied. "Members from various guilds?" It then dawned on Jiang Chen that many of the IDs bore prefixes. A quick glance revealed over 30 individuals, with more than a dozen different prefixes, many of which he recognized, like Dynasty, Supreme Alliance, Kings, and Invincible, names of several established guilds. "What do they want from you?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "They're all asking us to join their guilds," Qing Ying explained just as a rogue named Wang Zhelanka stepped forward, saying, "Goddess Qing Ying, consider our Kings of the World Guild. The benefits are top-notch." Another warrior named Wushuang Xiao Lu quickly chimed in. "Sister, if your team joins the Wushuang Guild, our leader said you could be core members with a salary of at least 7 figures. Sister, come to our TE club. It's the most promising option. You won't be disappointed. Our Dynasty Guild is a prestigious establishment. Please think it over. Goddess, the Supreme Alliance welcomes you sincerely." The crowd clamored, each vying to extend an olive branch, creating a rather chaotic scene. Seeing this, Qing Ying felt overwhelmed and could only look helplessly at Jiang Chen, wishing to escape the situation. Realizing they were merely here to recruit, Jiang Chen understood that they must have been waiting for him since he logged in. Truly, they exhibited remarkable patience. Observing the guild members, Jiang Chen suddenly declared, "I thought you all were here to purchase golden grade equipment." This statement silenced the crowd considerably. Golden grade equipment? What does that mean? The attendees looked perplexed, inundating him with questions. "You mean you didn't know that the mansion in Jilu City has golden grade equipment for sale?" Jiang Chen feigned surprise, then quickly backtracked. "Forget I mentioned it." Having piqued their curiosity, he turned to Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, saying, "Let's go to Lihua City." With that, he swiftly departed the mansion with the 2 girls. Jiang Chen's exit shifted the crowd's focus to the rumored golden grade equipment for sale. Some individuals began rushing into the mansion, seeking out the shop. Jiang Chen, Qing Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao traversed the square and arrived at the main city's teleportation array. After selecting Lihua City as their destination and each paying 5 gold coins, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. "You have been teleported to Lihua City." As the system notification faded, Jiang Chen reappeared at the teleportation array in Lihua City. This city, located at the southernmost tip of the continent, boasted a slightly warmer climate than Jilu City. Its architectural style was unique, with grand and majestic structures predominantly in pure white, resembling gigantic sculptures. "What magnificent buildings!" Qing Ying exclaimed in awe, gazing around. The edifices seemed as though they were crafted from white jade. Tao Xiaoyao shared a look of wonder. At that moment, the teleportation array continued to emit white light as more figures emerged, all arriving for the server-wide quest. "Let us head to the city's teleportation array." Jiang Chen led Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao to the central square of Lihua City, then utilized the exit teleportation array to reach the southern city gate. The Qian ancient land lay south of Lihua City, though it was not particularly close, separated by a vast expanse of the Desert of Death. Upon exiting the southern city gate, the trio journeyed southward. After several minutes, they found themselves in a wide, barren desert. "Is this the Desert of Death?" Qing Ying murmured, observing the air around them shimmer with heat, waves of warmth enveloping them. The scorching sun baked the fine sand beneath their feet, and they could even feel the intense heat radiating from the ground. "It's so hot." Tao Xiaoyao, usually reticent, couldn't help but voice her discomfort. Suddenly, a gust of hot wind swept past, displacing some of the surface sand and revealing a mass of eerie white bones beneath. "There are corpses beneath the desert." Qing Ying exclaimed in shock. Indeed, that's why it's called the Desert of Death, Jiang Chen nodded, continuing. The most common monsters here are death sandworms, so watch your step. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them trembled slightly, as if something alive lurked below. Soon, a yellow worm, about a meter long and as thick as a bowl, emerged from the sand. Death sandworm, LV-15. This death sandworm is revolting. Both Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao recoiled in shock, taking 2 steps back, repulsed by the sight of the grotesque yellow creature. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at the appearance of the death sandworm and immediately cast a healing spell. 1000. A terrifying damage value floated above the death sandworm's head. With 480 spell power, Jiang Chen's healing spell dealt precisely 1,000 points of damage. The death sandworm's health plummeted by 20, and it became enveloped in a faint crackle of electricity, an effect from the Thunderfire Staff's additional ability, Thunderfire Paralysis. The death sandworm, swiftly charging towards Jiang Chen, suddenly stiffened. Its speed drastically reduced. Jiang Chen deftly evaded the attack. 10 seconds later, with the final healing spell cast by Jiang Chen, the death sandworm's health plummeted to 0. Let us move on, Jiang Chen declared, continuing his journey. The death sandworm posed no significant threat to him. However, in the eyes of others, this level 15 monster was far more formidable. The vast majority of players were only at levels 12 or 13, making it quite challenging to confront a level 15 death sandworm. Many lone wolf players lamented their plight. Jiang Chen himself had not anticipated that most of those heading to the Crimson Flame ancient land would falter amidst the treacherous death desert. The official forum was already rife with complaints. How are we supposed to play? This death desert has stymied most players. With such high difficulty, how can we solo players possibly succeed? This insurmountable barrier is absurd. Those who wish to undertake this server-wide quest can do so at their own peril. Though numerous players were thwarted by the death desert, there were still tens of thousands who successfully traversed it. Many arrived at the Crimson Flame ancient land in the early hours of the morning. At this moment, beneath the vast, ancient city walls at the entrance of the Crimson Flame ancient land, a silver-haired woman stealthily lingered in the shadows, observing the continuous stream of players entering the ancient site. Yet, the person she awaited had yet to arrive. Why haven't they come yet? She murmured softly, a hint of anxiety etched upon her delicate features. She was none other than the initiator of the server-wide quest, Moonlit Dance. She had been waiting here for the arrival of the first kill team, fully aware of the immense difficulty of the quest. The first kill team represented her sole hope. I possess more intelligence than others. I must find the first kill team and convey this information to them. Chapter 45. Entering the Crimson Flame ancient land, encountering Moonlit Dance. In the Grand Deer City mansion, the King of Wanderers stood before a shop, sending a voice message to their guild leader, the unyielding madman. Boss, the first kill team has declined to join our guild. The unyielding madman, far away in the Crimson Flame ancient land, furrowed his brow and asked, what about the other guilds? They likely haven't joined any guilds either, replied the King of Wanderers. The implication was clear. They were not aligning with any guilds at all. A playful smile crept across the unyielding madman's face. At this stage, the game was merely in its infancy, and early advantages could be fleeting. A small team, without any backing, should not fear being devoured by others, should they? Such short-sightedness would undoubtedly come at a cost. After learning that the first kill team had not joined any other guilds, the unyielding madman was already convinced that their fate would not be a favorable one. By the way, boss, even though we couldn't recruit the first kill team, this trip has not been in vain. The King of Wanderers quickly followed up with a voice message. I've discovered that there are golden grade equipment available for sale in Grand Deer City. Golden grade equipment? The unyielding madman's interest was piqued, and he promptly inquired, what equipment? 2 items in total, the blood magic armor and the frost staff. As he spoke, the King of Wanderers sent the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment to the unyielding madman. Not just the King of Wanderers guild, but other guilds in Grand Deer City were engaged in similar conversations, each vying to recruit players. To the south of Fire City, in the Death Desert, a male and female assassin were cautiously sneaking through the sands. They were the yin and yang of the Wanderers. Despite activating their stealth skills, there remained a possibility of being detected by monsters. If they ventured too close, entering a monster's line of sight while moving, they would be discovered. Particularly with the death sandworms, which lay in wait beneath the sand when no one approached. Thus, the duo had no idea if monsters lurked ahead. They could only proceed with utmost caution, stopping intermittently. Thankfully, stealth skills proved effective, allowing them to avoid most dangers, and thus far, they had encountered no mishaps. Brother, we've been walking for almost 3 hours. Shouldn't we speed up a bit? The heat of the desert was becoming unbearable for Ian of the Wanderers. No. We must remain vigilant. If we die, we'll be sent back to the revival point in Fire City, losing all our progress. Yang of the Wanderers shook his head. However, Ian of the Wanderers was about to protest further. Endure it. This server-wide quest is currently the largest player endeavor. We cannot afford to falter halfway. We must ensure that we record everything smoothly. At 9 a.m., Jiang Chen and his companions had been traversing the desert for nearly 2 hours. Look over there. We must be nearing our destination, Qing Ying exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. In the distance, at the horizon, a black line emerged amidst the boundless yellow sands. Yes, it's close, Jiang Chen nodded. That black line marked the city walls of the Crimson Flame ancient land. Be careful, Tao Xiaoyao's voice rang out. The ground beneath them suddenly trembled, and not just from one direction. The sand in a wide area around them began to writhe slowly, as if they were being encircled. Before Jiang Chen could finish his warning, a death sandworm erupted from the sand right before him. Almost immediately, another death sandworm emerged from the sand behind him. And more followed. In mere moments, 14 death sandworms had surfaced. They writhed grotesquely, some even entangling with one another. Why are there so many all at once? Qing Ying felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Yet, she suppressed her discomfort and raised her shield, stepping forward. Now at level 14. Equipped with a full set of bronze gear, she could certainly assist in dealing with one or two of them. Similarly, Tao Xiaoyao summoned her large yellow dog. However, before either could make a move, a hexagram magic array appeared beneath their feet. Instantly, a faint electric charge enveloped all the death sandworms, freezing their movements and drastically reducing their speed. Simultaneously, a massive damage number appeared above their heads, 1,920. Jiang Chen unleashed the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array, triggering dual casting. Within 3 seconds, all 14 death sandworms lay dead. As if their grotesque appearance wasn't enough, they dropped no loot. Looking at the pile of corpses devoid of any drops, Jiang Chen felt perplexed. How could someone have traversed this place and triggered the server-wide quest? One could only conclude that they were quite formidable. After a brief moment of incredulity, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, hastily made their way toward their destination. Soon, the trio arrived before a magnificent city wall that stretched skyward. The ancient, dark walls emanated an aura of antiquity and weightiness that was difficult to articulate. At the entrance, there was no door, only a faint red barrier shimmering before them. Players approached from various directions, passing through the barrier and entering the interior. This was the Crimson Flame ancient land. Qing Ying gazed around with curiosity. Let us go in, Jiang Chen urged, stepping through the barrier first. You have arrived at the Crimson Flame ancient land. With the system notification, the scenery before them shifted dramatically. Ahead lay an expanse of boundless red earth, with low buildings faintly visible in the distance. Above, a pale red veil covered the sky. The entire Crimson Flame ancient land seemed enveloped in a transparent dome. It appears we are being watched. Upon entering, Jiang Chen immediately sensed several malevolent gazes lurking in the shadows around them. Who could it be? Upon hearing this, both Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were taken aback. Then, cautiously glancing around, Jiang Chen observed the bustling activity within the city gates. There were quite a few individuals nearby, but he found it challenging to discern their identities. Checking the time, he noted it was 9:30 a.m., with over half an hour remaining until the seal gate gradually opened. Disregarding this for the moment, he resolved to head towards the local settlement first. Jiang Chen intended to seek out the traitor Yi Ding, prioritizing the class change quest above all. The Qian ancient land was home to a considerable number of indigenous people, forming various villages and tribes. He made his way directly to the nearest village. However, after walking a short distance, Jiang Chen halted, turning his attention back. Come out, he called. Is someone there? Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao paused, immediately turning to look. A silver-haired woman materialized before them. Truly impressive, the first kill team could even detect stealth. Her expression bore a mix of surprise and delight. Dancing alone under the moon. Upon seeing her ID, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the initiator of the server-wide quest was indeed named Dancing Alone Under the Moon. Chapter 46. She doesn't seem like a good person. Is she a villain? Tao Xiaoyao regarded the silver-haired woman with caution and inquired. She definitely is. Qing Ying replied, her expression icy and resolute. Why are you two exhibiting such hostility? Jiang Chen questioned, particularly puzzled by Qing Ying, who seemed to regard her as a formidable foe. Qing Ying hesitated for a moment, then forcefully replied, she doesn't seem like a good person. Doesn't seem like a good person? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze shifting to Dancing Alone Under the Moon. He had to admit, this silver-haired woman possessed an exceptional physique, particularly her long, graceful legs, which were nothing short of perfect, coupled with her exquisitely sculpted face, which bore a hint of heroism. She exuded an air of cold elegance that made her appear somewhat difficult to approach. However, Jiang Chen sensed that her gaze was distinctly different from those who had been sneaking glances at them. It lacked any malice. Why are you following us? Jiang Chen asked, his tone slightly frosty. Even if she exhibited no ill intent, trailing behind them in stealth was undeniably irksome. I am here to assist you. Dancing Alone Under the Moon replied, her voice carrying a refreshing quality, slightly soft yet clear, akin to a spring breeze in March, soothing the heat of the Qian ancient land and alleviating the simmering discomfort within. Goodness, that's remarkable. Jiang Chen silently marveled. He hadn't noticed it before, but upon closer listening, her voice was simply enchanting. No way. Surely I'm not the only one feeling this way. That would be a significant problem, Jiang Chen thought, quickly glancing at Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. To his relief, both women appeared equally taken aback, clearly affected by her voice as well. Thank goodness. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He quickly focused and asked Dancing Alone Under the Moon, what assistance can you provide us? You see, I triggered the server-wide quest, and I possess information that others do not, she responded. Information? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. Do share. I can disclose the information. But Dancing Alone Under the Moon hesitated, tucking a strand of silver hair behind her ear, then continued with an air of elegance. I need you to agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? Jiang Chen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. First, allow me to join your team. Second, during the server-wide quest, I want you to follow my lead. Dancing Alone Under the Moon fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Chen as she stated her terms. The first condition is negotiable. The second is out of the question. Jiang Chen replied firmly. Joining the team is acceptable, but commanding us? That's preposterous. I mean, no offense. Dancing Alone Under the Moon explained. Our objectives are likely aligned, to complete the server-wide quest. Allowing me to lead increases our chances of success. You must be misunderstanding something. Even without your information, I can complete the quest, Jiang Chen responded calmly. Dancing Alone Under the Moon furrowed her brows slightly. I understand you are formidable, but this quest is undoubtedly far more challenging than you imagine. Go find someone else. We are leaving. With that, Jiang Chen turned to depart. Wait, let me join your team, and I will share the information. Realizing Jiang Chen's resolute stance, Dancing Alone Under the Moon reluctantly abandoned her desire for command. However, she noticed that he showed no signs of turning back. Anxiously, she implored, this information is truly crucial. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, there is a risk of failure. Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused. He understood the significance of information. After weighing the pros and cons, he extended a party invitation to Dancing Alone Under the Moon. Immediately, player Dancing Alone Under the Moon has joined the team. Now, tell me what information you possess. Jiang Chen inquired without preamble. Firstly, regarding the seal gates. On Qian Mountain, there is not just one seal gate. There are a total of 13, scattered throughout. Among them, there are 9 bronze gates, 3 silver gates, and 1 gold gate. Moreover, every hour, a seal gate will open in order of strength, starting from the weakest. The first gate will open at 10:15 a.m., which is in half an hour, Dancing Alone Under the Moon detailed. Do you know the locations of each seal gate? Jiang Chen asked. I do, she nodded, continuing. Now, about the demonic energy. When the seal gates open, not only will demonic creatures emerge, but demonic energy will also seep out. Those tainted by the energy will be unable to recover health, and the death penalty is severe. If one is tainted by bronze-level demonic energy and dies, all attributes are reduced by 10. If tainted by silver level, the penalty is 20, and for gold level, the penalty is 40 attributes. Therefore, it is best to avoid getting too close to the seal gates. Additionally, there is an important item known as the Demon Suppression Shard, which can temporarily close a seal gate. Dancing Alone Under the Moon elaborated. Where can we find the Demon Suppression Shard? Jiang Chen asked. On Qian Mountain. You might find it with a stroke of luck, she replied. Understood, Jiang Chen nodded. I suggest we seek out the Demon Suppression Shard first to delay the emergence of monsters. Then we can before Dancing Alone Under the Moon could finish, Jiang Chen interjected. I have other matters to attend to. I must first head to a nearby settlement. With that, he set off towards the nearest village. Behind him, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed suit. Observing Jiang Chen's sudden departure, Dancing Alone Under the Moon was momentarily taken aback. She stood still, letting out a sigh of helplessness, internally lamenting. This arrogance concerning the server-wide quest is truly worrisome. Jiang Chen gave her the impression of being exceedingly self-assured and unreliable. What troubled her most was that this team seemed to revolve around Jiang Chen. Her hopes had been considerably dampened. Chapter 47. Onward to the Qian Holy City. The protagonist arrives. The Qian ancient land is inhabited by numerous indigenous people who live in isolation and have resided there for generations. These natives have established various villages and tribes surrounding the Qian Holy City. Stepping onto the Red Earth, Jiang Chen arrived at the nearest village, Wumon Village. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely beside him, while Dancing Alone Under the Moon trailed at a distance, intentionally maintaining the farthest separation from the group. According to the quest prompt, the trader Yi Ding was located in a nearby village, either in Wumon Village or the adjacent Bai Village, both of which were the closest to him. Jiang Chen mused as he entered the village. There seemed to be quite a few outsiders around here. On the village path, an elderly man with graying hair passed by, muttering softly to himself. Excuse me, sir, do you happen to know someone named Yi Ding? Jiang Chen quickly approached to inquire. Yi Ding? That soldier from outside? The old man rasped in response. Indeed, that's him. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and he promptly asked, do you know where he is? Captured. The old man croaked. Just yesterday, he was paraded through the streets. By now, he is probably locked away in the dungeons of the holy city. What? Jiang Chen's expression froze. The quest had barely begun. How could they already be toying with people's emotions? He needed to meet him in the dungeon? No, wait. The quest hint indicated that Yiding was in the village. How could he be imprisoned in the dungeons of the holy city? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Chen's mind. He then turned back to the old man and asked, "Do you know where Yiding usually resides?" "At the low hill at the end of the village. He built a wooden house there," the elder said, gesturing in that direction, continuing to mutter. "Having committed acts of lewdness, he likely has few days left to live. Thank you." After hearing the old man's words, Jiang Chen hurried to the village's end, crossing over a small hill. Indeed, behind the hill stood a wooden house, the door slightly ajar. "Wait for me outside," Jiang Chen instructed the two companions before cautiously pushing the door open and stepping inside. The interior was quite sparse, a bed, a table, and a few chairs. "Come out. I know you're in there," Jiang Chen said, surveying the room before sitting down on a chair, speaking slowly. "Rest assured, I am here to assist you." Jiang Chen surmised that Yiding had not been captured at all, or perhaps had already escaped. Otherwise, the quest hint would not have indicated he was nearby. Thus, he sought to confront Yiding at his abode. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, just as Jiang Chen began to think he had misjudged, a sudden creak emanated from beneath the bed. A man in his mid-20s crawled out, disheveled and bloodstained, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chen. "Are you an adventurer? You are the traitor Yiding?" Jiang Chen inquired, observing the disheveled man. The label of traitor was of little consequence now. Upon hearing the term, Yiding confirmed that Jiang Chen indeed hailed from outside. His eyes reddening, he trembled as he implored, "Please, help me. What do you need?" Jiang Chen asked. "Deliver a letter to Li San for me, and tell her I am innocent. They accuse me of rape and lewdness, but I did nothing. I never even touched her." As he spoke, Yiding produced an envelope from his bosom. "Certainly." Jiang Chen took the envelope without hesitation. "You have obtained the quest item, Yiding's envelope, unlocking subsequent tasks. Current task, deliver Yiding's envelope to Li San. However, how will I find Li San?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Li San is the Holy Lord's maid. You will find her in the holy palace of the holy city." Yiding's expression was earnest. "I implore you. I have only just escaped, and I do not wish to die wrongfully." "Understood." Jiang Chen nodded, promptly rising to leave the wooden house. "How did it go, Brother Vanching?" Qingying asked curiously as Jiang Chen emerged, having awaited outside. She had known from their journey that Jiang Chen was on a hidden quest. "The next task leads us to the Crimson Flame Holy City," Jiang Chen declared as he departed from Wumon Village, heading toward the Holy City. The Holy City was centrally located, with other villages resembling stars orbiting a moon. At that moment, Yuexia Duwu, who had been trailing behind, could no longer contain herself. She hurried forward, frowning. "The server-wide task is about to commence. Where are you going?" Jiang Chen replied, puzzled. "Did you not mention that the first seal gate is merely of bronze level? So what then? What does that mean?" Yuexia Duwu asked, perplexed. "Whether I go or not is of little consequence," Jiang Chen stated as he continued toward the Crimson Flame Holy City. For him, the most crucial aspect was the mysterious class change quest. Yuexia Duwu fell silent, her mood growing increasingly somber. Just then, not far from Jiang Chen, two assassins stealthily appeared. "There's the first kill team. Indeed, it's them. Splendid. Now we have our main perspective for the recording." The two assassins, Yuan Yinru and Yuan Yanggang, were elated upon spotting Jiang Chen and his companions. They had traversed the deadly desert to reach the ancient land of Crimson Flame, solely to capture the explosive events of this server-wide quest. Initially perplexed about where to focus their lens, it now seemed the protagonist had arrived. Fortune truly smiled upon them. As they trailed Jiang Chen's group from a distance, Chapter 48, the curious Li San and the lecherous stare unfolded. The so-called Holy City was, in essence, merely a larger, cleaner village. The only distinction lay in the center, where a structure known as the Holy Palace stood. This building, entirely white, resembled a small castle and starkly contrasted with the surrounding low, earthy yellow buildings, visible from afar. So this is the Holy City? The white Holy Palace looks no different from ordinary buildings in Lihua City, Qingying remarked, feeling somewhat disappointed upon arriving at the Crimson Flame Holy City. Initially, upon learning from Jiang Chen that they were headed to the sacred land, in the Holy Palace, she had anticipated a grand spectacle. Yet, upon seeing it, it merely appeared as a larger village. Although the Holy Palace appeared beautiful, crafted from some white jade stone, Lihua City was replete with such architecture, rendering the Holy Palace seem utterly ordinary. Uncertain of whether they could even enter, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Based on past experiences, such places were seldom easy to access. Upon arriving at the Holy Palace, two guards stood at the white arched entrance. "This is the Holy Lord's residence. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." As expected, the guards halted Jiang Chen. "I am here to find someone," Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. "Who?" the guard asked coldly. "Li San," Jiang Chen stated, naming his quest target. "Miss Li San." The guards exchanged glances, visibly surprised. "Please wait a moment." One guard turned and entered through the arched doorway. Before long, he returned, accompanied by a golden-haired girl in a flowing white dress, none other than Li San, the very person Jiang Chen sought. With a warm smile, she looked toward Jiang Chen and his companions. "Who is seeking me?" Greetings, Jiang Chen stepped forward. I have a letter for you. What do you want with me? Li San queried, puzzled. I am here to deliver a letter on behalf of someone. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Chen noticed a fleeting glimmer of surprise on Li San's face. Follow me. Others are not permitted inside. She turned and walked into the holy palace. Observing Li San's demeanor, Jiang Chen found it curious. It seemed as though she had anticipated his arrival with the letter. You all wait outside, he instructed, not pausing for further contemplation, and quickly followed her inside. Soon, Jiang Chen entered the holy palace alone, following Li San as they traversed the front hall and arrived at a secluded garden at the back. It was eerily quiet, devoid of anyone else. Give me the letter, Li San urged with urgency. You seem to know who sent you this letter? Jiang Chen casually extended a small envelope from his backpack, attempting to gauge the reaction of Li Sang. Instantly, her hand, which was reaching for the letter, exhibited a slight stiffness before swiftly reverting to normalcy. She opened the envelope and quickly scanned its contents. Subsequently, a trace of a cold smile flitted across her lips as she tucked the letter away, inquiring, Are you a friend of Yiding, or merely an adventurer delivering messages? Surprised, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. There's no need for astonishment. You merely need to answer me, Li Sang stated calmly. I am an adventurer. Jiang Chen replied after a brief moment of contemplation. I guess correctly. Li Sang smirked, fixing her gaze on him. You outsiders, regardless of your actions, are driven solely by self-interest, devoid of any distinction between right and wrong. What do you mean by that? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, acknowledging that her assertion bore some truth. If the adventurers she referred to were players, it was indeed the case that any quest promising rewards would attract them. Since you are an adventurer, I just happen to have a task for you, Li Sang said with a smile. What task? Jiang Chen asked. I wish to commission you to eliminate Yiding, Li Sang pronounced, each word deliberate and void of warmth. Of course, I will reward you handsomely with gold. Unexpected task, Li Sang's commission, eliminate the traitor Yiding. Do you accept? Note, this task conflicts with the mysterious job change quest. Should you eliminate Yiding, the mysterious job change quest will fail. What? Eliminate Yiding? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Had it not been for the system's notification, he might have accepted the task without hesitation. As Li Sang had indicated, as long as there were tasks and rewards, adventurers would be inclined to undertake them. Yet, she had not anticipated that her mission would conflict with Jiang Chen's mysterious job change quest. What? Do you find the reward insufficient? Li Sang queried, noticing his hesitation. No, I am certainly willing to accept this task, Jiang Chen replied with a smile after a brief moment of contemplation. However, I am merely a priest, and I fear I lack the capability to eliminate Yiding. His implication was clear. He desired some form of incentive. Is it plausible that you, having traversed the death desert to arrive here, lack abilities? Li Sang unflinchingly dismantled Jiang Chen's pretense, her cold laughter echoing. Rest assured, upon completion of the task, the reward will surely satisfy you. What a clever one you are. In this day and age, it seems even NPCs are not easily deceived. Jiang Chen mused inwardly before replying. Very well, I accept the task. Then I shall trouble you, brave adventurer, Li Sang said, her smile masking an undercurrent of mockery. Her gaze seemingly laced with disdain. Task accepted, Li Sang's commission. Task details, eliminate Yiding. Task reward, 1,000 gold. Note, this task conflicts with the mysterious job change quest. Should you eliminate Yiding, the mysterious job change quest will fail. The reward was indeed substantial. As Jiang Chen examined the task details with a look of astonishment, another system notification appeared. Task completed. Delivered Yiding's envelope to Li Sang. Subsequent task activated. Find a way to leave the Holy Palace and inform Yiding of Li Sang's intentions. Upon seeing this subsequent task, Jiang Chen contemplated deeply. This meant that Li Sang's intention to eliminate Yiding had already been set in motion the moment he delivered the envelope. Furthermore, should he refuse Li Sang's commission, he would encounter peril. Otherwise, the system would not have suggested that he find a way to exit the Holy Palace. All of these were interconnected elements of the task. However, having accepted Li Sang's commission, the danger would naturally dissipate. Jiang Chen pondered swiftly, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Li Sang. I shall endeavor to complete the task promptly. With that, he turned and strode away with confidence. As anticipated, there was no need to devise a means of escape. Jiang Chen exited the Holy Palace without hindrance. As for the commission from Li Sang, acceptance was one thing. Fulfilling it was quite another. Upon stepping outside the Holy Palace, he found Qing Ying, Tao Xiao Yao, and even the distant Yuxia Du Wu waiting for him. However, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. It was as if they were being swarmed by flies. He sensed several gazes lurking in the shadows, stealthily observing them. Would you kindly refrain from leering, esteemed heroes? Jiang Chen called out, surveying his surroundings. Chapter 49, Professional Marketing, the demon-suppressing cauldron faces corruption. From the moment Jiang Chen had entered the ancient land of Qi Yan, he had sensed that someone was keeping an eye on them. Yet, it was one thing to be observed. Why were they being followed? If that is the case, let us speak openly, Jiang Chen declared. Someone is tailing us. Qing Ying exclaimed, glancing around anxiously. They were positioned at the center of the Qi Yin holy city, standing in the courtyard outside the holy palace. Ahead lay a relatively spacious street, flanked by various low, earthen-colored houses that rose in a staggered fashion. Between these closely knit structures, narrow alleyways provided ample cover, making it quite easy to conceal oneself. Qing Ying searched diligently for the hidden observers. At the same time, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, others wondered, how did he notice? From her distance, Yuxia Duwu also cast her gaze around, frowning. Even if someone is present, the terrain here is complex. They likely won't reveal themselves. There, a shadow just emerged. Tao Xiaoyao suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a house across the way. A warrior had darted out from an alley and swiftly turned to flee the scene. To those still lurking, do you require assistance in returning to your respawn point? With the others still hiding, Jiang Chen boldly walked into the center of the street. Qing Ying promptly followed, shield raised, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Though this area was termed a holy city, it was not a secure zone. Players could engage in combat with one another, as well as with NPCs. Moreover, dying here would mean respawning at the nearest point, which was in the Fire City. Returning would require considerable time. As Jiang Chen's words rang out, coupled with Qing Ying's stance, two figures in the distant alleyway hastily departed. Simultaneously, two previously transparent silhouettes materialized from behind a pillar of the nearby house. One male and one female, both assassins, awkwardly approaching. Greetings, Qing Ying, Fan Shun, and Xiao Yao. The male assassin greeted with a sheepish smile, while Jiang Chen recognized him as Yu Wangyang. The slightly anxious female assassin beside him was named Yu Wang Yinro. As Jiang Chen gazed at the IDs of the two individuals, a contemplative expression crossed his face. What are you doing following us discreetly? Qing Ying inquired promptly, her countenance less than amiable. Yu Wangyang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before responding. We are employees of Yuan, merely intending to gather some fresh gaming news. Upon seeing you both, he added with a slight bow, we mean no harm. Our sincerest apologies. Beside him, Yu Wang Yinru also quickly inclined his body, echoing my apologies. Earlier, in the depths of the Ashen Land, we were in the stone forest battling a boss. And you were the ones filming, Jiang Chen remarked. Yes. Yu Wangyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, mustering the courage to respond. So it was you following us stealthily? Qing Ying recalled, fixing her gaze on the duo from Yu Wang. The two were immediately engulfed in embarrassment, continuing to apologize. We are truly sorry for disturbing you. Jiang Chen, observing the two, felt a spark of inspiration and queried. Do you possess the authority to utilize your official account to edit and upload news across various platforms? Both Yu Wang Yinru and Yu Wangyang were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Jiang Chen's meaning. Can you use your official account to assist me in uploading a piece of news to all major platforms? Let the previous matter slide, Jiang Chen stated directly. Do you have that authority? Yes. Yu Wangyang nodded emphatically. What news are we discussing? It's quite simple. Just release an announcement. On the first floor of the Jilu Mansion, golden grade equipment is for sale. Jiang Chen believed that for promotion and marketing, it was best to enlist professionals. A mere post from himself would likely vanish into obscurity, while others' casual posts would attract attention. The treasure pavilion needed to be promoted to reach a wider audience. What do you think? Jiang Chen inquired again, noting the dazed expressions on the faces of the Yu Wang duo. Of course, no problem. Yu Wangyang regained his composure, having anticipated the nature of the request. Initially worried whether his agreement would meet editorial approval, he now realized his concerns were unfounded. This was indeed an advertisement, but the allure of golden-grade equipment was inherently captivating, ensuring it was high-profile gaming news. It was a win-win situation. Why refuse? If more such promotional news arises in the future, feel free to reach out to us directly. Yu Wangyang proclaimed cheerfully. All right, misunderstanding resolved. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Securing a gaming news account with a substantial following to drive traffic to his shop would save considerable operational time. At that moment, Yuxia Duwu, standing not far away, suddenly looked grave and swiftly approached Jiang Chen and the others. I have some troubling news, she declared solemnly. What is it? Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. The server-wide mission is, eliminate all monsters before the 9 cauldrons of demon suppression are fully corrupted. Yuxia Duwu explained. I understand. Get to the point, Jiang Chen said, his brow furrowing. My mission prompt indicates that one of the cauldrons has already come under attack from monsters. Yuxia Duwu inhaled deeply, her tone grave. How could this be? Jiang Chen's expression faltered. Aren't there 13 sealing doors? Only one has been opened, and it's merely the bronze door. The players on Qian Mountain can't stop it? When I was waiting for you at the gates of Qian City, I saw numerous members from various guilds entering the ancient grounds of Qian. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 10,000 players. Logically, they should be able to hold back a bronze-level sealing door. Yet, my mission indicates that a demon suppression cauldron is being attacked and corrupted, Yuxia Duwu said, her dark brows knitting in concern. Chapter 50. The Pain of Yiding. The speed of the sealing door's activation increases. Jiang Chen turned to Yuxia Duwu, asking, how far is the sealing door on Qian Mountain from the demon suppression cauldron? The cauldron is located at the eastern foot of the mountain. Even the nearest ceiling door is about 10 minutes away, Wu pondered before responding. 10 minutes away, Jiang Chen murmured, perplexed. With that distance, how could 10,000 players fail to stop the monsters from the bronze door? Is this a joke? There must be some sort of issue. Otherwise, this mission would be redundant. Jiang Chen's mind raced, leading him to a singular possibility. The players had let monsters slip through. He continued, aside from you, do others involved in the mission receive prompts regarding the cauldron being attacked? As Wu was the trigger for the server-wide mission. Her notifications were likely more frequent than those of other participants. As for Jiang Chen, since he had not even entered Qian Mountain, the system would not recognize him as a participant and thus would not send him any notifications. Other participants? Wu contemplated briefly before answering. They probably haven't received any notifications. I'm not certain. Are you implying that while players are busy fighting monsters on Qian Mountain, no one is aware that monsters have already reached the demon suppression cauldron? Tao Xiaoyao's soft voice interjected. That is the only possibility, Jiang Chen nodded. He then looked towards Wu, stating, regardless, you should go check the situation and then contact us. Alone? Wu hesitated for a moment. Why not? It's merely to assess the situation. If monsters have indeed slipped through, someone must inform those heroes on the mountain to come down and eliminate them, right? Jiang Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Can these heroes not be a little more reliable? Understood. Wu finally nodded after a brief pause. Since players are typically set to prohibit messages from strangers, she sent friend requests to Qing Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and Jiang Chen to avoid being unable to reach them later. Subsequently, Wu hurried towards Qian Mountain. We should also take a look. Yu Wangyang, noticing the silver-haired woman was indeed the trigger for the server-wide mission, immediately turned to Jiang Chen and the others, saying, esteemed players, the material is rare, so we shall head over first. With that, the duo from Yuwang turned and followed Wu. After all, it was their job to pursue wherever the excitement lay. We're off to Wumon Village, Jiang Chen decided, not lingering any longer in the holy city. Upon arriving at Wumon Village, Jiang Chen proceeded directly to the small wooden house behind the low slope. The door remained ajar. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was desolate and empty. Stop hiding. It's me, Jiang Chen called out. A rustling noise emanated from beneath the bed, and shortly after, Yi Ding crawled out. His face lit up with excitement as he looked at Jiang Chen and asked, adventurer, has the letter been delivered to Miss Lisan? It has, Jiang Chen replied. That's wonderful, Yi Ding exclaimed, clenching his fist, his eyes seemingly ignited by a spark of hope. However, Jiang Chen paused before slowly stating, she entrusted me with the task of killing you. Instantly, Yi Ding's previously elated expression froze. Confusion and disbelief flickered across his features, and he took a couple of steps back, fear creeping into his eyes. Impossible. You're lying. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Chen countered calmly. You don't understand. Yi Ding shouted softly, his gaze distant as if recalling past events. 3 years ago, I was demoted to a barren land to mine due to a breach of military discipline after drinking while on patrol. Eventually, I could no longer endure my predicament and fled from the City of Flames, traversing the Death Desert until I reached the ancient land of Crimson Flames. There, the first person I encountered was Lisan. It was she who welcomed me, providing sustenance and shelter. Just a month ago, I confessed my feelings to her, and she accepted my affection, allowing me to re-enter the sacred palace and reclaim my status as a soldier. However, just yesterday, it appeared that she was reminded of some dreadful incident, and with a pained expression, she uttered through gritted teeth, upon waking from my room. A woman lay naked upon my bed. Before I could react, individuals stormed in from outside. They accused me of violating that woman, yet I did not even know her. My heart belongs solely to Lisan. How could I commit such an act? They paraded me through the streets, claiming I had committed a lewd crime, and intended to imprison me in the dungeons of the holy city for judgment. I managed to escape and have remained hidden here, longing to find Lisan, to reveal the truth and seek her aid, yet I am utterly unable to leave. Until your arrival, I had hoped you might assist me in delivering a message to Lisan, but now you tell me that Lisan wishes to kill me. With heartfelt sincerity, I implored. How can I trust you? I merely conveyed the reality. Belief is yours to choose. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Perhaps the very reason for your wrongful accusation is a scheme devised by Lisan? Impossible. Yi Ding exclaimed in shock, shaking his head vigorously. She has no reason to do such a thing. It is possible that you have done something or learned something that compelled her to orchestrate your demise. Jiang Chen recalled the turmoil that had erupted in the Crimson Flames sacred land, arising from the lord of this place being seduced by divine and demonic forces, thus colluding with them. Lisan, being the lord's maid, must be intertwined in this matter. At Jiang Chen's words, Yi Ding fell into deep contemplation. What had I done? What had I seen? After several moments, he said, Dear adventurer, might I trouble you to return to the holy city? I recall seeing a withered extreme sunflower while patrolling outside the sacred palace on the grass of the back square. At the time, I thought it was a natural decay. Now I wonder if there is something amiss. Could you check it for me and collect a bit of soil from beneath the flower? As he spoke, Yiding, looking haggard, produced a transparent bottle and handed it to Jiang Chen. You have obtained the item glass bottle, unlocking subsequent tasks. Current task, please head to the back square of the sacred palace. Use the glass bottle to collect soil from beneath the withered extreme sunflower, and return it to Yiding. Looking at the glass bottle in his hand, Jiang Chen internally lamented, a trivial task. And yet you have wasted so much of my time. Another trip to the holy city? Truly tormenting. Thus, Jiang Chen departed the small wooden cabin. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he received a message from Yueshia Duwu. A player accidentally disrupted the residual seal, causing changes in the server-wide task. The speed of the seal's gate opening has accelerated. Can something be done? Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. Chapter 51. A transparent shadow, snowy ground. Brother Fanching. That Yueshia Duwu just sent me a message saying a player accidentally damaged the residual seal, and the speed of the seal's gate opening has quickened. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge from the wooden cabin, Qingying hurriedly spoke. I know, she just sent it to me as well. Jiang Chen nodded, swiftly calming his thoughts. The accelerated opening of the seal's gate was inevitable. After all, the actions and maneuvers of the fourth catastrophe were fraught with uncertainty, bound to significantly impact the game's landscape. He promptly sent a message to Yueshia Duwu. Fanching, how much has the speed of the seal's gate accelerated? A response came quickly. Yueshia Duwu, the seal's gate now opens every half hour. The second gate is about to open. Fanching, what was the situation before? Yueshia Duwu, your judgment is quite accurate. There were indeed monsters that escaped, and a guild has stationed people near the demon suppression cauldron. Fanching, and now? Yueshia Duwu, it can barely be managed at present, but we do not know about the subsequent silver and gold gates. Fanching, we'll address the future when it arrives. After replying to the messages, he set off for the holy city once more. Jiang Chen made his way back towards the holy city, with Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao following closely beside him, to alleviate the boredom of the journey. Jiang Chen recounted Yiding's harrowing tale to the two girls, who appeared quite enthralled. Upon hearing that Li San had tasked Jiang Chen with eliminating Yiding, they gasped in surprise. When Jiang Chen speculated that Li San might indeed be the one framing Yiding, they expressed their sympathy, their faces reflecting a mixture of pity and disbelief. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at his destination, the back square of the sacred palace. This area, situated at the rear of the palace, was a desolate expanse, a barren wasteland. Where were the extreme sunflowers? Without them, how could I identify the soil? Jiang Chen stood in bewilderment. His task was to collect soil from beneath the withered extreme sunflower, yet now, there was not a single flower in sight, the area meticulously cleared. All he could see was a stretch of exposed red earth. There, the soil appeared darker in hue. Pointing to a patch of ground, Tao Xiaoyao remarked, I wonder if this is the soil Brother Chen is seeking. The color indeed seemed deeper. Jiang Chen glanced over. This small section of earth exhibited a dark red shade, reminiscent of congealed blood. After surveying the surroundings once more, he noted that all the other land was bare, with only this small patch differing in color. This must be it. Jiang Chen took the glass bottle Yiding had given him, removed the cap, and filled it with a generous amount of the dark red soil. Immediately, the information about the glass bottle shifted slightly. Filled glass bottle, contains dark red soil infused with a peculiar aura. It seemed I was correct. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. But just as he turned to leave, a commanding voice rang out. Halt. 5 armored soldiers, wielding long spears, approached. These were the soldiers of the sacred palace, patrolling the vicinity. Hand over what you just collected. The speaker was the squad captain, Eagle. Jiang Chen noticed his details. Patrol Captain Eagle, LV-15, Silver Elite. Guardian, within the boundaries of the Holy City, Defense 100. Charge strike. For every second of charging, damage 100, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. Along with him were 4 unnamed soldiers. Ordinary Patrol Soldier, LV-15. Guardian, within the boundaries of the Holy City, Defense 50. Seeing their information, it seemed they were killable. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He then addressed Captain Eagle. I have nothing in my hands. He had already stowed the glass bottle in his backpack. Do not attempt to deceive me. Surrender the item immediately, or I shall have you imprisoned in the dungeons of the Holy City. Eagle's deep voice thundered like rolling thunder. As he spoke, the 4 soldiers behind him aimed their spears at Jiang Chen. This was behind the sacred palace, with no other soldiers nearby. If I were to kill them, they likely wouldn't discover it for a short while. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Charge. Just as he was deliberating, Eagle had already given the command. The soldiers rushed forward, spears raised. Brother Fanching, Qingying cried out, dashing to Jiang Chen's front to activate her shield. Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the hexagram array. Simultaneously, a purple crystal orb materialized. The hexagram array instantly radiated with even greater brilliance. Captain Eckel and 4 ordinary soldiers were suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light. Furthermore, a layer of subtle lightning clung to their bodies, drastically reducing their speed. Above their heads, a uniform damage indicator emerged, 2,400. Double casting. The ordinary soldiers suffered a loss of nearly 50 health points, while Captain Eckel lost 12. Within merely 2 seconds, All 4 ordinary soldiers collapsed. In a bid for swift resolution, Jiang Chen unleashed his healing spells and beams of light, directing them towards Ekel. 1960. In a mere 5 to 6 seconds, the patrol captain fell to the ground. Regrettably, no equipment dropped. Jiang Chen gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, muttering under his breath before swiftly declaring, "Let us depart." Subsequently, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, hastily exited the holy city. Behind them, a transparent figure gradually emerged. It was Li San. However, she was now suspended in midair, her form appearing semi-transparent, resembling a ghost. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen and his companions, they returned to Wumon village. "This is what you requested," Jiang Chen stated, handing the quest item to Yi Ding upon entering the wooden hut. "Thank you, esteemed adventurer." Yi Ding looked exceedingly haggard as he accepted the filled glass bottle, staring at the dark red soil within. After a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered, "I need to go to the snowy lands." "What?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. The qi in ancient land was perpetually sweltering. "What do you mean by snowy lands?" "This bottle of soil has nurtured the extreme yang flower, containing its searing essence, along with another peculiar aura. I must rely on the cold to neutralize the flower's fiery essence to discern the nature of this strange aura," Yi Ding explained earnestly, turning to Jiang Chen. "I earnestly implore you, esteemed adventurer, to escort me to the snowy lands." Quest completed. Collected dead extreme yang flower soil and delivered it to Yi Ding. Subsequent quest unlocked. Please escort Yi Ding to the snowy lands to dissipate the soil's fiery essence. "Is there snow in the Qian ancient land?" Jiang Chen stared at Yi Ding, mustering the courage to pose the question. He was aware that Lihua City lay at the southernmost tip of the continent, an area devoid of snow year-round. The Qian ancient land was even further south. Presently, only the northern capital could boast snow. Should they return to Lihua City first and then teleport north? What would happen to the server-wide quest? Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a dull ache beginning to throb. Chapter 52. The Snowy Lands of Qinglin. Arrival at Qian Mountain. The Qian ancient land, perpetually warm, was not supposed to experience snowfall. Yi Ding spoke in a weary tone. "However, there is snow in Qinglin. I know the Qian ancient land doesn't tease snow," Jiang Chen murmured, still massaging his forehead. In the next moment, he was jolted upright. Staring at Yi Ding, "What did you say? Where's Qinglin? Is it within the Qian ancient land?" "Of course," Yi Ding replied, regarding Jiang Chen with mild confusion. "Qinglin is not far from Qian Mountain, but it is surrounded by an illusion array, making it somewhat difficult to locate. Fortunately, I have been there once and know the way. I kindly ask you, esteemed adventurer, to guide me there." "The Qian ancient land actually has a snowy region?" Jiang Chen, astonished, nodded affirmatively. "No problem, I will escort you there." "I am immensely grateful," Yi Ding replied solemnly, bowing to Jiang Chen. He then produced a piece of black cloth from somewhere, covering his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. "Esteemed adventurer, let us proceed." With that, he stepped out of the wooden hut first. This action left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. Was he truly concerned about being noticed? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. Yet he promptly followed suit. Later, Jiang Chen, along with Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, closely trailed the masked Yi Ding. Remarkably, as they departed Wumon village, passers-by seemed oblivious to Yi Ding's presence. The group effortlessly exited the village. "Goodness, I underestimated the situation," Jiang Chen mused. After walking for about 10 minutes, a solitary peak came into view at the end of the expansive red terrain. "Once we sight Qian Mountain, Qinglin will not be far behind," Yi Ding remarked. Quickening his pace, Jiang Chen gazed at the distant mountain, aware that fierce battles were likely raging within. As they approached, what had initially appeared as a diminutive hill gradually transformed into a majestic mountain. Suddenly, Yi Ding halted. "Qinglin is nearby. I shall search for the array's focal point." He lifted his gaze skyward and began to meander left and right like a headless fly. Jiang Chen watched in astonishment. After 4 or 5 minutes, Yi Ding finally paused, a gentle smile gracing his face as he pointed ahead. "It is right here." "Huh, haven't you just returned to the same spot?" Jiang Chen felt exasperated. "What were you doing for the last few minutes?" "Holding a ceremony." Without addressing Jiang Chen's incredulity, Yi Ding stepped forward. In an instant, he vanished, as if entering another realm, leaving behind only a ripple of transparent space. "Wow," Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. Yet, he quickly followed the shimmering ripple into the space. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, equally astonished, hurried after him. Accompanied by a distortion of vision, the group found themselves in a vast, snowy expanse. The surroundings were blanketed in ice and snow, with sporadic snowflakes drifting from the sky. Not far off, a vibrant grove of bizarre bamboo grew, remarkable for its lack of ice and snow, its canes boasting a brilliant red hue. In this pure white snowy world, the crimson bamboo forest appeared strikingly alluring. Then, a gust of frigid wind swept through. "Brr." Jiang Chen shivered. Just moments ago, he had been engulfed in heat, and now he was plunged into cold. He struggled to acclimate. So cold. Qing Ying could not help but hug her arms. How wondrous. Tao Xiaoyao marveled at her surroundings, then shivered again, feeling the icy wind infiltrate her body. This is the snowy land of Qinglin. Yiding's voice resonated. The Qi in ancient land could harbor such a place? Jiang Chen was filled with surprise and curiosity. This area was once devoid of snow and was not concealed by an illusion array, Yiding said, his expression somber, rich with untold stories. 15 years ago, the then young Lord Yin Changfeng, in an effort to awaken the fire bloodline within him, ventured into this searing land for training. Unexpectedly, he encountered a native girl from this region, and the two fell deeply in love at first sight. Since the girl had never seen snow, Yin Changfeng promised to take her to see it one day. Alas, good times were fleeting. One was the young lord of Lihua City, while the other was merely a native of a barren land. Such a union was doomed. Soon after, the old lord fell gravely ill, compelling Yin Changfeng to return to Lihua City to assume the lordship. During this time, he forcefully trained in ice magic using his fire bloodline. On the day of his departure, he came alone to this Qinglin and cast the ice spell he had self-taught. At that moment, the heavens and earth transformed. And for the first time in history, snow fell upon this searing land. Thus, this place became known as the snowy land of Qinglin, blanketed in snow, destined to endure for 100 years. Yiding recounted slowly. The group, including Jiang Chen, fell into a contemplative silence, particularly Jiang Chen, who was struck by a sense of recognition at the mention of Yin Changfeng, the lord of the city of fire. Yin Changfeng, an archmage of both ice and fire, had been a formidable force during the defense of the main city in his previous life, wielding dual forbidden spells that had captivated many players. To think that the lord had such a history. He had actually mastered the art of ice magic to grant his beloved a mere glimpse of snow. Was love truly so grandiose? Jiang Chen found himself marveling at this revelation. What became of that girl? Qing Ying inquired with genuine curiosity, her focus fixated on the native girl. Eventually, she overcame numerous trials to become the current lord of the holy land of crimson flames, shrouding it in a phantasmic array, Yiding responded. Upon hearing this, both Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao wore expressions of admiration, while Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The chaos in the ancient land of crimson flames and the destruction of the city of fire were attributed to the Lord's collusion with demonic entities. The fact that the Lord was Yin Changfeng's beloved sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. Brother Fanchen, what are you mumbling about? Qing Ying asked, her curiosity piqued by Jiang Chen's murmurs. Nothing, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head before turning to Yiding. I have brought you here. Please examine the soil within this glass vial and uncover its mysteries. I understand, Yiding nodded. He bent down to place the filled glass vial onto the ground, and then stood still. After several minutes of waiting, Jiang Chen could no longer restrain his impatience. Brother Yiding, what now? Could you expedite your magical prowess? This soil harbors two distinct energies. The scorching essence of the extreme yang flower must first be purified with ice and snow before we can discern the other energy, Yiding explained slowly. Indeed. Do hasten with the purification, Jiang Chen urged helplessly. I am currently engaged in the purification process, Yiding replied. Please be patient. The chill in this place will naturally cleanse the scorching essence from the soil. Is that all? Just natural purification? No extraordinary spells involved? Jiang Chen was flabbergasted, quickly asking, how long will it take? Not long, approximately 4 to 5 hours, Yiding answered calmly. 4 to 5 hours? Jiang Chen's mouth fell agape, utterly stunned. Could you be any more outrageous? Who can wait that long? His mind raced before he suggested, Brother Yiding, you remain here to await the soil's purification. I will attend to some urgent matters and return shortly. Of course, that is acceptable. Yiding nodded affirmatively. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen declared, let us proceed to the foot of Crimson Flame Mountain. He turned and walked back the way they had come, a shimmering ripple of transparent space appearing before him. Upon stepping through, the surroundings transformed dramatically, an intense heat enveloping him as he emerged onto the red earth outside. It seemed this passage would remain visible to him after he had traversed it once. Soon, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao, arrived at the foot of Crimson Flame Mountain, where numerous players were already gathered, their gazes converging upon them. The first kill team has arrived at Crimson Flame Mountain. A player quickly communicated the news. Chapter 53, The Shock of the Moonlit Dance. You have entered the territory of Crimson Flame Mountain, officially commencing a server-wide quest. The quest point system is now active. Defeating monsters will yield corresponding points. Higher points grant greater rewards. Current points, 0. Shared points, 0. Note: in team mode, each monster slain grants the killer 80 points, with 20 points allocated to the team for discretionary distribution. At the base of the mountain, Jiang Chen, Qing Ying, and Tao Xiao Yao all received system prompts. The allocation of shared points appeared designed to accommodate supporting players, a purpose Jiang Chen quickly discerned. He then gazed at the towering mountain before him and sent a text message to Yuxiadu Wu. Fanchen, we have arrived at Crimson Flame Mountain. Where are you? A swift reply followed. Yuxiadu Wu, I am currently at the Demon Suppression 9 Cauldrons, dealing with the boss and elite monsters of the 4th Ceiling Gate. Demon Suppression 9 Cauldrons. Jiang Chen murmured. recalling that it was situated at the eastern foot of Crimson Flame Mountain, to the north. Having confirmed the direction, he proceeded along the base of the mountain towards the east. After several minutes, a throng of players came into view on a clearing not far ahead, surrounding several black demon dogs. Demon Dog, LV-15, Bronze Elite. Tear. Each attack inflicts an additional 10 damage bleeding effect, lasting 5 seconds. Almost every demon dog was encircled by several players, engaged in fervent interaction. Meanwhile, deeper within, another battlefield unfolded, populated with numerous players. In their midst stood a towering boss with 2 heads. Two-headed demon dog, LV-15, Bronze Boss. Tear. Each attack inflicts an additional 20 damage bleeding effect, lasting 5 seconds. Two-headed Roar. For every 20 of health lost, it emits a roar, stunning all targets within a 5-meter radius for 3 seconds. The boss's health was nearly depleted, suggesting that the cleanup operation was well underway. It appeared that the 4th ceiling gate had been effectively dealt with. Jiang Chen observed the situation from a distance before noticing. Behind the sea of players, a series of elevated platforms, each adorned with a 4-legged cauldron, a total of 9. Demon Suppression 9 cauldrons, Jiang Chen mused, turning to stride towards the battlefield. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. The 5th ceiling gate, bronze level, is about to open. The 5th gate? Jiang Chen's voice trailed off. Due to players disrupting a significant number of residual seals, the opening speed of the ceiling gates has accelerated. The 6th ceiling gate, bronze level, is about to open. 2 gates opening in succession? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Almost immediately, he received a text message. Yu Xia Du Wu, the opening speed of the ceiling gates has increased again. This time, 2 gates opened simultaneously. Jiang Chen promptly replied with a voice message. Take me to the 6th ceiling gate. We can hold our ground here, can't we? Yu Xia Du Wu responded. If there were only 1 ceiling gate, we could defend this position. Jiang Chen countered. Now that 2 gates are opening, do you think it will be manageable if the monsters converge here? The area isn't that large. I understand. I see your location. I will come to find you. Yu Xia Du Wu replied, making her way towards them. However, going to the ceiling gate could expose us to the demonic energy, Yu Xia Du Wu remarked, frowning. The demonic energy merely exacerbates the penalties for death. As long as we don't die, it's inconsequential. Jiang Chen dismissed the concern. Very well. I will lead you there, Yu Xia Du Wu stated, promptly ascending the Crimson Mountain, with Jiang Chen, Qingying, and Tao Xiao Yao following closely behind. They traversed a vast expanse of exposed rocky terrain when suddenly, a long line of monsters approached. One-eyed demon wolf, LV-15. These creatures must have emerged from the 6th seal gate, and are on their way to the demon-subduing cauldron. Moonlit Dance remarked with a cautious demeanor. Such an orderly formation indicates the absence of nearby players. Should we retreat a bit and wait for others to join us? After all, this lengthy line consists of nearly 100 monsters. I doubt a single party of players could manage them all. Jiang Chen remained silent, casting a healing spell towards the foremost Cyclops wolf. A bright light enveloped the creature as a faint crackle of electricity coursed through it, causing its health to plummet by 20 points, leaving it with 5,000 health. Realizing the situation, Jiang Chen stated, this line is too extensive. Qingying, gather the minions together. Understood. Qingying nodded, her excitement palpable. She dashed forward, and as she approached the horde of monsters, they were instantly drawn to her presence, causing their formation to scatter. Only the Cyclops wolf Jiang Chen had previously attacked continued to approach him with unwavering intent. Before it could close the distance, a beam of white light coalesced in front of Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, a violet crystal orb materialized around him. The healing ray surged forth, instantly connecting with the monster. 1920. Double casting. The Cyclops wolf, now enveloped in electricity, found its movements hindered. 2 seconds later, the creature succumbed to the healing light and fell lifelessly. Jiang Chen opened his task points template. Current points, 8. Public points, 2. A standard monster yields 10 points. Glancing at the template, he promptly closed it and turned to Qingying, who was busy luring the monsters, and cautioned, avoid entanglements with the minions. Keep moving, and don't let yourself be surrounded. Got it. Qingying's melodious voice responded. Meanwhile, Moonlit Dance stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The numbers that had floated above the monster's head reverberated in her mind, the 4-digit damage striking her consciousness like a thunderbolt. She even questioned whether she was hallucinating. Yet, as the creature collapsed, reality was undeniable. A single priest had dispatched a monster in mere seconds with just 2 skills. This revelation fundamentally altered her perception. A startling thought emerged. Perhaps this priest was the strongest member of their party? As her mind raced, Jiang Chen stepped forward. At that moment, the multitude of small creatures, attracted by Qingying, had congregated together. A magnificent hexagram magic array materialized, and an even more astonishing scene unfolded. A layer of electric arcs enveloped the entire horde, and a terrifying damage value appeared above them. 2,400. Double casting. In less than 3 seconds, the entire group of monsters lay defeated on the ground. Chapter 54. Can we enter the seal gate? Within moments, This lengthy line of monsters had been reduced by nearly 1/3. Observing the multitude of corpses strewn about, Jiang Chen frowned, as no equipment had dropped. Was he simply unlucky? Or were these tasked minions not designed to drop items? Either scenario seemed less than favorable. Contemplating, Jiang Chen turned to Moonlit Dance and inquired, "Do these minions not drop loot?" At that moment, Moonlit Dance appeared lost in thought, still reeling from the earlier spectacle. It felt as if someone had struck a heavy blow deep within her soul. Noticing her silence, Jiang Chen repeated his question. "Huh? Oh." Moonlit Dance finally snapped back to reality, responding, "They say minions don't drop loot, and it seems elite monsters don't either. Only bosses yield items. Only bosses drop items." It appeared that the majority of rewards were intentionally allocated to the point system. Jiang Chen understood this well. Meanwhile, Moonlit Dance gazed intently at him, as if she wished to convey something. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "Why is your damage so high?" "What did you say?" Jiang Chen glanced at her in confusion. Nothing. Moonlit Dance quickly shook her head, realizing her question had been rather abrupt. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Jiang Chen observed the remaining monsters and instructed Qingying. "Let us wait for the cooldown. I'll join you in luring the monsters, and we'll take care of the rest in one go." "Okay." Qingying nodded, seizing the opportunity to quickly consume a health potion. Soon, Jiang Chen's skills were off cooldown. "Qingying, let us converge the monsters towards the center from both ends." With that, he swiftly made his way to the rear of the monster line. "Here they come." After noting Jiang Chen's position, Qingying eagerly advanced to the front of the monster line. The two worked in tandem, drawing the creatures together from both sides. In the process, Qingying inadvertently left behind a few monsters. Tao Xiaoyao promptly summoned her large yellow dog to retrieve the stragglers. However, just as the dog charged halfway, Jiang Chen's voice rang out. "Don't worry about the ones that got away. More players will surely come along to handle them." He believed that the mist monsters could serve to delay incoming players. "Come back, Xiaohuang." Tao Xiaoyao immediately called the large yellow dog back. Although the command came from her, the dog seemed to understand Jiang Chen's intent, barking discontentedly at him before lying down in a huff and rubbing against Tao Xiaoyao's pant leg. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the small creatures had been gathered in the center. Holy Light Apocalypse Array. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned the Hexagram Magic Array, illuminating the gathered minions brilliantly. The air crackled with arcs of electricity. 1,200. The skill's duration had barely passed its halfway mark when the entire horde collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen checked his task points template. Current points, 760. Public points, 190. "Brother Fanshin, I leveled up." Qingying exclaimed with delight. "I leveled up too." Tao Xiaoyao's voice followed suit. Both had reached level 15. Jiang Chen glanced at his own experience bar, 1578. Level 16 was within reach. "Let us move on," he urged, and the group continued toward the seal gate. Not long after, another lengthy line of monsters approached from ahead, still comprised of Cyclops wolves. But their numbers appeared significantly greater than before. Each seal gate spawns 3 waves of ordinary monsters and 1 wave of elite monsters. "This must be the second wave of ordinary creatures," Moonlit Dance noted. "Let us handle the monsters in 2 rounds," Jiang Chen replied, and without hesitation, he and Qingying began to draw the creatures once more. After 2 rounds, the majority of this batch of monsters lay vanquished at Jiang Chen's hands, save for a few that had been intentionally overlooked. As they drew nearer to the seal gate, the 3rd wave of monsters soon came into Jiang Chen's view. Effortlessly, he dispatched these creatures as if slicing through melons and cucumbers. "Your level has increased to level 16. Your 4 primary attributes have increased by 1 point, and you have gained 4 points of free attributes." "I leveled up." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, allocating all of his free attributes to intelligence. Vitality, 35-1. Strength, 35-1. Agility, 35-1. Intelligence, 185-5. Jiang Chen's spell power surged to 490 points. Simultaneously, his points skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Current points, 3,480. Public points, 870. Subsequently, several individuals continued their advance. At a hillside, a colossal transparent gate materialized before them. Simultaneously, a thick veil of dark demonic energy enveloped the area before the gate. This was indeed the seal gate. Yuexia Danku paused in her tracks and remarked, "If we proceed any further, we will be tainted by the demonic energy." Jiang Chen observed that the seal gate stood wide open upon the ground, with tendrils of black mist seeping forth. "Demonic energy, is it?" Jiang Chen murmured, stepping boldly towards it. Instantly, the wisps of black mist encircled him. "You have been tainted by demonic energy, bronze level. All life recovery effects are reduced by 99 for 1 hour, and upon death, all attributes will diminish by 20. The prohibition on life recovery, coupled with the penalty for death, was clear to Jiang Chen after glancing at the system notification. "Let us go?" Seeing Jiang Chen stride into the demonic mist, Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao followed suit without hesitation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuexia Danku gritted her teeth and pursued them as well. At that moment, from within the seal gate, a demonic creature emerged. Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, LV-15, bronze level elite. Bite. After every 3 normal attacks, it will unleash a bite, inflicting 300 damage and reducing the target's defense by 50 for 5 seconds. After the first Shadow Moon Demon Wolf stepped out, another followed suit, and soon a steady stream of them emerged. Do we really have to wait for them all to come out? Jiang Chen whispered as he gazed at the seal gate. He then turned to Yuexia Danku and inquired, "Is it possible to enter the seal gate?" Huh. Yuexia Danku appeared momentarily stunned. Chapter 55, Task Alteration, Entering the Golden Level Seal Gate. Noting Yuexia Danku's bewilderment, Jiang Chen assumed she had not understood and explained, "If we can enter the seal gate, we might as well do so. Waiting outside for the monsters is rather slow." Yuexia Danku comprehended his words, though she was taken aback by Jiang Chen's audacity. To think he would want to enter the seal gate? Such boldness. Previously, individuals had entered and exited the gate, but that was when it was empty. Pointing at the ominous gate before them, Yuexia Danku said, "There are still monsters within this gate. Then we can enter," Jiang Chen muttered to himself before decisively striding towards the massive seal gate. As he stepped inside, several elite monsters he had lured followed closely behind, with Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao trailing right after. Yuexia Danku hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before she too had no choice but to follow in. Upon entering the seal gate, the surroundings instantly plunged into darkness. They found themselves in a space suffused with demonic energy. A long queue of demonic creatures stretched from afar, and faintly, at the end of this line, a massive boss could be discerned. However, due to the distance, its specific details remained obscured. Aside from the demonic energy, nothing particularly remarkable was present in this place. Jiang Chen swiftly surveyed his surroundings, and after confirming the absence of other dangers, he cast a healing spell at the nearest elite creature, Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. 1020. A beam of white light descended, causing the elite creature to lose approximately 10 hit points. With a total of 10,000 hit points, it was twice that of a regular monster. Jiang Chen realized that for him, elite and regular monsters were indistinguishable. It was merely a matter of one skill. Subsequently, with a series of healing spells, this bronze-level elite creature fell to the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at the task points template. Current points, 3504-24. Public points, 876-6. Each elite monster provided 30 points. After understanding this, Jiang Chen prepared to begin drawing aggro. He turned to Qing Ying, who had been following closely behind, and advised, "You should refrain from attracting monsters here since you cannot recover health. Don't worry, I will draw fewer. And the small monsters won't touch me." Qing Ying replied confidently, "All right, stay safe." With that, Jiang Chen led the way towards the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Qing Ying, shield raised, followed suit to start luring monsters. At the foot of Qian Mountain, near the town Demon 9 tripods, a multitude of players gathered to fend off the demonic creatures pouring down from the mountain. Curiously, despite the opening of 2 seal gates, the number of monsters descending from Qian Mountain did not significantly increase. It appeared that many had already ventured uphill to clear the monsters. The leader of the Heavenly Court Guild, raised the knife to slay Yama, was also present, keenly observing the number of demonic creatures. He deduced that a considerable number of players had ascended the mountain. In fact, every guild present had dispatched members to Qian Mountain, not only to clear monsters, but also to ascertain the locations of each seal gate and monitor the movements of the demons above. As Raise the Knife to Slay Yama dispatched a low-health monster with a swift strike, preparing to move on to the next target, he received a message. Wanjian Guizong, President. We discovered an item on the mountain. Please take a look. Raise the Knife to Slay Yama focused intently on the item information sent from across the way. Demon Suppressing Fragment. Temporarily closes the seal gate for 5 minutes. Quickly bring it here. He replied via voice message, a smile gracing his face. This was indeed a valuable item that could delay the emergence of monsters from the seal gate for an additional 5 minutes. Wanjian Guizong, President. I will deliver it right away. Other guilds have likely found it as well and are keeping it hidden in the snowy forest of emotions. Amidst the wide expanse of snow, Yi Ding stood resolutely, a glass vial brimming with dark red soil before him. He awaited the frigid air to purify the fiery essence of the soil. Suddenly, ripples emerged in the space behind him. A semi-transparent figure drifted forth, seemingly sensing something. Yi Ding abruptly turned around. His expression shifted from surprise to joy, then to trembling confusion and pain. Li Song, he cried out, his voice filled with anguish. However, the translucent figure merely passed through him, picked up the glass vial from the ground, and departed the snowy forest of emotions. Within the seal gate of Qian Mountain, Jiang Chen had successfully eliminated all elite creatures present. His task points surged by nearly 5,000 points. Current points, 7,824. Public points, 1956. Only the final boss remained. Howling Moon Demon Wolf, LV-15, Bronze Level Boss. Deadly Claw. Each attack has a 5 chance to inflict 10 times the damage. Howl of the Moon. When health decreases by 20, it lets out a howl, increasing attack power by 100 and attack speed by 100 for 1 minute. As Jiang Chen prepared to engage the towering 3-meter-tall, 6-meter-long Howling Moon Demon Wolf, a sudden system prompt appeared. Sudden task. The filled glass vial has been taken by Li Song. Please reclaim it from her hands, or the mysterious class transfer task will fail. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss. What is going on? Is he playing tricks on me? Before he could gather his thoughts, another system prompt popped up. Due to mysterious forces, the seal gate, golden level, is inundated with a surge of unsealing power, set to open in 15 minutes. Due to mysterious forces, the other seal gates are experiencing a loss of unsealing power and will soon close, to be restored in 1 hour. What does this mean? Jiang Chen pondered, feeling increasingly unsettled. Brother Fanchen, it seems that this seal gate is truly about to close. Tao Xiaoyao's voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned back, and what met his gaze was the entrance of the sealing gate, a colossal transparent door that was gradually closing. Let us go, we must exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way toward the sealing gate. Qing Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and Xia Duwu promptly followed suit. The four emerged outside. We must head to the golden level sealing gate without delay. Jiang Chen directed his attention to Xia Duwu, harboring a persistent feeling that the matter of the sealing gate was somehow intertwined with his sudden mission. After all, the prompts had appeared simultaneously. Indeed. Xia Duwu nodded in agreement, leading the way toward the location of the golden level sealing gate. After a span of over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. A considerable number of players had already gathered nearby, having also received the notification of the golden level sealing gate's imminent opening. However, they stood at a distance, wary of approaching too closely to the ominous aura of dark magic emanating from the gate. At the forefront, the massive transparent door was slowly parting, tendrils of black magical energy wafting through the air. Just as the door fully opened, a translucent figure abruptly appeared and glided into the gate. Li Song. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. In the astonished gaze of nearby players, he charged through the magical haze and plunged into the golden level sealing gate. Chapter 56. Is the first kill team finished? There were a total of 13 sealing gates on Qian Mountain, 9 of bronze level, 3 of silver level, and a solitary golden level sealing gate situated at the octagonal altar, the very place where Xia Duwu had shattered the demon-subduing crystal pillar. At the moment the system issued its notification, individuals atop Qian Mountain observed strands of dark, ethereal light rising from certain locations, converging toward a specific spot on the mountain. These luminous emanations marked the locations of the other sealing gates, while the convergence itself pointed to the golden level sealing gate at the octagonal altar. Consequently, numerous players began making their way toward the altar, especially after the system notification, with the crowd steadily increasing. President, the golden level sealing gate will open in 15 minutes. At the foot of Qian Mountain, the silver-haired mage Wan Fa Guizong addressed the nearby player, Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo. I am aware, Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo replied, his brow furrowed as he noticed members of other guilds already ascending the mountain. Meanwhile, despite his own team still clearing monsters, some members appeared distracted, sustaining injuries from enemies. It seemed the system prompt had caused them to lose focus. Concentrate. Do you wish to die and return to Lihua City? Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo sternly reprimanded. He then murmured to himself, with the other sealing gates closed, no new monsters will spawn, so the remaining ones here should be dispatched swiftly. President, should we proceed? Wan Fa Guizong inquired. Take a portion of the team with me to the sealing gate. The rest will remain here to clean up, Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo decisively declared. Similarly, leaders from other guilds, whether it be the president of the Wang Zhetianxia Guild, Ba Qi Kuang Ren, or the vice president of the Bu Mieshenhua Guild, Qi Shao, or even the president of the Huang Chao Guild, Huang Taizi, all dispatched teams toward the sealing gate. Even clubs with fewer members, such as the Xiong Tu Club, led by Xiong Tu Lung Feng, sent 2 teams to assess the situation. A multitude of factions converged toward the sealing gate, creating a tempest of activity and intrigue. At the octagonal altar on Qian Mountain stood the enormous sealing gate, now surrounded by numerous players who kept their distance, cautious of the magic permeating the air. All present wore expressions of astonishment, for just moments ago, a drifting translucent figure had entered the sealing gate. Did someone just float in? It didn't seem like a player. Do you think the sudden opening of this golden gate is related to her? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, a tall figure, wielding a staff, resolutely crossed through the magical haze and entered the sealing gate. It was none other than Jiang Chen. A momentary silence enveloped the crowd, quickly followed by a surge of fervent chatter. I didn't catch a good look. Was that player who just went in? Yes. It was a priest. Did you not notice his ID? It's Fanchen. Fanchen, the esteemed priest from the first kill team. Wow, he is my idol. Not just you. What priest wouldn't he aspire to heal the stunning experts in their party? But why would he rush into the sealing gate? With all that magic, wouldn't he just be risking his life? The crowd was rife with bewilderment and questions. Meanwhile, the leaders of various guilds were arriving in droves, having overheard the discussions among the players. President, they say that Fanchen just rushed into the sealing gate. Wan Fa Guizong promptly informed Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo. I am aware, Tai Dao Zhan Yen Luo nodded, his eyes reflecting the same confusion and curiosity. Nearby, in the Wang Zhetianxia Guild, A warrior pointed toward the ceiling gate and said to Ba Chi Kwang Run, "Boss, someone just went in. It's the priest from the first kill team." "Why would he do that? Is he seeking death?" Ba Chi Kwang Ren narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly. Similarly, Xiong Tu Lung Feng, the captain of the Xiong Tu Club, rubbed his chin in contemplation. What could possess him to take such a risk? Does he not comprehend the dangers within the ceiling gate? A member of his team speculated. Is it that he is foolish, or is it you? Xiong Tu Lung Feng shot a glance at the speaker. The first kill team should possess better judgment than this. There is only one explanation. Something compelled him to enter. But what could it be? What situation could warrant such a dangerous gamble? Xiong Tu Lung Feng pondered in confusion. Why overthink it? If the first kill team meets their end inside, it would be advantageous for us, remarked a player with the ID Huang Chao Tai Zi, a slight smile gracing his face. He was the president of the Huang Chao Guild. Yet it's a pity. If only it were that knight who had gone in instead of just the priest, he added with a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Qing Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and Yu Xia Duwu were all in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would dash into the ceiling gate without uttering a word. For a moment, none of them could respond. "Brother Fanshin, what on earth are you doing?" Qing Ying asked, somewhat dazed. "I have no idea," Tao Xiaoyao replied, her brow furrowing as she shook her head. "You're clueless too?" Yu Xia Duwu found the situation increasingly perplexing. She was acutely aware that Jiang Chen was the strongest among them. Everyone else looked to him for guidance. His every action represented the entire team. Yet now, he had rushed into the ceiling gate, leaving his teammates in a state of confusion. Enough with the pondering, Xiaoyao. Qing Ying, feeling impatient, called out decisively. "All right." Tao Xiaoyao nodded, and the two promptly made their way toward the altar. In the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, they traversed the magical haze and entered the ceiling gate. Are they all mad? Yu Xia Duwu's expression faltered, her pupils quivering. She soon fell into deep contemplation, followed by a look of conflict, culminating in a bittersweet smile. Aside from him, I can't think of anyone else capable of confronting a golden-level boss. As she spoke, Moonlit Dance stepped into the sealed gate with a graceful stride. This time, everyone present bore witness to the event. The other two members of the first kill team also entered the sealed gate. Although Moonlit Dance, the trigger of the server-wide quest, similarly crossed the threshold to the onlookers, it became a trivial matter unworthy of mention. All eyes were fervently discussing the trio of the first kill team. Among them were Yinru and Yangyang from the Game Network, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They found an excellent vantage point, fixating intently on the sealed gate ahead. Before long, a cry of astonishment arose. Creatures emerged from the sealed gate, revealing a procession of monsters. Demonic Lizard, LV-19. Astonishingly, they were level 19 minions, indicating that the boss within was a level 19 golden tier boss. The blade-wielding Yinluo flashed a glint of interest and sneered. This first kill team is truly seeking their demise. President, they are formidable. Even if they cannot prevail, there is a chance for them to retreat unscathed. Wanfagaizong interjected suddenly. Indeed, Yinluo raised an eyebrow. You've reminded me. He promptly retrieved a white crystal shard from his inventory, idly playing with it in his hand. Go and use this. It's fine to be tainted by demonic energy. Just don't engage in combat afterward. The guild will compensate you. With that, he handed the crystal shard to a nearby assassin. The assassin, upon receiving the shard, quickly inspected its information. Demon suppression shard. Can temporarily seal the gate. Duration 5 minutes. I understand, President. The assassin immediately grasped the plan and made his way toward the octagonal altar. Due to a player using the demon suppression shard, the sealed gate, golden tier, has temporarily closed. Duration 5 minutes. A system prompt appeared, leaving everyone astonished as they observed the enormous sealed gate slowly closing. Is someone trying to eliminate the first kill team? I recognize that assassin from the Heavenly Court Guild. They'd better not take too long. Many players began to murmur, particularly those in small teams without guilds, who grew increasingly anxious. However, the sealed gate ultimately closed. To their further astonishment, they noticed more individuals approaching the altar. Not just one, but several. Due to players using the demon suppression shard, the sealed gate, golden tier, has temporarily closed. Duration 10 minutes. Due to players using the demon suppression shard, the sealed gate, golden tier, has temporarily closed. Duration 15 minutes. Due to players. It was all a concerted effort to undermine the first kill team. How vile. The scattered players lamented. Clearly, everyone shared the same sentiment. On the other hand, within the Imperial Guild, Prince of the Dynasty held 2 crystal shards in hand. Let us add some finishing touches, he said, handing a shard to a companion with a smile. To refuse all guilds, such a day would eventually come. I just didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly. Quite amusing. ISNT it. Chapter 57. At the end of the sealed gate, the monsters revolt. You have been tainted by demonic energy, golden tier, within 1 hour. All life recovery effects are reduced by 99, and upon death, all attributes are reduced by 40. Jiang Chen received this system prompt as he traversed through the demonic energy. At this juncture, within the sealed gate, the air was thick with malevolent energy. On the vast, dark ground stretched a long line of monsters. A translucent figure clad in a white gown glided past these creatures, drifting deeper along the path they formed. Strangely, these monsters seemed oblivious to her presence. Trailing closely behind her was a tall figure, relentlessly pursuing her. It was none other than Jiang Chen, who had just entered the sealed gate. Despite attempting to shift to the side, he inadvertently attracted the attention of several monsters upon entry. These minions, all level 19 demonic lizards, followed closely behind him. Jiang Chen, however, paid them no heed, continuing his pursuit of the white figure ahead. His speed was not slow, and the demonic lizard struggled to keep pace. Yet still, a distance of approximately 30 meters separated him from the ethereal figure, a gap that continued to widen. Li Song, in her semi-ghostly state, moved slightly faster than him. Yet she was still unable to outpace his flight. Jiang Chen gazed at the drifting figure ahead with a sense of helplessness. In the gods, ordinary ghosts possessed no physical form or attack power. However, some ghosts could attach energy to their soul, forming a semi-physical presence. He found it curious why Li Song had transformed in such a manner. After all, he had just accepted a quest from her moments prior. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Due to a player using the demon suppression shard, the sealed gate, golden tier, has temporarily closed, duration 5 minutes. Then came the same prompt again, but this time indicating a duration of 10 minutes. Following that, the time extended to 15 minutes, then 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and finally stopping at a duration of 45 minutes. Do they expect me to farm monsters in peace inside? How considerate. Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, whispering, "Once I emerge, regardless of who you are, I shall ensure that each of you enjoys a generous drink." He continued to follow until he reached the very end of the line, where Li Song halted. Jiang Chen too came to a stop, not out of reluctance, but because Li Song had positioned herself beside the boss. Demonic Winged Dragon, LV-19, Golden Tier Boss. This was a massive subdragon-type boss, cloaked in dark hues, with wings adorned with jagged spikes that seemed less suited for flight and more for slicing through foes. Jiang Chen did not scrutinize the boss's information closely. Instead, he turned to glance behind him. The dozen or so demonic lizards he had unwittingly drawn were now closing in. It was time to deal with them first. Jiang Chen promptly unleashed the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. The radiant hexagram shone brilliantly in the somewhat dim sealed gate, casting a brilliant glow. The bodies of the 14 demonic lizards became ensconced in arcs of electricity. 1,225. In an instant, all the minions lost approximately 16 health points. 6 seconds later, all 14 demonic lizards collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at the task score template. Current score, 7,992, 168. Public score, 1998, 42. A total of 210 points gained, with each monster contributing 15 points. Jiang Chen quickly understood. He then turned his attention back to the boss and Li Song, who was now floating motionless, holding a glass vial filled with dark red soil. She then looked at Jiang Chen, her previously expressionless face suddenly adorned with a peculiar smile. Although a sense of unease washed over him, Jiang Chen stood his ground and declared, "I am well versed in the foundational principles of Marxism and Mao Zedong thought. I am a steadfast materialist, and you shall not intimidate me." Before he could finish, Li Song abruptly hurled the glass vial at the feet of the boss. Then, it ascended directly into the distance. Huh, is it leaving? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before he could ponder further, a melodious voice echoed from behind him. "Brother Fanchen, I finally caught up with you." Qing Ying approached, accompanied by Tao Xiaoyao, who chimed in with a call of Brother Fanchen. Behind the two girls, Yuexia Duwu had also followed. Suddenly, a peculiar sound erupted, reminiscent of someone sobbing, or perhaps humming, whispering, or murmuring in a dreamlike state. Was it Li Song's voice? Jiang Chen mused. Roar. The once tranquil magic wing Yalong let out a fierce roar. Immediately after, all the creatures sealed within the gate erupted in a cacophony of growls, each one becoming exceedingly agitated. The originally long line of monsters scattered in an instant. Each creature in this sealed realm went berserk, darting about wildly, with many charging towards Jiang Chen and his companions. What is happening? Are the monsters in revolt? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. If such a multitude of creatures were to riot here, with no means of recuperation, it would undoubtedly be a nightmarish predicament. I have a way to protect myself. But what about them? Jiang Chen glanced at the girls, murmuring, "This is a grave situation." Chapter 58. As if beholding a deity. Why have these creatures suddenly gone mad? The expressions of the girls were filled with astonishment. The sudden tumult of the monsters truly startled them. Monsters are coming. Tao Xiaoyao quickly regained her composure, gazing at the approaching beasts. There are 18 ordinary monsters and 6 elite ones. However, upon glimpsing the details of the elite creatures, her pupils quivered slightly. For these elite monsters were of golden caliber. Devil Giant Lizard, LV-19, Golden Elite. Whip, swings its tail swiftly towards the target, inflicting 300 damage and causing a 0.5 stun effect. What do we do now? Yuexia Duwu gripped her dagger tightly, her face tense. Jiang Chen, however, focused on the boss, the magic wing Yalong. Although the boss had initially roared in fury, It had not succumbed to madness. It seemed that the earlier strange murmurs had not driven it completely insane. Nevertheless, numerous monsters had already gathered around the boss, whether it be the ordinary devil lizard or the elite devil giant lizard. They were all exceedingly restless and had become highly aggressive, seemingly in a frantic search for targets to attack. It would not be long before they turned their attention to Jiang Chen and his companions. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the crystal bottle beneath the boss, knowing it was currently unattainable. Fortunately, the boss had not gone berserk, which was a small mercy amidst the calamity. After quietly expressing his thoughts, Jiang Chen swiftly turned to the approaching monsters, stating in a grave tone, "Do not move. Do not enter battle mode. I will deal with these first. Then I will instruct you." Upon hearing these words, the previously tense expressions of Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao visibly relaxed, an inexplicable sense of security blossoming within them. It felt as though as long as Jiang Chen was present, even if the sky were to fall, they need not fear. Observing the transformation in the two girls, Yuexia Duwu took note. She understood Jiang Chen's strength, but witnessing Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao's unwavering trust stirred something within her heart. A thought flickered in Yuexia Duwu's mind. This priest may be even more formidable than she had imagined. At that moment, the monsters surged forward. Jiang Chen stepped forward to meet them. Suddenly, a radiant hexagram formation illuminated the surroundings, and a purple crystal orb materialized, swirling around Jiang Chen. The hexagram formation on the ground blazed with brilliance, becoming almost blinding in the dim sealed realm. All 24 monsters found themselves ensnared within the radiance of the formation. Arcs of electricity coursing over them, causing their movements to falter. A terrifying damage value appeared above their heads, 2,450. Double casting. The ordinary monsters lost approximately 1/3 of their health, while the golden elite creatures suffered around 54 points of damage. However, the formation continued to inflict damage. Within 3 seconds, all the ordinary monsters collapsed, leaving 6 elite creatures sluggishly crawling towards Jiang Chen. The ordinary monsters boasted around 7,500 health, while the elite monsters had approximately 45,000 health. Tao Xiaoyao surveyed the battlefield, quickly deducing their health statuses, exclaiming, "This devil giant lizard is so tough." After all, being a golden elite monster, it was indeed formidable. Qingying nodded in agreement. In contrast to the two, Yuexia Duwu's demeanor was distinctly tense. Previously, Jiang Chen had been able to eliminate monsters with a single skill. But now that one skill was insufficient, she could hardly fathom how they would cope with so many creatures. 10 seconds later, the duration of the hexagram formation expired. In front of Jiang Chen stood 6 elite monsters, each with less than half their health remaining. 3 of them, invigorated by healing light and restorative spells, were left with about 1/3 of their health. At that moment, the 6 elite monsters charged forward. Jiang Chen retreated, suddenly sensing the approach of monsters from behind him. Simultaneously, Tao Xiaoyao's voice rang out, "Brother Fanchen, watch out behind you." He turned just in time to see 10 monsters, aimlessly roaming, collide with the retreating Jiang Chen, immediately charging towards him. Among these 10 creatures, 2 were elite monsters. In an instant, Jiang Chen found himself in a perilous predicament. This does not look good. Yuexia Duwu's face paled in alarm as she gazed at Jiang Chen amidst the chaos. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao's expressions also turned grave, especially Qingying, who had already drawn her shield and began to step forward, intent on breaking through to assist. "Don't come any closer. It's too dangerous." Jiang Chen noticed Qingying's movement and quickly called out to stop her. Then, he made a decisive choice, halting in his tracks and switching his phantom boots into his backpack. At the same time, he cast a healing spell. 1020. The white light fell upon one of the injured devil giant lizards, momentarily slowing its advance. Meanwhile, the other 5 devil giant lizards and the 10 monsters behind them closed in. The cooldown for the Holy Light Apocalypse formation was still not quite ready. Whoosh! A rush of wind accompanied the swiftest approaching devil giant lizard, which lashed out with a claw, landing a strike on Jiang Chen. A damage value floated above his head, 255. The priest's defense was still too low. That hit truly stung. Jiang Chen couldn't help but grimace. He was currently at 450 health, and this blow brought him down to half health. Yet, he was only at half health. A faint, nearly imperceptible blue light enveloped him. "Brother Fanchen." Qingying's expression shifted dramatically as she cried out in alarm. It was clear that if Jiang Chen were to be struck again, his health would be depleted entirely. No matter what, she had to rush in to help. "Wait, Qingying." Although Tao Xiaoyao was equally startled by Jiang Chen's attack, she quickly regained her composure and intercepted Qingying. "Brother Fanchen is fine. Look closely." Tao Xiaoyao intently observed Jiang Chen, hastily explaining, "Just now, the elite monster dealt 255 points of damage. But Brother Fanchen's health only dropped by 225 points. The remaining 30 points of damage seemed to affect his mana instead. You see that subtle blue glow around him?" Tao Xiaoyao observed that Jiang Chen's mana had diminished by 30 points. Furthermore, although the radiance was feeble, she still discerned a faint glow enveloping Jiang Chen. Upon her utterance, Qing Ying fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Chen, seemingly confirming the presence of a subtle luminescence. Sensing this, she swiftly regained her composure. Meanwhile, a monstrous demon lizard approached Jiang Chen, launching an attack with its claw. A damage value of 258 appeared above Jiang Chen's head. Yet, his health remained at 225 points. However, his mana had plummeted by over 200 points. Even the attacking demon lizard appeared momentarily stunned. How could this individual sustain such an assault without losing health? Little beast, did you not anticipate that I possess a magical shield? Jiang Chen wore a serene smile. This was the additional effect of the demon-devouring spirit robe, platinum level. When health is reduced by 50, the damage taken is offset by an equivalent amount of mana. His mana totaled 2,850 points. Moreover, with the mana crystal vial he had purchased, which contained an additional 5,000 points of mana, he had no fear of being dispatched in an instant. Most importantly, after casting a healing spell, he restored 1020 health points, while simultaneously replenishing 102 mana due to another feature of the demon-devouring spirit robe, platinum level. Each instance of skill damage also siphons 10 mana. Additionally, Jiang Chen discovered something immensely reassuring. Once the magical shield was activated, he felt no pain. In the gods, damage inflicted is accompanied by a sensation of pain. While not a full 100%, the discomfort was still markedly perceptible. Moreover, the lower one's constitution and defense, the greater the damage and the more intense the pain felt. Jiang Chen's reluctance to engage enemies stemmed largely from the fact that his fragile form would experience excruciating discomfort. However, it seemed that such concerns were now alleviated. He contemplated sustaining himself at half health in the future. Jiang Chen softly murmured as he regarded the demon creature attacking him. Must I exert myself? Did you skip meals? Such feeble strength. And yet you aspire to be a demon, perhaps provoked by this taunt. The demon lizard seemed unable to withstand the humiliation and retaliated with a sweeping tail strike against Jiang Chen. This was its skill, sweep. It inflicted 300 damage. 760. Jiang Chen's mana instantly decreased by 760 points. Simultaneously, his body became ensnared in a 0.5-second state of rigidity, rendering him immobile. However, Jiang Chen had no desire to move. At that moment, 16 demon creatures converged upon him. Yet, fewer than half could reach Jiang Chen, for there was no space left around him. As Jiang Chen's mana dipped below 10, he smiled and declared, "It's my turn." Instantly, a hexagram magic array materialized beneath his feet. 1,225. A terrifying damage value emerged above the heads of the 16 small monsters. Concurrently, Jiang Chen's mana surged, replenishing 1960 points. Following this, his healing rays and healing spells were unleashed, causing his mana to swell once more. Moreover, the healing rays and minor holy light apocalypse array continued to restore his mana. Observing the calm and collected Jiang Chen, even surrounded by demon creatures and suffering no loss of health, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were astonished yet maintained their composure. They had witnessed his extraordinary feats far too many times to be overly surprised. In contrast, Yuexia Duwu stood there, stunned into silence, as if she beheld a deity. Chapter 59. 2 Teleportation Stones, Commencing the Harvest. In just over a minute, Jiang Chen remained steadfast, casting 3 minor holy light apocalypse arrays, one of which triggered a double casting. All 16 monsters besieging him, including 8 elite creatures, fell. Current score, 9,288. Public score, 2,322. Jiang Chen's score had increased significantly. He noted that the score for a golden level elite monster was 150 points, 10 times that of a regular monster. However, the creatures he had slain were but a drop in the bucket for the myriad of demons in this sealed land. There were over 200 elite monsters and more than 1,000 regular monsters. Noticing that no monsters were approaching for the moment, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way to the group of girls. Before he could speak, Qing Ying exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Fanchen, you are incredible." "Yes, yes." Tao Xiaoyao nodded fervently beside her, her cheeks flushed with excitement from the thrilling display she had just witnessed. Yuexia Duwu, too, gazed at Jiang Chen, rendered speechless. At that moment, he loomed in her mind like a giant, deserving of awe. "Brother Fanchen, do you know? When those monsters struck you earlier, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. It was terrifying." Qing Ying continued, her excitement unabated. "I never imagined you would end up taking no damage. It's simply divine. I believe there is no one in the world as formidable as you. You are truly astonishing." It was evident that she was genuinely elated. Ahem, enough. Even Jiang Chen felt his face flush from the flattery, clearing his throat. Then, he spoke earnestly. "The present situation remains perilous. No one knows when the monsters might charge in. At that point, I want to be able to protect you while I'm busy farming. What should we do? It seems we cannot leave." Qing Ying cast a worried glance toward the entrance, muttering angrily, "I wonder which scoundrel sealed the door." "It's not that we cannot leave." Jiang Chen scanned the 3 girls, contemplating. Brother Fanchen, do you have a way?" Qing Ying's eyes brightened. "We can still escape?" Yuexia Duwu also focused intently on Jiang Chen, her face registering surprise. "We can leave, but Jiang Chen retrieved 2 beginner teleportation stones from his backpack and paused before stating, I only have 2 teleportation stones, which means only 2 of us can escape. Teleportation stones? Tao Xiaoyao gazed curiously at the 2 oval-shaped black stones in Jiang Chen's hand, adorned with strange golden patterns. They are indeed teleportation stones. Yuexiao Duo's eyes sparkled as she looked at the stones. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. After all, remaining here meant risking their lives. Being tainted by golden-level demonic energy, death would essentially render them incapacitated. Deep within, every individual felt an instinctual urge to flee this place. Yet, leaving danger behind for their friends weighed heavily on their consciences. Suddenly, Qing Ying's voice broke the silence as she declared resolutely, I will stay. As a knight, my chances of survival are greater, and besides, I have always been lucky. I believe there will be no issues. No, I think it would be better if I stayed. Tao Xiaoyao immediately countered, shaking her head. I can notice even the slightest changes in the vicinity. Although these monsters are running amok, I can still reasonably predict their next movements. In that case, I can avoid them in advance, so I believe it's better for me to remain. Tao Xiaoyao presented her reasoning. However, despite her claims, Jiang Chen was aware that she was being disingenuous. Even if she could anticipate the movements of every nearby monster, safety was not guaranteed. The sheer number of monsters here was overwhelming, and it was entirely possible that one wrong step to the left or right could lead to death. More critically, accurately predicting the next course of action of the monsters was virtually impossible. Yet, Jiang Chen refrained from exposing Tao Xiaoyao as falsehood. After all, the risk for anyone remaining here was equally high. All he could do was strive to protect those who chose to stay. No, Qing Ying shook her head, gazing at Tao Xiaoyao, and said, your potential is so high. It would be a tremendous loss to perish here. I truly disapprove. I have asserted that I will not die, Tao Xiaoyao retorted, rarely showing such determination. Enough of this quarrel, let me stay. It is far safer for me than for either of you. Suddenly, Yuexia Duwu interjected. I am an assassin, capable of stealth. My innate talent enhances my ability to remain undetected by the monsters. He continued. Moreover, these 2 teleportation stones purchased by Fansheng were presumably meant for both of you. My sudden involvement provides no justification for you to make a choice. Upon uttering these words, a brief silence enveloped the scene. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen. 2 minutes had already elapsed. There was no time to linger. Jiang Chen surveyed the increasingly agitated monsters and decisively declared, Yuexia Duwu should remain. An assassin is indeed safer. Furthermore, if there truly is an innate enhancement, there should be no issue. Without allowing either of them a chance to decline, Jiang Chen handed over the 2 teleportation stones. These stones can be used for a round trip once. After I finish clearing the monsters here, you can teleport over. Hurry. All right. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao nodded reluctantly and accepted the stones. A radiant light enveloped the 2 of them. The primary teleportation stone required a 10-second guidance period, transporting them to the nearest safe zone, which was Fire City. 10 seconds later, with a flash, the 2 vanished from their original position amidst the beam of light. Utilize your stealth and find a corner to hide. I may not have the leisure to concern myself with you. Jiang Chen glanced at Yuexia Duwu before striding directly to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the monsters were scurrying about like headless flies, occasionally emitting furious roars. What lay ahead would undoubtedly be a slaughter. As Jiang Chen observed the monsters, he inexplicably recalled a character line from an ancient game. Swiftly, he maneuvered through the fray, continuously drawing the nearby creatures to strike him. Soon enough, he was encircled by dozens of monsters, unable to attract any more foes, approximately over 40. A cursory glance revealed that only about 7 or 8 could actually reach him. Then, a hexagram magic array illuminated beneath his feet. In this manner, wave after wave of monsters fell at his feet, as if he were reaping a harvest. Nevertheless, even with this efficiency, the total of over 1,000 monsters would require at least 20 to 30 minutes to eliminate. As the number of monsters dwindled, Jiang Chen began deliberately advancing towards the boss, the winged dragon. He hoped that by the time he defeated the boss, his well-meaning friends outside would still be present. Jiang Chen murmured softly. Chapter 60, Winged Dragon. In the sealed area, at least 2/3 of the monsters had perished. The battlefield appeared significantly more open. Yet nearly 400 foes remained unvanquished. By this time, 15 minutes had passed, and Jiang Chen had just reached level 17. Constitution, 36-1. Strength, 36-1. Agility, 36-1. Intelligence, 190-5. Spell power, 510. 500 points of spell power. Upon glancing at his status panel, a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's face. After clearing the nearby monsters, he resumed his exploration of the battlefield. Before long, he found himself again surrounded by over 60 monsters. Jiang Chen surveyed the numbers around him. Subsequently, he unleashed the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. The hexagram magic array materialized, followed closely by a purple crystal orb. A pure and dazzling white light enveloped the horde of monsters. The sizzling sound of electrifying arcs echoed persistently. Above each creature's head, delightful numbers floated up, 2,500. Double casting. Soon, this batch of monsters succumbed entirely. Jiang Chen began to attract the next wave of foes. Wherever he tread, the ground was littered with corpses. Who exactly were the monsters? How could they be so utterly absurd? In a shadowy corner, Yue Xiaoduwu observed the figure moving with such ease across the battlefield. Feeling a sense of absurdity wash over him, Jiang Chen dispatched these monsters as effortlessly as one might drink water. 5 minutes later, fewer than 100 monsters remained. Just 2 more pulls would suffice. Jiang Chen swiftly scanned the distribution of monsters and set off towards Fire City. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao found themselves transported to the main square of the city. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Brother Fanching should be done soon, and will probably say something. Let us wait for his news, Qingying suggested. Yes, Tao Xiaoyao replied. A silence fell between them. Oh, I just remembered something, Qingying suddenly said. Tao Xiaoyao looked over, puzzled. When we entered the sealed door, someone used an item to close it. I wonder if we could find that person? Qingying pondered thoughtfully. We probably could, Tao Xiaoyao paused before saying. I noticed those two who enjoy recording videos were sneaking a peek not far from there. Those who enjoy recording videos? Qingying was taken aback for a moment before realizing. Oh, you mean those 2 assassins from Unet? Yes, they were likely there to record gameplay. Tao Xiaoyao nodded. Right. Their presence there must have been to capture the game footage. They undoubtedly saw who closed the sealed door. Qingying's eyes brightened as she continued. Brother Fanching had previously asked them to upload information. They must be friends, so we can simply ask them directly. At Qian Mountain, within the sealed door, Jiang Chen gazed at the corpses of the monsters before him and stretched lazily. The sealed area had become notably spacious. Over 1,000 ordinary monsters and 200 elite monsters had fallen at Jiang Chen's hands. His task score had reached an astonishing figure. Current score, 45,288. Public score, 11,322. Now it is your turn. Jiang Chen turned to face the boss in the distance, the Winged Dragon. Winged Dragon, LV19, Golden Tier Boss. Dragon Breath. When health decreases by 10, it unleashes a 20-meter-long corrosive breath forward, inflicting 200 damage on the target and corroding 10 durability points of the target's equipment for 5 seconds. Dragon Gale. When health decreases by 20, it flaps its wings, creating a powerful gale with a 50-meter radius. Those caught within the gale suffer 300 damage per second, with both attack speed and movement speed reduced by 50. The gale lasts for 20 seconds. Dragon Blood. Contains a trace of dragon bloodline, restoring 1,000 health points per second. This should be classified as a wild boss. Its abilities consist of standard area skills, relatively straightforward, although its health is likely quite substantial. Jiang Chen examined the boss's information and found no particular challenges. The only skill to be wary of was Dragon Breath, which should not be endured directly, as it would corrode the equipment's durability. Should the durability reach 0, the item would become entirely useless. Of course, as long as the durability does not drop to 0, even if it reaches 1, it can still be repaired for a fee. Consequently, Jiang Chen equipped the Phantom Boots and approached the boss. Roar! A piercing roar erupted, and the winged dragon unfurled its wings, lifting its 4 limbs off the ground. It leaned forward, bellowing furiously at Jiang Chen. The sound was deafening. Stop your shouting. Jiang Chen swiftly cast the healing spell. Simultaneously, the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array was activated. The healing light surged forth instantly. A triple skill combo served as a greeting. 1,040. 2,500. Double casting. 1,000. A delicate layer of lightning instantaneously enveloped the boss, resulting in a loss of 4,540 health points. However, its health bar barely shifted, displaying a remaining health of 9,955. This indicated that the boss possessed approximately 1 million health points. A million health points posed a manageable challenge for me. Jiang Chen was fully aware of his damage output. Every 20 seconds, he unleashed a series of skills, a small Holy Light Apocalypse Array, 2 healing rays, and 8 healing spells. Even without triggering double casting, he could inflict 330,000 damage in 20 seconds. The only significant issue was that the Dragon Blood Wyvern possessed Dragon Blood, which allowed it to recover 1,000 health points per second. Consequently, over the course of 20 seconds, he could only reduce its health by about 130,000 points. Under optimal conditions, it would take approximately 26 minutes to vanquish it. However, with double casting enhancing his output, he estimated that, accounting for the necessary evasive maneuvers, he could complete the task in around 25 minutes. Jiang Chen's mind was clear as he swiftly calculated the time required to eliminate this boss. At that moment, there were still 20 minutes until the ceiling gate reopened. Chapter 61, Someone Emerged. Roar. The injured Dragon Blood Wyvern let out a furious roar and lunged towards Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, its dragon claws slashed at him. Nevertheless, due to the paralysis effect of the Thunderfire Staff, Platinum Grade, the boss's attack slowed down significantly. Jiang Chen deftly dodged. He would not endure attacks that could be evaded through movement. Utilizing his impeccable output techniques, Jiang Chen managed to deplete the boss's health by 10 in less than 2.5 minutes. Immediately after, the boss halted, suddenly opening its mouth. Hiss! A jet of black energy surged forth from its maw. This was one of its skills, Wyvern Breath. Jiang Chen hurriedly sidestepped. However, the boss turned its head, and the continuous stream of breath relentlessly pursued him. Jiang Chen was forced to continue sidestepping to evade. Yet, despite the subtle lightning covering the boss, its turning speed was still faster than Jiang Chen's movement speed. Within merely 2 to 3 seconds, the black breath was nearly upon him. This skill was difficult to avoid through mere movement. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. At this moment, the stealthy moonlit dance, seemingly merging with the shadows, was intently focused on Jiang Chen, her heart racing. Who would believe that he was single-handedly taking on a golden grade boss if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes? She was eager to know what Jiang Chen would do, especially as the boss's breath was about to make contact with him. Would he endure it like when battling small monsters? Could he withstand a skill that corrupted equipment? Moonlit Dance's eyes widened, sweating nervously. In the center of the arena, Jiang Chen suddenly came to a halt. Immediately, a glowing rune insignia illuminated his forehead. In the astonished gaze of Moonlit Dance, Jiang Chen instantaneously vanished from his position. At the same time, he reappeared beneath the boss's hind feet. This, Moonlit Dance's pupils constricted sharply, her lips trembling. Teleportation. Indeed. Jiang Chen utilized a blink ability to teleport 5 meters, arriving directly beneath the boss. Simultaneously, he picked up a bottle from the ground. It was the glass vial that Li Song had previously thrown beneath the boss. Task completed. Retrieve the filled glass vial. Subsequent task initiated. Please deliver the filled glass vial to Yiding. Damn, this time I'll stay right beside Yiding. I can't wait to see what else this task has in store. A rare look of fierce determination crossed Jiang Chen's face. It was evident that he was somewhat irritated by this mysterious job transfer quest. Meanwhile, the boss was still turning, attempting to unleash its breath upon the ant beneath its feet. Unfortunately, before it could complete the turn, the 5-second duration of Wyvern Breath had already elapsed. Jiang Chen seized the moment to initiate a new round of skill bombardment. 2.5 minutes later, the boss's health dropped to 80. The Dragonblood Wyvern spread its wings, causing the air to begin swirling rapidly. A gentle breeze arose around it, which soon intensified into a ferocious gale. Whoosh! The roaring wind echoed as visible white currents spiraled around the boss, rising upwards. Suddenly, the Dragonblood Wyvern violently flapped its wings. The white currents surrounding it surged to an astonishing distance of 50 meters. This was a skill with no blind spots. Jiang Chen had no chance to evade. The area was far too expansive. The gale engulfed Jiang Chen, and his body felt exceptionally heavy. He could distinctly feel his limbs growing weary, with both attack and movement speed significantly diminished. This was the boss's skill, Furious Wind, which could reduce a target's attack and movement speed by 50. Experiencing the same debilitating effect as his own Thunderfire paralysis, Jiang Chen now deeply understood how vexing this deceleration could be. Simultaneously, damage values continuously emerged above Jiang Chen's head. 300, 300. However, this damage was depleting his mana. His mana was draining rapidly, but it was inconsequential. At present, Jiang Chen had 2,900 points of mana. Coupled with the 5,000 points stored in the mana crystal bottle, he boasted a total of 7,900 mana. Even if he stood there and endured the entirety of the skill, he would not perish. Moreover, he could absorb mana. Thus, Jiang Chen remained within the boss's tempest, unleashing his skills. After 20 seconds, the gale subsided. While he had indeed consumed a significant amount of mana from his crystal bottle, there was no cause for concern. He could replenish his mana back into the crystal bottle. The boss's normal attack phase was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to recharge his mana. He would transfer his mana into the crystal bottle, then rely on skill damage to absorb mana, repeating this cycle. The mana crystal bottle quickly filled once more. As time passed, the boss's health continued to decline. Its 2 skills posed no threat to Jiang Chen. After 20 minutes, the boss's health dwindled to 15. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The effect of the demon ceiling fragment has expired. The ceiling gate, golden grade, is about to open. The ceiling gate was on the verge of opening. Jiang Chen focused intently, intensifying his assault on the boss. Meanwhile, Moonlit Dance, lurking in the shadows, was utterly stunned by Jiang Chen's prowess. Simultaneously, she received a system notification. The ceiling gate was about to open. She gathered her thoughts, glanced at the critically wounded boss, and after a brief moment of hesitation, made a decision. I thought by joining the first kill team, I could contribute, and at the very least, I could take on a leadership role to successfully complete the server-wide quest. However, I find myself utterly useless, merely lingering in the team to leech experience, which is not what I desire. With that, Moonlit Dance exited the team and quietly made her way toward the ceiling gate. Player Moonlit Dance has left the team. Upon receiving the notification, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, a frown creased his brow. The blessing of the love god buff had vanished. This meant that the quality of the loot had diminished. Staring at the critically wounded boss before him, Jiang Chen fell into a brief silence. That's right. Jiang Chen recalled Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why not just have them teleport back? He almost forgot. The basic teleportation stone allows for a round trip. Without delay, Jiang Chen sent a message to Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Teleport back to the seal gate now. Mere seconds later, two beams of white light appeared not far away. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao emerged from within. Brother Fan Shun, Qing Ying exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Step back, I'm finishing off the boss. With that, Jiang Chen swiftly launched an assault on the critically wounded demon Wing Yalong. Under the relentless barrage of his skills, the boss soon lay defeated on the ground. Outside the seal gate, a throng of players had gathered. They stared at the octagonal altar, perplexed and bewildered by the reactivated seal gate. Where are the monsters? Why aren't they spawning? Could it be that using too many demon containment fragments has eradicated all the monsters inside? That shouldn't be the case. Gazing at the open seal gate, not a single creature emerged, leaving everyone present in a state of confusion. Yet none dared to venture inside to investigate, for the area surrounding the seal gate was still permeated with demonic energy. Let us wait another 2 minutes. If nothing spawns, we'll send someone in to check, declared the Tian Ting Guild's leader, wielding his blade with a solemn expression. He too was puzzled as to why no monsters appeared. Suddenly, everyone beheld a figure stepping forth from the seal gate. A monster has emerged? Someone questioned in confusion. No, it's a person. Another gasped in surprise. Chapter 62. 2 Platinum-level equipments, Fusion Divine Stone. Within the seal gate, the corpse of the demon Wing Yalong lay on the ground. Current points, 85, 288, 40, 000. Public points, 21, 322, 10, 000. The golden level boss yielded 50, 000 task points. Jiang Chen was elated to see his task points soar. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. You have defeated the boss, Demon Wing Yalong, golden level, achieving the first kill. Your level has increased to level 19. You have gained 2 points to distribute among your 4 basic attributes and received 8 points of free attributes, having ascended 2 levels. It was indeed the experience from defeating a boss that propelled him forward. Jiang Chen's face radiated delight. As per usual, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 38, 2. Strength, 38, 2. Agility, 38, 2. Intelligence, 210. Spell power, 520, 20. Not only did Jiang Chen reach level 19, but brother Fan Shun. I leveled up twice. Me too. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao chimed in excitedly. Both had reached level 18. They were surprised that just moments after teleporting, Jiang Chen had vanquished the boss, allowing them to share in the experience. Although brother Fan Shun appeared so indifferent, he was quite kind to us. Qing Ying thought happily. In her eyes, Jiang Chen embodied a character that was cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was focused on the system notifications. It appeared that this truly was a wild boss. He noted that the system had not issued a global announcement, which indicated that the Demon Wing Yalong was indeed a wild boss, as only dungeon bosses warranted such announcements. He then shifted his gaze to the enormous corpse on the ground, which emanated a faint glow. He quickly approached and collected the boss's loot. Corrupted Demon Dragon Staff, platinum level contaminated by demonic energy. It requires purification before it can be used. Attributes unknown, effects unknown. First kill last hit reward. Corrupted Dragon Skull Helmet, platinum level contaminated by demonic energy. It requires purification before it can be used. Attributes unknown, effects unknown. Sealed Skill Book, 3 stars unreleased. Effects unknown, cannot be learned. Fusion Divine Stone, platinum level can fuse once with an identical quality, platinum level, equipment, and select up to 1 additional effect from the fused equipment to merge with the main equipment, while other attributes remain unchanged. To his surprise, it was a platinum level Fusion Divine Stone. A look of delight spread across Jiang Chen's face. However, he also realized something rather disheartening. All the equipment had been tainted by demonic energy. It seemed they had deliberately prevented us from farming bosses at the seal gate. Sigh. Purifying equipment is going to cost money again, Jiang Chen mused quietly. A few minutes earlier, Yuxia Du Wu felt a tumult of emotions upon witnessing Jiang Chen single-handedly defeat a golden-level boss. She had initially believed that with the strength of the first kill team, combined with her own exceptional understanding of the game and tactical abilities, they could collaborate to accomplish the server-wide task with greater certainty. But now she realized that others didn't need her assistance at all. All her notions had been mere fantasies. Having been instilled with the belief from a young age that she must excel, she had always outperformed her peers. In everything she undertook, she could do better than others. Thus, she assumed the first kill team would require her support, and that they could achieve a win-win collaboration. But upon witnessing Jiang Chen sweep through the entire seal gate alone, Yuxia Du Wu finally recognized that she was not even on the same level. Joining the team had reduced her to a mere joke, someone who could only leech experience. Consequently, her pride compelled her to leave the team decisively. As she stepped out of the seal gate, countless astonished and bewildered gazes fixated upon her. Observing the crowd ahead, Yuxia Du Wu furrowed her brow. However, She soon grasped the situation. The seal gate had opened, yet no monsters had emerged. They must be quite baffled. Noticing the myriad expressions on the faces of the crowd, Yuxia Duwu found it somewhat amusing. Yet she remained silent, stepping down from the altar and turning to depart. Isn't she the one who triggered the server-wide task? Why did she emerge from the seal gate unscathed after such a prolonged stay? Surely, there couldn't be no monsters inside. It shouldn't be the case. Monsters had spawned initially. So what was going on? Whispers of speculation began to ripple through the crowd. On the Tianting Guild side, this woman just walked out from the seal gate? The guild leader, wielding his blade, stared intently at Yuxia Duwu, utterly perplexed. What happened in there? He was eager to uncover the truth, particularly regarding the fate of the first kill trio. President, should I go? Inquired Wan Fa Guizong, subtly probing. The guild leader nodded in agreement. Suddenly stop. Wan Fa Guizong stepped forward, halting the graceful figure that was about to leave. Chapter 63. Why not just tell them I was inside the seal gate? Upon hearing someone call her, Yuxia Duwu paused and looked toward the white-haired mage named Wan Fa Guizong. She furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of disdain gracing her otherwise cold and proud expression, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Hearing her cool yet melodious voice, Wan Fa Guizong found himself momentarily taken aback. He quickly inhaled deeply and asked gravely, "Why did you emerge from the seal gate before the first kill trio who entered before you?" "Why should I tell you?" Yuxia Duwu replied coldly, her distaste evident. "Why? You are tainted with demonic energy, and it would be a pity if you were to perish, wouldn't it?" Wan Fa Guizong smirked, continuing, "Of course, we have no reason to be enemies. The first kill team is who we are seeking. Tell me, what transpired within the seal gate? Seeking the first kill team?" Beneath the moonlight, Yuxia Duwu let out a cold laugh, expressing disdain as she remarked, "A horde of rabble dares to provoke the squad seeking the first kill? What do you mean? Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness." The expression of Wan Fa Guizong darkened considerably. "If you possess the ability, then enter the seal gate on your own, and do not come to me for answers. Do you think I would divulge anything to you? Utterly foolish." With that, Yuxia Duwu turned away in evident disdain. Wan Fa Guizong's demeanor grew ominous as he cast a glance at the nearby figure of Dai Dao Zhan Yinluo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Fixing his gaze on the graceful silhouette departing before him, a glint of malice flickered in Wan Fa Guizong's eyes as he declared, "You are courting death." He raised his staff, prepared to unleash a spell upon Yuxia Duwu. However, her form suddenly transformed into a translucent outline, and she vanished from sight. Stealth? In front of so many witnesses, she dared to go invisible? It is known that when a rogue moves while cloaked, their silhouette remains visible. Yet now, that outline had completely disappeared. Was he merely deceiving himself? Wan Fa Guizong scoffed and hurled a 2-star spell, Ice Vine Technique, toward the spot where the outline had vanished. Instantly, the ground within a 3-meter radius crystallized into white. Anyone within that area would suffer damage and experience a slight deceleration. But why was there no one present? Wan Fa Guizong was taken aback. The Ice Vine's range was entirely unoccupied. A rogue truly managed to vanish in plain sight? Suddenly, Wan Fa Guizong's expression shifted in shock as his eyes widened. A dagger materialized before him, and in the next instant, Yuxia Duwu reappeared. With a swift motion, she plunged the dagger into Wan Fa Guizong. 95. He gasped, astonished and enraged by the significant damage. As a level 13 mage focusing solely on intelligence, his base health was merely 240 points, and with defensive gear, it barely reached 280. Now he had lost a third of his health in an instant. Fuming, Wan Fa Guizong prepared to cast a spell, but Yuxia Duwu once again vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Moments later, she re-emerged, dagger in hand, striking him from behind. 96. His health plummeted again, leaving him with a mere 89 points. Just as he was about to succumb to a third strike, a beam of white light descended upon him, restoring 185 points of health. A priest from the Heavenly Court Guild had arrived. Realizing this, Yuxia Duwu's expression hardened, and she concealed herself once more, knowing she could no longer finish off the mage. Meanwhile, Dai Dao Zhan Yinluo let out a cold laugh, declaring, "You think you can just walk away after attacking members of my Heavenly Court Guild? Just a slightly advanced stealth technique," he continued, commanding, "Cover her completely with Ice Vine." Upon his command, a dozen mages emerged, expertly casting Ice Vine technique in unison, blanketing the area within a 10-meter radius surrounding Yuxia Duwu in a layer of icy vines. 55. Caught unprepared, Yuxia Duwu was struck by the Ice Vine and suffered damage, breaking her invisibility. What remarkable coordination. These mages operate as one. Truly a testament to their esteemed guild. A player marveled. What kind of skill is it to bully a single girl with so many people? Another scoffed. Though their voice was barely audible, it was evident that the mage had initiated the conflict, yet they accused her of attacking their guild members, a display of arrogance indeed. Whispers of discontent circulated among the crowd of wandering players, but they amounted to little more than idle chatter. At that moment, in a position directly opposite the seal gate, two figures stood quietly among a throng of players, Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yanggang, exchanging glances. They had crossed paths with Yuexia Duwu before. Observing her besieged by members of the heavenly court, their expressions grew grave, yet they felt powerless to intervene, shifting their focus from the seal gate to Yuexia Duwu. Meanwhile, the cadre of mages from the heavenly court guild had fully surrounded her. I will ask you once more, what transpired within the seal gate? Are the members of the first kill team still inside? Daidao Zhang Yinluo's cold voice rang out. Refusing to yield, Yuexia Duwu maintained her icy demeanor, glancing at Daidao Zhang Yinluo, and then at the mages slowly encroaching upon her. Gradually, she retreated until her back was against the altar. Make your move. Daidao Zhang Yinluo commanded. Wait, brother Daidao. A resonant voice interjected. A tall, lanky young man in his 20s approached, flanked by a throng of followers. He was none other than the president of the Dynasty Guild, the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, what do you mean? Daidao Zhang Yinluo's expression grew serious. Brother Daidao, you know I cannot abide the destruction of beauty. This girl is so lovely. Grant me the favor of sparing her life, the Crown Prince replied with a charming smile. His gaze appraising Yuexia Duwu with increasing intensity. Are you attempting to curry favor with me to indulge in some form of romantic pursuit? Daidao Zhang Yinluo inquired slowly. Brother Daidao, how can you call it that? It is simply an appreciation of beauty. The Crown Prince retorted, still smiling. Crown Prince, are you not aware of the situation? We remain oblivious to the circumstances within the seal. Do you not wish to know if the first kill team is alive or dead? Daidao Zhang Yinluo's voice dripped with disdain. I know you dispatched someone with a shard to quell the demons. Are you truly so preoccupied with flirting? That does not present a conflict. The Crown Prince chuckled lightly, then turned to Yuexia Duwu, saying, Miss Yuexia, simply inform us whether the first kill team is still inside. And I assure you no one will trouble you. Yet, Yuexia Duwu merely cast a contemptuous glance at the crowd, her tone frosty as she retorted. A gathering of inept fools. Were it a one-on-one confrontation, she would fear no one present. Thus, surrounded as she was, she held these individuals in utter disdain. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still inside the seal, battling the boss. She would divulge no information regarding it. Her nature was one of pride and stubbornness. She would rather start anew than compromise. Crown Prince, you heard her. This woman has no regard for you whatsoever. Daidao Zhang Yinluo said with a hint of mockery, eager to see how the Crown Prince would respond. Miss Yuexia, why resort to such measures? Just tell us the situation within the seal, the Crown Prince urged, his smile fading, his voice growing cold. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. I refuse to converse with base individuals, Yuexia Duwu scoffed, her figure gradually fading from view. Impudent. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, his anger flaring as he shouted. If you refuse to speak, then perish. Daidao Zhang Yinluo chuckled coldly, asserting, if you are unwilling to cooperate, then I shall have no choice but to send you on your way. Cover her completely with ice vine. As the command was issued, Yuexia Duwu observed the ground becoming ensnared by ice vines, spreading perilously close to her front, back, and sides. Would she be sent back to the resurrection point? A sense of melancholy enveloped her. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed, why not just tell them that I am within the sealed gate? A tall figure emerged from the location of the sealed gate. Chapter 64, Incomparably Sacred and Heart-Healing. As the voice resonated, nearly everyone turned their astonished gazes towards the sealed gate, seeking the source of this sound. Upon recognizing the figure, an immediate silence enveloped the scene, followed by a cascading tide of murmurs. It was the chief priest of the first kill team, Fanqing. I recall he was the first to enter the sealed gate. How is it that he emerged unscathed? Could it be that this golden-level sealed gate is merely a facade, with no monsters within? The appearance of Jiang Chen left everyone in a state of surprise and bewilderment. With so many guilds targeting their first kill team, it seemed unlikely for him to emerge. Indeed, the gate was deliberately sealed with items to trap the first kill team inside, wasn't he it? There was no other choice. I heard that numerous guilds attempted to recruit the first kill team but were rebuffed, leading me to speculate that this was bound to happen. If they could not have them, would they seek to destroy them instead? Some players expressed concern for the first kill team's precarious situation. Beneath the altar, the recent positions of the forces of Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo and Crown Prince of the Dynasty were fixated on the figure stepping out from the sealed gate. Especially for Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo, although he had suspected that the first kill team might be safe, seeing Jiang Chen in person still astonished him. After all, this was a golden-level sealed gate. What if something had truly gone awry? Finally, with a grim expression, Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen and slowly spoke. Fanqing, I didn't expect you to emerge alive. What of your knight? She remains within the sealed gate. Why not enter and check? As Jiang Chen spoke, he stepped aside, positioning himself next to the altar. At this moment, he stood before Yuexia Duwu. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Yuexia Duwu. Fanqing, you should stealthily enter the sealed gate. It will soon become dangerous out here. Having felt a glimmer of hope for survival upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge from the sealed gate, Yuexia Duwu, who had been enveloped in despair, felt a sense of reassurance as he stood in front of her. It seemed she could somewhat comprehend why Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao appeared unfazed even in the face of calamity. This man before her always wore a countenance of tranquil resolve, exuding an ineffable sense of security, particularly after receiving Jiang Chen's message. The sense of danger within her dissipated entirely. She even felt a sudden dizziness overwhelm her, prompting her to reply, "You Xia Du Wu, why do you wish to protect me?" Upon receiving the message, Jiang Chen, "Fanqing, what are you saying? They weren't even looking for you. When I engaged them, you might not even realize how you met your end, so don't blame me for it. You Xia Du Wu, understood, please be careful." Consequently, Yu Xia Duwu stealthily returned to the sealed gate. At this moment, the attention of both Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo and Crown Prince of the dynasty was fixated on Jiang Chen. Particularly, his deliberate retreat to allow others to enter the sealed gate seemed to convey an invitation to their demise. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, "There's no need to enter. Instead, why not summon that knight and the summoner out? We could grant you a chance for survival." Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo spoke with calculated cunning. "After all, you are merely a priest. Your death is not imperative. Both of them are my teammates. Do you truly think I would allow them to emerge and meet their end?" Unless Jiang Chen paused, seemingly in contemplation. Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo wore an expression of intrigue. "Unless what?" Jiang Chen donned a warm smile. "Unless all of your guild members kneel and call me master." Immediately regretting his words, he pondered whether he would indeed have to summon the 2 girls if they complied. What a blunder. As soon as he spoke, many felt a chill in their hearts. Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo darkened in countenance. "What jest is this?" "You initiated the jest." Jiang Chen retorted with a smirk. "It appears you are courting death." The fury on Raise the Blade to cut Yin Luo's face ignited as he raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to attack. "Wait," Jiang Chen called out. Are you afraid? If you are, let the other 2 from your team come out, especially that knight." Raise the Blade to cut, Yin Luo retracted his hand. He believed the key to the first kill team lay with the number 1 knight in the national server. As long as she was incapacitated, the first kill team would pose no further threat. Thus, he was eager to use Jiang Chen to lure her out. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen merely regarded him with a look of bemusement, then turned his gaze to the distant crowd. Having utilized so many demon-subduing fragments, surely more than a couple of guilds wished for our demise, right? Anyone wishing to take action should hurry over. One and all, I shall accept your challenges. Jiang Chen's clear voice resonated throughout the area. Although his expression remained placid, to all present, it conveyed a singular notion: arrogance. How audacious. My heavens, this is too brazen. Is he challenging all the guilds that have wronged him? Everyone stood agape. Some spectators even felt their blood boiling, regardless of everything else. Such audacity was not something an ordinary person could muster. Guilds like Kingdom of Kings, Indestructible Legend, and Supreme Alliance had all utilized demon-subduing fragments. At this moment, the leaders of these guilds wore grim expressions. "Raise the Blade, are we not to act?" spoke the vice president of the Indestructible Legend Guild, Qisha. Jiang Chen cast a glance at him, taking note of the man. However, most other guilds appeared exceedingly cautious, with no one stepping forward. A pack of cunning old foxes. Do they think hiding will suffice to evade the consequences? I shall draw them out one by one. Jiang Chen mused internally. The concentrated fire should restore his vitality. Raise the Blade to cut, Yin Luo had lost hope and directly raised his hand, issuing a command. Immediately, over a dozen mages before the altar unleashed fireball spells towards Jiang Chen. Compared to the area damage of Ice Vine, while fireball spells were single target, their damage was significantly higher. Under the combined assault of a dozen mages, no one could survive. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere seconds, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon Jiang Chen. The explosive sounds echoed like firecrackers. 120, 125, 140. A series of damage numbers erupted above Jiang Chen's head. Almost everyone assumed he would soon collapse, with some already expressing their regrets. Yet, as the sparks from the fireball spells dissipated, a multitude was left in utter shock to discover that Jiang Chen's health had remained steadfast at the 50 mark, as if it were locked. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Why does his health bar not move? Is he using a health lock cheat? While players in the distance engaged in incredulous discussions, Jiang Chen, with a calm demeanor, took a step forward. Immediately, everyone witnessed a 6-pointed star magic array radiating with brilliant light materializing before them. This brilliance appeared incomparably sacred and healing to the heart. Chapter 65. Next, it is your turn. How is it that he is not losing health? Witnessing Jiang Chen withstand such a barrage of fireballs, yet maintain his health at 50 left Raise the Blade to cut, Yin Luo utterly dumbfounded. A short distance away, the crown prince of the dynasty also wore a stunned expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. A sudden foreboding sensation arose in his heart, especially when Jiang Chen took a step forward and the ground began to shimmer with light. An inexplicable chill surged through the feet of the crown prince, piercing straight to his heart. Just as he instinctively intended to retreat, Jiang Chen had already activated the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Under the radiance of this formation, the first to bear its brunt were the 10 or so mages who had approached to hurl fireballs, including the white-haired mage, all methods converging. Without exception, terrifying damage values appeared above each of their heads. 1,300. Like a miracle, Their health was swiftly eradicated, and they all collapsed to the ground. Moreover, Jiang Chen had deliberately calculated the distance when he stepped forward. The range of the minor holy light apocalypse, 4 stars, extended to 25 meters, and the distance between him and the one wielding the blade against Yin Luo was perfectly within this scope. Advancing a step ensured that his skill could encompass his adversary. As Jiang Chen expected, the slightly more distant Yin Luo and those beside him were also touched by the edges of the formation. In that very instant, nearly all of the 7 or 8 individuals standing with Yin Luo fell. These people were the core backbone of the Heavenly Court Guild. At this stage, while it couldn't be said that no one could withstand 1,300 points of true damage, very few could. Even a pure tank with full constitution points at level 15 would only possess a base health of 900 points. A piece of silver equipment enhancing primary attributes and health could grant at most an additional 230 points. Therefore, among those at the forefront of the Heavenly Court Guild, apart from Yin Luo and one knight beside him, the others were instantly eliminated. The knight reacted with remarkable speed, activating his shield to deflect the damage from the formation. However, it was futile. Jiang Chen murmured softly, for while using the shield, one was unable to move and could only block damage once. The knight standing within the formation was subsequently taken down by the residual damage. The only surprise for Jiang Chen was that Yin Luo had not been eliminated as well. His total health was merely 770 points, yet he still had 20 remaining. Moreover, his reflexes were exceptionally swift. After sustaining the first hit, he immediately withdrew from the edge of the formation. Simultaneously, not far behind him, a member of the Heavenly Court Guild inexplicably fell to the ground. Damage transfer? Jiang Chen quickly discerned the clue. Damage transfer was a priest skill that could contract with one ally when that ally's health fell below 20. The subsequent loss of health would be borne by the caster. Clearly, the priest behind Yin Luo had absorbed the remaining damage and perished. However, Jiang Chen was well aware that this skill could not be contracted with multiple individuals. This meant that Yin Luo could only be contracted by one person. Nevertheless, it effectively granted him an extra life. What are you waiting for? Heal him. Yin Luo exclaimed after exiting the formation's range, his voice booming. He was drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that a priest could unleash a damage-dealing skill. Moreover, the damage was astoundingly high. It was simply preposterous. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince observed the hexagram formation before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. The formation was barely a meter away, its edges almost brushing against him. Fortunately, he stood just far enough away. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Likewise, the crowd in the distance erupted into fervent discussions. What was this formation? Why had all these individuals been eliminated so swiftly? Was this a priest skill or a mage skill? I'm baffled. Haha, our mages are baffled too. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly thrown into disarray. Did anyone record that? In the crowd, Yuan Yang stared intently at Jiang Chen, his voice trembling. What if we recorded it, and the great master of the mundane forbids us from sharing it? Beside him, Yuan Yin was similarly transfixed, having been startled by Jiang Chen's recent skill. Let us record it first. Yuan Yang's face flushed slightly, clearly quite excited. At this moment, no one dared approach Jiang Chen, as the formation remained active. This place had become a forbidden zone. What kind of skill was this? With such a vast range and prolonged duration, Yin Luo, whose health had been fully restored by the guild's priest, wore a grim expression. Now, he was utterly incapable of counterattacking. He could only wait for the formation to dissipate. No matter what, as long as he could endure until this cursed skill vanished. He refused to believe he couldn't eliminate him. Yin Luo glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. However, before the formation could disappear, Yin Luo saw Jiang Chen approaching him. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him, and he hurriedly shouted, "All ranged attackers, prepare." Once he enters range, unleash concentrated fire. He doubted that the opponent truly possessed any bloodlocking hacks. As long as the damage was sufficient, he would certainly be able to kill him. Behind Yin Luo, dozens of players swiftly approached, all ranged classes, mages and archers. Just as they reached the perimeter of the formation, Jiang Chen had already entered the casting range of his healing spell. Immediately, a ray of white light descended upon Yin Luo. Simultaneously, numerous fireballs and arrows flew toward him. My healing spell is an infallible skill, but Jiang Chen smiled gently, pivoted, and took a step back. The fireballs and arrows, having exceeded their range, lost their targets and landed at Jiang Chen's feet. Meanwhile, his healing spell directly acted upon the target without any flight time. 1080. A white light illuminated Yin Luo. His health was instantly reduced to 0 as he collapsed to the ground. This time, no one could assist him in bearing the damage. The guild leader has fallen. Many members of the Heavenly Court Guild stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He noticed a faint glow on Yin Luo's corpse. Although the previously fallen 10 or so mages had similarly dropped equipment, they were the ones who had attacked Jiang Chen first, thus it was no surprise they dropped loot. But Yin Luo, could it be that among those 10 or so mages, someone had been in a party with him? Jiang Chen gazed at Yin Luo's corpse, a radiant smile gracing his features. He quickly approached. Hurry and retrieve the guild leader's gear. 3 nearby members of the Heavenly Court Guild had regained their senses and rushed toward Yen Luo's body. Don't touch it. A beam of white healing light suddenly coalesced before Jiang Chen, directly connecting the 3 individuals. 1040, 1040, 1040. All 3 collapsed. Jiang Chen continued unabated, swiftly approaching to collect the equipment on the ground, just as he was within 5 meters of the body. 4 or 5 more members of the Heavenly Court arrived ahead of him, and just as they reached to pick up the loot, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. A blue rune mark appeared on his forehead. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen's figure reappeared at the corpse, swiftly retrieving the dropped equipment. You have obtained the blood-tied Great Blade, golden level. Well, it really is this. Jiang Chen found it somewhat amusing, almost unable to suppress a chuckle. Subsequently, he glanced at the other players who had come to loot the equipment, calmly stating, "Your guild leader has fallen. You should go about your business." While these individuals remained dumbfounded, Jiang Chen returned to his original position, swiftly collecting the earlier dropped equipment. In total, there were 16 pieces. Among them were 1 piece of silver armor, 12 pieces of bronze armor, and 3 pieces of plain gear. How impoverished must one be to still don plain gear? What purpose does it serve to associate with such? Jiang Chen couldn't help but voice his disdain. After collecting the equipment, he turned his gaze towards the crown prince of the dynasty not far away. At this moment, the majority of the onlookers remained in stunned silence. They never anticipated that the formidable Yama Slayer would fall so easily. Moreover, what left them utterly flabbergasted was the fact that Jiang Chen had just executed a teleportation. Then, they observed Jiang Chen striding towards the Imperial Guild. Goodness, what is he planning to do? After dealing with the Heavenly Court Guild, is he now set to confront the Imperial Guild as well? Surely, he doesn't intend to settle scores with every guild, does he? The esteemed Jiang Chen is indeed making his way towards the Imperial Guild. This is utterly reckless. My heavens. Chapter 66. As if a boss incarnate. What do you intend to do? The Crown Prince's expression turned frosty as he watched Jiang Chen approach. Behind him, dozens of players encircled them, glaring menacingly at Jiang Chen. What do you think, Your Highness? Jiang Chen halted approximately 25 meters away, his typically calm demeanor now tinged with a hint of coldness. He harbored no fondness for this Crown Prince. In fact, he felt a deep-seated aversion. During the national wars of his previous life, this individual had betrayed domestic competitors by leaking national server intelligence and colluding with foreign guilds, leading to the downfall of a major city without any semblance of ethics. Jiang Chen believed that such a guild should never be allowed to flourish. I have no grievances with you, so I fail to comprehend why you seek me out. The Crown Prince stated, his face composed. Your Highness, perhaps your judgment is somewhat flawed? Jiang Chen retorted with a cold smile, pointing at his head. You used the demon suppression shards to seal the portal, and now you dare claim we have no grievances? You seem to be mistaken, the Crown Prince replied, unperturbed, continuing in a slow tone. The creatures that emerged from the 2 previous portals have yet to be fully eradicated. The sudden opening of this golden level portal is merely a precaution. Surely, it's not an issue to close it, right? Enough with the trivialities. I know you're stalling for time. Just tell me how long until your people arrive. If they hurry, I might consider waiting. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, growing weary of the conversation. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's composure shattered, his face darkening. He had only brought a portion of the Red Flame Mountain players with him. And indeed, he was waiting at the foot of the mountain for the remaining members of the Imperial Guild to arrive. Being exposed like this was as humiliating as tasting excrement. 7 kills. Are you all from the Eternal Myth Guild merely here to spectate? The Crown Prince shouted towards the distant throng of players. This audacious individual. Among the crowd, the vice president of the Eternal Myth Guild, 7 kills, instantly darkened in expression. It was not just him. Many guild leaders were solemn faces. After witnessing Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, each felt an immense sense of pressure. Standing there, Jiang Chen resembled a boss incarnate. Tension thickened in the air. Nearly 2 minutes passed. Could we hasten this process? Jiang Chen finally spoke, unable to contain his impatience. He wanted the Crown Prince to strike first, otherwise, no equipment would drop. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's ability to eliminate foes with ease, the Crown Prince was disinclined to initiate the attack. Before long, over 100 players approached from the distance, members of the Imperial Guild. They gathered beside the Crown Prince, who now commanded approximately 200 players. Team 3, engage first and draw out his skills, then Team 2 will follow. The Crown Prince swiftly orchestrated the formation. A cold smirk on his face, he was convinced that Jiang Chen's area skills must have a cooldown. As he spoke, over 60 players from Team 4 surged toward Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and his remaining 100 players remained at the ready. Such a lack of martial ethics. Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that the Crown Prince was now on guard and would not strike first, making it impossible for equipment to drop. In truth, he found little value in the gear of ordinary members. Suddenly, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Chen charged directly towards the Crown Prince, even bypassing the 60-odd players closing in. Team 4 attack. The Crown Prince bellowed suddenly. In response, nearly 30 ranged classes from Team 4 unleashed their assault as soon as Jiang Chen entered their range. Arrows, fireballs, and ice shards rained upon him, enveloping the ground in a layer of frost. Yet, this time, Jiang Chen did not choose to endure the onslaught. Instead, he displayed astonishing agility, weaving effortlessly amidst the barrage of spells. Even more astonishingly, he evaded a significant portion of the attacks. What kind of extraordinary footwork is this? His luck must be remarkable to dodge so many skills. Surely, no one believes he can rely solely on fortune to evade this many attacks? Many in the crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. Nonetheless, while Jiang Chen dodged numerous skills, some arrows and fireballs still struck him, depleting over 500 of his mana points. Soon, Jiang Chen pressed through the storm of spells and arrived before the 60-odd players of Team 4. Engage him in melee. Someone shouted urgently. Instantly, numerous warriors and knights brandished their great swords and long swords, lunging at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's target was not them. A blue runic mark suddenly illuminated his forehead. In the astonished gazes of the melee fighters, Jiang Chen vanished from his original position. Simultaneously, he reappeared behind the group. Now, he was less than 15 meters away from the Crown Prince. As Jiang Chen teleported past the throng and materialized before him, the Crown Prince felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He had not anticipated Jiang Chen's teleportation to be so rapid. This defied all logic. Retreat, the Crown Prince shouted, just as he intended to withdraw. Yet it was too late. A cold smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. The Holy Light Apocalypse Array was unleashed. A hexagram array manifested. And simultaneously, a purple crystal orb appeared around Jiang Chen, the Crown Prince, and at least 30 to 40 players beside him, as well as over 50 players behind Jiang Chen, were all enveloped by the radiant glow of the array. The dazzling white brilliance was so intense that it was nearly blinding. Many of the players enveloped in the light emitted cries of alarm. However, in the next instant, these sounds ceased abruptly. Nearly 100 players fell to the ground like grass being mowed. This shocking scene sent tremors through the souls of all present. Many recalled the last time they witnessed such a devastating display. It was when the Lava King engulfed players in molten magma. Yet this time, the magma had transformed into a sacred array, and the Lava King had become Jiang Chen. The entire area fell into an eerie silence. Even the rustle of wind through the leaves could be heard. Chapter 67. Heaven does not give birth to me, Chen Shun. The array continued to radiate brilliance. With Jiang Chen standing at its center, no one daring to approach. Nearly half of the Imperial Guild's members had been sent back to the resurrection point, while the remaining 100 players gazed at Jiang Chen as though he were a specter, retreating in panic. Especially the array beneath Jiang Chen's feet, which resembled a black hole consuming life. Everyone who laid eyes upon it turned pale. Yet Jiang Chen felt no other emotion, only a pang of regret. This fellow indeed did not drop any equipment, truly cautious. He glanced at the corpse of the Imperial Prince ahead and turned to walk back. Although the Imperial Prince did not drop any gear, the over 60 players who had attacked Jiang Chen previously had mostly lost their equipment. Except for the few at the periphery who were not caught in the magic array and thus escaped unscathed, nearly all the rest had perished with their gear dropped. With almost 50 pieces of equipment accumulated, his backpack was overflowing. He needed to feed the magic crystal ball. Jiang Chen currently had only 54 slots available. He swiftly gathered the equipment strewn across the ground to nourish the Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball. You have infused an old cloth armor, common. Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball growth value 1. You have infused a Windrunner longbow, bronze. Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball growth value 10. You have infused a toxic dagger, bronze. Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball growth value 10. Including what he had obtained from the Heavenly Court Guild, Jiang Chen had acquired a total of 61 pieces of equipment from players. Among them, only the Blood-Tide Great Blade was of gold quality. The remaining items consisted of 1 silver piece, 49 bronze pieces, and 10 common pieces. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen fed all the bronze and common items to the magic crystal ball. The growth value of the Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball surged by 500 points. Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball, gold, growth value, 8003000. May fortune favor me, allowing the magic crystal ball to ascend to platinum level, Jiang Chen muttered, then turned his gaze towards the distant throng of people. Subsequently, he fixed his attention on the vice president of the Undying Myth Guild, 7 kills. While the other guilds could not yet ascertain if anyone had used the demon suppression shard, it was a certainty for the Undying Myth Guild. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swiftly approached 7 kills. At that moment, everyone present was enveloped in an eerie silence, seemingly still immersed in the lingering aftermath of the recent events. As Jiang Chen made his way towards the Undying Myth Guild, the surrounding independent players finally snapped back to reality, retreating like a receding tide. Only the members of the Undying Myth Guild remained conspicuously standing there. There were approximately 150 members, each wearing an unusually grave expression. Notably, the vice president, 7 kills, tightened his grip on his dagger. Soon, Jiang Chen drew near. Why all this solemnity? Jiang Chen, with a relaxed demeanor, scanned the crowd, and then pointed to one individual, saying, You, put your hand down. Why wield such a large sword? I am not fond of violence. The person being pointed at looked bewildered, glancing around, then scratched his head in confusion, ultimately lowering the large sword. The others stood there, dumbfounded. What does he mean? Not fond of violence? I can hardly believe that. Did the players from the Heavenly Court Guild and the Imperial Guild all perish by their own hand? Many internally raged, but dared not voice their thoughts. Seeing the confusion and disbelief on their faces, Jiang Chen continued, Don't wear such expressions, as a priest. I cherish saving lives and promoting peace. Isn't that reasonable? Brother Fanchen, we truly have no deep-seated enmity. It was somewhat irrational to use the demon suppression shard to shut the ceiling gate. Although unsure of Jiang Chen's intentions, 7 Kills decided to soften his stance. After all, he had no certainty of being able to eliminate the opponent. Moreover, Jiang Chen's unwavering health and that terrifying area skill had left an indelible impression on him. The guild was still in its nascent stage. They could not afford to suffer losses here. This was the thought that occupied 7 Kills' mind. I think the same. However, Jiang Chen paused, lost in thought. However, what? 7 Kills furrowed his brow. We nearly perished at the ceiling gate. Your guild ought to offer some compensation. Don't you think? Jiang Chen expressed this quite tactfully. Not sure what you mean by compensation. 7 Kills inquired, his brow knitted. Each member of your guild here should contribute 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. That doesn't seem excessive, does it? Jiang Chen articulated his thoughts directly. Killing these individuals would serve no purpose. Obtaining equipment was the true path. 1 piece of bronze-level equipment each? 7 Kills cast a glance over his approximately 150 members, his expression instantly darkening. What do you say? Jiang Chen maintained his calm demeanor. President 7 Kills. Surely you do not relish violence either? No, we do not have 150 pieces of bronze-level equipment in total. 7 Kills replied, his brows knitted, at most 50 pieces. 100 pieces. Jiang Chen no longer spoke gently, asserting commandingly, Otherwise, you might as well slay me here. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger rushed through 7 Kills. When had he ever endured such indignity? Even his eyelids twitched involuntarily, his dagger itching to strike. After several seconds, 7 Kills finally suppressed his fury. His expression icy as he replied, Fine, 100 pieces. Subsequently, 2 core members of the Undying Myth Guild, visibly reluctant, approached their fellow guild members to collect the equipment. Soon, one of them returned with a full backpack of gear and traded it to Jiang Chen. After receiving the equipment, Jiang Chen promptly fed it all to the magic crystal ball. Shortly after, another member approached and traded over the remaining equipment. I hope the gear Brother Fanchen consumes today won't cause you to burst in the future. We have plenty of time ahead. 7 Kills uttered coldly, leaving a thinly veiled threat. Plenty of time ahead. Jiang Chen did not take offense, responding with a smile. At this moment, all 100 pieces of bronze equipment had been fed to the magic crystal ball, raising its growth value to 1,800,3000. I wonder which other guilds used the demon suppression shard to shut the ceiling gate. Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings. Addressing the other guilds, I have stated that I do not favor violence. Why not defuse the situation? After his words, someone indeed approached Jiang Chen. It was a warrior, ID named Parking Maple Forest Evening. He stepped beside Jiang Chen and whispered, Boss, I'm from the 90s Guild. Our leader wants to know how we can reconcile. The 90s Guild? Jiang Chen paused, taken aback. What kind of small guild is this? He had never even heard of it. Wait, have I become so detested? Even such a small guild wants to get involved. This is absurd. Jiang Chen felt somewhat exasperated. It's like this, boss. Our leader really did not intend to target you. He saw that other major guilds were doing this, and he just happened to have a demon suppression shard. Thinking to follow suit. Parking Maple Forest Evening explained sheepishly by Jiang Chen's ear. Follow suit. Jiang Chen was even more exasperated. Yes, that's why I wanted to ask you, boss, how we might reconcile suitably. Parking Maple Forest Evening asked awkwardly. Jiang Chen replied succinctly. 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Boss, do you think that is feasible? We have some idea of which guilds deliberately shut the ceiling gate. Parking Maple Forest Evening leaned closer to Jiang Chen, whispering, I can tell you which guilds these are. Perhaps you could let us off a little easier. Our small guild simply doesn't have that much equipment. Good heavens. Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and whispered, 50 pieces of bronze equipment, and then you tell me which guild used the demon suppression shard. Boss, if stripped bare, we only have 30 pieces. I'm prepared to offer that. Can you possibly show some leniency? Parking Maple Forest Evening looked at him pleadingly. All right. Jiang Chen nodded without further elaboration. After all, this small guild would bear no significance even if it were to be annihilated. He was not particularly inclined to squander his time. Thank you, esteemed one. Stopping abruptly, Feng Linwan promptly traded 30 pieces of bronze gear to Jiang Chen. Subsequently, he leaned in to whisper to Jiang Chen, in addition to the Heavenly Court, Dynasty, and Myth that you just inquired about, the Kings of the World, Supreme League, and Dragon Sovereign Guild are also involved. Notably, the Kings of the World utilized 2 pieces of demon sealing fragments. However, there is one individual whose guild remains unknown. All I know is their ID, which is last night's star, and they departed immediately after using a fragment, likely a lone player. Feng Linwan elaborated. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded, promptly feeding the 30 bronze-level equipment he had just received into the magic crystal ball. The growth value of the magic crystal ball surged to 100, 300. Then, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed members of the Supreme League and Dragon Sovereign Guild. However, the Kings of the World Guild was conspicuously absent. Had they departed? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he observed that the members of the Supreme League were also retreating slowly. Were they attempting to slip away? Jiang Chen immediately made his way toward the position of the Supreme League, calling out, President Junlin, please hold. The president of the Supreme League, whose ID was Junlin Supreme, was a mage. Jiang Chen held a profound impression of this individual, as Junlin Supreme had long held the top position on the mage leaderboard within the national server. A formidable character indeed. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's call, Junlin Supreme paused and turned to look. With a smile, he said, Lord Fanqing, I cannot claim such a title. Jiang Chen shook his head and slowly inquired, I wonder what offense I committed to warrant President Junlin's intent to ensnare our small team within the Seal Gate? Junlin Supreme maintained his composure, still smiling. Lord Fanqing, you jest. How could I wish to ensnare you? It was merely that a misguided young member of our guild took it upon themselves to use a demon sealing fragment without authorization. As he spoke, Junlin Supreme's expression darkened, and he sternly called out, Madman, come here. A warrior with the IDI desire to become mad stepped forward, casting a cold smirk at Jiang Chen. Junlin Supreme, lowering his gaze slightly, remarked, Lord Fanqing claims you sought to ensnare them. Shouldn't you offer an apology? Enough with the theatrics. Are we here to perform a play? Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, You have 200 members here. If you provide me with 200 pieces of bronze-level equipment, we shall consider this matter settled. I wish to hear no further. Upon hearing this, Junlin Supreme's expression remained unchanged, though the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing his effort to suppress his emotions. Since Lord Fanqing has requested equipment, I shall oblige, Junlin Supreme said, his demeanor earnest, but 200 is a bit excessive. How about 100? I shall provide them immediately. Given Junlin Supreme's willingness to comply, Jiang Chen had no objections. His goal was, after all, 100 pieces of bronze gear. His magic crystal ball needed to level up. Shortly thereafter, 2 core members of the Supreme League approached Jiang Chen, completing the trade. However, curiously, they positioned themselves slightly to Jiang Chen's right rear, seemingly having done so intentionally. Was there a particular intention behind this? Jiang Chen noticed this detail. Simultaneously, he observed that Junlin Supreme, who had initially been directly in front of him, had subtly stepped to his left front. This meant that when he faced the 2 core members of the Supreme League for trading, Junlin Supreme would be directly behind him. Jiang Chen was still contemplating this when one of the core members called out, Lord Fanqing, let's trade. Coming. Jiang Chen immediately turned to engage in the trade, and the member transferred 50 pieces of equipment to Jiang Chen. He swiftly fed these items into the magic crystal ball. Soon after, the second individual approached to complete the trade, bringing the remaining 50 pieces of equipment. Meanwhile, behind Jiang Chen, Junlin Supreme's expression darkened. He had been fixated on Jiang Chen during the trade, and his staff emitted a faint glow. Concurrently, a minuscule transparent ripple appeared at the center of his brow. This ripple expanded rapidly, vanishing once it reached the size of Junlin Supreme's forehead. As it disappeared, a second small transparent ripple emerged, expanding in a similar manner before swiftly dissipating. A third ripple followed suit, continuously appearing and expanding from Junlin Supreme's brow, nearly imperceptible unless closely observed. Just as Jiang Chen concluded the trade for the second wave of equipment, the transparent ripple at Junlin Supreme's brow ceased to disappear, seemingly reaching a critical threshold. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen observed a trace of a cold smile on the face of the Supreme League core member who had just traded with him. Is it here? Jiang Chen reciprocated with a smile. In an instant, the core member was taken aback. He was perplexed as to why Jiang Chen smiled at him. Yet he knew with certainty that Jiang Chen must have perceived something. But if he had noticed, why was he still smiling? Could one smile in the face of impending doom? At that moment, behind Jiang Chen, Junlin Supreme stood rigidly. Die. A transparent ripple coalesced at his brow, akin to a sound wave, shooting toward Jiang Chen with lightning speed, rendering evasion impossible. The transparent ripple pierced directly into Jiang Chen's body. Boom. 1,000. A terrifying number floated above Jiang Chen's head. This time, it was not his mana that was depleted, but rather his health that was utterly obliterated. Jiang Chen's figure began to collapse slowly. Everyone present was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. What just happened? Why did Lord Fanqing fall? What happened to Brother Fanqing? Amidst the crowd's astonished murmurs and discussions, Jiang Chen lay on the ground, disintegrating into fragments. Witnessing these fragments, Junlin Supreme was momentarily stunned. Why was it not a corpse? However, before he could ponder further, he was shocked to see another Jiang Chen reappear at the original spot, gazing directly at him. Indeed, it was the charged soul piercer, Jiang Chen murmured softly. The charged soul piercer, a mage skill, allows the caster to channel power for a certain duration, releasing a soul piercer from their brow that inflicts true damage. Why are you not dead? Junlin Supreme's expression was one of disbelief. He had intentionally orchestrated the trade of equipment to divert Jiang Chen's attention, buying time to complete the charge for the soul piercer. Yet now, Jiang Chen had somehow survived. He could not fathom that Jiang Chen's phantom boots possessed an illusionary effect, generating a phantom that immunizes against one instance of damage upon receiving health loss. The reason it had not triggered earlier was that although he had been attacked, Jiang Chen's health had not actually been diminished. Let us ascend. Jiang Chen would naturally not explain. He softly intoned a phrase, and beneath his feet, a hexagram formation materialized. A violet crystal ball followed suit, casting its radiance over the more than 100 members of the Supreme League, including Junlin Supreme. A terrifying damage value appeared above the heads of these individuals, 2,600. Double casting. In an instant, all of them collapsed to the ground. Except for a few members of the Supreme League who stood slightly farther away and were not affected by the formation, the rest were completely obliterated. While Jiang Chen continued to feed the equipment he had just traded into the magic crystal ball, he cast a glance at the remains of Junlin Supreme, which glimmered faintly. Meanwhile, what the hell? Lord Fancheng is alive again. What just happened? I feel like I saw two Lord Fanchengs. Fanchen is truly formidable. As a high priest, I have summoned a divine spirit. Many individuals have succumbed to a frenzied adoration for Jiang Chen. Is this truly support? With a singular effort, he sweeps through all major guilds. The heavens did not give birth to me, Chen Shun, for support. I am in everlasting darkness. Who, at the pinnacle of the priesthood, can rival me? Upon witnessing Chen Shun, all paths seemed to dissolve into nothingness. A myriad of peculiar phrases erupted from the player's lips. Chapter 68, Video Release. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just fed all the bronze-level equipment he obtained from the Supreme Alliance to the magic crystal ball, with only 10 pieces of bronze gear remaining. A system notification appeared. Notification: the growth value of the Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball is full, 3,000. Upgrading to platinum level. Platinum level. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy as he swiftly fed the remaining 10 bronze items. He then proceeded to inspect the attributes of the magic crystal ball. Ancient Phantom's magic crystal ball, platinum level, can grow. Intelligence 70, 30. Additional, double casting, self-activated skills have a 70, 30 chance to trigger a double effect. Growth value, 130,000. Simultaneously, his stats were elevated. Intelligence, 230, 30. Mana, 3,300, 300. Spell power, 580, 60. The probability of double casting increased by 20 last time, and this time it surged by 30. Jiang Chen wondered if the next increase would be 40. However, upon seeing the growth value required for the next upgrade jump from 300 to 30,000, he realized that such progress would not be attainable in the short term. The required growth value was far too excessive. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. He then turned his gaze towards the faint glow on the ground. This was the equipment dropped after the Supreme Lord's demise. Jiang Chen quickly picked it up. Fragmented Angel's Ring, silver level, reparable mana 100. Additional, increases spell power by 4 per maximum mana. Applicable to mages, priests, summoners. Required level, LV10. Notification: this equipment is fragmented and can be repaired at the main city's blacksmith shop. Reparable. Upon reading the equipment information, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of uncontainable delight spread across his face. The word reparable signified that this piece of equipment could grow once more. Unlike gear that can grow multiple times, this growth is singular. Although it can only grow once, it can at least elevate its quality to 1, or even 2. This means that this silver-level equipment could transform into gold level or even platinum level upon repair. Moreover, the ring's additional effect enhances spell power based on mana. While the ratio may seem modest, only 4, it represents a terrifying boost for Jiang Chen, as his current mana pool was extraordinarily high. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen equipped the ring. His stats underwent a transformation. Mana, 3,400, 100. Spell power, 716, 136, mana 4. The Supreme Lord truly bestowed a magnificent gift. A radiant smile adorned Jiang Chen's face as he eagerly anticipated returning to the main city to repair the equipment. He had a feeling that, post-repair, it would emerge as a platinum-level item. Just as Jiang Chen was reveling in his thoughts, the system emitted a notification. Due to the restoration of the sealing power, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th sealing doors are about to open. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew that the sealing doors would be restored, but he had not anticipated that 5 of them would open simultaneously. It is worth noting that although the 5th and 6th sealing doors had been opened previously, the bosses within had yet to be cleared. With the addition of the 7th, 8th, and 9th doors, there would now be 5 bronze-level bosses in total. This posed significant pressure for other players, especially since I had already sent away many from 3 guilds. Jiang Chen glanced at the players in the distance. Although many remained, the absence of several guilds' main forces would undoubtedly influence the battle dynamics. At this moment, many players suddenly recalled that the server-wide quest had yet to be completed. One by one, they began to head towards the ceiling doors. Among them, the members of the Dragon Sovereign Guild were also planning to guard the 9 tripod of demon suppression at the foot of the mountain. The Dragon Sovereign Guild would be spared for now. They would settle accounts after the quest was completed. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen sent a message to his team. Fanchen, let us proceed to the other ceiling doors first. Previously, aware of the inevitable danger outside, Jiang Chen had intentionally kept Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao within the ceiling door. Now that the danger had subsided, he called the 2 girls out. Soon, 2 graceful and enchanting figures emerged from the ceiling door, Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao. They joyfully rushed to Jiang Chen's side. Qingying, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Fanchen, I just secretly watched you eliminate so many people. It was exhilarating. Indeed, for Brother Fanchen, players are far easier to defeat than monsters. Tao Xiaoyao chimed in, her face also reflecting exhilaration. The 2 girls had been stealthily observing from the ceiling door, even more thrilled than Jiang Chen himself. You 2 are quite violent. Is it normal for young ladies to find such enjoyment in witnessing killings? Is this not a sign of brutality? Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation. Violent. Qingying was taken aback, then thoughtfully remarked, but isn't Brother Fanchen even more violent? After all, it's you who did the killing. Tao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Sister Qingying is right. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic. Let us head to the 6th ceiling door. With that, he turned and made his way to the destination. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged amused glances at Jiang Chen's embarrassment and followed closely behind. The 6th ceiling door had previously been handled by Jiang Chen, and there remained 1 bronze-level boss inside. For the many players, the smaller monsters posed little threat, as they could always be resolved through sheer numbers. However, the boss was the most troublesome aspect of the quest. The ocean of players' tactic often proved ineffective. Jiang Chen resolved to eliminate all the bosses within these ceiling doors. Meanwhile, outside the octagonal altar, the area had become considerably vacant. Following the system notification, most players had already departed. A silver-haired figure appeared beside the altar. It was Yuexia Duwu, who had just emerged from the ceiling door. She glanced at the already distant Jiang Chen, bit her lip, and was about to turn and walk in another direction when suddenly, she received a message. Fanchen, why did you suddenly leave the team? Is it that our team can no longer accommodate you? Yuexia Duwu was taken aback and quickly replied to Jiang Chen. Yuexia Duwu, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I couldn't contribute anything while in the team, and you didn't need me. So, Fanchen, you are indeed not very useful, but we still need you to guide us to the other ceiling doors. Humph. Upon reading the message, Yuexia Duwu huffed softly, yet a slight smile crept to her lips as she swiftly pursued Jiang Chen. Not far away, 2 individuals remained, the Game Network duo, who were recording gaming news. Game Network Ian, somewhat excited, asked, Jiang, should we release this video? Game Network Yang, suppressing his own excitement, replied, we already have the great Fanchen as our friend. We should consult him first, or it would be quite disrespectful. The 2 of them had been recording videos here for some time, capturing nearly everything that had just transpired. In particular, they meticulously documented the scene where Jiang Chen effortlessly eliminated players from various guilds, leaving no detail overlooked. Soon after, Yuan Yang sent a message to Jiang Chen. Yuan Yang, Master Fanchen, we recorded your recent interactions with other guilds. Take a look. Before long, a response arrived. Fanchen, what do you mean? Are you planning to release it? Yuan Yang, yes, we seek your consent. After all, others likely recorded videos as well, and many will probably share them online. Fanchen, so, why not just let you publish it? Yuan Yang, indeed, but if you prefer not to, we want to proceed with the release. Fanchen, make sure it looks impressive. An impressive presentation? Upon receiving the message, Yuan Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of sheer joy spread across his face. The master has agreed. Is it truly happening? This is fantastic. To single-handedly slay players from 3 major guilds while intimidating other guilds into submission. I can scarcely fathom the uproar this video will incite once it is shared. Yu Wang Yinru, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his face flush crimson. Chapter 69, The Resurrection Point and the Journey to the Mansion Shops in Jilu City. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, had arrived at the location of the 6th seal gate. It appeared that the boss had yet to emerge. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings and swiftly declared, let us proceed inside. Consequently, the 3 entered through the seal gate. Deep within the sealed area, a 3-meter-tall, 6-meter-long howling moon demon wolf was slowly advancing outward. The lesser monsters within had already been cleared by Jiang Chen. Howling moon demon wolf, LV-15, bronze-level boss. Deadly claws. Each attack has a 5 chance to deal 10-fold damage. Howl of the moon. When health decreases by 20, it will let out a howl, increasing attack power by 100 and attack speed by 100 for 1 minute. As Jiang Chen approached, he glanced at the boss's information. Without hesitation, he cast a healing spell. A purple crystal orb manifested. 2944. Double casting. A beam of white light descended, directly removing nearly 2 of the boss's health. With approximately 150,000 health, and with my current magic power exceeding 700, I can finish this in a minute. Jiang Chen mused to himself. The 6-pointed star formation materialized. The white healing light surged towards the boss. The purple crystal orb spun around Jiang Chen incessantly. 3,580. Double casting. 2,864. Double casting. With just 2 continuous spells, Jiang Chen had already drained 50,000 health points from the boss. Even as the boss executed its first skill, Howl of the Moon, and let out its cry, it had barely managed to act before commencing its second howl. The scene appeared quite peculiar. Moreover, this boss lacked area of effect skills, allowing Jiang Chen to output damage with minimal pressure throughout the encounter. In less than a minute, the boss collapsed to the ground. You have slain the boss. Howling Moon Demon Wolf, bronze level, achieving the first kill. Each boss has a unique first kill opportunity, and those within seal gates are primarily first kills, unless identical bosses exist in other locations. Jiang Chen glanced at his task points. Current points, 86088, 800. Public points, 21522, 200. A bronze level boss grants 1,000 points. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen quickly collected the spoils dropped by the boss. You have obtained the Boots of Swiftness, silver level. Final blow of the first kill drop. You have obtained the Moonshadow Longbow, silver level. Without pausing to examine them closely, Jiang Chen hastened towards the exit of the sealed area. Let us move on to the next location. As he stepped out of the sealed gate, he encountered the recently arrived Yuxia Duwu approaching him. Have you cleared this area? Seeing Jiang Chen and his companions emerge from the sealed gate, Yuxia Duwu was momentarily taken aback. That was incredibly swift. It's done. Jiang Chen nodded and quickly added, lead us to the 7th seal gate. At the same time, Jiang Chen sent her a party invitation. Subsequently, under Yuxia Duwu's guidance, they arrived at the location of another seal gate atop Qian Mountain. At that moment, a long line of monsters had formed at the gate, making their way down the mountain. Numerous monsters had already emerged from the seal gate. Should we not take action? Yuxia Duwu inquired. Our priority is to eliminate the boss before proceeding to the next location, Jiang Chen replied. Pulling nearby lesser monsters as he entered the seal gate, there was no need to deliberately lure monsters. He would handle those that followed once he reached the boss. After briefly stating his intention, Jiang Chen made his way towards the boss deep within the sealed area. Lihua City, beneath a statue of a white-winged angel. Radiant beams of light continuously illuminated the area. Figures emerged from the glowing light. This was the resurrection point of the main city, and a multitude of players had gathered here, primarily those recently returned from Qian ancient land due to Jiang Chen's intervention. Hey, ISNT that Prince Tai Zi? You're back too? The speaker was the guild leader of Tianting, Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo, whose guild was among the first to return. Upon seeing the royal prince emerge from the resurrection point, a smirk of mockery graced Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo's face. Brother Dai Dao, do you still have the audacity to comment on others? You were the first to be killed and returned. As he spoke, the royal prince cast a glance at the equipment in Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo's hands, tauntingly remarking, all your gear was lost. How does that feel? This remark struck a nerve with Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo, causing him to snort disdainfully, his expression darkening. The royal prince felt inexplicably uplifted and pressed on. But fret not. The two-handed great sword from the first kill party will likely be listed for auction. You can bid for it later, Brother Dai Dao. By the way, I recall that the shop in Jilu City is selling golden level defensive gear. I doubt you can muster such a sum right now. How will you choose? Weapon or armor? With a smile on his face, the royal prince continued to deliver cutting remarks. Don't get all sardonic with me. I see your guild suffered a fair share of losses as well. It must be tough for you too, Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo retorted. The two continued their back-and-forth banter. Suddenly, a wave of white light illuminated the resurrection point once more, and a group of players stepped out with grim expressions. Oh, ISNT that Brother Junlin? You're back too? Oh, ISNT that President Junlin? You're back too? The voices of Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo and the royal prince rang out simultaneously. Upon witnessing the identical tone from the two, the freshly emerged Supreme Junlin was momentarily taken aback, then inwardly fuming. Two wretches. I'm leaving. Off to buy some gear. Afterward, the royal prince deliberately addressed Dai Dao Zhan Yin Luo before turning to leave. Jilu City, main city mansion. A slender and graceful figure arrived at the mansion's entrance. This must be the shop in Jilu City that Jiang Chen mentioned. The figure gazed at the mansion's grand doors, pondering briefly before stepping inside. This figure was none other than Xia Rui. Having just reached level 10 and completed her secondary profession task as a tailor, she had come here. At this moment, players were bustling in and out of the mansion, most of whom were newcomers to the main city. Many turned their gaze towards Xia Rui upon her arrival, unable to resist the allure of her presence. Although she was clad in a coarse robe, it could not conceal her striking figure, which was most captivating. Before long, Xia Ruru had located the position of the mansion's shop. Jiang Chen had placed the fashion design blueprints within the shop and bestowed upon her the title of manager. To prepare, she had meticulously researched the operations of the shop, fully understanding its usage and her managerial privileges. Soon, as she approached a storefront, a system notification chimed in. Welcome back to the shop. This was the place. Her eyes gleamed as she beheld the establishment named Treasured Pavilion, and she swiftly entered. Meanwhile, at the location of the teleportation array in Jilu City, numerous individuals had arrived, all heading towards the main city mansion. Far away in the Qian ancient land, Jiang Chen had just defeated the boss within the 7th Seal Gate and was hastening towards the next one. Chapter 70, Jilu City Equipment Auction. Deep within the 8th Seal Gate, after vanquishing 30 or so ordinary monsters and a dozen elite ones guarding the boss, Jiang Chen approached the towering figure of the boss. Unicorn Demon Rhino, Bronze Level Boss LV-15. Charge. Upon every 10 drop in health, it will swiftly charge at the nearest target, dealing 300 damage and knocking the target back 5 meters. Rampage. Upon every 25 drop in health, it will ignore hate value and attack any target within a 20-meter range, increasing its attack power by 50. Keep your distance. This boss can hit wildly. He cautioned before casting a healing spell. A beam of white light enveloped the Unicorn Demon Rhino, while the little Holy Light Apocalypse Array and Healing Beam were simultaneously unleashed. Under the enhancement of a purple crystal ball, a dazzling hexagram magic array, and a concentrated white healing beam materialized. 1,472. 3,580. Double casting. 2,846. Double casting. 3 damage values erupted almost simultaneously above the boss's head. Bellowing in fury, the Unicorn Demon Rhino expelled 2 jets of white mist from its nostrils and charged towards the source of the attack. Its method of assault was to impale with its horn. Jiang Chen, akin to a matador, deftly sidestepped with a twist of his body. A continuous white beam lingered before him, while the hexagram magic array continued to radiate light. He cast another healing spell. The boss's health plummeted, initiating its skill. Charge. It halted its assault, scraping its hind hooves against the ground, then suddenly lunged forward, leaving a shadow in its wake as it approached Jiang Chen. It was too close. There was no escaping without repositioning. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts took form, bang, the boss collided directly with him, sending him flying 5 meters away. A damage value appeared above his head, 826. However, Jiang Chen's health remained unscathed, suffering only a slight depletion of over 800 mana points. There wasn't enough mobility to evade its skills. It was time to strike hard. Jiang Chen rapidly initiated another round of skill bombardment. You have slain the boss, Unicorn Demon Rhino, Bronze Level, achieving the first kill. He quickly moved forward to collect the spoils. You have obtained the Moon Spring Robe, Silver Level. You have obtained the Cold Iron Greatsword, Silver Level. Let us head to the next location. Jiang Chen promptly set off towards the 9th Seal Gate. At the mansion shop in Jilu City, Xiaoruru discovered that there were actually 2 shops, both with her ID listed as the manager. One was named Treasured Pavilion, while the other remained unnamed. Was Jiang Chen so affluent that he could afford 2 shops? Xiaoruru was somewhat astonished, for she knew that the rent for even a single shop here was a staggering 1,000 gold coins per month, equivalent to 100,000 yuan in Chinese currency. Compared to storefronts in the bustling core of a major city, it was equally impressive. Ordinary individuals would likely find such rent prohibitive. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen had actually leased 6 shops. Inside the Treasured Pavilion, Xiaoruru had the authority to view various shop details. Shop name, Treasured Pavilion. Owner, Jiang Chen. Shop manager, Ruru. Items for sale, Magic Blood Armor, Golden Level, negotiable. Cold Frost Staff, Golden Level, negotiable. Moreover, Xiaoruru discovered that the shop's treasury contained 540 gold coins. Upon reviewing the records, she learned that this amount was derived from the sale of 4 bronze items and 1 silver item. The prices for these items were astonishing. There truly were many affluent players. Xiaoruru couldn't help but exclaim internally, simultaneously bolstering her confidence in the market for game attire. Subsequently, she found in the shop's warehouse the blueprints Jiang Chen had left for her. Moonlight Rue Skirt Blueprint, Radiant Fringe Skirt Blueprint. Although Xiaoruru was a complete novice in combat, struggling to comprehend equipment attributes, she had swiftly completed the secondary profession task of attempting to create a simple garment using the blueprints, while learning the tailoring profession. For her, this posed no difficulty at all. It was far simpler than crafting clothing in reality. Gazing at the blueprints, excitement glimmered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she chose to learn. Instantly, the 2 blueprints transformed into flowing light, merging into Xiaoruru's being. You have learned the Moonlight Rue Skirt Blueprint. Acquiring the crafting method for the Moonlight Rue Skirt, rare. You have learned the Radiant Fringe Skirt Blueprint. Acquiring the crafting method for the Radiant Fringe Skirt, exceptional. Simultaneously, detailed design schematics for the 2 blueprints, along with the necessary materials for crafting, appeared in Xiaoruru's secondary profession panel. Materials required for the Moonlight Rue Skirt, rare 20 superior silk, 10 colorful brocade, 5 superior dyes, 5 golden threads, 1 dragon saliva. Materials required for the Radiant Fringe Skirt, exceptional 15 quality silk, 15 plain brocade, 5 quality dyes, 5 flowing silk threads, 1 orchid musk. The design schematics appeared fairly straightforward. However, where could she procure these materials? Xiaoru was momentarily taken aback. After contemplating, she glanced at the owner's ID and subsequently sent a friend request to Jiang Chen. At that moment, a group of individuals approached in the main city square. They made their way directly into the mansion, heading towards the shop's location. Among them, the first to arrive was none other than the president of the Imperial Dynasty Guild, the Imperial Crown Prince. Are you the owner? Upon arriving at the treasured pavilion, the Imperial Crown Prince's gaze was instantly drawn to Xiaoru inside. Seeing someone approach, Xiaoru inquired with mild curiosity, "Who are you?" "I come to purchase equipment." The Imperial Crown Prince immediately turned his attention to the shop's shelves, where 2 pieces of golden equipment were prominently displayed. Besides the magic blood armor, there was also a golden staff. The Imperial Crown Prince's eyes narrowed as he inquired, "What is the price for these 2 pieces of golden equipment?" Xiaoru was about to say she didn't know, but recalling the store announcement left by Jiang Chen, she pondered before responding, "Make your offers. The highest bidder wins." Make your offer? Does that mean it's an auction? The Imperial Crown Prince furrowed his brow in contemplation before proposing, "How about 10,000 gold coins for the magic blood armor?" 10,000 gold coins. Xiaoru was momentarily taken aback. Was the equipment so expensive? 10,000 gold coins equated to 1 million yuan. Reflecting on her own hard-earned annual salary of 150,000 yuan, she suddenly felt a pang of distress. This was utterly absurd. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Is that too low? Noticing Xiaoru's lack of a definitive response, the Imperial Crown Prince hesitated briefly before suggesting, "How about 15,000 gold coins?" Before Xiaoru could respond, a resonant voice interjected, 16,000. As the imposing figure of the blade-wielding Yama approached with swift strides, several key members of the Heavenly Court trailed behind him. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomer, president of the blade-wielding guild. "Do you intend to meddle in this affair? Are you willing to forsake your weapon?" With a frigid expression, the blade-wielding Yama retorted, "What I choose to acquire is my own business. There is no need for the Crown Prince to concern himself." The Crown Prince's demeanor grew equally icy as he replied, 18,000. The blade-wielding Yama immediately countered, 19,000. 20,000. At that moment, another figure approached, the esteemed president of the Supreme Alliance, Lord Supreme. The Crown Prince turned his gaze towards Lord Supreme, inquiring, "President Junlin, are you bidding on the Blood War armor or the staff?" Given that Lord Supreme was a mage, the Crown Prince presumed that the staff was the more likely choice. "I desire both," Lord Supreme proclaimed slowly. In the Crimson Flame ancient land, at the entrance of the Ninth Seal Gate, demonic entities continuously emerged. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the area. Shortly thereafter, all the demons near the seal collapsed. Jiang Chen, accompanied by 3 enchanting figures, emerged from the depths. At last, they had vanquished the bosses lurking within the seal gates. Jiang Chen cast a glance back at the seal, exhaling a rare sigh of relief. Although demons still poured forth from within, these lesser foes should be manageable for the other players. At the same time, Jiang Chen glanced at his task points. Current points, 90,088. Public points, 22,522. With such a bounty of points, he pondered what rewards might await him. Perhaps a resurrection spell would be most beneficial. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a friend request. Although he often received friend requests, he had never paid them any mind. However, this time, he noticed that the requesting ID belonged to Ruer. Sister Rhea? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback and promptly accepted the request. Almost instantly, a message arrived. "Ruer Jiang Chen, you finally accepted. I've sent requests countless times." "Fanshin, Sister Ruer, what is the matter?" "Ruer, someone is at your shop purchasing equipment and is currently bidding. I am unsure what price is appropriate. Also, where can I obtain the fashion materials?" Chapter 71. Where is the first kill team? Someone is buying equipment at the shop? Fashion materials? You finally reached level 10. Jiang Chen replied via voice message. Equipment priced above 20,000 gold is acceptable. As for materials, most fashion materials are available at the material shop, right? These 2 blueprints shouldn't require any top-tier special materials, should they? Xiao Ruer. So they're SA material shop? Alright, I understand. Watching them bid is quite thrilling. I'll check it out and contact you later. Upon reading her message, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Xiao Ruer was truly a novice in the gaming world. Without the immense influence of the gods, she likely wouldn't have ventured into online gaming at all. He pondered when the final 3 silver-level seal gates would open. He now wished for the gates to open swiftly so he could complete his job transfer quest. Yet he also felt it might be wise to delay, lest too many demons gather and overwhelm the demon suppression cauldron at the mountain's base. However, a system prompt suddenly appeared. The 10th seal gate, silver level. 11th seal gate, silver level. 12th seal gate, silver level, are about to open. Brother Fanshin, Qing Ying exclaimed. I see it, Jiang Chen replied. Anticipating her next words, let us proceed to the 10th seal gate. How can it open so quickly? It feels as though the emergence of the golden level seal gate has thrown everything into disarray. Under the moonlight, the graceful figure of Moonlit Dance frowned slightly, stating seriously, "At the mountain's base, the demon suppression cauldron may not hold out much longer. There's no choice. I must first deal with the boss." Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. He was at a loss for how to manage everything alone. If he went to defend the demon suppression cauldron now, the 3 silver-level bosses would likely converge at the mountain's base, making the situation even more dire. I can only resolve these bosses as quickly as possible and hope that others can hold on a bit longer. With that, Jiang Chen turned to Moonlit Dance. "Hurry. Take me to the seal gate." "Understood." Moonlit Dance nodded and led the way. As they made their way toward the 10th seal gate, Jiang Chen dispatched several stray demons that had unwittingly followed them. Soon, he arrived at the seal gate. Deep within the seal, he soon beheld the imposing figure of the boss. Minotaur, Demon General, Silver Level Boss LV-15. War Tread. For every 10 of health lost, it will stomp the ground, dealing 200 damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius and stunning them for 5 seconds. Earth Split. For every 25 of health lost, it will swing its massive axe down, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to crack, dealing 300 damage and reducing target speed by 50 for 10 seconds. The Minotaur must perish. Jiang Chen observed the formidable Minotaur boss, wielding a colossal axe as it began to stride forward. He quickly maneuvered behind the boss and cast a healing spell. 2944. Double casting. The boss instantly lost nearly 1 of its health, from a total of 300,000. Gently murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen unleashed the Holy Light Apocalypse Array and the Healing Ray. 3580. Double casting. 2846. Double casting. Fortuitously, all skills triggered double casting in the first round, causing the boss's health to plummet by 3. In less than 5 seconds, its health had dropped to 90. Bah! The boss let out a thunderous roar, slowly lifting its leg. Observing this, Jiang Chen swiftly retreated. Suddenly, the boss stomped down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground trembled with a dull thud. Not paying attention to his health, Jiang Chen cursed under his breath. This accursed skill activated too quickly. He must remember to retreat earlier next time. Checking his position, he realized he was still 3 or 4 meters away from escaping the skill's range, and had no choice but to use Blink to retreat. He had no desire to endure that 5-second stun. After evading the War Tread, Jiang Chen resumed casting spells. In no time, the boss's health dwindled to 75. It raised its massive axe high and then slammed it down. Boom! Instantly, a shockwave radiated outward, cracking the ground and causing it to slightly collapse inward. This time, Jiang Chen chose not to evade and was met with a high damage notification, 1020. His mana instantly decreased by nearly 1/3. At the same time, his legs felt as though they were bound, and his speed was reduced by 50. Unfazed, Jiang Chen continued to unleash spells upon the boss. Minutes later, the Minotaur boss collapsed with a resounding crash. "You have slain the boss. Minotaur Demon General, Silver Level Boss." Jiang Chen was taken aback. This was not the first kill. This seal gate had never been opened before. The Minotaur boss on Crimson Flame Mountain must surely be the first to have perished. The only explanation could be that another Minotaur boss had been slain elsewhere. Indeed, the Minotaur evoked ire, having been killed so early on. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. He swiftly gathered the loot from the ground. "You have obtained the Meteor Longsword, Golden Level." Not the first kill, 1 piece of equipment was missing. Proceeding to the next seal gate, Jiang Chen did not bother to examine his gear in detail, swiftly tossing it into his backpack before hastening toward the next battlefield. Guided by the Moonlit Dance, they soon arrived at the 11th seal gate, the Grand Mansion of Jilu. In the Treasure Pavilion, Xia Ruier watched with great interest as the 3 individuals engaged in a fierce contest of wits and rivalry. At that moment, the atmosphere descended into a brief silence. After several seconds, the crown prince of the dynasty, with a fierce expression, shouted, 25,000 gold. Upon hearing this, silence once again enveloped the arena. Subsequently, the formidable figure known as the blade-wielding Yama, maintaining his composure, managed to utter a few words. 26. 27. The voice of the supreme monarch echoed from the side, his demeanor unyielding, as he coldly declared, "This is my final offer. Any higher, and I shall withdraw." His primary objective remained that staff. 28. The crown prince suddenly called out a figure, then gritted his teeth, and added, "Blade-wielding Yama, let's see what price you can offer. Since Brother Junlin has withdrawn, I shall do the same." The blade-wielding Yama's expression shifted abruptly. A hint of a smile crept onto his previously grim visage. "You are deliberately inflating the price to play me." The crown prince instantly comprehended, his fury igniting. "Huh." The blade-wielding Yama responded with a smile. "Deal." Xiaoru, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, "Next, we have a frost staff. Esteemed guests, please place your bids." She found this quite amusing. At the foot of Qian Mountain, at the 9 tripod of demon suppression, a multitude of demons had gathered. There was barely any space left to stand, and from the mountain, a continuous influx of demons converged from all directions. It's over. With so many demons, we simply can't clean them out. It feels like we're doomed. What on earth are we supposed to do? Who can save me? I don't want my attributes deducted. Save what? With this many demons, we're finished. The vast majority of players wore expressions of despair as they gazed at the encroaching horde. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Dust God can do it. Suddenly, someone shouted, igniting a wave of fervent discussion among the crowd. Where's the first kill team? It seems they haven't descended at all. Someone tell Dust God to come to the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, we're truly doomed. Who is Dust God? Is he really that formidable? It's not a question of whether he is strong. He is exceptionally rare, a prodigy, do you comprehend? Dust God, hurry. I don't think we can hold out much longer. Various voices rang out across the scene. Chapter 72. Are they slightly stronger or weaker? To the north of Chien Mountain, on the vast expanse of crimson earth, a 4-person team strode purposefully toward the foot of the mountain. The group comprised 3 men and 1 woman, a warrior, an archer, a knight, and a female priest. At last, we arrived. We were significantly delayed by the previous task. I wonder what the status of the server-wide mission is now. I've received word that 3 silver-level seal gates have just been unlocked. I've pinpointed their approximate locations. All right, let us go find the boss. As they conversed, they moved swiftly up the mountain. Within the 11th seal gate, Jiang Chen and his companions reached the depths of the sealing site, where they encountered the boss. 3-tailed demon fox, silver-level boss LV-15. Azure Foxfire. Each attack launches 3 blue flames from its tail toward the target, each inflicting 150 spell damage and accompanied by 20 spell lifesteal. Foxfire Eruption. For every 20 health lost, it conjures a massive foxfire directed at the target, causing 300 spell damage and creating a fire zone with a 10-meter radius that inflicts 100 spell damage per second for 10 seconds. As a ranged spellcasting boss, it appeared that, due to the server-wide mission, this boss was slightly stronger than the typical wild boss. Moreover, the further along the seal gates, the stronger the boss would become. As Jiang Chen glanced at the boss's information, several thoughts raced through his mind, just as he was preparing to take action. The voice of Moonlit Dance suddenly rang out. Fanchen, I just received a notification that the demon suppression tripod is under siege by demons. Since the first monster leak, there has always been someone guarding near the tripod, but it seems they truly can't hold out any longer. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before responding earnestly. Qingying, Xiaoyao, you two go to the foot of the mountain to assist, especially you, Xiaoyao. If it becomes impossible, you must step up to direct the players. Huh, direct? Tao Xiaoyao hesitated, stammering. I can't direct. You can. You undoubtedly possess the capability to grasp every situation on the battlefield and guide players to where they need to be. Trust yourself. Jiang Chen was acutely aware that Tao Xiaoyao's observational skills and analytical abilities were of the highest caliber. Otherwise, she would not have been able to lead the retreating players to defend their main city during the subsequent national battle, and even command the summoned Beast Legion to incinerate a main city of the Sakura Kingdom. But will the others listen to me? Tao Xiaoyao expressed her concerns. They will listen to Qingying. Just have her relay the message. Jiang Chen swiftly waved his hand, urging, hurry and go. I will follow shortly. Listen to Brother Fanchen. He surely has his reasons. Qingying chimed in, unwavering in her support for Jiang Chen. All right, I understand. Tao Xiaoyao nodded solemnly, and the two swiftly departed. Jiang Chen then approached the boss and cast a healing spell. 2944. Double casting. Much like the previous Minotaur boss, the 3-tailed demon fox instantly lost approximately 1 of its health. Following this, the Holy Light Apocalypse Array and Healing Ray were unleashed. 3580. Double casting. 1423. The 3-tailed fox boss, struck by consecutive damage, emitted a piercing cry. Its tail shot up, rapidly conjuring 3 blue fireballs. With a swift flick of its tail, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 blue fireballs, resembling a rapid fire barrage, traced a perfect arc in the air before swiftly launching at Jiang Chen from a peculiar angle. No matter which way he tried to evade, he would inevitably be hit by at least 1 fireball. Jiang Chen had no time to deliberate. If he hesitated for even half a second, all 3 fireballs would strike him. He opted to sidestep to the right. Boom. The blue fireball on the right collided with Jiang Chen. 325. As Jiang Chen sustained damage, the boss above him also displayed a 65 health recovery. Fortunately, as long as he did not get hit by all 3 fireballs simultaneously, he would be fine. Jiang Chen quickly assessed that the boss did not pose a significant threat. He then cast another healing spell. Meanwhile, the boss's tail began to gather 3 blue fireballs once more, swiftly hurling them toward him. Jiang Chen decided to take 1 hit directly. Soon, the boss's health dipped to 80. This time, instead of 3 blue fireballs, its tail coalesced into 1. But the gathering time was longer, and the blue fireball was considerably larger. Before long, a massive blue fireball, taller than a person, materialized in the air. It then hurtled toward Jiang Chen. However, its speed was relatively slow. Jiang Chen quickly dodged, and the enormous blue fireball missed its target, crashing into the ground. Like a water balloon bursting upon impact, a vast expanse of azure flames unfurled in all directions. Jiang Chen was instantly caught in the conflagration. His mana steadily dwindled. Although he managed to evade the crushing blow of the fireball, there was no room to escape the spreading inferno. Fortunately, the area affected spanned only 10 meters. Jiang Chen endured the damage and swiftly exited the flame's reach. Simultaneously, he did not cease casting his spells, unleashing them with haste. Moments later, the health of the three-tailed demon fox was entirely depleted, and it collapsed to the ground in defeat. It could not fathom why this seemingly frail human had withstood so many of its attacks without perishing. You have slain the boss, three-tailed demon fox, silver rank. Achieving the first kill, Jiang Chen quickly advanced to collect the spoils strewn about. You have obtained the crescent robe, gold rank. You have acquired the unyielding longbow, gold rank. That made 3 pieces of gold rank equipment. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen hastened towards the seal gate. Let us proceed to the final seal gate. Yes. Beside him, dancing under the moon nodded. The two exited the seal gate together. Upon emerging outside, Jiang Chen noticed a group approaching from the distance. Why had the boss behind the 10th seal gate already been vanquished? Was it possible that someone had deliberately entered to slay the boss? Which team possessed such prowess? Perhaps it was organized by a major guild? This quartet, composed of 3 men and 1 woman, engaged in conversation amongst themselves. They arrived at the 11th seal gate. Suddenly, the female priest exclaimed, then queried in surprise. Oh, someone else here. Immediately, the group turned towards the seal gate and spotted Jiang Chen standing nearby. Their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Likewise, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. He recognized the IDs of these individuals. Among them, the warrior was named Sword Chi Across Autumn. The archer was known as Who Listens When the String Breaks. The knight was called Little Inn, unmoved as a mountain, and the female priest was titled Little Spring. Resurrecting the fallen, Jiang Chen recalled that these names were quite renowned, particularly Sword Chi Across Autumn and Who Listens When the String Breaks, both of whom had once graced their respective profession leaderboards. The knight and priest were also a well-known couple admired by many. It was unexpected to see these 4 together in a team. Jiang Chen mused to himself. On the opposite side, Sword Chi Across Autumn approached first. Gazing at Jiang Chen with mild surprise. You are Fan Shun, the priest from the first kill team? Is there something you need? Jiang Chen replied succinctly, nothing of importance. Sword Chi Across Autumn shook his head and inquired, glancing at the seal gate. I just wanted to ask, is the boss still inside? No longer, Jiang Chen replied tersely. Did you kill it? Sword Chi Across Autumn's expression faltered as he glanced at Jiang Chen and then at Dancing Under the Moon. Just the 2 of you? If there is nothing else, we'll be on our way. Jiang Chen, wishing to say no more, turned to Dancing Under the Moon and said, let us go. We need to head to the next seal gate. Okay. Dancing Under the Moon nodded, preparing to move. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression changed, his brows furrowing in concern. Wait. We need to go downhill. He had just received a message. Tao Xiaoyao, Brother Fanshin, we're a bit late. There are too many monsters here. Even if I try to manage, we definitely won T last 10 minutes. Fanshin, do your best to stabilize the situation. I'll be down shortly. After responding, Jiang Chen made his way directly towards the foot of the mountain. It would take at least 7 or 8 minutes to reach the vicinity of the demon suppression cauldron from here, leaving no time to venture to the next seal gate. Thus, Jiang Chen and Dancing Under the Moon departed together, leaving Sword Chi Across Autumn and his companions standing there, bewildered and unaware of what had transpired. Where in T they supposed to head to the next seal gate? Why did they suddenly leave? Do you really think the boss inside is dead? Spoke the archer. Who listens when the string breaks? Nearby, the knight named Little and shook his head. Just the 2 of them? Can they truly kill the boss? I'm not convinced. Let us go in and see. The female priest, Little Spring, immediately walked toward the seal gate. The other 3 hastily followed. Upon reaching the depths of the sealing area, they were met with the sight of the 3-tailed demon fox's corpse. Is it truly dead? The longer a boss remains deceased, the more its body decays. This was clearly a recent kill. With only the 2 of them present, it indicated that they had indeed done it. How is that possible? A silver rank boss would take us a considerable amount of time to defeat, even when cooperating as a team of 4. How could a priest and an assassin possibly coordinate? Regardless of how they managed it, the boss was undeniably dead. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Perhaps due to the quest, the boss here is relatively weaker. Let us proceed to the next seal gate, and we shall find out then. Chapter 73, A Miracle. At the foot of the eastern side of Qian Mountain, the area between the demon suppression cauldron had become utterly impassable. A throng of players and the gathered monsters surged together like 2 mighty torrents. Some monsters had even breached the players' defenses and approached the demon suppression cauldron, commencing their assault on it. Each time a monster struck the cauldron, a crack would appear upon its surface. Quickly, send reinforcements to guard the demon suppression cauldron. We can't. If we fall back, more monsters will flood in. What a predicament. Damn it, Priest Daddy, heal me. Is there a master who can come and assist? Help. Where's Chen Shun? Why hasn't he shown up? The first kill team was nowhere to be seen. Surely they hadn't perished already? The players voiced their concerns in a cacophony of anxious chatter. The scene was chaotic, with everyone struggling to cope, and casualties were mounting. The monster horde was gradually encroaching upon the demon suppression cauldron. At that moment, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing at the scene before them, both wore expressions of shock. What a harrowing sight. Soon, Tao Xiaoyao regained her composure and observed the battlefield. Murmuring lowly, "It seems we've arrived too late. There's no way to hold out much longer unless Brother Fanchen comes." Saying this, she sent Jiang Chen a message to explain the situation. Quickly thereafter, she suggested, "Sister Qing Ying, let us circle around to the left." Qing Ying nodded, understood. In no time, the two had reached the flank of the players' forces. "Those are members of the Yulong Guild. Sister Qing Ying, can we have their ranged players prioritize dealing with the monsters near the demon suppression cauldron?" Tao Xiaoyao suddenly proposed, noticing a large group nearby, many of whom bore the Yulong prefix. "I'll give it a try." Qing Ying nodded, just as she was about to approach. Suddenly, someone nearby shouted, "The first kill team has arrived. It's the great Qing Ying, the #1 knight in the nation. Great one, come help us, we can't hold on." The crowd erupted in cries for assistance. Overwhelmed by the clamorous voices surrounding her, Qing Ying felt dizzy and quickly called out, "Stop, stop, stop. Listen to me." Instantly, the noise subsided significantly. Seizing the moment, Qing Ying continued, "Can the Yulong members hear me? Your guild's ranged players should prioritize dealing with the monsters beside the demon suppression cauldron." She then reiterated her request in a louder voice. "But what about the monsters at the front without ranged fire support?" A Yulong member frowned and protested. The first kill team, the president of the Dragon Guild, Yulong Zitian, cast a glance towards the nearby Qing Ying and murmured softly to himself. An inexplicable memory surfaced in his mind, recalling the scenes of Jiang Chen's rampage on Qian Mountain. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly proclaimed, "Let her handle it. Ranged players, focus on the monsters beside the demon suppression cauldron." Instantly, a multitude of ranged classes turned around, unleashing their skills at the creatures surrounding the cauldron. Meanwhile, the melee fighters stationed at the forefront of the Dragon Guild found themselves under immense pressure, with several guild members already falling in battle. Qing Ying, instruct the ranged players on our right to come over. There are fewer monsters there, so the pressure should be more manageable. Also, those with the Xiongtu prefix in front, have them pull back slightly to support the Dragon Guild members, shouted Taxiawayo. "Oh dear. That priest who keeps zoning out, why is he only healing his teammates? The knight beside him is nearly out of health. If you neglect him and he dies, won't the monsters come after you all?" Her voice rang out incessantly. Beside her, Qing Ying was also relaying her commands, and gradually, the situation in this segment began to improve. However, this area constituted less than 1/5 of the entire battlefield, with players in other locations still embroiled in chaos. Minutes passed, and the overall situation continued to deteriorate. The players in the central position are about to be overwhelmed. "Qing Ying, we need to move," Taxiawayo urged. "Qing Ying, assist that warrior up front in holding off the monsters while I draw the two behind us," she continued to direct. Yet, a cry of despair erupted. "It's over. A horde of monsters has already surged past on the right. What now? If the demon suppression cauldron falls, does that mean the mission fails?" At that moment, on the far right of the battlefield, as more than a dozen melee players fell, a swarm of monsters surged forth, with the front line crumbling. The remaining hundreds of fragile classes could only scatter like birds. In an instant, hundreds of monsters rushed towards the demon suppression cauldron, as if it were their unchallenged territory. "For heaven's sake, the tanks have fallen, and you ranged players are too scared to even pull the monsters? What good is pulling if you're still facing certain death? Do you think I'm Chen? You must be out of your mind." Amidst the crumbling defense, players turned on each other with scathing insults. At that moment, Taxiawayo and Qing Ying remained positioned in the middle, gazing helplessly at the turmoil on the right. Even Taxiawayo, with her forehead pressed against her palm, sighed in resignation. "It's beyond saving." Suddenly, a message pinged in. "Fanchen, I have arrived. Brother Fanchen is here." Taxiawayo's eyes brightened, and she immediately spoke into her mic. "Brother Fanchen, come around to the right side of the demon suppression cauldron. It has already fallen." At that instant, the shout rang out, "Chen Shen has arrived." The battlefield erupted in fervent cries. "Is it true? Chen Shen is here. Where is he? Come save us, Chen Dad." Yet, amidst the panic, many questioned, "Who is this Chen Shen? What can he possibly do now that everything is falling apart?" At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Chen and Yueshiduwu had reached the edge of the battlefield. Observing the chaos before him, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. "Let's circle around to the back." After receiving Taxiawayo's message, he swiftly moved to the right. Soon, he spotted the demon suppression cauldron, now surrounded by hundreds of monsters. Several of the cauldrons had already been severely damaged. Flash! Holy light apocalypse array! As the thought crossed his mind, the blue runic mark on his forehead glowed, and his figure vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared amidst the throng of monsters, and a hexagram formation materialized around him, empowered by a purple crystal ball. The array radiated an even more brilliant holy light. Instantly, it drew the attention of countless eyes in the vicinity. Under this sacred luminance, the monsters' health diminished rapidly, and they began to fall in droves. Everyone seemed to witness a miracle unfold before them. Meanwhile, in the 12th seal gate atop Qian Mountain, Jinshi Hengxiu and his companions gaped at the information of the boss before them, their eyes wide with astonishment. Particularly, the main tank knight, Shaoan, appeared bewildered as he faced the boss. Chapter 74, The Gate Opens. Na Chi Mo Shi, Silver Level Boss LV-15. Venomous Mist. For every 10 decrease in health, it will release a vast cloud of toxic mist, obscuring all vision and inflicting 200 damage per second for 25 seconds within a 20-meter radius. Self-healing. If it receives no damage within 10 seconds, it will trigger self-healing, restoring 1 of maximum health per second for 10 seconds. Note, Na Chi Mo Shi is a magical entity. Magical attacks are ineffective against it. This was the boss within the 12th seal gate, and its skills were not difficult to comprehend. However, Jinshi Hengxiu and his party were at a loss regarding how to engage it. The combination of venomous mist and self-healing was particularly vexing. Someone had to inflict damage during the mist's duration, or it would simply recover. Without visibility, my arrows become useless, mused Xian Duan Yusho, frowning. Despite the obscured vision, I should be able to hit it while near the boss, but Shaoan hesitated, expressing his concerns. In the mist, I might not see the boss's attacks and would have to endure the mist's damage. It's hard for me to withstand. Not being able to see the boss's attacks means I can't dodge. I'll have to take hits. Additionally, if you enter the mist, I won't be able to provide shields, chimed in Priest Xiaochun. Although the magic energy within the seal hindered healing, Xiaochun's talent allowed her to convert healing into equivalent energy shields for her allies, which was why they dared to enter the seal gate. However, without visibility, she could not grant shields. Perhaps during the mist, Shaoan could strike the boss once before retreating, then Xiaochun could shield him, and after a moment, he could return to attack again. Jinshi Hengxiu suggested. Shaoan hesitated briefly before agreeing. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll use swift elixirs to escape. Sounds good. Jinshi Hengxiu nodded eagerly. Xiaochun, please provide us with shields. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Jinshi Hengxiu and Shaoan, shielded, charged at the boss. Xian Duan Yusho readied his bow, aiming at the foe. At the foot of Qian Mountain, the 9 demon suppression cauldrons stood in neat rows, besieged by a multitude of monsters incessantly attacking. Particularly, the 4 cauldrons on the right were in tatters, as if they were on the brink of complete collapse. Just then, accompanied by a dazzling hexagram formation, Jiang Chen made his entrance. Nearby, at least 200 monsters fell under the radiance of the formation. Regardless of whether they were ordinary minions or elite foes, terrifying damage numbers appeared above their heads. 3,580. Double casting. The ordinary minions collapsed after 2 damage ticks, while even the silver-level elites could not withstand the duration of the formation. Jiang Chen need not deploy any other skills. With merely a small holy light apocalypse array, the eradication of these monstrous beings was swiftly achieved. Soon, within the confines of the array, no living creature remained aside from Jiang Chen. The world fell into a serene silence. The surrounding players, who had been watching, stood in stunned silence for a brief moment. Several tanks at the forefront, distracted by the priests, met their demise and returned to the resurrection point. What the heck? Heal us quickly. Wow, Chen Shun is incredible. Chen Shun, I adore you. Is this the legendary Chen Shun? Is he utilizing a one-hit kill hack? Quickly, get the melee fighters over here to capitalize on the gap created by Chen Shun. They're coming, they're coming. Numerous players on the far right began to shout excitedly. Moreover, upon witnessing Jiang Chen eliminate the monstrous horde, many players ceased their mutual accusations and insults. It was as if hope had been rekindled, reigniting their fighting spirit. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon the several dozen remaining monsters in the distance. While the large group on the right had been thoroughly dispatched, a small portion from the left side of the demon-suppressing cauldron had managed to escape. Jiang Chen promptly advanced. Upon reaching the central position, he found Qing Ying and Tao Xiao Yao already present. The 2 women looked at Jiang Chen and exclaimed in unison, "Brother Chen, you've worked hard." Noticing that the defensive line had yet to be breached by the monsters, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said, "Qing Ying, draw the scattered monsters on the left. I will handle them." Understood. Qing Ying nodded and swiftly dashed off to lure the monsters. Before long, the dozens of monsters gathered together. Jiang Chen quickly moved in, positioning himself closely behind them, and unleashed the holy light apocalypse array. Under the radiant illumination of the 6-pointed star staff, it was as though a cleansing wave had washed over, causing all the monsters to collapse. At this moment, all monsters near the demon-suppressing cauldron had been eradicated. Next, Jiang Chen turned to face the front line of the defense. From the foot of the Qian Mountain to the ranks of the players, it was teeming with monsters. A glance revealed an ocean of monstrosities. Meanwhile, on the mountain, serpentine lines of monsters continued their descent, each resembling a trickle flowing into a vast lake. Jiang Chen slowly advanced forward, arriving behind the player army. Chen Shun has arrived. Chen Shun is here to slay monsters with us. Great deity. Greetings, Chen Shun. The nearby ranged players cheered as they noticed Jiang Chen approaching, some even greeting him enthusiastically. Ahead stood members of the War God's home guild. Jiang Chen surveyed the nearly 100 player IDs before him, contemplated briefly, and then called out loudly, "Friends of the War God Guild, please step aside and let the monsters through." Jiang Chen intended to create an opening for the monsters to enter, essentially releasing the floodgates. Upon hearing this, the nearby players were initially taken aback. Then, excitement spread as someone shouted, "Did you hear that, War God members? Clear the way. Step aside, step aside. Chen Shun is here. Hurry." Amidst the clamor, the frontline members of the War God's home guild quickly grasped the situation. Their guild leader, War God A Long, turned to look at Jiang Chen, then glanced at Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao beside him. Although he hadn't been present on Qian Mountain and was unaware of Jiang Chen's prior actions, he had observed the excellent command displayed by Tao Xiaoyao and Qing Ying here. Otherwise, this area could not have held firm for so long. Thus, he held a certain level of respect for the first kill team. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, War God A Long, after a brief hesitation, bellowed, "Brothers, clear the way." Instantly, nearly 100 players withdrew like a receding tide, parting to the sides. Before long, the pathway was wide open. The previously overwhelming horde of monsters surged forth without obstruction, rushing towards Jiang Chen like a torrent. Chapter 75, Refreshing the Grind, That Serpent of Illusion. Although the opening was only a little over 10 meters long, the oncoming monsters appeared to be endless. In mere seconds, at least 100 monsters had surged to Jiang Chen's front. Soon, the foremost monsters encircled him, while many others streamed past, heading towards the demon-suppressing cauldron behind him. Once a significant number of monsters had gathered around, Jiang Chen immediately unleashed the Holy Light Apocalypse Array. The dazzling six-pointed star array and the violet crystal orb manifested. In an instant, regardless of whether they were in front or behind, all the monsters experienced a drastic drop in health. 3,580. Double casting. 3,580. Double casting. The monsters fell rapidly, leaving many nearby in a state of astonishment. What outrageous damage is this? It's utterly absurd. Their skills resemble nuclear bombs, while ours feel like squirt guns. I must ask, can I change my class? You think it's a class issue? I'm just a healer, stuck behind others healing day in and day out. A throng of players gazed at Jiang Chen with fervent admiration, fervently discussing amongst themselves. Although this area had liberated numerous players, the entire front line was not devoid of monsters. In other locations, the majority of players still struggled against the encroaching horde, barely holding their ground. Noticing that some were still engaged in idle chatter, Qing Ying sternly called out, "What are you all doing here? Don't you know to help out elsewhere?" Instantly, many players jolted back to reality. "Got it, Sister Qing Ying. We're heading to help right away, great Qing Ying. I'll go over as soon as I can," they exclaimed, hurriedly departing. A few minutes later, over 1,000 monsters lay defeated at Jiang Chen's feet. If not for the fact that the smaller monsters vanished quickly upon death, the bodies would likely have formed a small mountain. In just these few minutes, nearly a quarter of the battlefield had become clear. Many players distinctly felt the decrease in monsters, alleviating their pressure significantly. Just a bit more, and it would be manageable. After assessing the battlefield, Jiang Chen continued casting his skills. Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao remained by his side, diligently drawing any stragglers or monsters that fell outside the range of his skills. Meanwhile, Yuxia Duwu was not far off, collaborating with other players to deal with the remaining monsters. After another 6 or 7 minutes, nearly 1,000 more monsters had fallen at Jiang Chen's feet. At this point, the number of monsters on the field had diminished by almost half. The previously amassed monsters had been dealt with, and further spawning would require waiting for more monsters to approach or heading to the front lines to lure them, which would take significantly more time. Jiang Chen pondered swiftly and surveyed the battlefield again. Some players had already reached the center. With the density of monsters considerably reduced, open spaces had increased, allowing players to advance and engage relatively isolated monsters in attacks. The wait time was becoming increasingly prolonged. It was nearly time. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. After waiting a few more minutes, once he had gathered over 100 monsters, he promptly unleashed another Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Subsequently, those monsters fell. At this point, waiting for another 100 monsters to arrive would take at least 7 or 8 minutes. Jiang Chen decided to cease his efforts. He checked his task score panel. Current score, 130,088. Public score, 32,522. An impressive total of 160,000 points. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. This endeavor had indeed been exhilarating, surpassing the quantity of monsters he had previously faced. Simultaneously, he checked his intimacy levels with the girls. Current intimacy with Qing Ying, 4823100000. Current intimacy with Tao Xiaoyao, 4836100000. Current intimacy with Moonlit Dance, 3536100000. To my astonishment, the intimacy with Moonlit Dance is remarkably high. Jiang Chen was aware that his intimacy with Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao would be considerable. What surprised him was that he also shared over 3,000 points of intimacy with Moonlit Dance. He soon recalled that during the encounter at the golden level ceiling gate, over 1,000 rampaging monsters had been defeated, yet only Moonlit Dance had received the intimacy points. Following this, Jiang Chen glanced at his experience bar, LV19, 892. He remained at level 19, while these minor creatures were merely level 15, resulting in significantly diminished experience gains. The greater the level disparity, the less experience one receives. Jiang Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Then, he addressed his team through the channel. Everything here is fine. Let us proceed to inspect the final ceiling gate. Once the last silver level boss is vanquished, the server-wide quest will essentially be completed. Shortly after, several girls gathered around. Jiang Chen led them away quietly, heading towards Qian Mountain. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a slope on the southern side of Qian Mountain. The 12th ceiling gate stood prominently before them. On their way, they had not encountered the boss. It was either already defeated or still trapped within the ceiling gate. After a brief remark, Jiang Chen stepped into the ceiling gate, with the three girls following closely behind. Within the ceiling grounds, not long after entering, Jiang Chen noticed a thick white mist swirling in the center of the arena. Beside the mist, 4 figures were visible, the same 4-person team from earlier. Are they battling monsters? Qing Ying inquired, her tone tinged with surprise. It appears so, Jiang Chen nodded, focusing intently. Soon, the white mist dissipated, revealing the boss within. It charged towards the team. Strangely, the boss was still at full health. Xiangqiu, it's futile. We can't stop the boss from regenerating health, remarked a knight named Shaoan, his expression one of helplessness. After entering the mist, I couldn't see a thing and couldn't locate the boss. It moves within. Moreover, we can't recover health here. Even with Xiaochun's shield, our health is down to 1/3. We must retreat. It was evident that the knight was deeply reluctant but felt powerless. Let us withdraw. Jian Qi Hengqiu sighed, acknowledging their repeated failures. Each time they reduced the boss's health to 90, it would regenerate, rendering them helpless. They all consumed a potion of swiftness, their movement speed surging dramatically as they dashed towards the exit, quickly distancing themselves from the boss. In the process, they encountered Jiang Chen and his companions. It's you. Jian Qi Hengqiu exclaimed in surprise, eyeing Jiang Chen before shifting his gaze to Qing Ying and asking, are you here to take down the boss? Jiang Chen ignored him, striding directly towards the boss. The boss's information soon became visible. The Qima snake, with self-healing capabilities, no wonder they had been unable to defeat it. Meanwhile, the priest Xiaochun scrutinized Jiang Chen, her brow furrowing as she muttered, this person is so arrogant. He doesn't even acknowledge others, how rude. And you are the rude one. Qing Ying retorted sharply, indignant, are we familiar enough for you to expect a response? Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback, her words faltering. Shaoan, the knight, quickly intervened. All right, Xiaochun, don't get upset. Humph. Xiaochun glared at Qing Ying but fell silent. TCH. Qing Ying shot back, then approached Jiang Chen. Followed by Tao Xiao Yao and Moonlit Dance. Jiang Chen remained at a safe distance from the boss, unmoved. Haha, I see you're stunned by the boss's information. It's currently impossible to defeat it. Xiaochun scoffed derisively. Jian Qi Hengqiu, after a brief contemplation, approached Jiang Chen. Brother, let us collaborate. Perhaps we can find a way to slay this boss. However, before he could draw near, Jiang Chen's voice rang out coldly. If you intend to engage, I can let you try, but if you cannot, do not interfere. He turned to Jian Qi Hengqiu, his tone frosty. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you back to respawn. Jiang Chen was determined to prevent this group from encroaching as he aimed to defeat the boss. Upon hearing this, Jian Qi Hengqiu halted, his expression darkening, and his 3 companions wore looks of indignation as they approached him. Are you worried we'll steal the boss? A voice echoed from the group. What do you take us for? Jiang Chen remained expressionless, replying, regardless of who you are, this area is off limits. He then turned to the girls, softly instructing, keep an eye on them. Do not allow them to come closer. Understood. Qing Ying promptly replied. Tao Xiao Yao and Moonlit Dance nodded in agreement. The 3 girls positioned themselves in front of Jian Qi Hengqiu's group, effectively blocking their advance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen moved closer to the boss. What does he mean? Is he intending to take it on alone? How absurd. He must be out of his mind. Jian Qi Hengqiu's group was filled with confusion and skepticism regarding Jiang Chen's actions. Among them, Xiaochun scoffed, I wonder how long he plans to pretend. You are the one pretending. Qing Ying shot back, fully aware that Jiang Chen never undertook anything without confidence. Just as Xiaochun, with a frozen expression, contemplated further taunts. The center of the arena erupted with the hissing calls of the Qima snake. Jiang Chen was making his move. Chapter 76, Abundant Harvest. The Qima snake, with a black back and white belly, boasted scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. Its lower body coiled, while the front rose high, nearly 3 meters tall. Its cold, slit-like eyes looked down upon Jiang Chen with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hiss. The Qima snake flicked its scarlet tongue, its body twisting as it rapidly advanced towards Jiang Chen. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jiang Chen promptly cast a healing spell. Under the influence of the purple crystal ball, A beam of white light descended upon the boss. 2944. Dual casting. Similar to the silver-level bosses encountered in the previous two ceiling gates, the Chima Snake's health plummeted. Concurrently, the boss closed in on Jiang Chen. Suddenly, its neck muscles tensed, and its front body lunged forward, baring its massive jaws to bite. Healing Ray. As Jiang Chen sidestepped, a white healing beam coalesced before him, directed towards the boss. 2864. Dual casting. The boss sustained damage once more. A subtle layer of electrical arcs enveloping its form. Its body became paralyzed, with both attack and movement speed reduced by 50. In truth, all bosses possess inherent resistance to control effects. The more frequently a control effect is applied, the higher the boss's resistance becomes, and the duration of control diminishes. Nevertheless, the strength of this resistance is contingent upon the boss's rank. Silver-level bosses have a maximum resistance of 20. This implies that a 1-second control duration could be reduced to a mere 0.8 seconds, and it decreases progressively. For Jiang Chen, it was of little consequence. He deftly maneuvered to evade the boss's ferocious lunge, preparing for his next healing spell. As for the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array, he deemed it prudent to hold off on its use. He harbored concerns that, should he activate the array while the boss unleashed its mist skill, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Even if the skill's cooldown was a mere 10 seconds, the boss could replenish its health within that time. If the boss regained health before his spell went off, the situation would become quite awkward. To mitigate any potential mishaps, he resolved to deploy the array only after the boss initiated the mist. Meanwhile, the group led by Sword Cheese Autumn stood agape. Their mouths slightly parted as they fixated upon Jiang Chen's agile figure. Their astonishment deepened as they witnessed the boss's health plummeting rapidly. How can the damage be so immense? Pondered Knight Xiaoan, visibly perplexed. It defies comprehension. Even Xian Duan, who often listened, shook his head in disbelief. This is clearly a healing spell. How could it yield such results? Priest Xiao Chun observed the radiant white light descending upon the boss, akin to a healing spell, her face a canvas of confusion. If I am not mistaken, it must also be a talent, theorized Sword Cheese Autumn, his brow furrowed. Much like Xiao Chun's healing can transform into a shield, I surmise his healing spell converts into damage. Yet the magnitude of this damage was utterly outrageous. Xian Duan, who often listened, struggled to accept this reality. He was the primary damage dealer of their group, yet compared to Jiang Chen, he felt woefully inadequate. After all, Jiang Chen was merely a priest. This was disheartening. Within Xian Duan's heart, a sense of defeat began to fester. Indeed, the damage was astonishingly high. However, the boss was on the verge of executing a skill. Sword Cheese Autumn scrutinized the boss's health, analyzing the situation. Once the boss enters the mist, it cannot be targeted. If we cannot strike it, it will regenerate health. I cannot fathom how he plans to handle this. Indeed, once the boss employs its skill, no amount of damage will suffice. Priest Xiao Chun nodded in agreement, a subtle smile gracing her lips. To dare to challenge the boss solo, I am eager to see if he can maintain his audacity under such circumstances. She was already anticipating the unfolding drama. Before long, as Jiang Chen cast his 6th healing spell, the boss's health dipped below 90. The creature ceased its assault, abruptly lifting its head. Almost instantaneously, its gaping maw filled with white toxic mist, which it then spewed forth upon the ground. In an instant, the dense white mist began to spread around them. Thankfully, the dispersal was relatively slow. Jiang Chen had already retreated, positioning himself just outside the edge of the toxic mist. In the center of the arena, a 20-meter radius of white mist emerged, obscuring the boss's figure. Jiang Chen stood silently before the billowing mist, contemplating. Was he at an impasse? Despite his formidable damage output, he was, after all, a priest, and his frail constitution rendered him hesitant to venture into the mist. The mist would persist for 25 seconds, with the boss set to regenerate health after 10 seconds. Did he truly intend to wait for the mist to dissipate? The group, led by Sword Cheese Autumn, engaged in animated discussion, their faces betraying a hint of disappointment. Clearly, waiting for the mist to clear would preclude any possibility of vanquishing the boss. Priest Xiao Chun wore an expression that suggested her suspicions had been confirmed. It's over. The boss will regain health in mere seconds. I had thought he was more formidable. Qing Ying, positioned not far ahead, overheard their conversation, her expression one of disdain. So self-important. As she spoke, a countdown commenced. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, it's nearly time. Jiang Chen murmured, his gaze sharpening. Minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Suddenly, a hexagram array materialized before him, with his feet standing firmly on the edge of its luminous perimeter. The array extended predominantly into the white mist, effectively enveloping the entire area. A mere 20 meters was insufficient. Jiang Chen was aware that his array could reach 25 meters. Moreover, although the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array could only be cast beneath his feet, he could adjust its position as long as the perimeter did not exceed his body. Thus, the array completely shrouded the expanse of mist, more than sufficient for his needs. Under the radiant glow of the array, the previously dense white mist transformed into a luminous haze. Though the boss's figure remained concealed, Jiang Chen had already glimpsed the damage values. The emerging digits were visible only to him and his companions. 3,580. Double casting. What had he done? It seemed as though a beam of light emanated from beneath his feet. Could it be a ranged skill? The scope was astonishing. Those positioned behind Jiang Chen, obscured by the white mist, could see only the illuminated circle at his feet, unable to perceive the full array. However, the brilliant mass of glowing mist was unmistakable, rendering them utterly speechless. Soon after, the 25 seconds of white mist dissipated, revealing the boss once more. Its health, once at 90, had plummeted to 70. Had this damage bypassed the mechanics entirely? The voice of Sword Chi's Autumn trembled with shock. Ordinarily, the boss would unleash its toxic mist skill when its health reached 80. However, if the prior skill had not concluded, it would be deemed as currently casting a skill. This meant that once the toxic mist dissipated, if its health was below 80, it would have to wait until the next phase, when its health fell to 70, before it could cast toxic mist again. What manner of skill had caused the boss to lose 15 health points in one fell swoop? Xian Duan, who often listened, felt a chill race down his spine. Was he possibly employing a forbidden spell? Knight Shaoan wore a bewildered expression. This unprecedented damage left his mind blank. Meanwhile, Priest Xiao Chun stood utterly dumbfounded. Her complexion pale and her pupils trembling, rendered speechless. Before long, the boss's health dwindled to 70, prompting it to unleash its skill once more. As before, Jiang Chen waited a few moments before deploying the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. For him, this Naki Magic Serpent was far simpler than the previous 2 silver tier bosses. In total, it took just over 3 minutes, before the boss collapsed with a resounding crash. You have slain the boss, Naki Magic Serpent, silver tier boss. Achieving the first kill, Jiang Chen swiftly advanced to collect the spoils scattered across the ground. You have acquired the Arcane Light Staff, golden tier. You have obtained the Nightfall Dagger, golden tier. That made 5 pieces of golden tier equipment. A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he cast a cursory glance at the items before tossing them into his backpack. This entire server quest, excluding the mission rewards, had already netted him 2 pieces of platinum tier equipment, 5 pieces of golden tier equipment, and 8 pieces of silver tier equipment. Alongside the blood-tied giant blade, golden tier, and the reparable angel's ring, silver tier, obtained from the guild, it could be said he had returned with a bountiful harvest. Simultaneously, his quest points surged by 5,000. Current points, 134,088. Public points, 33,522. Regrettably, he still had not leveled up. Jiang Chen glanced at his experience bar, LV19, 989, nearly causing him to choke on his frustration. Never mind, I shall first complete my job change quest. With a plan in mind, Jiang Chen turned to head towards the exit of the ceiling gate. Wait, Brother Fanchen. Sword Chi's Autumn approached him. Jiang Chen halted, looking back with curiosity. Is there something you need? Sword Chi's Autumn inquired. Brother, may I ask which profession the silver tier equipment you just acquired belongs to? Which profession? Jiang Chen hesitated slightly. In the midst of Autumn's sword energy, a conversation unfolded. If you possess equipment for warriors and archers, would you be willing to sell it to us? We assure you, the price will not fall below market value. Sword Chi Hangqiu inquired. Jiang Chen glanced at his backpack and replied, Indeed, I have some. How many pieces do you require? How many? Sword Chi Hangqiu was taken aback. Jiang Chen nodded. Exactly. I have 2 great swords, 1 longbow, 1 set of battle armor, and a ring that enhances agility, totaling 5 items, all of silver grade. As he spoke, Jiang Chen presented the details of the equipment. Diamond Giant Sword, silver grade. Cold Iron Great Sword, silver grade. Moonshadow Longbow, silver grade. Silver Leaf Battle Armor, silver grade. Agile Ring, silver grade. Instantly, not only was Sword Chi Hangqiu astonished, but the other 3 members of their party were equally dumbfounded. Was this a wholesale equipment deal? After a pause of 20 to 30 seconds, Sword Chi Hangqiu scrutinized the attributes of the items before taking a deep breath and slowly asking, How much for the Diamond Giant Sword and the Silver Leaf Battle Armor? Xian Duan, who had been silent, quickly interjected, What about the Moonshadow Longbow and the Agile Ring? Jiang Chen responded directly, Let us adhere to market prices. For level 15 silver gear, what is the current auction house price? After a moment of contemplation, Sword Chi Hangqiu replied, It appears there are no level 15 silver items in the auction house at the moment. However, level 10 items are selling for around 500 to 550 gold. Thus, level 15 should be priced between 600 to 650 gold. Jiang Chen pondered briefly before stating, For weapons and armor, each piece will be 650 gold, while the jewelry is 600 gold. If you wish to proceed, we can trade now. Alright, that sounds fair. Chapter 77, The Methods of the Demon God. To Jiang Chen's surprise, he successfully sold 4 pieces of equipment, garnering a total of 2,550 gold. Indeed, those capable of ranking high were undeniably affluent. Upon exiting the sealed gate, Jiang Chen felt compelled to reflect on this reality. Brother Fanchen, where shall we head next? Qing Ying, following closely behind, inquired, Are we going to the demon suppression cauldron? Let us first inspect the demon suppression cauldron, and if all is well, we shall proceed to the snowy forest of affection, Jiang Chen replied as he walked. Before long, the group arrived at the base of the eastern mountain. Near the 9 cauldrons of demon suppression, players were still engaged in fervent exchanges with the demons. However, only a few hundred demons remained, and the players held a decisive advantage. The server-wide quest was nearly complete. Once the remaining minor monsters were eradicated, a system notification should follow. Turning to Yuxia Du Wu, Jiang Chen announced, I have my own task ahead. Feel free to pursue your own endeavors. We must take our leave now. Yuxia Du Wu was momentarily taken aback. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words emerged. Eventually, she simply nodded and softly said, All right, thank you. With that, she ventured towards the remaining demons. Brother Fanchen, she doesn't truly wish to leave. Why did you insist on her departure? Qing Ying observed her retreating figure and asked, Insist? Jiang Chen was puzzled, glancing at the 2 girls. Didn't you both express your dislike for her? Qing Ying was at a loss for words, her thoughts turning to the complexity of Brother Fanchen's emotional intelligence. Let us move on. We're off to the snowy forest. With that, Jiang Chen led Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao towards their destination. He intended to find Yi Ding and hand over the lily bottle. According to the system prompt, Yi Ding was located in the snowy forest. As they walked upon the expansive crimson terrain, they swiftly reached their destination. In a clear area, a shimmering ripple in the air beckoned. Jiang Chen stepped inside, with Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao closely following. With a distortion of vision, Jiang Chen found himself in a world blanketed in snow and ice. The temperature plummeted, and scattered snowflakes drifted from the sky. Not far away, Yi Ding knelt in the snow, weeping sorrowfully. What are you crying about? The lily bottle was stolen. But can it be retrieved? Jiang Chen approached and pulled Yi Ding up abruptly. Fanchen brother. Yi Ding hastily wiped his tears, his expression filled with despair. You've finally come. My lily bottle was taken by Li San. Can you help me? Jiang Chen interrupted. I've already retrieved the lily bottle. He presented the filled lily bottle from his backpack. You got it back? Yi Ding's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly accepted the bottle, exclaiming, Thank you so much. You're welcome. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. By the way, what happened to Li San? Yi Ding inquired. She has become a ghost. Why dwell on that? Quickly examine the soil within the lily bottle for any secrets, Jiang Chen urged swiftly. Yes. If we can uncover the secret of this soil, we'll understand what happened to Li San. Yi Ding responded, placing the lily bottle on the snowy ground. Must we wait for it to purify naturally? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. No, it won't take long. It's already been mostly purified, Yi Ding replied promptly. After roughly 10 minutes, just as Jiang Chen was about to inquire further, Yi Ding's voice rang out. It's ready. He crouched down, drawing a circle in the snow surrounding the lily bottle, then inscribing several incomprehensible symbols within that circle. However, all the symbols shared a commonality. They connected to the lily bottle at the center. Before long, he produced a crystal the size of a fingernail and placed it upon the design. This is a magic energy crystal. Are you inscribing a magic circle? Jiang Chen recognized the crystal as a common power source for magic formations. Yes, it's finished. Yi Ding nodded solemnly, stepping back 2 paces. Soon, the crystal began to emit a faint glow, and the patterns illuminated in response. Almost immediately, a black mist began to emerge from the soil within the lily bottle. It's the aura of the demon god, Yi Ding exclaimed in astonishment. A demon god? That seems likely, Jiang Chen murmured. Suddenly, the black mist unfurled, revealing a semi-transparent image in mid-air, akin to a projection. Within the image, Li San's figure emerged, appearing dazed as she stood in the sacred palace's back courtyard, where the ground was overrun with dark yellow extreme yang flowers. Before long, Li San seemed to regain her senses, and she knelt down, weeping bitterly. Why me? She lamented, her tears falling onto the extreme yang flowers below. To the surprise of all, the flowers withered instantly. Moreover, her tears transformed that small patch of earth into a dark crimson hue. Moments later, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing a sinister countenance. You dare to break free from my control? In that case, perish. Li San seemed to converse with herself, her face contorted in agony. After a fierce internal struggle, Li San's soul began to rise from her body. Yet, her physical form remained rooted in place, wearing a bizarre smile. Your soul is still of use. The body spoke in a chilling tone, forming a strange hand gesture. No, the soul screamed in terror. Yet, in the next instant, the voice fell silent. The soul of Li San appeared vacant, while her body retained that eerie smile. Soon after, the vision faded. Li San had been possessed, her soul manipulated. From this scene, Jiang Chen deduced the troubling information. Beside him, Yi Ding's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he clenched his fists and bellowed. The usurpation of the nest and the manipulation of souls are tactics of the demon god. The holy palace has already been infiltrated by the demon god. In a mix of astonishment and fury, he turned to Jiang Chen and gravely implored, Brother Fanchen, you must take the crystal vial and go to Lihua City to summon Lord Yan. I beg of you. Current task completed. Subsequent task activated. please take the filled crystal vial to Lihua City and inform Lord Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng, you say? Very well, Jiang Chen responded, promptly picking up the crystal vial from the ground. Just as he was about to depart from the snowy grove, suddenly a voice pierced through the air. Thinking of leaving? No one shall escape today. You will all perish here. A white silhouette traversed the ripples of space, emerging in the snowy grove. Chapter 78, Lord of Lihua City. Yin Changfeng. Lisana. Yi Ding exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement, his gaze a mixture of shock and anguish. Jiang Chen also turned to look at the newcomer, who was clad in a flowing white gown. Lisana. Not a specter, but a corporeal being. Her expression cold. She swept her gaze over those present before fixing her eyes upon Jiang Chen. Adventurer, you promised me you would kill Yi Ding. Why do you hesitate? I made a promise to Lisana. Who are you? Jiang Chen retorted dismissively, for he had discerned the information about her. Controlled Lisana. LV-15, Silver Elite. Soul Tremor. After a 2-second casting time, can inflict 100 points of true damage on any target within 20 meters and control that target for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 40 seconds. A level 15 Silver Elite, estimated to possess around 10,000 hit points. Could I eliminate her within the 2-second casting time? The peculiar nature of her skill made Jiang Chen cautious. If it triggered double damage, it might be possible, but surely, it wouldn't be that fortunate otherwise? As Jiang Chen pondered, Lisana suddenly interjected. Who says I am not Lisana, esteemed adventurer? Her demeanor softened, exuding a gentle charm. But in an instant, her expression twisted into a mocking grin. Huh? Do I resemble her? Am I convincing? Stop humiliating Lisana's body. Yi Ding's furious voice rang out, his veins bulging as he demanded, Who are you really? Boring, go die? Lisana abruptly shook her head, then raised her hands as if to perform some strange gesture. Is it coming? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and he prepared to activate his skill. Brother Fanchen, do not harm her. That is Lisana's body. Yi Ding suddenly shouted, stepping in front of Jiang Chen. It was this brief moment of hesitation that allowed Jiang Chen to see a floating translucent figure suddenly appear and lunge toward Lisana. Run. The translucent figure and corporeal Lisana became entangled, accompanied by urgent cries. Lisana? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This translucent figure was also Lisana, or rather, Lisana in a semi-ghostly state. You still have the strength to break free from control, you wretched thing. Let go of me. The corporeal Lisana grasped the ghostly Lisana by the throat, slamming her down with a vicious snarl. Run. The ghostly Lisana clung desperately to the wrist of the corporeal Lisana, crying out towards Yi Ding. Lisana. Yi Ding was bewildered, staring at the ghostly figure on the ground, his eyes wide, tears streaming down his cheeks. Let us go. Jiang Chen urged Yi Ding, pointing at Lisana's body. If we don't leave now, I will be forced to kill her. No, don't kill her. Yi Ding snapped back to reality, hastily replying, I will take you to Lihua City to find the Lord. With that, he wiped his tears away and, with a sorrowful expression, walked towards the rippling space. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, with Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao trailing after them. During this time, they heard a furious shout. Let me go, you wretched creature. Soon, Jiang Chen passed through the spatial ripples and emerged onto the crimson soil outside. He turned to Yi Ding, immediately inquiring, You mentioned you could take us back to Lihua City? No, not all of you, Yi Ding rasped. Glancing at Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao beside him, I can only take you. No problem. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Let us hurry. If we find the Lord soon, perhaps we can still save Lisana. With that, Yi Ding quickly moved forward, and Jiang Chen followed closely in his wake. The group treaded across the crimson land until they arrived at a desolate area strewn with discarded stone materials. What is this place? Jiang Chen asked, noticing peculiar fragmented patterns etched beneath the rubble. This is an ancient teleportation array that has been abandoned for over 100 years. Back then, the Crimson Flame ancient land was not barren, and it could transport to Lihua City. However, after sealing the demon god Ani here, the array was deliberately destroyed to prevent nefarious individuals from entering the Crimson Flame ancient land. Hence, it became a forsaken site. Yi Ding explained as he began to clear the stones from the ground. Before long, he arranged 8 stones in various directions and connected parts of the fragmented patterns on the ground. You can repair the teleportation array? Jiang Chen was utterly astonished by Yi Ding's actions. I did maintenance work on the main city's teleportation array when I served as a soldier in Lihua City, so I understand a little, Yi Ding clarified. He then pulled out a crystal the size of a fingernail from his pocket. I wonder if the energy within this magic energy crystal is sufficient to sustain a single person's teleportation. May the gods bless us. Yi Ding placed the magic energy crystal at the center of the teleportation array's patterns, then quickly urged, Brother Fanchen, stand on it. I will send you to Lihua City. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and stepped onto the diminutive teleportation array. He then sent a voice message in the team channel. Qing Ying, Xiaoyao, ensure this guy doesn't die. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Understood. Both girls replied in unison. Immediately, Yi Ding placed his hands on the edges of the teleportation array. A faint glow emanated from his hands, illuminating the patterns on the array one by one. Simultaneously, The magic energy crystal began to emit a soft light. In an instant, the patterns on the teleportation array began to shine brightly. Goodness, he truly knows magic? Jiang Chen marveled at Yi Ding's abilities. It must succeed. Yi Ding pressed his hands against the ground, continuously channeling the faint light into the teleportation array. He gritted his teeth, his complexion paling as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The patterns on the teleportation array grew increasingly radiant. Suddenly, a burst of white light surged upward, transforming into a beam. The beam swiftly contracted towards Jiang Chen, soon narrowing into a fine line. Jiang Chen's figure vanished alongside this thin line. I entrust this to you. Ensure you deliver the crystal vial to the Lord and inform him of what transpired here. Yi Ding's voice came through weakly. You have been teleported to Lihua City. A blur of scenery flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes, and he found himself standing at the main city teleportation array of Lihua City. Majestic buildings resembling white jade rose before him. Around him, white lights flickered as other players arrived. Lord Yin Changfeng, Jiang Chen murmured, then proceeded directly toward the main city residence. Before long, he reached the main square of the city, where a 7-story building stood at the far end. Jiang Chen hastened toward it and entered the residence, ascending the spiral staircase. He arrived at the 5th floor before a grand door. This was the office of the Lord. At that moment, the door stood wide open. Jiang Chen swiftly entered. At the far end of the room, a long wooden table was set. At the table sat a commanding middle-aged man, draped in a dark red robe. His imposing demeanor exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. He was seated comfortably, his left hand engrossed in a black, ancient tome, while his right hand was slightly outstretched, with 2 orbs of light swirling and entwining above it. One orb glowed a fierce red, emanating an intensely scorching heat that warped the very air around it, while the other shimmered in a pale blue, radiating a chilling aura that released wisps of frost-laden air. This individual was the Lord of Fire City, Yin Changfeng. Lord Yin, Jiang Chen boldly approached, an adventurer from another realm. Yin Changfeng's gaze shifted from his book to Jiang Chen, inquiring, what brings you here? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen placed a filled crystal vial from his backpack onto the table and gravely declared, the ancient red flame domain has been infiltrated by demons, and it is in grave peril. What did you say? Yin Changfeng sprang to his feet, the red and blue orbs dispersing in an instant. The room was instantly filled with 2 contrasting elemental energies. At the same time, a wave of scorching heat enveloped Jiang Chen's right side, while a frigid chill crept over his left. 2 simultaneous sensations of damage surged forth from Jiang Chen's head. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen could only mutter in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 79. The demon goddess followers. In his moment of panic, he had forgotten the small object in his hand, an oversight for which he felt genuinely apologetic. Yin Changfeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his sleeve, causing the dual energies in the room to dissipate in an instant. You fool. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, resignedly replying, it's of no consequence. You just mentioned that the ancient red flame domain is already under demonic infiltration? Yin Changfeng's expression turned serious. Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Is the information accurate? Yin Changfeng asked with a stern countenance. Just look at that crystal vial. Jiang Chen pointed at the filled crystal vial he had just placed on the table. Yin Changfeng immediately turned his attention to it, picking it up. Soon, a glimmer of light transferred from Yin Changfeng's hand to the vial. Under the gentle illumination, a dark mist began to rise from the soil within the vial. As the black mist unfurled, it revealed a scene Jiang Chen had previously witnessed. Observing the unfolding images, Yin Changfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. After a brief moment of silence, he intoned, I have been negligent, allowing the demon god's followers to infiltrate the ancient red flame domain. Demon god's followers? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The woman in that vision has been possessed by the demon god's followers, her soul manipulated. Yin Changfeng murmured. Lost in thought, Aisha, you are now the holy master. How could you not have detected the infiltration of demon god's followers? Lord Yin. Jiang Chen interrupted Yin Changfeng's reverie, stating, the woman in the vision is the holy master's maid. I suspect the holy master herself has also been compromised. What? Yin Changfeng's expression shifted to one of shock, a chilling aura emanating from him as he slowly uttered, Demon god Amy, you shall pay for this. Lord, a large number of magical beasts are rampaging in the northern rainforest. Should we issue a task for adventurers? A fully armed captain of the guard suddenly entered. Before he could finish, Yin Changfeng coldly commanded, get out. Why yes, Lord. The captain trembled slightly, quickly bowing and retreating. Jiang Chen, I am grateful to you for bringing this matter to my attention. Yin Changfeng's demeanor softened as he addressed Jiang Chen. We must head to the ancient red flame domain now. I hope you will assist me in uncovering the truth of this matter. Of course, it is my duty. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Current task completed. Unlocking subsequent task. Accompany Lord Yin Changfeng to the ancient red flame domain to investigate the demon god incident. When do we depart? Jiang Chen inquired. At once. Yin Changfeng flipped his palm, revealing a scroll. He unfurled it to reveal a map. which then projected a vivid image of the main cities and the surrounding mountains, rivers, plains, and deserts, resembling a three-dimensional photograph. A world teleportation map. Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment, for this was a legendary artifact. It recorded every place one had visited and allowed instant transportation to those locations at any time. Jiang Chen had long coveted such an item, but had never managed to acquire one. To his surprise, Yin Changfeng possessed a world teleportation map. Where are the demon god's followers? Yin Changfeng suddenly inquired. Qinglin Snowfield, Jiang Chen replied. Qinglin Snowfield? Yin Changfeng's expression froze for a moment before a bitter smile crossed his face. I never expected to return to that place in this lifetime. Let us proceed. With a swipe of his finger over the desert on the map, Yin Changfeng's finger landed on a patch of crimson earth surrounded by city walls. The area magnified, revealing not only the Holy Palace and various villages, but also the Red Flame Mountain and its diverse terrain. Then, Yin Changfeng gently tapped a specific region, and a translucent ripple spread outward. He placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and in an instant, both vanished from their location. Jiang Chen felt a fleeting shift in his vision, and when it returned, he found himself standing on a patch of crimson earth, with a translucent spatial ripple before him. Has this place been concealed by an illusionary array? Yin Changfeng mused softly. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, by the way, this crystal vial is a standard item from Fire City. Only soldiers within the city have them. How did you come by it? It belonged to a certain Ding, and he was the one who discovered the peculiarities of the soil within the vial. Jiang Chen replied honestly. A Ding? Is he the one? Yin Changfeng seemed to recall something, murmuring, I must admit, I owe this young man an apology. He should not have left Fire City. However, his discovery of the anomalies in the ancient Red Flame domain is indeed a significant contribution. Yin Changfeng turned to Jiang Chen, gravely stating, young brother Jiang Chen, I have a premonition that great upheavals are approaching. If you have the capacity, please keep an eye out for Ding. Not a problem. Jiang Chen readily agreed. To conceal my profession, I will do whatever it takes. With that, Yin Changfeng stepped into the spatial ripple, followed closely by Jiang Chen. They arrived in a realm of ice and snow, but the place was eerily empty. No one here? Yin Changfeng furrowed his brow. When I departed, the maid who had been possessed was still here. Jiang Chen scanned the area, realizing that Lisa's presence was indeed absent. At that moment, Jiang Chen received a message. Qingying, brother Jiang Chen, just now, Lisa passed by from a distance, and Ding quietly followed her. We couldn't stop him, and now we can only trail behind. Jiang Chen immediately responded, where did they go? They have reached the ancient Red Flame Holy Land. Ahead lies the Holy Palace. Qingying replied in a voice message. Following that, she sent another message. Not good. Brother Jiang Chen, we have been spotted by Lisa. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly turned to Yin Changfeng. Lord Yin, we must head to the vicinity of the Holy Palace. The demon god's followers are there. The Holy Palace, you say? I understand. Yin Changfeng nodded, the world teleportation map manifesting in his hand and quickly unfurling. He then gently tapped the map and placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, Jiang Chen found himself standing on the streets outside the Holy Palace. Not far away, the real Lisa's figure came into view. Behind her, a ghostly figure named Lisong floated, expressionless and seemingly in a stupor. How dare she follow me to her demise? The corporeal Lisong suddenly shouted, charging towards a group of individuals, Yiding, Qingying, and Tao Xiaoyao. Bold heretics. A cold voice echoed from Yin Changfeng, as a pale blue magic sphere materialized in his hand. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. Brother Jiang Chen. The voices of Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao rang out as they looked towards Jiang Chen. City Lord. Yiding also bore a look of surprise, glancing at Yin Changfeng. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically as he cried out, City Lord, I implore you, do not kill Lisong. Exorcism. Yin Changfeng softly uttered, conjuring a white beam of light from the magic sphere, which shot towards the corporeal Lisong. The beam struck her, releasing tendrils of black mist. Lisong's anguished scream pierced the air. Her face contorted in pain as she collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Soon, a black specter emerged from within Lisong's body, leaving her completely still. At the same time, the previously expressionless ghost of Lisong seemed to regain her wits. She swiftly darted towards her own body and entered it. However, despite her return, there were no signs of awakening. She lay motionless on the ground. Lisong. Yiding rushed over, cradling the unconscious Lisong, checking for her breath. There is still a pulse. A look of relief washed over his face as he knelt before Yin Changfeng, exclaiming, Thank you, City Lord. A chance at life remains. But whether she awakens depends on the god's favor. Yin Changfeng waved his hand calmly, stating, Rise. Suddenly, Lord Ani, grant me strength. A roar erupted. The black specter that had emerged from Lisong's body began to swell and expand, transforming into a giant towering 7 or 8 meters high. This black specter bore 3 heads, one of a serpent, one of a cat, and one of a woman. Is it worth it to sacrifice your body to the demon god Ani for such an abominable spirit? Yin Changfeng remarked coldly. You will all perish. The head of the woman snarled menacingly. Humph. Yan Changfeng merely scoffed, the magic sphere hovering in the air, radiating an aura reminiscent of apocalyptic destruction. Yan Changfeng, your adversary is me. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. The space before Yan Changfeng warped mysteriously, and his figure vanished from sight. With no obstacles in their path, the Black Spectre charged towards Yiding, Qingying, and Tao Xiaoyao. Healing spell. Not far away, Jiang Chen cast a beam of white light that struck the Black Spectre on the head. You seek death. I am a disciple of the demon god, endowed with divine power. I shall obliterate your body and shred your soul. The Black Spectre bellowed as it lunged towards Jiang Chen. Enough of your cries. Just a mere disciple of a demon god. Jiang Chen regarded the approaching spectre with calmness, stating, I've slain even demon gods. Chapter 80. What on earth are you doing? Disciple of the demon god. Ona, silver level boss, LV20. Spirit, physical damage taken reduced by 50. Soul shock. For every 10 decrease in health, a handprint is formed, dealing 200 points of true damage to all targets within 25 meters after 2 seconds, and causing the targets to attack their allies for 10 seconds. Soul drain. For every 25 decrease in health, deals 200 points of true damage to all targets within 25 meters per second and restores an equal amount of health for 10 seconds. As Jiang Chen cast his healing spell, a damage value appeared above Ona's head, 1472. Simultaneously, she closed in on Jiang Chen, halting approximately 10 meters away. With a swift motion, she unleashed a translucent sphere of black energy. So fast, the speed of the black energy was beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. Bang! Before he could evade, the dark energy struck him. 226. Not bad. The basic attack ISNT true damage. Jiang Chen observed as the black energy was mitigated by the blue light surrounding him, reducing his blue energy by only 226 points, which eased his mind. He quickly unleashed a small holy light apocalypse array and healing ray. With the enhancement of the purple crystal sphere, a dazzling hexagram magic array appeared beneath Jiang Chen and Ona. A concentrated beam of white healing light also coalesced before Jiang Chen, connecting with Ona. The sound of crackling arcs filled the air. Simultaneously, 2 damage values emerged. 3,580. Double casting. 2,846. Double casting. Ona's health diminished to roughly 184 for 140. Jiang Chen estimated her health loss. He saw Ona raise her hand again. A black energy bolt shooting forth. Bang. 225. Jiang Chen's blue energy decreased, but quickly replenished. Observing Ona's rapidly declining health, he retreated. She pursued him. But due to the paralysis effect of the thunder flame, Ona's speed was significantly hampered while in the magic array. Before long, they had separated by 25 meters. Just then, as Ona reached the edge of the array, she suddenly halted. Her health had plummeted to 90. I will torment your soul and shatter your mind. Ona's face twisted in rage as she raised her hands, forming a peculiar hand seal. Yet, during the sealing process, she could not move. This skill is rather useless. Observing Ona's actions, Jiang Chen calmly assessed the situation. He had already exited her skill range, remaining unperturbed. But in the next second, Jiang Chen's composure faltered. He saw Yiding standing between him and Ona, and the distance between them was still within 25 meters. Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao had developed the habit of standing back whenever Jiang Chen faced a boss. This guy? Hurry and get away. Jiang Chen shouted urgently at Yiding. Yiding, are you messing with me again? Huh. Yiding, still cradling the unconscious Li Song, looked over in confusion. However, he quickly grasped the situation. His expression changed as he summoned a faint glow in his hands, exerting a forceful push. An almost imperceptible magical energy lifted Li Song in his arms and sent her towards Qingying and Tao Xiaoyao nearby. Ladies, please take care of Li Song for me. No sooner had Yiding spoken than a transparent ripple rapidly spread from Ona's position, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. The transparent ripple swiftly reached Yiding. Buzz. A damage value appeared above his head, 200. Simultaneously, his expression blanked, and after aimlessly spinning in place, he hastily approached Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Li Song had been securely placed in the care of the two ladies. This guy is utterly unreliable. Watching Yiding advance towards him, his name turning red and marking him as an enemy, Jiang Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Ona closed in rapidly, reaching within 10 meters. A black energy sphere shot from her hand, hurtling towards Jiang Chen. Bang. 229. Jiang Chen's blue energy dwindled, and he immediately cast a healing ray at Ona. 2,846. Double casting. Ona's health continued to decline. Jiang Chen then turned his attention back to Yiding. The latter had already approached. A long spear materialized in Yiding's hand, thrusting fiercely toward Jiang Chen. His hands and the spear's tip glimmered with a faint light. Are you still a magic warrior? Jiang Chen lamented, exasperated. He swiftly repositioned himself, evading the strike. Bolstered by magical energy, the spear's speed was astonishing. After the first attack missed, the second assault rapidly reached Jiang Chen's side. If he could utilize a skill to slow Yiding down, evasion would have been effortless. But now thud. The spear had pierced Jiang Chen directly. Minus 155. His mana diminished. Simultaneously, Ona's dark energy orb struck again. Boom. Minus 228. Jiang Chen was hit twice, losing a total of 383 mana. However, as the healing light remained connected to Ona, he swiftly regained 284 mana. Not bad, he thought to himself softly. He paid no further attention to Yi Ding and cast a healing spell toward Ona. 2,944. Double casting. Thus, Jiang Chen bore the brunt of Yi Ding's and Ona's assaults, concentrating on his healing spells. 10 seconds later, Yi Ding regained consciousness. After casting another healing spell at Ona, Jiang Chen glanced at Yi Ding. Feeling better now? Brother Fanchen, I apologize. Yi Ding's expression changed abruptly, hastily offering his apologies. He was acutely aware of his recent actions, but could not control himself. If you're feeling better, then step aside and don't be a nuisance. Jiang Chen quickly gestured. All right, Brother Fanchen. Yi Ding hastily retreated. At that moment, Ona's health was nearing 80. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed the Lesser Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Once the hexagram array enveloped their foe, he swiftly withdrew. Subsequently, Ona employed the skill Soul Shock. 2 seconds after forming her hand seals, a transparent ripple spread forth. Jiang Chen stood at a safe distance, watching intently. After exhausting her skill, Ona charged toward Jiang Chen once more. Yet before she could exit the array's confines, her health plummeted to 75, causing her to halt. Vile mortal, I shall drain your soul. Ona roared. A pale blue light coalescing above her head, a manifestation of her second skill, Soul Drain. However, there were no targets nearby for her to siphon from. Thus, the waiting ensued for a full 10 seconds. As Ona, having absorbed nothing, let out a furious cry, she charged at Jiang Chen once more. Healing light, healing spell, Lesser Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Jiang Chen frantically cast his skills. Minutes later, Ona utilized her final skill, her health dropping below 10. She was on the brink of death. Jiang Chen wore a smile, ready to unleash another skill when, crack, a sharp, crystalline shatter echoed, reminiscent of a breaking mirror. Above Ona, a spatial rift materialized. Instantly, the rift widened, dark blue ice spikes and a cascade of meteor-like fire rained down from the void. The meteoric fire landed in front of the two figures, while the ice spikes fell behind them, positioned perilously close to the boss, Ona. In an instant, a few ice spikes pierced Ona's body. A sinister premonition surged within Jiang Chen. The next moment, Ona's health of 10 instantly dropped to 0. Simultaneously, the ice spikes struck the ground, unleashing a sprawling white ice vine that extended ominously. The area covered was so vast it reached Jiang Chen's feet. He quickly retreated nearly 10 meters before the ice vine ceased its advance, gazing at the frozen ground before him and the fallen Ona in the distance. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and shouted, Yin Changfeng, what are you doing? Chapter 81. I come to slay the demon god. Two figures appeared, one male and one female. The woman, draped in a flowing white gown and appearing to be under 30, possessed a striking beauty and an ethereal presence. A trio of vivid red petal designs adorned her forehead, lending her an aura of enigmatic mystique. The man was none other than Yin Changfeng. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's shout from behind, he turned around, quickly grasping the situation. Brother Fanchen, I sincerely apologize. I didn't anticipate the sudden rupture of space, causing residual elemental energy to spill forth and nearly harm you. With a flick of his sleeve, Yin Changfeng summoned a pure, special energy that swiftly cleared the ice vines from the ground. That's not what I'm referring to. Jiang Chen pointed at the boss's corpse on the ground, exclaiming, Yin Changfeng, you stole my loot. Yin Changfeng paused, feeling somewhat awkward. Rest assured, I will compensate you. The Lord of Yin City must keep his word. Jiang Chen changed his tone, swiftly transitioning from anger to delight. Of course, seeing this, Yin Changfeng could only nod helplessly. This young man reminds me of you from years past. The woman in the white gown spoke. Am I as handsome as you? Yin Changfeng casually replied. I meant personality. In terms of appearance, you fall far short. The woman stated flatly before her expression turned cold. Come, we haven't finished our duel. I wish to personally slay you. Aisha, I am eager to know. Yin Changfeng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Why must you release the demon god Ani? I have stated before, he should not be in the Red Flame Ancient Land. Aisha's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Are you aware that if Ani is released, the entire Red Flame Ancient Land, even Lihua City and the surrounding main cities, may descend into utter chaos? Yin Changfeng inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. I have an agreement with Ani. The Red Flame Ancient Land will not suffer a single mishap. As for Lihua City, Aisha glanced at Yin Changfeng, coldly stating, I simply wish to destroy your Lihua City. You harbor hatred toward me. You may come to slay me. But what of the innocent citizens of Lihua City and the soldiers defending it? Do you truly have no sense of justice? Yin Changfeng's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Innocent? Aisha scoffed, her anger flaring. What about the people of the Red Flame Ancient Land? A century ago, this place was vibrant and teeming with life. Yet to seal the demon god Ani, every ounce of nourishment was drained from this land, leaving it barren and desolate. Of course, I can forgive this. as it was like this when I was born. However, to prevent the truth of Ani's sealing from leaking and to ensure his eternal confinement here, your ancestors from Lihua City not only destroyed all the teleportation arrays, but also cast forbidden spells, rendering the citizens of the ancient land unable to leave. We have been doomed to never see the outside sky. This has become a forsaken land. Since the gods have abandoned us, let the demon god guide us. Aisha's voice was cold and resolute, her words dripping with disdain. Aisha, there are ways to resolve this. I have been contemplating this matter as well. Why must you be so extreme? Aligning with the demon god is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yin Chongfeng's face bore a pained expression. Ways to resolve this. Do you remember the promise you made to me to take me to see the snow? I once believed you would find a way to show me the outside world, to allow the people of the ancient land to experience the vast sky. Aisha's eyes were filled with scorn as she coldly replied. Yet your solution turned out to be casting an ice-type forbidden spell and leaving without a word. How laughable. Leaving without a word was my fault, but I cannot return. That would be an even greater disservice to the citizens of Lihua City. I do not seek your forgiveness, but today, I shall not allow you to unleash the demon god Ani. Yin Chongfeng's expression remained tranquil as he spoke slowly. If you insist on doing so, I will have to kill you. Once I have resolved matters in the main city, I shall join you in the heavens. Huh. You are the lord of the city of flame, favored by the gods, destined for the heavens. I, a mere accomplice of the demon, am only worthy of the abyss. Aisha scoffed disdainfully, her demeanor turning frosty as she declared, words are futile. Let us settle this today. With that, Aisha wielded a long sword that resembled white jade, striking down with ferocity. Whoosh. Accompanied by a rush of wind, an extremely sharp azure sword energy carved deep gouges into the ground as it shot toward Yin Chongfeng. The sword sect? This was the first time Jiang Chen had witnessed the saint of the Crimson Flame ancient land unleashing their prowess. Such a long sword energy could only be manifested by a member of the sword sect. Glancing over, he saw Yin Chongfeng enveloped by a shield of intertwining blue and red light, which effortlessly absorbed the sword energy. Simultaneously, a pale blue orb floated in his hand, and two distinctly different auras began to permeate the sky, intertwining as if something was being birthed within. Instantly, the entire expanse above the sacred palace transformed into a mottled blue and red. The erratic currents of cold and heat swirled around Jiang Chen. By the gods! Although Jiang Chen had never witnessed the saint in action, he had seen Yin Chongfeng fight before. Observing the scene, he was left speechless, muttering to himself. This is absolutely outrageous. They are actually invoking a dual spell of ice and fire here? Surely, they are unaware of the vastness of this area, right? Jiang Chen glanced at the sky, then at his companions, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, before estimating their distances and making a decision. Yin Chongfeng, cease this at once. Jiang Chen shouted, rushing forward. Simultaneously, Aisha held her sword with both hands, the tip pointed skyward, raising it above her head. A terrifying aura surged from her feet upward. Crack! The ground around them began to fracture, and debris floated into the air, still gathering power. Jiang Chen understood that this was the sword sect preparing for a formidable strike. He quickly closed in and called out again, stop! I have a way to resolve this matter and restore the Crimson Flame ancient land to its former glory. As his words fell, both Yin Chongfeng and Aisha turned their gazes toward him. What did you just say? Aisha asked, her expression one of confusion and surprise. Little brother Fanqing. Such matters are not to be trifled with, Yin Chongfeng added, equally perplexed. If I were not concerned that we could not escape from this distance, do you think I would involve myself in this mess? Jiang Chen internally scoffed and replied with a smirk, I am not joking. What should be a simple matter has become so complicated because of you. Simple? Yin Chongfeng was even more bewildered. Little brother Fanqing, what do you mean by that? Of course it is simple. Is it not merely sealing a demon god, which has turned this place into a wasteland? Jiang Chen replied slowly. Why not just slay the demon god Ani? Slay the demon god Ani? Yin Chongfeng was immediately rendered speechless with shock. What nonsense? Aisha coldly interjected. Little brother Fanqing. If we could kill Ani, we would have done so already. The body of the demon god is nearly immortal. He can only be sealed to ensure he never reemerges. Yin Chongfeng explained with a bitter smile, we cannot kill him. Did I say you should kill him? Jiang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. Just give me some time to grow, and I will slay Ani myself. You? Yin Chongfeng's eyes widened as a realization struck him. You hail from another realm. It is said to be the homeland of the gods. I believe you indeed possess boundless potential. But how long must we wait for you to slay the demon god Ani? Aisha continued from Yin Chongfeng's train of thought. 10 years, or perhaps 100. Not that long. I feel it will take a few months, at most a year or two. Jiang Chen asserted confidently. He was not lying. As long as he reached maximum level and acquired that artifact, he would certainly have a way to defeat a sealed demon god. It would not take long at all. Upon hearing this, both Yin Chongfeng and Aisha were struck dumb, sensing that Jiang Chen was indeed not lying. Chapter 82, The Mysterious Class Transfer Ceremony. Are you saying that given 1 or 2 years, you can slay the demon god Ani? Yin Chongfeng stared at Jiang Chen, unable to believe his ears. While I do not know why you are so confident, I find it hard to accept. Aisha regarded Jiang Chen with a cool demeanor, though it was evident that she had reversed her grip on the sword, resting it against her arm, indicating she had no immediate intention of attacking. Jiang Chen, sensing the shift, smiled warmly. If you do not believe me, why not make a wager? What kind of wager? Yin Changfeng asked, curiosity piqued. If I fail to slay the demon god Ani, you may do with me as you please. I shall accept any punishment. However, Jiang Chen paused, his eyes gleaming as he turned to Yin Changfeng, continuing, if I do slay Ani, I wish to obtain something from Lord Yan. You wish for the world teleportation map? Yin Changfeng seemed to have seen through Jiang Chen's thoughts. You know about it? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is it mind reading? Ever since you produced the world teleportation map, your eyes have not left it for a moment. Yin Changfeng replied nonchalantly. Ah, so that's how it is, Jiang Chen chuckled, directly stating, so what do you say? Dare to wager? What is there to fear? If you can slay the demon god Ani within 5 years, I shall grant you the world teleportation map, Yin Changfeng declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Aisha promptly added, 5 years is too uncertain. Since you say it only requires 1 or 2 years, how about I grant you 3 years? Who do you think you are to look down upon me? Jiang Chen immediately retorted, displeased. A man must stand by his word. If I say 1 or 2 years, then it shall be 1 or 2 years. Very well. I shall grant you 2 years, but you must swear the oath of the gods. If you fail to slay the demon god Ani within 2 years, your soul shall be bound, and you will never leave the crimson flame ancient land. Aisha's cold voice rang out. Aisha Yin Changfeng's expression shifted in shock. What? Do you not agree? Aisha queried, glancing at Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng sighed softly, looking at Jiang Chen. Brother Fancheng, please consider this carefully. The oath of the gods is no laughing matter. You have triggered a special quest, slay the demon god Ani. Do you accept? Quest details. Swear the oath of the gods to slay the demon god Ani within 2 years. If you fail, you will be forcibly bound and returned to the Crimson Flame ancient land, never to leave. Quest reward, world teleportation map. Warning, once the oath of the gods is sworn, it is protected by divine will and cannot be altered. Please choose wisely. Upon seeing the system prompt, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Did he even need to think? This was the world teleportation map, something he had longed for even in dreams. As for the oath of the gods, Jiang Chen understood it was formidable. It represented the will of the divine. Something that could not be defied, at least not until he ascended to godhood. But once the task was completed, it would be of no consequence. He promptly accepted the quest and declared to Yin Changfeng and Aisha, no problem. I shall certainly slay the demon god Ani. You are accepting the special quest, slay the demon god Ani. Please swear the oath of the gods. Then, Jiang Chen stated, I hereby swear the oath of the gods. If I do not slay the demon god Ani within 2 years, my soul shall be bound, and I shall never leave the Crimson Flame ancient land. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen felt a gentle light sweep over him. This was a sign that the oath was taking effect. Simultaneously, the system prompt appeared. You have accepted the special quest, slay the demon god Ani. Witnessing Jiang Chen's unwavering decisiveness, both Yin Changfeng and Aisha found themselves momentarily speechless, astonished by the remarkable audacity and resolve displayed by this young man. Their perception of Jiang Chen was elevated to unprecedented heights. After a considerable pause, Aisha finally spoke. Since this is the case, I shall refrain from further discourse. I will have the demon god Inedo sealed for 2 years. However, she hesitated, casting a glance at Yin Changfeng before continuing. I have one more request. What request? Yin Changfeng met her gaze. Aisha replied calmly. I wish to restore the teleportation array of the Crimson Flame ancient land. Restore the teleportation array? Yin Changfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. Even if the teleportation array is repaired, the ancient land's inhabitants, being affected by the forbidden arts, will still be unable to leave this place. I am aware, Aisha responded, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, filled with a gentle resolve. The restoration of the teleportation array is intended to facilitate communication between the Crimson Flame ancient land and the outside world, for this place is exceedingly barren. There is still much here, however. Over the years, the reserves of magical energy crystals have remained untapped. The denizens of the ancient land deserve a better life. This matter is of great significance. I need to return to the main city to confer with the other governors. Yin Changfeng did not immediately acquiesce. Very well. I shall await your news. Aisha maintained her serene demeanor. After a brief silence, Yin Changfeng's expression softened as he gently advised, Aisha, do not overexert yourself. Take care of your own well-being. In this vast city of Lihua, you bear as much burden as I do. Aisha gazed into the distance, softly replying, Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, interjecting, why has the conversation turned so cordial all of a sudden? This task should be considered complete now, right? Where's my reward? By the way, Brother Fancheng contributed significantly to this endeavor, and since he is a priest, he should still be able to enter that place, correct? Yin Changfeng hastily inquired. Regardless of whether I say he can or cannot enter, you would still go to see for yourself, wouldn't you? Aisha was all too familiar with Yin Changfeng. She then turned to Jiang Chen and stated, "However, since it is intended for his use, I shall not refuse, and I will lend him my assistance. I also hope he can accomplish what he claims within the next 2 years. Brother Fanchen, you've struck gold." A rare smile graced Yin Changfeng's face. "Didn't I earn this?" Jiang Chen scoffed. "Quickly tell me where it is." "Follow me," Aisha beckoned, leading the way towards the nearby sacred palace. "Let us go." Yin Changfeng accompanied Jiang Chen as they headed towards the sacred palace. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen received a notification from the system. "You have resolved the crisis of the Crimson Flame Ancient Land and completed the mysterious job change task, Crimson Flame Calamity. Please proceed to the sacred palace to claim your reward." Finally, it has arrived. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as he stepped through the grand entrance of the sacred palace. Traversing through the front hall, they arrived at an expansive courtyard within the sacred palace. The area was vast, with only a white humanoid statue standing prominently in the center. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering this, Aisha placed her sword, resembling white jade, into the statue's outstretched hand. Immediately, the statue emitted a soft glow, and a transparent spatial door slowly materialized before it. "Step inside," Aisha instructed as she guided the group through the portal. Upon entering, Jiang Chen was met with a sudden transformation of the surroundings. They found themselves in a colossal vaulted structure, entirely white. A straight corridor stretched ahead, flanked by towering stone pillars, each exceeding 10 meters in height. The walls were adorned with intricate, hollow patterns, featuring various magical array designs such as pentagrams, hexagrams, and heptagrams, intertwined in a captivating yet complex display of beauty. "What is this place?" Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. "The last remaining ancient sanctuary of light in the world." Yin Changfeng gazed ahead, his eyes filled with reverence. The last ancient sanctuary of light. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had never even heard of it before and promptly inquired, "Isn't there only the sanctuary of light?" He was aware that each of the 8 royal cities possessed a sanctuary of light where players could undergo job changes, but the concept of an ancient sanctuary perplexed him. The ancient sanctuary of light was established by the creator god in ancient times, whereas the current sanctuary of light was founded by the god of light. This distinction is significant, Yin Changfeng elucidated. Moreover, it is said that before becoming a deity, the god of light was once a priest within the ancient sanctuary of light. "Such prestige?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The ancient sanctuary of light was actually established by the creator god, and the god of light emerged from here. "Prestige?" Yin Changfeng was slightly taken aback. Just a local expression," Jiang Chen quickly covered up. Subsequently, the group continued along the corridor until they came upon a staircase. Atop the stairs stood a stone pillar about half a person's height, upon which rested a transparent crystal ball. Behind the pillar, there were 7 humanoid statues. All 7 were exquisitely lifelike, yet their faces appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, making it impossible to discern their features. However, from their forms, it was evident that the 3 statues on the left were female, graceful and harmonious in stature, while the 3 on the right were male, robust, and filled with strength. Each of them wielded weapons. The 3 on the left held various staffs, while the 3 on the right bore or carried implements resembling crosses. "It seems akin to the dual paths of the priest job change," Jiang Chen mused quietly. The left side appeared to represent the healing continuation path of the priest, akin to a high priest profession, while the right side seemed to represent another branch of the priest, the path of the adjudicator. In addition to the 6 statues on either side, there was a somewhat peculiar statue positioned at the center. It was draped in a voluminous robe, rendering its gender indiscernible, and it bore no weapon, appearing rather ordinary. Yet its central position suggested it was anything but simple. "These 6 sages represent the 6 major hidden professions of the priest," Yin Changfeng explained, observing the statues. "The 3 sages on the left are hidden professions of the high priest path, while the 3 on the right are hidden professions of the adjudicator path, one side focusing on healing, the other on judgment. Naturally, even within the same path, each hidden profession possesses its own unique characteristics." "What characteristics?" Jiang Chen immediately inquired. Yin Changfeng hesitated slightly, appearing somewhat awkward. "Many hidden professions have not emerged for hundreds of years. I have only encountered scant references in ancient texts. For instance, the hidden professions of the high priest path may focus on purification, blessing, or enhancement. However, I truly do not know the specifics. Why are there 6 hidden professions? Isn't there also a statue in the middle?" Jiang Chen, not dwelling on the previous question, posed another. "Because it is not a hidden profession. It is the mentor of the 6 hidden professions, the earthly embodiment of the creator god." Yin Changfeng spoke slowly, his tone imbued with profound reverence. "The earthly embodiment of the creator god? How impressive," Jiang Chen mused, rubbing his nose as his eyes fixated on the central statue. "Do you see the crystal ball atop the pillar? Place your hand upon it to initiate the job change ceremony." Aisha's voice resonated. She pointed to the crystal ball atop the pillar before continuing. "Once the job change ceremony commences, the sages will put you through a trial. Whichever sage acknowledges the results of your trial will allow you to transition into the corresponding hidden profession. I don't get to choose. Jiang Chen was taken aback, torn between the high priest path and the adjudicator path. This indeed represents two utterly distinct paths. Must it be left to chance? Of course, you may choose. As long as you have garnered the approval of all 6 sages, feel free to select. Aisha replied. Securing the endorsement of even one sage is commendable. Aspiring to gain the recognition of all 6 is a Herculean task. Throughout recorded history, only the current Pope of the Radiant Sanctuary has managed to earn the unanimous approval of all 6 sages. At that moment, the voice of Yin Changfeng resonated softly. The old pervert, Jiang Chen, was taken aback. The Pope of the Radiant Sanctuary undoubtedly possesses unparalleled combat prowess, renowned as an invincible being beneath the gods. It is said that if he were not devoted to spreading the faith of the God of Light, he could have ascended to godhood long ago. I have professed my intent to lend you a helping hand. Rest assured, it is impossible for you to gain the approval of just one sage. As she spoke, Aisha retrieved a thumb-sized, irregularly shaped black stone from her bosom. This is the Divine Gift Stone, the sole item permissible during the job transfer ceremony. The Divine Gift Stone. Jiang Chen immediately took it. You have acquired the Divine Gift Stone quest item. Divine Gift Stone. While carrying this item, your intelligence is increased by 50. Applicable only in the current scene, non-tradable, and cannot be equipped. An increase of 50 in intelligence? Alas, it cannot be taken with me, Jiang Chen mused. Concurrently, he turned to Aisha and Yin Changfeng, inquiring, what does it mean that this is the only usable item? Once the job transfer ceremony is initiated, all your equipment becomes ineffective, and even your skills are rendered unusable. During this period, all your attributes will revert to your base attributes, Aisha elaborated. Essentially, it indicates that I will be akin to being unarmed during the trial, devoid of skills. Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. Precisely so. Yin Changfeng shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. Very well, I refuse to believe it. Jiang Chen promptly approached the stone pillar, gazing at the transparent crystal orb atop it. Just place your hand upon it, Yin Changfeng advised, his demeanor tinged with evident anxiety. Beside him, Aisha fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Chen. I understand now. Jiang Chen nodded, placing his hand upon the transparent crystal orb. Instantly, the orb erupted in brilliance, nearly engulfing Jiang Chen entirely. You have initiated the mysterious job transfer ceremony. Chapter 83, The Priest Job Transfer Tower. Jiang Chen found his vision flooded by a vast expanse of white light. When he regained his sight, he had already arrived on an infinitely expansive black terrain. The ground appeared to be composed of a single block of black crystal, smooth as a mirror, allowing him to glimpse a vague reflection beneath his feet. Strangely, this place was as bright as day, yet the pitch-black sky was adorned with a resplendent starry expanse. It was impossible to discern whether it was day or night. Jiang Chen beheld 7 statues, seemingly magnified several dozen times. They loomed like deities, standing majestically in midair. This place bore a resemblance to the illusionary challenges. It felt as though he had entered a realm of consciousness. Jiang Chen observed that his skills and equipment had vanished entirely. Only the Divine Gift Stone remained in his inventory, emitting a faint glow. Let me check the attributes. Jiang Chen opened his status panel. Player, Jiang Chen. Level, LV19. Talent, Yin-Yang Reversal, Unique. Constitution, 28. Strength, 28. Agility, 28. Intelligence, 10050. Divine Gift Stone. Magic Power, 300. Indeed. Only the base attributes of level 19 remain, yet the talent persists? Jiang Chen pondered briefly before surmising. Perhaps this is to test the talent? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a resounding boom echoed from several meters ahead. Before Jiang Chen, a towering structure suddenly rose from the ground. It was a 6-story tower, its surface adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an air of mystery. A job trial tower? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He was quite familiar with this concept, as it served as a significant venue for players of various professions to gauge their own and others' combat prowess. Each profession possesses its own dedicated trial tower, such as the Priest Tower, Warrior Tower, and Mage Tower. In his previous life, he had spent nearly every day within such towers. However, at this stage, the trial towers for each profession had yet to be opened. Yet, the 6-story tower before him resembled a simplified version of a trial tower. I seem to have an inkling of what the trial entails, Jiang Chen murmured softly. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Please enter the Priest Job Transfer Tower and complete the trial. Jiang Chen promptly made his way towards the transfer tower. Soon, he arrived at its entrance. Gazing at the pitch-black opening of the first floor, Jiang Chen stepped inside. You have entered the Priest Job Transfer Tower. Granted the skill Minor Healing and a wooden soldier companion. As if transitioning through space, Jiang Chen found himself upon a platform. Simultaneously, a wooden figure with a square head and rectangular body materialized beside him. It wielded a wooden sword, appearing rather dim-witted. Wooden Soldier, LV19. Constitution, 64. Intelligence, 18. Strength, 64. Agility, 18. Charge, dashes towards a target within a 10-meter range. The first strike inflicting 150 damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds, no cost. The base attributes and skills of a level 19 warrior were evident to Jiang Chen. He glanced at the wooden soldier beside him, the data clear. Then he noticed that he now held a wooden staff devoid of any attributes. Furthermore, his previously empty skill bar had been graced with a new skill. Quick Healing, restores 50 points of health based on spell power to the target. Cooldown, 2 seconds, mana cost, 5. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen discovered that Quick Healing could utilize the talent reversal. Indeed, the talent is effective. Should I convert? Jiang Chen pondered. Suddenly, the wooden soldier companion beside him reached out and poked Jiang Chen, then pointed to the opposite side. Huh, Jiang Chen exclaimed softly, glancing over. There, on the other side of the platform, stood an identical wooden soldier. It was also a wooden soldier, also level 19, with identical health and attributes as his companion. You have entered the first floor of the priest job transfer tower. Defeating the enemy on the field will grant you access to the next floor. Note, should your companion perish, the trial will conclude. This differs somewhat from the trial tower, so let us observe before deciding whether to reverse or not. Jiang Chen considered, recognizing that this was, after all, the priest job transfer tower, and lacking healing in the later stages could prove troublesome. I shall name you Old Wood. He then turned to his wooden soldier companion. Old Wood, take him down, and I shall provide healing. Immediately, the simple-minded Old Wood charged towards the opposing wooden soldier. Both were warriors, both possessed identical attributes. As they closed the distance of 10 meters, they simultaneously executed the skill, Charge. Instantly, they collided. Then, both swung their swords at one another. 85, critical hit. 85, critical hit. Identical damage values appeared above their heads, with each having 640 health. They were left with 555 points. Subsequently, they engaged in a melee exchange. 57, 57. Perhaps due to their wooden composition, their actual attack speed and movement speed were slightly slower than that of a normal player. Jiang Chen analyzed from the sidelines while casting a Quick Healing. 150. Old Wood's health was instantly restored to full. Thus, whenever Old Wood's health dipped below 500, Jiang Chen would cast healing. Before long, the enemy wooden soldier fell, defeated. Well done, Old Wood, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Before him, a portal materialized upon the arena. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen declared, leading Old Wood into the inky depths of the portal. Instantly, they found themselves on a slightly larger stage. You have entered the second level of the priest promotion tower. Defeat the enemies on the field to advance to the next level. Opposite them stood two figures, a wooden warrior and a wooden mage, both at level 19, sharing the same fundamental attributes and skills. As Jiang Chen pondered this, Old Wood charged forward without hesitation. Indeed, retaining a healer was a prudent choice. Old Wood's recklessness without healing could lead to his demise. Jiang Chen observed as Old Wood executed a charge, reaching the wooden mage in an instant. A single sword strike followed. 108. Critical hit. The wooden mage, with health identical to Jiang Chen's at a mere 280 points, lost over half its vitality in one blow. Simultaneously, a fireball struck Old Wood. 173. Fortunately, Old Wood had the foresight to target the fragile opponent. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Jiang Chen promptly cast a healing spell on Old Wood. 150. Meanwhile, the wooden warrior charged forth to deliver a strike to Old Wood. 85. Critical hit. Old Wood's health now stood at 532 points. He countered with another strike against the wooden mage. 75. The mage's health dwindled below 100 points. With a rapid healing cooldown of merely 2 seconds, Jiang Chen could restore Old Wood's health. Just as the wooden mage unleashed a second fireball, he collapsed to the ground. Old Wood then turned his attention to the remaining warrior, engaging in a direct confrontation. Throughout this, Jiang Chen's healing efforts never faltered, swiftly replenishing Old Wood's health. Before long, the wooden warrior also succumbed. A similar portal appeared above the arena. Let us enter. Jiang Chen stepped into the portal. You have entered the third level of the priest promotion tower. Defeat the enemies on the field to advance to the next level. The stage was identical to the previous one, save for its increased size. Before them appeared three figures, a wooden warrior, a wooden mage, and a wooden knight. The addition of a knight posed little concern. They simply needed to avoid engaging at first. As Jiang Chen finished his thought, Old Wood had already charged towards the mage. In the ancient Holy Temple of Light, Yin Changfeng and Aisha gazed intently ahead. Before them, beside a stone pillar, Jiang Chen stood, his eyes closed, hands poised above a crystal ball. The pulsating light within the crystal shone brightly, enveloping Jiang Chen in a radiant glow. Above them, on 7 statues, the two on the far left had begun to emit a soft light, indicating the recognition of 2 sages. A commendable feat, Yin Changfeng's voice broke the silence. Having the divine gift stone and the acknowledgement of 2 sages is merely the foundation. Aisha replied calmly, if that is all. I find it difficult to believe he could slay the demon god Ani within 2 years. The disparity among the sages is minimal. Though it is said that those closer to the center are stronger, the differences are subtle. Yin Chongfeng spoke slowly. I believe that regardless of which hidden profession he chooses, the impact on the future will be negligible. This is not merely about hidden professions. Gaining the recognition of only 2 sages indicates that Fanfiction's talent is rather poor. Aisha expressed her opinion with serene composure. Just then, the second statue on the left flickered with a soft light. The third one had arrived. A smile graced Yin Chongfeng's face. This could still be considered adequate. Aisha's expression softened slightly as well. In Chapter 84, within the Priest Promotion Tower, Jiang Chen had vanquished the wooden adversaries of the 3rd level and stepped into the portal. You have entered the 4th level of the Priest Promotion Tower. Defeat the enemies on the field to advance to the next level. On the newly expanded stage, 4 wooden figures appeared. A wooden warrior, a wooden mage, a wooden knight, and a wooden assassin. I must draw the enemy's attention, Jiang Chen thought, charging directly at the assassin. He had calculated that with an additional class, the damage old wood would sustain could exceed his healing capacity. Therefore, he had to divert the wooden assassin's aggression away from old wood. Meanwhile, old wood continued to assault the wooden mage. Jiang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Old wood's dedication was commendable. With a smile, he brandished his unembellished wooden staff and approached the wooden assassin. The latter immediately activated its stealth. Stealth in front of me? You must be jesting. Jiang Chen struck the visibly outlined, transparent figure with his staff. 9. A commendable amount of damage, considering Jiang Chen's current attack power was only 14. After this blow, the wooden assassin reappeared, brandishing its dagger and lunging at Jiang Chen. However, he had already anticipated the move, sidestepping while simultaneously casting a healing spell towards old wood. Onlookers would surely marvel at Jiang Chen's ability to multitask, maneuvering in one battlefield while simultaneously healing his ally. Such skill was impressive. Yet, to Jiang Chen, it was not a matter of multitasking. It was an instinctual response to combat. Thus, he effortlessly evaded the wooden assassin while continuously healing old wood until the other 3 wooden figures fell. Old wood, I leave the rest to you. Jiang Chen finally maneuvered the wooden assassin beside old wood. Shortly thereafter, the last wooden figure was defeated. As the portal reappeared, Jiang Chen fully restored old wood's health before stepping through. You have entered the 5th level of the Priest Promotion Tower. Defeat the enemies on the field to advance to the next level. On this more expansive stage, 5 wooden figures emerged. A wooden warrior, a wooden mage, a wooden knight, a wooden assassin, and a wooden archer. Dealing with ranged opponents is more challenging. I can only draw the attention of the wooden assassin and the wooden warrior. The next level will likely introduce another class, probably a wooden summoner, which could complicate matters. Jiang Chen swiftly assessed the battlefield dynamics. It was only then that he began to feel the pressure of this promotion trial, yet it was merely a pressure. He quickly advanced towards the wooden assassin while old wood had already charged at the wooden mage. After drawing the wooden assassin's ire, Jiang Chen swiftly pivoted to confront the wooden warrior. At that moment, 4 wooden figures were attacking old wood. Jiang Chen promptly cast a healing spell, restoring old wood's health, and then struck the wooden warrior with his staff to divert its attention. Old wood's health was critically low. Jiang Chen's rapid healing spells continued without interruption. Though each time old wood's health returned to a precarious state, he managed to maintain it. As the wooden mage fell before old wood, the pressure significantly eased. Before long, all the wooden foes of the 5th level had been defeated. The final level awaited. After restoring himself to full vitality, Jiang Chen stepped into the portal. You have entered the 6th level of the Priest Promotion Tower. Defeat the enemies on the field to face the ultimate trial. An ultimate trial? Jiang Chen paused at the system prompt. There was no time for contemplation. He needed to conquer the 6th level first. Focusing intently, he surveyed the 6 wooden figures on the stage. Compared to the previous level, a wooden summoner had joined their ranks. Indeed, a summoner. Due to my role as a priest, there are no wooden priest dummies in the trial. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of regret in his heart. For had it been a priest, the burden of healing would have been considerably lighter. A priest, lacking offensive capabilities, could be managed with relative ease, albeit at a slower pace. Now, however, he faced an additional wooden summoner. Jiang Chen would have to summon another beast, significantly increasing the pressure on him. The most critical aspect was that he could not simultaneously aggro all 3 monsters, which meant that for a few seconds, old wood would need to endure additional damage. By the 5th layer, old wood's health was already perilously low. Any further damage could very well lead to his demise, as he might not be able to recover in time. But there was no time to ponder. Old wood had already charged toward the wooden mage. Jiang Chen swiftly advanced, pulling the aggro of the assassin from a distance before turning to rush toward the wooden warrior. At that moment, 4 wooden creatures and a summoned beast were simultaneously assaulting old wood. Jiang Chen quickly healed old wood and then drew the aggro of the wooden warrior. Without hesitation, he sidestepped and sprinted toward the wooden summoner. 2 seconds later, Jiang Chen struck the wooden summoner on the head with his staff. The summoner immediately recalled its beast and turned its aggression toward Jiang Chen. At the same time, he cast another healing spell on old wood. But old wood's health was already nearing its end. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen dashed back toward old wood. Just as the wooden mage launched a fireball, Jiang Chen interjected, blocking the projectile. 193. His health plummeted to below 100 points in an instant. Simultaneously, due to the brief pause from blocking the fireball, he was bitten by the summoned beast trailing behind him. 65. Jiang Chen was left with merely 22 health points. However, ignoring his own predicament, he once again healed Old Wood and swiftly vacated the battlefield. Fortunately, this way, Old Wood would absorb one less fireball's worth of damage, allowing him to sustain himself. Jiang Chen's fluid maneuvers meant that any minor misstep could have resulted in Old Wood's death. Yet, his own health was also critically low. The wooden warrior, wooden assassin, and summoned beast were still hot on his heels. As long as he avoided being hit, 22 points of health was equivalent to full health. He simply needed to avoid mistakes. Jiang Chen's focus was razor-sharp. He deftly maneuvered around the 3 wooden creatures while healing Old Wood, a task more exhilarating than dancing on the edge of a blade. Finally, with the first wooden creature falling, the subsequent wooden foes followed suit, collapsing one after another without hesitation. At long last, it was accomplished. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief and began to heal himself. Simultaneously, he noticed that 6 ethereal statues had appeared in the sky above the arena. Had he gained the recognition of the 6 sages? As he contemplated this, a system notification emerged. The ultimate trial is about to commence. You will face 12 enemies alone. The longer you endure, the higher your chance of completing the trial. Note, after the ultimate trial begins, the arena will gradually shrink, reducing to 1 meter in size after 10 minutes. Jiang Chen observed Old Wood's disappearance. Concurrently, 12 wooden creatures manifested across the arena, 2 of each of the 6 professions. Old Wood was gone. Was this trial testing the priest's ability to survive alone? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a peculiar expression crossing his face. However, with Old Wood gone, I shall only grow stronger. It was evident that this ultimate trial would assess the priest's positioning, reflexes, and self-rescue capabilities, yet it seemingly overlooked the priest's offensive prowess. Or perhaps it simply assumed that priests were devoid of damage capabilities. They could only rely on evasion, positioning, and self-healing to prolong their survival. Thus, this seemingly daunting situation made Jiang Chen inexplicably want to smile. He immediately activated his talent, Yin-Yang Reversal, on his Quick Heal spell, altering the skill's effect. Quick Heal, reversed, reduces the target's health by 100 points of spell power. Cooldown, 2 seconds, mana cost, 5. At that moment, the arena began to shrink. The ultimate trial has officially begun. Jiang Chen promptly cast a healing spell at the farthest wooden mage. 300. The wooden mage collapsed instantly. If he eliminated them all, wouldn't he be able to endure for as long as he wished? There was no more straightforward trial than this. A few minutes prior, within the ancient Holy Temple of Light, Yin Changfeng and Aisha looked on in astonishment as yet another statue glimmered with a faint light. This marked the 5th statue. Yin Changfeng's voice held a hint of excitement. It is truly astonishing. This young man named Jiang Chen might truly slay the demon god. A rare flicker of emotion crossed Aisha's face. Brother Jiang Chen has yet to complete the trial. Perhaps he could be calm. Yin Changfeng spoke with great anticipation. The second individual in recorded history to earn the recognition of the 6 sages? Aisha echoed Yin Changfeng's sentiment. Who knows? Witnessing such an event would be historical. Yin Changfeng's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, filled with expectation. Aisha, however, calmly shook her head. Don't get your hopes up. It will probably end soon. Just as her words fell, the 6th statue suddenly illuminated with a faint glow. This. Aisha's mouth dropped open, her pupils trembling, her eyes reflecting a profound shock. Ha! After a brief moment of astonishment, Yin Changfeng erupted into a resounding laugh. His laughter echoed throughout the ancient temple for several seconds before subsiding. What did I tell you? The acknowledgement of the 6 sages is tantamount to that of the Pope. Yin Changfeng's face was brimming with excitement. To think he would witness someone recognized by the 6 sages in his lifetime. A hint of tremor crept into Aisha's voice as she gazed at Jiang Chen, softly saying, when he awakens, he may faint from mental exhaustion. Please assist him. I understand. Yin Changfeng moved toward Jiang Chen, ready to welcome his awakening. Suddenly, Yin Changfeng halted his steps, his eyes widening in shock. His gaze was filled with astonishment, surprise, and confusion. Aisha, too, was momentarily stunned. Her eyes seemingly fixated on something terrifying, staring blankly ahead. The two stood frozen in place, their bodies numb, unable to muster any strength, their voices silenced. The source of their terror was the central statue ahead, which glowed faintly. In the next moment, the soft light transformed into a beam, soaring skyward. Chapter 85, The Holy Envoy of Light. In the 6th layer, owing to Old Wood's presence, Jiang Chen had pushed his skills to the limit to save him. The prolonged sensation of dangling on the edge of life and death left him in a state of bewilderment as he faced the ultimate trial. Within a minute, all 12 wooden creatures had fallen under Jiang Chen's rapid healing spells. Even the shrinking arena seemed momentarily dazed. It had barely begun, and yet it was over? Jiang Chen gazed at the corpses of the wooden creatures strewn across the ground, his expression perplexed as he muttered, Is that it? It was at this moment that the ethereal silhouette of the seventh statue materialized above the arena. It appeared as unremarkable as ever. You have completed the job transfer ceremony. Please proceed to the ancient Holy Temple of Light to accept your new role. With the system notification appearing, boundless radiance enveloped Jiang Chen. When his vision restored, he found himself within the ancient Holy Temple of Light. Before him lay the transparent crystal orb, elegantly perched upon the stone pillar. At this moment, his hand remained gently resting on the orb, yet his head felt somewhat dizzy. Jiang Chen raised his hand to rub his brow. Fan Chen, you have awakened, came the voice of Yin Changfeng from behind. How do you feel now? I am fine, Jiang Chen replied, glancing back at Yin Changfeng and the nearby Aisha. The expressions on their faces were unmistakably filled with excitement, tinged with a subtle awe. Was it merely an illusion? Curiously, Jiang Chen asked. Why do you look at me like that? Yin Changfeng took a deep breath, calming his mind before responding. Look ahead. Jiang Chen turned his gaze forward. Upon the staircase stood the 7 statues, all aglow with light. Particularly, the one in the center radiated a beam of brilliance that pierced the heavens. I can ascend to choose a hidden class. Does this mean I can select from all 6 hidden classes? Jiang Chen inquired, scanning the statues. Logically, any that emits the guiding light can be chosen, Yin Changfeng replied. Can the one in the center also be selected? Jiang Chen asked, slightly astonished. Isn't it said that this is not a hidden class? In my understanding, it indeed does not qualify as a hidden class, yet it undeniably shines with the guiding light. Yin Changfeng said, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Perhaps you should give it a try. Approach the statue, and you shall know. Is that so? Jiang Chen murmured thoughtfully, and immediately proceeded forward. Ascending the stairs, he stood before the central statue. Yin Changfeng and Aisha watched him intently, their eyes brimming with tension, curiosity, and anticipation. Before him, the central statue seemed to respond, casting a cascade of fragmented light upon Jiang Chen. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness, his entire being involuntarily suspending in midair. Simultaneously, a neutral voice echoed as if resonating from a distant realm of time and space. Let there be light. This voice seemed to emanate from another world, perhaps another epoch. Jiang Chen felt a shiver cascade down his spine, a primal tremor awakening within the depths of his soul. Not far away, Yin Changfeng and Aisha turned pale, their expressions awash with shock. Both quickly averted their gazes, bowing their heads, unwilling to meet the sight before them. As this voice reverberated, a radiant core of golden white light materialized upon Jiang Chen's chest, its brilliance intensifying, becoming ever more resplendent. In no time, this dazzling light enveloped him entirely, akin to the sun's embrace. Minutes passed before the luminous orb gradually condensed, slowly merging into Jiang Chen's being. You have become a light emissary. You have acquired the sacred body of light. You have obtained the sacred eye of light. As the system notifications chimed, Jiang Chen gently descended to the ground, still enveloped in a soft golden glow. Had he truly become? A surge of joy welled within him. He turned to Yin Changfeng, eager to share his elation. Old Yin. Before he could finish, Yin Changfeng bowed respectfully, a flicker of reverence in his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the faint golden hue that had emerged in Jiang Chen's gaze, imbued with light, sanctity, and the essence of creation. Moreover, he had received a notification from the city's will, confirming that Jiang Chen had indeed become a light emissary. This status he had only encountered in ancient tomes. Before ascending to divinity, the god of light was once a light emissary. The implications of this were profound, too daunting for him to ponder deeply. Aisha, though not privy to the city's will notification, gleaned much from Yin Changfeng's expression. She understood that Jiang Chen was now irrevocably transformed from who he once was. With a slight bow, she showed her acknowledgement. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. Must you be so dramatic? After a brief contemplation, he stepped closer to Yin Changfeng and remarked with a smirk, Old Yin, are you trying to dodge your dues with such formality? Huh. Now it was Yin Changfeng's turn to be perplexed. What dues? Come on, don't play coy with me. Jiang Chen retorted, clearly displeased. You snatched the demon god as followers. Where's the promised compensation? So that's what you were thinking about? Yin Changfeng paused, a smile breaking through his confusion as he said, Rest assured, I will compensate you upon our return to the main city. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Aisha, too, wore a gentle smile as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes softening, hinting at a touch of affection. If you haven't completed the task of slaying the demon god in 2 years and remain in the Crimson Flame ancient land, it could be quite interesting. No, Jiang Chen promptly replied. My aspirations lie among the stars and the sea. Just kidding, Aisha chuckled, her eyes sparkling. I won't keep you from your pursuits. I'll first examine the benefits of being a light emissary. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, promptly accessing his panel. At the headquarters of the Light Sanctuary, a grand hall emanating a sacred glow, the 4 chief bishops and 2 lords of the sanctuary gathered. Before them stood an elderly man, wielding a scepter and adorned with a triple-crown tiara. He was none other than the Pope of the Light Sanctuary. At that moment, every gaze was fixed upon the foremost position in the hall, where 3 colossal statues loomed, each towering over 10 meters. The 2 flanking statues, though varied in posture, were unmistakably depicted as 6-winged angels. The central statue, however, was shrouded in a misty white light, obscuring its true form. The sudden emergence of the light emissary was met with uncertainty. Was it a harbinger of good or ill? The Pope, with reverence, gazed at the central statue and proclaimed, "May the God of light bestow divine revelation upon us, guiding our path." Chapter 86, Gradually Transcending. Jiang Chen observed his panel, noting that his profession had transformed into profession, priest, light emissary. Light emissary, growth type capable of learning all skills from the priest profession, encompassing both the priest and judgment branches. Note, upon acquiring sufficient light power, one may evolve into the son of light. A growth type hidden profession? Jiang Chen was both surprised and delighted, for this class could learn all skills from both major branches of the priest profession. It seemed to be evolving into something extraordinary. A smile graced Jiang Chen's face, and he soon discovered that he had acquired 2 new talents, or rather, 2 talent skills that did not occupy skill slots. Sacred Body of Light, basic upon activation, renders the user immune to all control effects. Usable for a fixed duration of level 50 minutes per day, currently at 95 minutes, with no cost. Sacred Eye of Light, basic upon activation, allows the user to convert any skill cast by the target, except for forbidden spells, into a counterattack against the opponent. Usable for a fixed number of level 10 times per day, currently at 1 time, with no cost. Moreover, both of these talent skills could also be enhanced using light power. Gulp. Jiang Chen gazed at these 2 talent skills, swallowing hard as he softly remarked, ignoring control effects. Not to mention the ability to reverse skills. How utterly formidable. He was utterly enamored. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with joy. Although the Sacred Eye of Light could only be used once daily at level 19, reaching level 20 would grant him 2 uses. Furthermore, acquiring the so-called light power would enable the enhancement of these 2 talent skills. As for this light power, Jiang Chen had not previously delved into this realm of knowledge. Yet he was keenly aware that there existed a place where he could undoubtedly obtain the power of light. That place was none other than the Holy Temple of Light. Moreover, as he was a priest, a visit to this sacred sanctuary was an absolute necessity, regardless of the circumstances. The benefits reaped from this mysterious class change far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Yin Changfeng suddenly cleared his throat. Jiang Chen glanced over. "What's the matter?" Yin Changfeng hesitated for a moment, then with utmost seriousness, remarked, "Your laughter is rather unrestrained. Perhaps you should temper it a bit." "Who are you to dictate my laughter?" Jiang Chen retorted, curling his lip. "Do you have any idea how extraordinary the light holy envoy is? Those 2 talents." "Stop." Yin Changfeng's expression shifted, and he promptly interrupted. "You cannot divulge such information, or rather, we lack the qualification to grasp its intricacies. Is it really that significant?" "Fine." Observing Yin Changfeng's serious demeanor, which brooked no jest, Jiang Chen acquiesced and fell silent. Such a powerful technique was certainly not something to be shared lightly, especially not with players. But could he not even discuss it with NPCs? That would significantly diminish the enjoyment. By the way, now that this matter is concluded, I must return to Lihua City. Yin Changfeng turned to Jiang Chen, inquiring, "Will you accompany me back?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "I will seek you out later. The server-wide quest should be nearing completion, and I intend to wait until it is fully resolved before I depart." "Very well. I am burdened with official duties and cannot linger." Yin Changfeng nodded, then turned his gaze towards Aisha, speaking softly. "Aisha, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Do not forget about the teleportation array," Aisha replied in a gentle tone. "I will discuss this matter upon my return." With that, Yin Changfeng produced a world teleportation map, quickly locating Lihua City, and teleported back. "Let us also take our leave." Aisha guided Jiang Chen as they exited the ancient Holy Temple of Light. Subsequently, the 2 traversed a spatial gateway and arrived at the courtyard of the Scarlet Flame Palace. "Saint, I shall be departing," Jiang Chen announced, preparing to leave. "Wait. Return the divine gift magic stone to me. It serves you no purpose," Aisha calmly remarked, observing Jiang Chen. "Also, do not call me Saint. You may refer to me as Sister Aisha." Jiang Chen, ever the familiar one, immediately complied. "Sister?" Aisha was momentarily taken aback, before chuckling softly. "I am nearing 40. It would be more appropriate for you to address me as aunt. You hardly appear to be more than 20 or 30. I think I shall continue to call you Sister Aisha." As he spoke, Jiang Chen returned the divine gift magic stone. "Such a silver-tongued fellow. I truly wonder how the avatar of the creator deity perceives you," Aisha said with a resigned shake of her head, a faint smile already gracing her lips. Jiang Chen pondered seriously for a moment before replying earnestly, "Perhaps it is because of my handsome visage." Simultaneously, he privately added, "Creator deity. Surely there is nothing wrong with my assertion of being good-looking, is there? Enough, deities above, let us not be so frivolous." Though her words carried a semblance of gravity, Aisha's expression remained remarkably gentle. She regarded Jiang Chen, seemingly recalling something. Allow me to present you with a small gift. A small gift? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Gifts from someone of her stature, no matter how small, would undoubtedly be significant. This is the faceless mask. It should prove useful to you. Aisha produced a white mask from her hand and extended it towards him. Jiang Chen accepted it without hesitation. You have obtained the faceless mask. Faceless mask, special item. When worn, it conceals all your information. Bonus, can actively activate the faceless effect, significantly reducing the aggro of bosses and minor foes towards you. A cosmetic item. Applicable to all classes, no level requirement. What a marvelous item. This aggro reduction is simply a godsend for traversing maps. Jiang Chen promptly stowed the mask in his backpack. Sister Aisha, I shall take my leave now. With that, Jiang Chen turned and began to walk toward the palace's exit. Aisha remained in place, quietly observing Jiang Chen, softly stating, with all 7 statues illuminated, I cannot help but wonder how the current holy temple of light perceives this. Before long, Jiang Chen exited the palace. Outside, Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao awaited him. Brother Fanchen. The 2 young women approached him with joyful expressions. Apologies for the long wait. Jiang Chen nodded, then inquired with curiosity, where's Yiding? It seems he took Lisan to rest. Qing Ying contemplated before responding. He has been gone for quite a while. This fellow wouldn't he have intentionally slipped away now that the quest is complete, would he? Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. Then turned to the 2 girls. Let us head back to the demon suppression cauldron. Logically speaking, the server-wide quest should now be complete. Soon after, Jiang Chen led Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao toward the vicinity of Scarlet Flame Mountain. Not far behind them, Yiding emerged from a building. He bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen's retreating figure, remaining in that position for a long while. Treading upon the crimson earth, Jiang Chen and his companions swiftly reached the vicinity of Scarlet Flame Mountain. At that moment, the system issued an announcement. Server-wide announcement. The server-wide quest, Repel the Scarlet Flame Monsters, has been completed. Players, please allocate your public points wisely. The leaderboard for quest points will be announced shortly, along with rewards. Simultaneously, a well-edited video was released across various online platforms. Explosive, the top priest of the national server sweeps through all major guilds single-handedly. Chapter 87, Rewards for the server-wide quest. It's time to allocate points. Jiang Chen opened his quest points board. Current points, 134088. Public points, 33522. Monsters defeated in a team would contribute 20 points to the public score. These points were available for distribution. I propose that you both split these public points evenly. As you both have worked hard on this quest, Jiang Chen said, preparing to distribute the points. Wait, Brother Fanchen, Qing Ying's voice interjected. Jiang Chen turned to look at her. The 2 young women had suddenly begun to whisper to each other. While he was still puzzled, it seemed that they had reached a consensus. As Qing Ying spoke up, Brother Fanchen, we believe that the player Moonlit Dance should also receive a share. After all, she stayed behind when the monsters erupted from the sealed gate, while Xiaoyao and I used the teleportation stones to evade danger. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Yes, otherwise it might have been me or Sister Qing Ying left behind. We might have perished as well. As they spoke, both young women gazed at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation. Why are you both looking at me like that? Jiang Chen found himself at a loss, feeling as though he were being portrayed as the villain. I hadn't thought of that. Regardless, the points are yours, so you may distribute them as you wish. Handle it amongst yourselves. With that, Jiang Chen handed the team leader position to Qing Ying, as only the leader had the authority to allocate public points. I understand. Qing Ying nodded. Before long, Jiang Chen noticed that Moonlit Dance had joined their party. Messages began to appear in the team chat. Moonlit Dance, why did you pull me into the party? Qing Ying, the party has over 30,000 public points. Shall we split it 3 ways? Moonlit Dance, do you really want to allocate points to me? No need. I did nothing. You all can keep it. Tao Xiaoyao, you should receive something, otherwise. Qing Ying, and I would feel bad. How about you take a smaller share? Seeing the girls still engaged in their back and forth, Jiang Chen could no longer contain himself. Fanchen, stop wasting time. The quest rewards will be announced shortly. As soon as the message was sent, the team chat fell silent. Soon after, the girls seemed to have retreated into private messages. After a brief wait of several seconds, as Jiang Chen beheld the task points board, he noted a deduction of 10,000 points from the communal total, seemingly allocated directly to Moonlit Dance. Subsequently, the remaining 23,522 points were halved, and shortly thereafter, they vanished entirely. After 2 minutes, a system notification appeared. Announcement: the task points leaderboard and the task points exchange shop are now open. All participating players may view and redeem items. Limited time, 10 minutes. Every player who took part in this server-wide task received this notification. Simultaneously, each individual observed their interface displaying a server-wide task points leaderboard and a limited time exchange shop. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he promptly opened the points leaderboard. Fanchen, 134088. Qing Ying, 11761. Tao Xiaoyao, 11761. Moonlit Dance, 10160. Dominant Madman, 8255. Last Night's Stars, 4850. While Jiang Chen was not surprised by his significant lead in points, he was taken aback to see that Dominant Madman, the president of the dominant clan, had also accumulated a considerable amount of points. It should be noted that a mere ordinary monster yields only 10 points. Silver and golden elite monsters yield only 60 and 150 points, respectively. As for boss monsters, even the bronze level offers only 1,000 points, while the silver and golden level bosses were all slain by Jiang Chen alone. Thus, the substantial points accumulated by Dominant Madman left Jiang Chen slightly astonished. He also recognized Last Night's stars. Recalling that both Dominant Madman and Last Night's stars had utilized demons subduing fragments at the time, though they seemed to have departed shortly after, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, so they went off to quietly amass wealth. At that moment, other players who participated in the server-wide task were rendered speechless upon witnessing Jiang Chen's points. Did he not possess the majority of the points from this task? Surely, this was a display error. What do you know? That's God Chen. What of God Chen? He is a deity, is he not? I've slain dozens of monsters and only earned a little over 500 points. What right does he have? Have you not witnessed God Chen in action? He dispatches mobs in mere moments. What do you amount to? Exactly, what are you complaining about? Without God Chen, this server-wide task would not have succeeded. Numerous players engaged in spirited discussions, some even arguing amongst themselves. Enough chatter. Hurry and redeem your rewards. Wait, I see something good. Someone suddenly shouted. As a result, the commotion among the crowd significantly diminished. The majority hurried to check the rewards. Jiang Chen also clicked to open the exchange shop. It was divided into various sections. Gold section, 1 gold, 10 points, unlimited. Attribute section, attribute pill, 10 points, limited. 1. Attribute pill, 1,000 points, limited. 9. Healing potion section, special life potion, 100 points, unlimited. Special item section, skill divine stone, 1 star 500 points, limited. 10. Basic teleportation stone, 1,000 points, unlimited. Equipment section, limited to 1 purchase, bronze level equipment, random 50 points, silver level equipment, random 500 points, golden level equipment, random 5,000 points, platinum level equipment, random 50,000 points. Skill section, limited to 1 book, sealed skill book, 1 star 100 points, sealed skill book, 2 stars 1,000 points, sealed skill book, 3 stars 10,000 points, sealed skill book, 4 stars 100,000 points. As Jiang Chen perused the offerings, he began to grasp what items were available. Brother Fan Chen, there are so many items here that I'm overwhelmed. How do I choose? Qing Ying's voice chimed in. You should purchase all the attribute pills. They are rare finds. Use the remaining points on skill books and equipment. Jiang Chen advised before spending 10 points to acquire all 10 attribute pills. Attribute pill permanently increases all 4 attributes by 1 point. For most players, the 10-point attribute pill was the most significant benefit from this task. While the equipment was lucrative, the skill books were even more precious. Spending 100,000 points for a 4-star skill book was a wise investment. He also bought all the skill divine stones for 5,000 points. With 20,078 points remaining, he decided to acquire 1 piece of golden level equipment, 3 teleportation stones, and exchange the rest for gold. Jiang Chen swiftly spent all of his over 130,000 points. You have acquired 10 attribute pills. You have acquired a sealed skill book, 4 stars. You have acquired 10 skill divine stones, 1 star. You have acquired the pioneer robe, golden level. You have acquired 3 basic teleportation stones. You have acquired 1207 gold. Subsequently, Jiang Chen consumed all 10 attribute pills. Constitution, 4810. Strength, 4810. Agility, 4810. Intelligence, 24010. The server-wide task was successfully concluded. Satisfied with his panel, Jiang Chen turned to the 2 girls. Have you both made your purchases? I bought 10 attribute pills, a 2-star skill book, and a piece of silver level equipment, along with a few random items. Qing Ying replied happily. I am similar. Tao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Brother Fan Chen, what shall we do next? Level up? Qing Ying inquired with a hint of excitement in her voice, feeling immensely empowered. Let us return to the main city. There is still much to do. Jiang Chen contemplated before responding. All right, we have to traverse the Death Desert again to return to the main city. How bothersome. Qing Ying's initial excitement waned. I bought this. Jiang Chen chuckled as he produced the teleportation stones, trading 1 to each of the girls. Fantastic. Qing Ying immediately brightened up again. Thereafter, the trio used the teleportation stones. After a 10-second guiding time, they vanished from their location. You have been teleported to Lihua City. The scenery before Jiang Chen shifted, and he, along with the 2 girls, arrived at the main city's teleportation array in Lihua City. Let us head to the main city mansion. I must not forget the compensation from Old Flame. With that, Jiang Chen led Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao towards the main city mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards, who had remained motionless like statues, suddenly addressed Jiang Chen in unison. We greet the Holy Envoy. In an instant, nearby players who had just arrived in the main city turned their gazes toward them with expressions of astonishment. Chapter 88. The Holy Light's Retribution. Who is this guy? Why do all the main city soldiers show such deference? This is a true big shot. I think I recognize this esteemed figure. He is from the first kill team. I saw him in the video of the defeat of the Flamestone King. Players around began to murmur. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, quickly entered the mansion. You still need to unseal your skills, right? Jiang Chen addressed Qing Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, saying, you two go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. All right. The two girls nodded and proceeded to unseal their skills. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen ascended the spiral staircase to the 5th floor of the mansion, where the Lord's office was located. The door was tightly shut. Not in, huh? Jiang Chen paused for a moment before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a few seconds, the door creaked open. A seemingly indifferent female steward stood before the door. May I assist you? Her voice, tinged with coldness, resonated. I seek Lord Yan. Jiang Chen replied. The Lord is currently engaged in a meeting and is unavailable. The steward responded with a blank expression. How long will the meeting last? Could you provide me with an estimate? Jiang Chen inquired. Just as the steward was about to reply, a deep voice emanated from within the room. Is that Brother Fanqing? Upon hearing Yin Chongfeng's voice, Jiang Chen's expression brightened. It's me, old Yin. Suddenly, Yin Chongfeng emerged. The steward is unaware of your identity. Please do not take offense, he chuckled, then turned to the female steward with a serious demeanor. From now on, if Fanqing seeks me, inform me immediately. The steward looked taken aback and promptly nodded. Understood, Lord. Please, come in. Yin Chongfeng said as he ushered Jiang Chen into the room, promptly shutting the door behind them. Inside, Jiang Chen observed 6 officials seated at a long table at the far end of the room. Upon noticing Jiang Chen, they all stood and exclaimed in unison. We greet the Holy Envoy. Was this display a result of the hidden profession's inherent effect, or had old Yin specifically instructed them? Jiang Chen felt somewhat bemused by their exaggerated formality. Yin Chongfeng then took his seat and gestured to an empty chair beside him. Please, have a seat. I shall refrain. I am here to request compensation, Jiang Chen stated directly. You truly cannot let it go, can you? Yin Chongfeng shook his head in resignation. He then stood, approached a bookshelf against the wall, and retrieved a black medal resting atop it. You might find this particularly interesting, he said with a smile. Handing the black medal to Jiang Chen. Curiosity etched on his face, Jiang Chen accepted it. You have obtained the city medal. City medal, special item. The holder of this medal may utilize all city teleportation arrays free of charge and enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases within the city's shops. Seems rather promising. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. The prospect of a 20% discount on purchases held great potential. Well then, I shall not impose further. I'll take my leave. With that, Jiang Chen turned and exited the room. Inside, Yin Chongfeng watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, yearning to say something, but ultimately refrained. Subsequently, Jiang Chen ascended to the 3rd floor of the mansion, where the various profession mentors resided. He intended to unlock the skill books stored in his backpack. However, just as he approached the door, he encountered a figure head-on. It was a knight wielding a long sword and shield, and Jiang Chen recognized the ID all too well. Last night as stars. Jiang Chen called out the name. The knight merely glanced at him with mild surprise before silently brushing past. Last night as stars. We bear no grievances. Will you not explain the fragment of the demon suppression? Jiang Chen shouted after the retreating figure. There's nothing to explain. The number 1 priest in the national server, Fanqing, we shall meet again. Last night as stars replied without turning back, continuing on his way. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before murmuring, never mind. Unlocking the skill book is paramount. Pursuing him within the main city mansion would be futile, as the outside led directly to the main square, where he could teleport away. He then headed straight to the chamber of the priest profession mentor. Greetings, adventurer. I am the intermediate mentor for priests, Billy. A burly man with a broad smile greeted Jiang Chen as he entered. What is your relation to Rote? Jiang Chen couldn't help but quip. He is my cousin. Billy's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Enough with the laughter. It's a bit awkward. Jiang Chen hastily waved his hand, presenting the sealed skill book, 3 stars, from his backpack. Please unlock this skill book. After settling the unlocking fee, Jiang Chen received the now unsealed skill book. You have obtained the skill book, Holy Light Judgment, 3 stars. Jiang Chen stood in astonishment.